It's a disable.
Also in the late game too, they have like duel into Decrep, which is actually kind of cool. It's like the same interaction if you Decrep or like Ghost Scepter in duel, you still attack but you don't take any damage. That's somewhat useful.
Yeah. So overall, I think it just came down to the overall strategy. Yeah.
Dude, that was
he's just swimming to the
that was some grade A bad mana right there.
What
What are you talking about?
He's trying to dethrone Ice Ice Ice.
Nah, poor
I'm
guy.
surprised he didn't just start like dancing in front of their booth or something after the game.
If I remember correctly, Moon had a very buggy experience in the group stage with his Blink Dagger. I'm sure it was just more bugs, trees, auto-planting.
Backstroking around them.
Yeah. His entire keyboard clearly malfunctioned, but I heard there are some extras available from Team Spirit now, so.
Fair enough. All right. So as the teams are taking a bit of a break to reapproach game number 2, where do you think the priorities are going to be specifically for Secret to try to make a bounce-back play here against OG? Maybe not looking to kind of allow OG to play that kind of farming timing kind of a game. So how would you start things off with the draft?
Do you guys think that it's better for Weeha to be on tempo control for this team? Because the other two players take a lot of farm.
Well, when you're picking Misery, Nature's, they have 3 heroes that all needed a lot of farm: Nature's Prophet, Ember, and Weaver. So I think this team can only really play against OG. Maybe against some teams you can get away with having 3 more farm-based heroes with no tempo controller. But against OG, you need 1 tempo controller minimum, as far as your cores go. And your supports.
Obviously, he's not going to get Earth Spirit, like that's for sure. So what's the best next option?
Wex,
Invoker, would you
plus
say?
Winter Set.
Quaswex, Invoker, maybe a Puck as well.
Yeah, Puck's okay.
He plays Puck.
I think Invoker scales better, so it's probably more suited for him.
I'd say it's more of an iconic Weeha hero as well. So.
What about for OG then? OG got to be feeling pretty good, confident, coming off a Game 1 victory right now. They got to suspect that Secret are not going to allow them to do a bit of the same thing here. So do you change things up for game number 2?
I think just one of the few weaknesses they have is Moon sometimes dies a lot in the off lane. Like, occasionally he'll have a pretty good game, but even his lone druid game that we saw earlier in the group stage, he died a lot. They recover quite well, so maybe that's not even an issue for them.
I think the reason he died a lot this game because I don't think we actually talked about the level 1 warding. Because basically what happened was they had 1 ward in mid around the Ancients area, but then Crit was holding 1 ward, and he was like running around the river. He wanted to place a ward, and then what happened after that was like Shaker went top and ganked the Tide, so Shaker was around there, so he was like, oh, maybe he wanted to place the ward there, and then Shaker was there, so he saw him, so they didn't have a ward for Moon. That's why Moon couldn't see the Shaker rotations. I think personally, I feel like on the off lane, when you're against a hero like Shaker or Touch, you want to have like somewhat of vision.
Something towards the river or the jungle.
Yeah, there
so
was
you can see him
nothing. There was nothing for him.
And Secret had the Ancient Ward, so they knew he wasn't farming the big camp, so they knew he's got to be in the lane near the tower.
It was easy for them to gank him because of the circumstances
And
he was put
in his mind, there's a good chance the Earthshaker is sitting behind mid protecting Wii because they know how important Weeha as far as his Ember side is going to be. He's in a mismatch. He's playing versus a lone druid, so Shaker's likely to help that lane. So Tide's not really expecting Earthshaker to be up at the top lane as much as he was. If anything, it was fine for OG because they kept killing Moon, but the entire time lone druid's crushing mid lane.
Yeah, so I mean, like the approach seems, even in the group stage games, there was games where Moon dies a lot, but his other team, his teammates like are able to push down towers because they have such a successful laning phase. So maybe the 3 heroes shouldn't constantly focus on Moon.
And it's the classic. It was kind of to make the comparison again to Ice Ice Ice. It's this dying but not dying for nothing. Moon, even when he was 0 and 4, I think it was like 7, 8, 9 minutes in, he had more experience than Nature's Prophet. He was level 5, Prophet was still level 4. So I look at that, I'm like, yeah, Moon's fed a bit more than you'd like, but across the board, OG were looking better.
It was also on a hero where you can afford to die a bit. You get Ravage, you're always going to catch up with Ancients or big stacks anyway, and in that draft, like you guys pointed out, the Lone Druid is the fulcrum of the lineup. They picked the Legion Commander to buff the Lone Druid, they picked the Pugna to heal the Bear. Like, that's the one hero that can't die, so I think OG really understood their draft well.
So if Secret need to put their attention elsewhere, away from Moon, let's say, is it better to put it more towards the mid lane on Miracle who could get punished, or go for No Tail, or does it just depend on the draft and what the priorities are going to be for OG?
I think they should actually prioritize in helping Weeha win his lane though. I feel like every time I look at this team play like Secret, when their mid lane doesn't go well, it's really difficult for them to actually play their game. That's why they are really successful with Earth Spirit, because Earth Spirit doesn't require him to win his lane. He just needs levels, then he runs around and kills people. So, but for Invoker, obviously, which I suggested, obviously you can't really lose your lane that badly on that hero. You need to somehow be on an even laning phase. So I think if he were to be on an Invoker or Puck, they should give him some help and make sure that he has at least a somewhat decent laning phase and he can help the team.
The problem is when I think about it, like, it's only Earth Spirit that can do that for Weehaw. Like, is there any other kind of playmaking hero he could do in the mid lane that is able to just achieve some early experience and then take that pressure elsewhere? Not that I really can think of, because that's Wind Ranger.
Queen of Pain.
Isn't it harder?
I don't know when to play
Yeah,
Queen
it's
of
harder
Pain.
with both of those heroes. So
Way harder on those two
yeah,
heroes.
Invoker, I think, is the main one.
Yeah, because I imagine, as you were saying, Earth Spirit's not going to be something given out. And in fact, if anything, OG could even bait out an Earth Spirit for themselves, because they are 6-0 with Earth Spirit when it's in the hands of Crit. So a bit scary. And who actually had the first pick? It was OG who had the first pick last time.
Yep.
Right there. So
And Secret chose Dire. So Secret won
chose
the toss for game 1. They chose Dire. And it looks like OG are on Dire this side. So OG decided to be Dire.
So Secret took their advantage to pick Dire here, but it didn't feel like they drafted much around like the Roche. So do you think they kind of were led astray?
Well,
as
they
far
went
as-
for Roche despite not having
yeah.
a Roche. I think you could
It's
see
an envy team. They're
It's like
always
making the
going to try
most
to
out of
sneak
it.
around.
Yeah.
11 minutes in, they realized, like, oh crap, our draft's not. We're at the best position. They're going to come push us soon. Let's try sneak a Roche to get whatever advantage we can.
That is the one thing that really could have changed the game, though. I think we mentioned very briefly in the cast, but we didn't talk about much here, is imagine if Crit just dies there. Like, if he gets chain stunned, there's a Hex into a Fissure, they follow up with the Lion Stun. They get the kill there on the Sand King, they're totally confident to take
He
the
was
Roche. But
supposed
I think
to
Pine
die
messed up.
there.
Yeah,
he was
had-
supposed
he
to
had
he
Impale.
got the 4-staff off. They didn't stun
Yeah.
him in time. He gets away. That, to me, changes the complexion
I think
of the
they
game
hadn't
a lot.
seen the 4 stuff, which is why he didn't impale right away. But it was still a
But
miss.
you
He's still
Bond
Impale.
You
Yeah,
see
yeah.
it,
He would
yeah.
just stun away.
Yeah, it
So
was a mistake, but it gave them a lot more time to farm, and that really made a difference.
So what could have been the win condition then for Secret in that case? Let's say Crit was able to live. Was it able to kind of stall things out a bit more and hope to scale into the late game for Envy and continue to split push a bit? Is there a point where LC could have really fallen off, given that she wasn't able to get a lot of dual damage there? And I imagine LD at some point is going to be capped.
I mean, I think at the same time, like you guys mentioned, yes, it would have actually bought time for them to farm. But then again, I still feel like the timing of the Mech and the Pipe and the Radiance, even with Aegis on Secret side, I still think they would be able to still breach at least one side of Rex with that timing, because it's just way too strong. And it's just the strength of the lineup. I don't think there's much Secret can actually do to deal with it, despite them getting the Roshan.
They need to farm
If it goes according to plan, they get the Roshan.
Yeah, they had to have a more farmed Ember too. I think Battle Fury Chrysalis is enough to hold the high ground for a decent amount of time.
Do you like that he went Blink first? When
Oh,
like, all his other teammates also went
The
Blink?
Ember, rather than getting
Oh.
Battle Fury quicker.
Nah, not really. I feel like he only got the blink because he felt that they were under a lot of pressure and he needed to use the blink to get kills to buy time for the Battle Fury to come online.
And I think that goes back to the original point that the Weaver was, and the Prophet and the Ember is a bit too all in on the
Yeah.
split push.
It's
And then they
just-
itemized all in on the split push with the Lincolns over the BKB, the Blink Dagger first that you point out. I would like to see Secret draft a little more balanced, but it just seems like their identity is just split push, split push, split push, and that's really all they want to do.
So at the same time, even though I said that BKB would have been better at the game, but
It's not like it lost them
yeah,
the game. By
I
any
feel like
means.
they too realize that we are not going to be able to fight. So why am I going to get a BKB? So I'd rather get a Lincoln so that I don't get caught by Legion when I'm split pushing.
I just want to. I mean, I guess they're in danger of getting knocked down, so maybe it's a tough time to do it. But I would like to see them just bring a different overall style to the table, because OG clearly can. We've seen them win a variety of ways at this tournament and in the past. It seems like Secret is. I wouldn't say they are one-dimensional, but they're picking very similarly from game to game. I'm sure they have other strategies, but we're not seeing them yet.
They could just pick better high ground defense. Like we've seen a lot of teams go for the Faceless Void, like Batrider, like these sort of heroes.
Like
that-
more like
yeah.
EG style,
Well-
like the Tide Enigma, that type of
Yeah,
stuff.
something like that.
I don't know if you guys remember the group stage with Secret. They played day 1. They played the very opening match. They played. We were talking about the panel like, oh, Nature's Prophet's going to be OP. That everyone's going to play it. First game of the day, Secret. They first pick Nature's Prophet. They get owned with it because I think it was like a similar kind of thing where they had too many Greek chords, and then we never saw Nature's Prophet again from Secret on Group A. I feel like that's going to be the same thing here. They failed with Nature's Prophet. They're done picking it. If they don't want to have it in the game, they're just going to ban it.
I mean,
because-
I don't think it's the Prophet's fault.
no,
this
it's not
game,
his
yeah.
fault. I think they're not comfortable. It doesn't fit Secret style.
It's just
though.
the overall composition that they chose with the Prophet and what they're up against was the main issue. That
Yeah.
they couldn't have gone that lineup against what OG had. I feel it was just really difficult. No matter how farm the Prophet became this game, or let's say he had a better laning phase, he had a better early game, but I feel like the general problem would still be the same.
Well, we'll have to see what style of Secret's going to show up, if there'll be a Nature's Prophet or not. It sounds like we have a draft here, so let's hop into Game 2 of OG versus Secret.
So they will not be getting the Earth Spirit, and
Reserve time.
I don't think that surprises anyone. Well, so
Like a
much for
Prophet.
not picking Nature's Prophet. They first
I
picked.
mean, they should just build a better lineup around the Prophet, and react better to what OG is actually doing. Because every time we talk about Secret, they don't really have a clear-cut strategy sometimes, but they react. They react a lot
I was
towards
just
what the
about to
enemy
say,
picks.
IO is available, and you first pick Profit. Will OG go for it? And
They're
indeed they
expecting.
do.
They're expecting it. That's why they went for the Enigma right away.
I mean, this whole draft has gone by, so it almost feels like a pre-planned, premeditated draft from both teams in some ways. Like Secret, thinking, okay, we get first pick Profit. They probably anticipated one, if not both, of these two picks from OG.
Ben Wu,
10
Nature's Prophet
seconds
Enigma.
remaining.
Roshan, level 1.
Not
Radiant
already.
Roshan level 1. I put nothing past the team with Eternal Envy. He's got the cojones to make that move, but I don't think they do it here.
Beastmaster, Ursa.
Cloud9 Game 3 at TI4, was it? Level 1 Roshan.
And they
got
did it
eliminated.
against Vici, it was, I believe, who had already destroyed a team that tried to level 1 Roche against them previously in the tournament. It was close, though. I think like FY came in fairly last minute and happened to scout it. And it was after a pause.
Yeah, because it was obvious, you think that it's not going to happen.
Gotta believe, Winter.
So Sven was banned out.
Normally against OG, you'd probably been, like in the past, you would have been the Tiny, but
Oh.
the Sven in general has really gotten more
That's
popular.
a good ban, Invoker, because Invoker would have been really good with Tai and IO. And it would have, again, like fit what we were talking about at the panel. OG probably figured that maybe Team Secret are going to change things up. They're going to put
10
Yiha
seconds
more,
remaining.
gang-focused hero, tempo control, and they don't want to deal with it this game.
5 seconds remaining.
And the Sven ban has also another implication. I think that when you're a Nature's Prophet
Reserve
offlane, like
time.
Sven is one of the better heroes, because with the Cleave, it's a better hero against the Treants. You can help the supports much better.
And he doesn't really suffer as much from the Treant harass, high strength gain, decent armor base, and then obviously the war.
And you have a
price.
disable, more importantly, to kill the Prophet. So it's all in all a very good carry versus that hero.
So you're up against Enigma. How do you look to deal with this if you're OG? Are you just going to play your own jungle game here with the IO? Do they want to try and contest or pressure it? What do you guys think?
They don't. I don't think they really can contest and pressure it just because Fly normally plays the defensive one.
Yeah,
and Crit
and they
is the
have-
one that plays the.
They have Whis as well. It's
Yeah.
not so easy. So they'll probably try to just focus on their own, game, try to stack more for the tide, try to get level 6 on iOS ASAP.
They could always pull a fast one and do like IO +1 in the off lane if they wanted to pressure.
Plus tide, because they have tide.
Dire
They already
team
have tide.
back.
If they want to pull a fast one, they could always pull out the Miracle Anti-Mage as well. Anti-Mage is
Pretty good versus
pretty good
Prophet.
against these two heroes. I mean, you've still got to. It's not like a third pick. You want to see what secret, because secret strategy isn't revealed yet. But like right now, it's looking like
10
a
seconds
feasible
remaining.
So
Anti-Mage
Secret ban Gyro. They could be trying to push here.
5
Yep.
seconds.
You're up against an
remaining.
IO. I think Clicks is actually a really good pick for Secret. Just destroys
Oh,
the
yeah.
IO. Very good at setting up pickoffs with the
Reserve
Prophet.
time.
We saw a lot of that.
And a natural Desolator builder as well.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that. I think in the
That
group
was,
stages a
that
bit.
was
2 games for Clinks on Secret 2-0.
That's a really good call there, because even EG did a lot of clings when they had
Turn
Enigma.
to
To
pick.
sort of, it's like a compensation. You have a jungler, and then you want to have a laner that doesn't really need too much support.
So they get a counter to Black Hole, I guess, with the Wyvern
Yep.
here.
And not to mention that they are probably getting ready for some split push, so they want a support that can actually help push out the lane. So Wyvern helps a lot in that regard.
That's a lot of heal
Yep.
for OG.
Right
But
now,
you already have puppies here, I guess.
right
so I
now
was going
they-
to suggest AA, but
10
they,
seconds
they don't have
remaining.
much like low cooldown disable. They have like the curse plus the ravage,
5
all very long
seconds
cooldowns.
remaining.
So Secret might be able to use that to their advantage, like get a really mobile hero for that.
Reserve time.
Can't help but feel like a Wii Ranger is the next
Dire
plausible
team
option.
pick.
And it's good against the Wisp, easy tether targets.
I think
naturally.
Winter Wyvern's really good versus.
Yeah, it's not so good versus
Oh,
the
you're
Embers.
right, yeah.
Winter Wyvern gets crushed.
What is
Wind
Wii
Ranger.
going to go for?
Lena's, maybe? I mean, you mentioned Weehaw heroes.
Yeah, the burst.
Could have the double zap, the pew pew strat with the Lion Lena combo.
Like, just do it on crit,
Yeah, don't do it on a blade mill.
No, do it on crit.
That was so funny when the whole pylon died. I mean, I
10
think he kind of knew it
seconds
was going to
remaining.
happen too, but made it fun for the viewers.
5 seconds
This,
remaining.
this is the pick
play.
that's going to kind of reveal about
Yeah.
what OG want to do. This fourth pick, because they're kind of they're
Reserve
no
time.
tell as well as their miracle hero.
I mean, Secret are they're probably expecting Tiny here, right? Sven's
good
banned. It seems like they're trying to drive them into a Tiny pick. Chaos Knight is another IO partner, I
Chaos
guess.
Knight's not so good versus me like
Yeah.
Pulse though. So.
Couldn't Secret just OD? Isn't OD really good versus other heroes?
Yep. We could potentially play that, but again, it's like
It's
Envy
greed,
doesn't
though.
really play the tempo controlling safe laners too well. He's one of the more kind of farm dependent safe
I don't
laners.
like OD on them, even though I think it's a good hero because it's like the thing that I mentioned. They need to put Biha on a tempo.
Safe
control.
lane OD against Tide is good. That's possible.
Team Secret.
What do you think about the Envy Spectre? It's been a staple for Secret, 5-1.
Tough lane this game against Tide and IO. If they pick Spectre, OG might just do IO plus Tide on off lane, and Spectre is going to suffer a lot in the lane because your lane partner is Lion as well.
But what are the strong lane control he's carries that are left? Gyro's banned, Clinks is banned.
I mean, for the Secret, it's probably Weaver.
Weaver again.
Yeah, but yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
They're going to have the same issue that they can't really fight into OG and they have to split push.
5 seconds remaining.
We've seen a lot of Ursa coming into this match. Is there any room for an Ursa here for either team?
Co-embrace though.
Reserve
It
turret.
doesn't
I
seem
don't
that
think it's
good
good
for
for
either team.
Secret. No. And OG are going to be typically it's Notel who plays the Death Prophet mid. That'll be an OG for Secret, and they'll be looking probably for some miracle hard carry for the safe lane.
I actually think that what Ben suggested might be better if they run the OD in the safe lane
Yep.
to make sure that they secure the lane against the Tide. That might be better for them.
That's what I suggested, Winter.
Oh, you suggested that too? Sorry,
10
Parker. My
seconds
bad.
remaining.
So what Ben and you suggested,
Not the
Parker?
first time that you have
5
ignored your
seconds
friends.
remaining.
Probably won't be the last time.
Yeah, but if I ignore you means that you mean a lot to me in some ways.
How does that mean that you mean a lot to you?
Because he only ignores his friends.
Yeah, because I only ignore my friends.
That's just messed up, man. I don't know what to say to that.
I'm sorry. I will not do that anymore to you, Parker. I promise.
But he's not promising not to do it to me, Ben or Dakota.
Okay, not to all of you. Okay, I made that promise. I'll never ignore anyone.
He doesn't.
Or-
He doesn't really
He doesn't
mean me
consider
though.
us friends, so that's okay.
Reported.
Team
Ah.
Secret.
Nice try to be nice
Turn
though.
to battle.
Commend him for being attempted friendly.
Anti-mage ban. Envy loves to play anti-mage. They didn't have the best control for him.
So they're picking, yeah, they don't have good control, but also probably suggest they're picking a safe lane carry that may
10
not be that good
seconds
against
remaining.
AM.
Or they just want to be fine manning all the time and they don't want
Five
Secret to
seconds.
have
It's a
the-
split pusher.
Yeah.
Yeah. We saw Miracle play Jug. Is that something you guys see being possible?
Yeah, Jog is really good this game for their lineup.
Yeah, I mean, you already know their support, so like that's super heavy heal, but Secret don't really, they've got okay heroes to snipe it.
Dire
Tiny is
team
still a good band, like despite us talking about the Jog. Tiny still fits your lineup very well. You have like 4 heroes that are quite squishy. I mean, Oli is not that squishy, but the other 3 is really squishy. The Lion, the Enigma, and the Prophet.
OG Slark.
Team
I was
Secret.
actually just thinking
Turn
Slark,
to
but I
pick.
felt like Secret had so much AoE and control that maybe it's not the best pick. What do you guys think?
You have the IO and the Tide Hunter to back it up. I think it's fine.
It's just more in terms of the late game compared to the Juggernaut. Slug is much stronger later. So I think in that regard, OG just wants to secure a bit more of their late game, and it still serves as a good partner with the IO in the early to mid game.
So what's MV0 now?
10 seconds
Is it a-
remaining.
Well,
I
do you
hope it's
think-
I hope it's
Jug-
OD.
I hope. Yeah, I hope.
I hope OD is his
5
hero,
seconds
Yeah, me too.
remaining.
and then we have
But-
just placed like a puck or something to help in the early game.
I feel like they're just gonna pick Spectre or
Reserve
something though. Like
Go great, just
Naga.
PA.
I mean, it's Secret, yeah. They might just
10
go
seconds
that
remaining.
greedy, but if they go that greedy, I worry for them.
All right, that was not the hero that we
Huh.
were thinking.
It's good in the laning phase, so
They've got
it's,
5 range heroes.
I mean, it's a similar plan to what they had in the last game. They picked really good lanes, and they're going to be counting on their lanes to actually buy them enough time so that the 5-man push doesn't come early. They get enough items to deal with
Is
it.
there not some element of 5-man push to Secret Slamp when they get the mech on Enigma? They've got the Dro plus Enigma to push with? Or is
Yeah, that too, but I would favor OG's like team fight much more with the Ravage plus the DPLT.
Okay.
All right, so with the 5-man spread coming out from both sides, we get ready to hop into action here. It's game number 2 of OG versus...
Prepare for battle.
All right, thank you very much, Dakota. OG moving out immediately. We'll see Crit heading down towards the bottom lane. Moon there by his side. Meanwhile, Pylai Dai, he's made his way down in the river. He's trying to get the hill ward up here. Very deep position. It looks like he'll do it without being scouted. So Secret going to have excellent intel on this bottom lane early on. Looks like Weehaw will be playing the OD. So the hopes of an Envy OD, well, those are gone now, gods. He'll be on the Drow Ranger, more of a classic Envy hero.
That's kind of 2 games in a row we see Secret go for very deep wards to kind of scout out Moon's jungle more than anything, and also just his positioning. It helps set up kills on him, as we saw last game. It just allows you to kind of control what he's doing with the ancient stacking, since Tide does kind of, maybe not rely on the... They've seen some tape on Secret and must have expected this to happen. Or, I mean, they also looked at last game's replay and saw, huh, they put this ward last game, are they going to do it again? Maybe. He benefits so much from it, and oh gosh, they actually get the level 1 D ward.
30 seconds to battle.
Wow. That is... Okay.
That perhaps seeing where the line was positioned gave them a clue as well, but in the end, Secret not going to have that early vision here, and losing one of these precious early game wards definitely hurts you, so we'll see where Puppey places the other one. But for now, Puppey going to be starting deep in his own jungle.
Yeah, this offlane for Moon could be very good. You've got Crit on the IO, who's going to maybe spend some time at mid lane, but can also kind of rotate down bottom, but now there's no ward to contest him. He does have plenty of regen. He can go into he will be going into the Iron Talon to jungle up with, and it just doesn't feel like Secret are going to be able to do a whole lot to... I mean, Lion Dro, there's a lot of right-click damage, but Tide is just very resistant to that because of the Kraken Shell.
Looks like they want to try and contest this bottom rune. Crit is going to join Moon. Tries to grab the bounty here. The stun comes out rather early from Pilot Eye, but he gets forced back. Envy's trying to grab it, spamming away, but it's a double rune grab off the bat for OG. They've also got the bottle already coming out for Crit here, as Moon was the man to grab it. So this is a fantastic start for OG, and well, for Weehaw, things are going to get a little bit harder in the mid lane up against No Tail's Death Prophet.
And they actually gave Crit the solo XP for the D ward, so he's already halfway to level 2 as well. And Io gets a lot stronger at level 2 because he can overcharge, which means when he's full HP, he can still heal up teammates, like someone like a Tide on the front lines. So going to be, I think, quite a hard safe lane for Secret. Moon as well as Crit can get up in their face, and they have this big advantage from the D ward as well as the bounty rune.
They're just running at Pilot Eye. They know he's got the one stun, so they tank it, and then they just keep on moving forward. Envy don't need the level 1 precision art. Doesn't offer a whole lot of firepower, but elsewhere we can see in the mid lane the pressure coming in from Fly. Weehaw, no vision up to the north. Again, with the D ward around the Roshan pit, maybe Puppey is forced to plant his ward somewhere different from where he would have liked to.
And something we often talk about is we don't feel teams punish the Enigma jungle very much or very often. And we're not seeing a direct punish here, but I feel this is one of the times where we're seeing a team really go aggressive because there is an Enigma jungling. We've got this offlane dual lane, which has had a great early start. OG also went for the double bounty rune, something Enigma is really bad at preventing. Well, I mean, you should be able to kind of prevent it regardless just because you can send 4 heroes to a rune, but Enigma doesn't have any level 1 potential because of conversions, and OG... They send Wyvern mid, they send a dual lane bottom, then Wyvern goes back top. They're looking to kind of win as many lanes as possible here because of the Enigma jungle.
Yeah, tough times here now, but they are getting the harassment out onto Crit. Frost Arrows laying into a Moon, gonna force him back, and then Misery arrives with the teleport, and Secret again, they do get a first blood. Didn't win them the game last time, but they're looking for a secondary kill. Moon low. Won't end up going down there. Elsewhere in the mid lane, can see Weehaw forced to salve. No tail. Couple of seconds, he could pop this one. It's going to nuke him. So Weehaw running low on the regen, and he struggles in this mid lane so far.
TP that comes at a cost because as soon as that happens and Wyvern gets the 2-minute top rune, there's no reason Fly even needs to go back towards that top lane. It's a completely empty free farm lane for Miracles. So a worthwhile first blood TP, but it's not like there's no trade. For OG, they're getting complete free farm. Misery's kind of suddenly stuck on this bottom lane, doesn't have a TP for another 10 seconds, and doesn't have a whole lot of mana. He accidentally gets his clarity cancelled as well, which was going to give him kind of the mana he needed to kind of sustain himself in lane. So it's not the best position for him to be in down here in this bottom lane, even though he got his team first blood.
Can see Fly wrapping around mid.
Looking for that courier. He knows a bottle should be coming out soon.
He wants to snipe it. Actually, the donkey back at the base for now.
This is a good timing to be here for this. You know, it's a null talisman. It's around that 230 mark is normally when you'd see the bottle coming out. We'll see if they fall for it. The pause makes you kind of have time to think about it, because if you're just the pause, if anything, may lead to the bottle snipe being prevented. I mean, I don't want to say it. That's going to be the reason why. Maybe he would have done it regardless, but we can then be like, huh, I wonder where Wyvern is. Oh, is there a chance he's bottle sniping? Yeah, let's just move it around in a safe, cautious way. But
come on, we want some drama, man. Just lay it down, throw the gauntlet.
I mean,
it's a tactical pause.
It's
Envy's
Puppey,
doing whatever
absolutely.
it takes to win. Come on now.
Oh, it's Puppey, man. It's
No
the
question.
puppy pause, of course.
Envy may have hit the button, but we all know who the real mastermind behind it is.
And he's been pausing for his eyes, LD. Yes.
Sure. Blame your eyes, but the donkey is coming. This could be big here for Mr. Fly. Oh, no.
That's back. Probably getting some items for Enigma.
It's going to be 3
Enigma's
minutes
Soul Ring.
now anyway, so.
Yeah, Enigma's 10 gold short of Soul Ring, so you'll see it. And it's already upgraded too.
Worth a shot for Fly. Not a whole lot else he could be doing right now as that top lane is currently empty. But mid lane, NoTail moving in, gets the Spirit Siphon onto Weeha, and they will ambush him from the side. Fly with the single slow there from Arctic Burn, but doesn't look like it's quite enough for the kill. Weeha will live to tell the tale. And back away. Meanwhile, Dire Courier still walking here now. They're going to upgrade it. I was going to say, there's an Nature's Prophet in this game. Got to be careful about that.
Denied.
But the Courier kill is going to be avoided by both teams.
So yeah, early game, Secret have dealt very well with the pressure. They're winning the CS battle here. They found the first blood at bottom lane. Enigma, I mean, as mentioned, being uncontested free farm jungle, and OG trying to punish it, but for the most part, unsuccessful. The OD is still kind of holding his own in the mid lane against Death Prophet. The offlane Nature's Prophet's getting some farm in the jungle, help find the first blood. So overall, Secret with a much better, stronger early game, which is what you kind of expect from the Drow Ranger. OG just trying to make it a more neutral, even early game with their aggressive lanes, but it hasn't worked for OG.
Puppey getting his customary free farm. Normally when this happens, he is one of the most crucial heroes in the game, so we'll see how OG are able to deal with him. They do pretty well here on Moon in the offlane. It's getting his levels at a decent clip. Even against the Drow Ranger, this is the beauty of the Tide, that you can just retreat to the jungle. But they're going to bring in the Nature's Prophet, and it looks like Secret have decided if Tide's not going to poke his ugly melon head out, they're going to punish it with a push.
Gotta use that Drow Aura. Eidolons get bonus damage.
Is under attack.
Your range creeps get bonus damage.
Puppey is rotating that direction, heads through the river.
Here we go.
Enigma's going to join the push. They're also going to scout out a small Ancient Stack brewing here. It will be up to Fly to drag the wave back. Does have the Splinter Blast available now to slow down the push. He's actually going to summon a fresh set of Eidolons. Continues to move in. Fly got to be careful, though. Finally, Die might be able to spring the trap. Puppey has the Malefice. They get the follow-ups on Fly. Hexed as well. A triple disable combo from Secret. Enough for the kill. And with that, they're not going to leave this bottom lane. They will get the tower for sure. And I guess the question is if they even look for a bit more.
Last time I questioned E's efficiency. Of course he's going to pop the Drow Aura. Does do so. And
Only a minute until it cools down. That's why you pop it early.
spam that thing. Well, you don't necessarily want to spam it when you're focusing on the creep equilibrium because it can push out your lane. But benefits
You
the
just ruined the
Eidolon.
pubs of players everywhere. I still remember the old Drow Aura when they first reworked. It was just always on. All lanes are always pushing. That was the Centaur patch when the Centaur ultimate stunned everything that it ran through. Drow Centaur. Those were the days. But back to this game, back to the real world. We do see free farm for Miracle Gods, and he is going to rush the Midas here. Level 6 already, so they are putting a lot of eggs here in the Slark basket as far as the OG game plan.
I mean, OG are going to be tested this game because they're the ones who have the slow pace draft this game. They aren't going to be looking for that timing like they had last game where suddenly they get it. It was even before the Lone Druid Radiance where they were grouping up, taking down towers. They can kind of push and fight around the Exorcism a bit, but it's Secret who will be able to, if anything, push faster, and that's with Exorcism on the Dire side. With this Drow Aura, Enigma Nature's Prophet, and the mech timing coming as early as it will from Puppey, probably around that 10-minute mark, Secret will be the ones dictating the pace of this game. And it's something we see a lot, whether it's the Radiant team who pushes and the Dire team who probably prioritizes Roshan and farming a bit more. And OG have adapted their playstyle and gone for that more kind of Dire-oriented strategy.
Going for the banish here, mid lane. Spirit Siphon online, but Puppey rotates in, has the hole available, and lets it go onto NoTail. In a lot of danger, trying to heal him up. Fly, Cold embraces him, keeps him alive for a very long time. NoTail still surviving. They continue to volley auto attacks after him and eventually get the kill. A good effort by Fly, but simply not enough.
He had 5 wands in a fairy fight. I think he decided he wasn't going to escape. I'm not sure if it would have saved him.
Did get to buy his gloves, so
Yeah.
no gold lost.
I think he
here.
was buying items rather than thinking, oh, I can live, I'll use my one fairy fight.
Pretty bold TP by Moon, not yet level 6 actually. He's very close to it, but they banish him, and they're going to stun him up. Moon counting on the level 6, he's not going to get it. Oh, it's a really costly feed here for the Tidehunter. He doesn't have buyback either. He won't be able to participate. Misery turning for the courier. He snipes that as well. Catastrophe for OG in the mid lane. Hemorrhaging kills. Giving up couriers. They're going to lose Fly as well. They might even lose NoTail. The feed train has no brakes. 6-0. A tower as well. A triple kill to all heroes. It's the OD. and one of the most aggressive spikes upward in a gold grab you will ever see at this stage in the
He
game.
got 60 into at one point, and that was before even level 4 Arcane Orb. He just kept getting right click after right click. Surprisingly good against the Winter Wyvern with the Cold Embrace,
and
because
this
he
is
just keeps stealing
happening.
int.
This is happening with a Midas Slark, a Wisp Wyvern that aren't even near. They're not even close to level 6 yet. And you're gets to drow Enigma Strat. That is like the worst situation.
I think they're actually
for that
taking
happen.
Roshu. They're around the area. They've got the Eidolon's treants. This is a very straightforward Roshan, unless OG suddenly rotate in lots of heroes to contest it with Ravage, which I just don't think they're ready to do. They still haven't got level 6 on Winter Wyvern, and I mean, this Rosh is actually dropping in about 15 seconds. So
Oh, OG. They've dug a bit of a hole for themselves. I think that's putting it mildly.
yeah, just very. With the lanes not working out for them, the aggressive IO Tide lane, it felt like they needed to find kills, not just. They kind of pressured the lane, but Dro just found the kill with the Nature's Prophet TP in, and as a result, OG's plan B, their plan B comes online so much later, so they're just kind of in this kind of intermission period where they're just trying to get some farm, some items, but Secret are going to get numerous objectives, I want to say, and just get a lot done during this period.
OG are going to have to play absolutely flawless Dota to live through that second round of aggression.
And here's the mech smoke. Puppey gets his mech. Pi as well as Puppey smoke up together. They're headed towards top to defend and fight into OG.
They have the Prophet already as well.
This looks like it could be a complete disaster for top at OG. The one good thing for them is they've got a haste rune.
And Fingers online, so Miracle does need to be careful here. Glyph gets deployed, Secret, sending their forward scouting party out. Highlight died the man in front and is going to try to get aggressive. Meanwhile, they have TP'd in Misery. A bit too far, perhaps, as the Spirits start to come back in. And from the side, Puppey swipes in. Mech online, as you mentioned, only 20 seconds till the hole. Well, they don't get the kills, but Secret just so strong when they group up and push that they should get the tower for free. And it looks like they're going to do it with Envy. Off in the jungle, has the precision already if they even want to consider a second tower push. Secret still getting the objectives, albeit not with the bonus skills.
And they've got their ultis up. OG still yet to level his, probably will do so. Either level 9, level 10. Not too big of a deal, not like a key spell for them. And they can defend this bottom lane with Prophet while continuing this push up top, and I believe that's what they're going to be doing. Envy not with his team for now, but I mean,
he's there in spirit.
Just a mech Enigma with isn't there. It's like even if you get a Winter's Curse off, unless it's on a hero being attacked by Dro Ranger, it's not going to get a whole lot done.
Yeah.
Just like these three heroes could probably take a 3v5 almost with Exorcism on cooldown.
Why is level 6? He gets a ward down. He's going to scout up highlight down.
It does set up a
Finger. They just delete the Slark. Okay.
Well, that's a...
That was ugly. Miracle's not going to feel good about that.
No. I think this is a game OG are going to quickly want to forget going forward in this best of 3 series.
The good news is the suffering will be relatively painless if things continue this way. It'll be over soon. Fly now, getting found out by Misery. They do TP in, they get the Malefice off, and he tries to embrace himself, but continues to get hammered down by Weeha. Orb after orb crashing in, still holding the Aegis for now. Crit gonna head to the south, no tell there to join him. But already, tier 2s are dropping everywhere. This is the last outer tower. It comes at 11 minutes. Black Hole online. Everything good to go. Yasha coming out for Envy. And here we go. OG up against it. Up against a very strong push with Moon nowhere to be found. Doesn't have a teleport. He's got to walk from the bottom lane. And while that's happening, the tower is getting absolutely battered here. Hotel going to work a bit with the Spirit Siphon, slowing things down. Finally, the Watermelon limps in, but the damage was done. So they're going to be happy with that. They've rotated 5 heroes back on OG. It's a secret. They'll take advantage of the Prophet. They'll TP him to mid, and they're just going to push out these other lanes.
And there's still a lot of room to grow on the Secret side. They can kind of get up map control a bit more. They can just find a few more levels here. They haven't really... I mean, you're still looking at almost every hero level 9 or below. On top of that, they're just not quite at that kind of critical mass point where I mean, they're not at their strongest timing right now more than anything. They can probably go for this high ground push while they've got the Aegis, but with it expiring in the next minute, it's a very kind of small window for them to strike now with OG having Exorcism and Ravage.
If they want to go, it should be right now. Otherwise, you're better off waiting.
They definitely want to keep the pressure on. So whether they do that by going for a high ground push or at least taking map control and starving out OG, keeping OG in their own base and creating this scenario where Miracle and Notel can't find adequate farm, either way, Secret are going to be looking fantastic.
This is going to give OG time to try and get back in this
They
game.
smoke an award, which is a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, that one was planted from behind the tree line, so unfortunately for Secret, they didn't actually see it coming.
Not too big a deal. It just means they're not going to find a pickoff that they were hoping to.
It gives Moon a little bit of time here. He's pretty close to the mechanism. OG going to go for a smoke of their own.
OG, maybe, I feel like they just need to make a bold move. They need to try and guess where that smoke's headed, because Envy actually was solo pushing top lane, like kind of baiting OG into thinking that his team were behind him so that they would go push out the other lanes, but it looks like OG may be able to find a catch on Misery with this.
Very long way to travel for a smoke gang, but Trance gets summoned. This might be the opening they're looking for. Smoke's going to break. No tell. He starts nuking down the Trance, but immediate drums getting popped by Misery. Cool. Backtrack. And now Puppey comes in. Oh, almost in range there for the Malefice. That would have been big. He will dodge away. They're not really farming much here, Gods.
No, and they're just in such a hard position for them to find a farm. Miracle has Midas, but any item follow-up is going to take some time.
And we also have to keep in mind it is a 6-0 tower advantage right now.
Yeah.
So even if the CS were dead even, the discrepancy in gold was already going to be massive, and then on top of that, 4 out of the top 6 heroes in terms of CS are on the side of Secret, so they are very far ahead in every department.
Yeah. And as things currently stand, this game looking like currently the biggest stomp we've seen out of any of the matches so far. It's not over, it's not an insurmountable lead, but it's approaching that point with how much Secret control the map here. They've got wards in top lane and mid lane. Mid one actually going to get de-warded. That's going to help out a lot here as far as OG trying to prevent Secret from having total vision across the board. But
I think MVP might have a bone to pick with you about stomps, but this is definitely up there.
yeah.
This is looking ugly. OG not out of it yet, though. They have had some miraculous comebacks courtesy of the Wisp, but their playmaking potential will be truly tested here as we see Weehaw grabbing an Ogre Club. Likely BKB coming out for him.
OG just don't have that explosive hero that can make a big play and suddenly they're kind of back in it. It's a team fight where they can come back into it. The Ravage with the Exorcism with a good Winter's Curse. They've got to make sure they've just got the best Winter's Curse imaginable with the Drow Ranger killing off someone like the Enigma or the Lion.
Slark needs to bait a bunch of spells and then get off his ultimate. Ravage has to be timed perfectly. And, well, for Secret, they're getting even tankier. Guardian Greaves now out for Puppey. We're going to see our Nature's Prophet after completing drums up to 3,100 gold. Envy, meanwhile, grabbing his Ogre Club, either a BKB or maybe even just the Sanjin Yasha. Either way, big item coming out for him, and then your OD. Weehaw back for the Blink Dagger. More initiation. And they're going to find Moon here, it looks like, over towards the Dire Ancients as they smoke. Initiating on the Tidehunter. Going to work on him with the Orb. Moon, though, is going to crack it off. He marches forward. He gets fingered. Prophet ult as well. Getting volleyed down here by the Eidolons. Can they finish the job? The Prophet TP. Sprouts there. They get the kill. And with that goes the mech. No buyback available. Miracle desperately leaping out, but Weehaw's there with the blink forward and the banish setup. They're going to need some help. Crit just going to channel the relocate and try to get Miracle out. He does it in time right after the OD hammer gets dropped. A bit too late.
Still no Tidehunter though.
But they likely, at least decent chance, they are going to lose Crit here. Let's see if he can tether his way out. Puppey, does get the Malphus off. Pylai die though. No finger available, so Crit actually escapes. And also saves his buddy. This is going to salvage what could have been a lane of Rax otherwise.
Yeah, well, defend the high ground and Secret. Gonna keep just, I think the plans for now are still okay. Just keep hunting for pickups where you can and take Roshan once it's available. This next Aegis is gonna be the big key timing for them more than anything. And OG, even if Secret don't get a lane of Rax in the next 5, 10, 15 minutes, where's OG even getting farm right now? Just, we're not seeing any catch-up coming out from Death Prophet, and Death Prophet is not a hero that plays well from behind. When you don't have a good start, when you're not getting farm, even if you've got a safe lane carry that is doing well, Death Prophet will not have a very high impact on a game just through Exorcism.
They're praying for an early Roshan respawn here, but they're not lucky in that regard. Like
that would have been a very early Rosh respawn.
You mentioned OG, a gamble that's on the bigger side. Blowing a smoke here, hoping it's almost instant, but sometimes that's what it takes to get back in these games. Miracle's going to lead the charge here. We'll see an Alpha Wolf scouting things out. They are in great position up on the high ground. Maybe they can find the jump. Miracle's going to lead the way, but as he bounced forward, he catches out Puppey. Puppey gets banished. Weehaw trying to salvage the fight. Moon silenced up. Looks like they should be able to bring down the Enigma here. They will burst him. He does have buyback available, so potentially looking to turn this. They might wait out for the Exorcism. No tail, low, but there's the Cold Embrace to keep him alive. The Wiz comes in, crit also low. He'll end up going down. They've gotten 2. Puppey still holding that buyback. Weeha in the midst of it all, slamming the damage out onto Miracle, but Moon is going to manage to keep things in fighting condition. Weeha will get finished off here. It looks like by the Ghost. Still no buybacks coming out for Secret. They've lost 3 big heroes. It's up to Envy to salvage it. A 3 for 3. But when you're playing from this far behind, if that's how it ends, I think you're pretty happy as OG.
And their 2 main cores surviving as well. And
Dire's
that
bottom
was the
tower
perfect
is under
Ravage, the
attack.
perfect close to perfect Winter's Curse. It hit the OD with the Drow Ranger attacking the OD. So it gave you that bit of extra damage, which they needed to kill off the OD.
Dire's bottom
They took out the
tower
Nature's
is under
Prophet, they
attack.
killed the Enigma, they killed some of the most farmed Secret heroes while keeping Slack and Death Prophet alive and just having the positioning advantage, getting such a good jump. OG, an amazing fight to take at this stage of the game to keep themselves alive.
But they needed it. If it wasn't a perfect fight, it would have been a disaster. Puppey goes down with the Guardian Greaves and the Black Hole still online, but we can all imagine how much different it would be if he gets either of those off.
And OG's high ground defense is very scary, which is why Secret kind of have to play this one at a fairly slow pace. Pushing into the Splinter Blast, into the Tide Hunter is just a very kind of daunting proposition. So we'll see Secret kind of take their time about this one.
We'll see how long they need. Pylai die. He does have Hex ready to go. Could make a move. Americo is going to wait up the Dark Pact. Miracle getting stunned from distance. There's the finger. Prophet ult, I imagine, bouncing through here. It is enough to secure the kill. Well executed gank by Secret. And now looking for crit as well with the teleport in. Misery gets a double kill. He was very quiet last game. But this game having a big impact. OG, though, they've got the Yule Scepter. No tail. He's going to debut it here. Looks like they'll get the Prophet right as he starts to really come into his own. So it ends up being a 2-for-1, but with the death of the Slark, we'll be happy overall. And while that was happening, Secret also going to grab a Roche.
Yeah, good kind of follow-up from Secret. Really nice gank by the Invis Lion there, just knowing that, hey, okay, with the Nature's Prophet, we'll get this kill, even if it does come at the cost of 1 life there. And Secret put themselves in a very good position to break high ground soon. They don't have the BKBs yet, or at least a BKB yet, probably Weeha, the one player with the Blink Initiation who particularly wants it, so he doesn't get counted out by the Ravage, but with an Aegis in hand, they may feel confident to go for a play soon.
And
if anything, they can wait till they have Aegis and BKB. I think there'll be at least maybe a small window where they can have both those 2 items.
And on top of that, they have the Blink Daggers. Weeha with 1. We just have seen a Blink Dagger getting picked up on Pylai die, so they have very good pick-off potential to set up for that push. For now, OG are heading back. Miracle has a respawn here, closing on a Sanjin Yasha. So he manages to keep his farm up, but he's really the only one. As you mentioned, the rest of the OG squad struggling mightily. They will grab a Blink Dagger on Moon. So they get the long-range initiation, and he'll need to make sure that he times it right. As Puppey goes back into a Vitality booster here after the Ogre Club. So not rushing a BKB. Are we
He
going to
loves
see
tanking up.
Is it a Crimson Guard? Is it a casual Vit booster?
Yeah, the Crimson Guard's an item he's gone before on Enigma. Pretty good against the Slark right-click damage, so...
And it's a good 5-man item, obviously.
Yeah. So definitely a possible item. The Rod of Atos is an item I've seen EG go with the Fear Enigma, although not looking like a particularly strong item against the OG lineup. You've got Dark Pact to get rid of it. I mean, Death Prophet's actually, it's a little annoying for Death Prophet. You can't chase and take advantage of your movement speed when you're being Rod of Atos, but we'll see. I think more than anything, it's just Puppey's kick. He wants to be able to stay alive, get off more spells where possible, and use that to his advantage.
Secret are occupying the OG jungle here. Pylai die, farming up their neutrals. Very aggressive posture from him. I mean, meanwhile, Miracle with some backup from Crit is going to move out, so still has a ways to go before he becomes that threatening late game Slark at this point. He really likes. He is farming well. As for Envy, went for the early Dominator, went back into the Sanjiashin up to 3,600, so Secret continuing to maintain their quad core.
Yeah, a lot of Tower Gold, but even Tower Gold aside, he hasn't died all game. He's got 21 CS. Pi has played
7
a
assists,
very strong
2-0
game.
and 7. They've had 14 kills, and as Alliance, and I mean, hell, as
Yeah.
we've mentioned, Pylai Dai is farming almost like a 4 position here, all things considered, over half of them. Very impressive.
And as mentioned, it looks like Secret are going to wait for that timing where they're going to have BKB with Aegis, just 100 gold away now on Wee's OD, and just a small window where they'll have Aegis as well as the BKB. About 2 minutes now left on the Aegis, and Secret, if they want to, can go double BKB. Envy's got 3.9k gold. They're probably having a... He's probably maybe talking with Puppey now or kind of...
And
yeah, there we
Misery's
go,
going to have it. So it's going to be triple BKB
Yep.
momentarily.
I think there was a bit of discussion. Envy's like, I don't really want to go BKB. Like, can we actually... If we win the game now with BKBs, fantastic. If they don't, if OG can defend the high ground, then the BKB doesn't pay off, and you'd rather have gone like a more late game oriented build.
At that point, Miracle could start to get out of control
Yeah.
because that means OG have won a big team fight.
So triple BKB suddenly comes online all at once for Secret. They've got Aegis. This is a moment in this game. This is the key timing where they're supposed to get a lane of racks, and it comes down to OG to mount an incredible defense.
Well, whenever we look at a big push about to come, buyback will be worth keeping an eye on, especially for the defending squad. And there's a triple buyback up right now for the OG squad.
Yeah. None on Death Prophet, but I was just about to say, if the Death Prophet buyback, not saying that really matters if you're dead with Exorcism on cooldown. It's going to come down more to the Slark. And even Winter Wyvern, a pretty good hero to have buyback on. You can't, Splinter Blast, one of the best defending spells they have right now. We'll see what they can put together here as far as defending goes.
OG holding back. Moon's going to just start it off right away. They saw the BKBs. They make the pounce. Envy wasn't ready for it, but he gets up the gust. One more auto attack. Miracle desperately chasing after him, but Puppey looking to turn it. They do manage to even interrupt the black hole there with a nice Winter's Curse, but the rest of the BKBs are coming out. Miracle trapped right now in the trees. Can he get the job done? BKB starting to wear up, but they've killed off the IO. They've managed to grab 3. OG went all in on aggression there. Not sure it was quite enough. 3-0 takedown. It's going to be a 4v2 power play. The Wyvern will buy back, but it's not much of a hero without his ultimate fly. Right up the Splinter Blast, trying to chunk down Weehop. Remember, he still holds the Aegis. This is going to wear off fairly soon. The timing could work out poorly for him, potentially. So they force out the Wyvern buyback. All of Secret's big cooldowns expended in that one. And they don't break through the racks, so all things considered, OG, a decent hold.
It's a hold. And
But
I
this
think
is round 2 coming, potentially.
They saw like the BKBs and they're like, oh crap, how are we going to defend? If they get on the high ground and just have Drohi in the tower, let's just go now. Let's jump this through a range and try and kill her. It took a tiny bit longer than they would have liked. If they could have killed her before she got the BKB off, they wouldn't have had to chase as far, and I think the casualties would have been lower, but just a great initiative coming out from the OG shot caller there, or Moon, or whoever made the call to go in, because that's what they need to do to defend, is just catch Secret before they can BKB and respond to the Ravage there.
Now, it was actually a double buyback. IO also popping one,
Yeah.
so it was a little more expensive for OG, but they hold the tier 3 tower.
too, so it's not like it's the Slark who dies and buys back. Slark gets his ultimate ult, and he's the one who got the kill in the Drow range of that fight. He got 1,000 gold for the kill on Envy's Drow. He's suddenly already approaching his next big item. I believe he may have even got solo kill XP because he's level 16 right now. He's the highest level in this game, and something that Secret have to be very wary of.
Wyvern ult on cooldown for 20, no tail for 40, but the black hole for 70. And Ravage only about a half minute off, so they are going to make the move here onto Pilot Eye. Aggressive jump forward from your Slark. He's suddenly in an awkward position, though. Miracle going to get silenced, a perfectly timed gust, but the relocate out. Crit with the huge save. This is going to buy a lot of time. Weehop pops the BKB. He wants vengeance. He will take down Fly. And now the threats are exposed. Moon blinking forward. 16 seconds to go until the ultimate comes out. They've got the range X. Crit's going to return. Crit, likely dieback coming here. No, he tethers out one last auto attack, finishes the job. And No Tail likely to be next. They've lost the Death Prophet. It's before the ultimates come back on like 2 seconds ago. Miracle, him against the world. Ravage is coming 1 second. Lets it fly. Lands it on Weehop. They're going to be able to bring the OD down. Can they get more is the question. Puppey in danger. Miracle going to turn this. Pies to drop as well. And No Tail's right back into it. Puppey with the TP out. No, Yule's going to stop it. They'll take down the Enigma as well. They have lost a lane of racks, but
Bottom
Miracle
lane, LD.
is getting fat.
Bottom
lane,
lane, though,
the
taking
rat
some damage.
amplifies, but they have not taken the melee. It's only a range. It feels like Miracle got just enough that maybe there's a chance for OG.
I mean, for OG, that's hope. They were, and very much like, yes, Secret used all their ultis on that first push and didn't actually break a lane of racks, but OG are more reliant on their ultimates. Because they're so far behind on farm, the Exorcism and the Ravage are more essential to their lineup than what the Black Hole gives to Team Secret. The Black Hole as well as the Sandy's Eclipse are like the extras for Team Secret. It's much more about just how strong they are 5-man pushing in. So when there was no Ravage, no Exorcism, they can go. They can take a lane of racks, but some incredible play and just stalling, giving time for the Ravage to come back up, and Miracle suddenly is in beast mode. He is
This next
farmed.
Roche is huge. Imagine Miracle with 2 lives right now. That would be devastating. Secret, relying on the... I mean, you mentioned the ultimates are a bonus, but I think they're going to become more essential if he gets that. And you've also got triple BKB.
You say that, it's just hard to imagine a world where OG can get Roshan unless they win another big fight, which
Radiant's
they
bottom
should be able to get to a
tower is under
position where they
attack.
have Ravage again without losing a lane of Rax.
structures are
Everything's pushed
fortified.
out for now, but
They want to take a fight right now. They're not going to waste any
Okay.
time. No Tail moving in. The smoke's going to break in. They found the Enigma of Puppey off the bat. He's got the Cryptic Guard, though. He's very tanky. Relay coming through, and it's deep behind Secret lines. Black already. He lets it go, but the instant interrupt there from Fly, and they're braining down their own Enigma. Weehaw dropping low as well. No Tail just destroying him, getting pummeled by Miracle on the back lines now. 28 as the chip charges. OG rampaging forward, and Misery's BKB down. He's got a TP out. Yule Scepter available, but he can't quite get in range. Will manage to escape. OG, all of a sudden, hitting the gas, and man, this would be the perfect time for a Roche respawn, but unfortunately, it's going to be about a minute and a half. Creeps are pushing in through the top lane, starting to pound away at the tier 4s here. The bottom lane exposed. The range Rex down to 60 health bottom, but OG finding pickoff after pickoff. Suddenly, 2,500 more gold up on Miracle. Oh boy, we've got a ball game.
it's funny because like the net worth graph isn't really changing all too much, but the balance is shifting. The supports of OG getting poorer and poorer. They had to buy back. They keep dying, but Miracle, his net worth just keeps going up, up, up. So it's kind of like a redistribution of wealth for OG.
It's starting to feel like the story of OG is told by Nota. That they have, it's the perfect setup for an 8K player. You've got 4 feeding pubs. It's up to him against the world. Well, not the case here, but they make their move onto Pylite. They're going to find maybe another pickup. TP's out.
Moon's like, do I ravage? Do I ravage, guys? Like, I want to.
Oh, that would be a game losing Ravage. I
But
think.
yeah, absolutely. Not the time or place for it, but
You could tell he was tempted. At least he didn't drop his blink.
Roshan respawning very soon. Misery doing a good job of keeping tabs of the respawn with his treants there, but
Dire's middle tower is under
it's
attack.
OG who have suddenly kind
Radiant's
of
bottom
taken
tower is
control of
under
the
attack.
tempo of this game. They're still down a full lane of Rax and bottom lane exposed, so...
And they are against a Prophet and a Drow. So Secret, even if they get to a point where they can't take the fights, they can always just threaten the split push, threaten the throne. But here comes the rotation. Misery being hunted. Miracle's going to get eyes on him. He drops the Sprout, the leaps off the mark. Moon blinking forward. It's into BKBs. Puppey trying to counter-initiate this one, but Moon is going to be absolutely fine. He pops the Greaves, keeps alive for now. There's the relocate out. Crit to save him. And a lot of BKBs got committed for this one. Round 2 is going to be tricky. Do they bring back the Tidehunter? Fly sitting back. It looks like he wants to engage, but Pylite Eye scuts him out, picks him off, and Crit will in the end be the sacrifice here. So they lose both supports, but again, OG somehow keeping their cores alive and avoiding catastrophic damage. Unfortunately for them, gods, Roche is up, and Secret looks like they're going to grab it.
They're trying to go for a cheeky little play there, getting a Winter's Curse on the 5. Like, the 5 heroes know Io's coming back, and probably, like, he's coming back alone. OG were in a terrible spot to take that fight, but they could have tried to get, like, a 5-man Winter's Curse, let the Io TP out or something, and maybe even get a kill off of it, but good defensive play from Secret preventing it, and then a nice transition into Roshan, putting themselves again in that position they were in about 10 minutes ago where they need to take a lane of Rax, they need to go high ground, they've got the triple BKBs, and this is really where they've got to strike and take OG down. OG have their ultimates, but what happened last time was they used the ultimates, they
They're
initially
smoked.
defend,
They're moving top.
and then it's like the second push that gets them.
Wow. Again, buybacks will be essential here, but for Miracle, he's not going to save for it. He's got great defensive supports. He buys a BKB. A lot of reasons to grab it this game. Oh, they do scout him out mid. Maybe trying to force out that relocate. Crit has it in 9 seconds. Miracle will leap out. But this is that moment where a big death by OG, especially someone without buyback, could just instantly lose them the game.
And even, No Tail, his buyback's still on cooldown, so he can just buy up the full soul booster. Misery applying some split push pressure. And this is where not having that tier 3 bottom tower makes life a lot more difficult for OG.
At some point, you got to imagine this range Rex is going down 48 HP.
They do have a very important ward at this stage of the game. In that bottom lane, just on the high ground, a bit outside of their base, that just allows them to spot where and when Misery is going to be split pushing in the bottom lane. So they can just divide up their heroes evenly between counter pushing the top lane, keeping Misery out from the bottom lane, and then defending like the 3-4-man unit of Team Secret in the mid lane. Team Secret are going to wait a bit longer. I'm wondering what items are coming out. The main one, probably Puppey's BKB, it looks like.
He's really had trouble getting the black hole off, and when he does, it's been very quickly canceled. There's still the Winter's Curse, but if he can just grab Fly, there's really no way to stop it at that point.
And that's where someone like an OD can just blink in and go on the Winter Wyvern, try and bring him down.
Force him to commit
Yeah.
off the bat.
And this is Aegis as well as cheat, so it doesn't. There's not amazing single target burst damage. There's as well as reliable disable to prevent the cheese coming off. Some games you see like a cheese picked up on a carry here, and you're like, ooh, is it really going to help him give him 2 lives? Because when they're getting like down to a 3rd HP, you stun them, or you just suddenly throw out like a finger of death and they're dead without getting to use the cheese. This game, he should be able to get off the cheese. Like, there's a really high chance this cheese is effectively giving Weeha 2 lives on his OD.
And Weeha about to get a big item now. Will grab a Shiva's Guard. Great pick up against the Slark and his physical damage output, as well as the Death Prophet ultimate. So OG still sitting back in their base now. They do have 1 smoke available and 1 on fly, so they can make a move here out of the base, but it seems at least until the Aegis expires, they're in no hurry to do so.
Fly would, I think, probably love to get a Blink Dagger at this point. He's about 450 gold away, and that just allows him to position a lot more efficiently in these fights, so he doesn't have to be as far forward. He can be way back in safety away from the OD and still get off that BKB Black Hole cancel with the Winter's Curse.
At that point, it would be down to Misery on the Prophet to catch him out.
Yeah.
They are looking to make a move here on the mid lane. Miracle actually pouncing forward on Envy, perhaps hoping to force out a BKB, but Envy chunks into him. Lane in with the Frost Arrows here. We're going to see rotation top from Puppey, coming to shove in that lane as well. Eidolons gets some in there. Back to mid. Secret, a full court press.
Yep.
All 3 lanes.
Split up OG and try and create openings as well. Not just is it harder for OG to defend in the mid lane as a result, but you could create an opportunity for yourself to find a pick-off somewhere with Highlight Eye on the line. If he can find like a Blink Hex Finger opportunity somewhere, suddenly you've taken out one of the OG heroes, like the Winter Wyvern, who is so important for the defense here.
They're keeping them busy. Moon actually having to blink into the top lane just to anchor smash out the waves. They leave Miracle Park mid. BKB yet to be activated this game. It will be the full 10-second duration, but it's for the Black Hole. Really shut them down.
Still a lot of buybacks on this Dire side now.
Steady siege. Continuous spam here of the Dark Pact. OG, it would be an impressive hold. They're down nearly 25,000 gold, 14,000 experience at only 34 minutes into the game.
It's doable though. This is
But
Joe
it really
Ranger,
does feel
We're
doable.
at the point where Joe Ranger strats are falling. Like, this is 30 minutes is normally like probably the timer you put on Joe Ranger strats in the current meta game. And once you get past that point, you're going to see a noticeable fall off. The hero doesn't scale well into the late game despite being an agi carry, and they're kind of known for being these more.
They made a move on bottom. No-Tail getting caught out here. The Frost Arrow's working on him, but great defensive play by Fly, as well as crit to keep him alive. While that's happening, the mid lane, Miracle's gone in, popped the BKB nice and early. Puppey still holding the Black Hole. Oh, Miracle no BKB for this fight. It looks like now he tries to run away. They grab him from distance. Fly, the blink over the top. They drop the hammer, everything onto Miracle, and they will get the kill. Now a triple buyback coming out from OG. Even if they hold, this is a costly one. No-Tail charging into the midst of the fray. He doesn't have the Ghost Scepter ready, but the Yule Scepter is online. Miracle's got to get some heavy work done in this fight. He starts to go to work. A couple of auto attacks here and there, but they're cutting the waves and just fighting it beautifully. Ravage coming through. It connects on all 3. This could be enough. Maybe, just maybe. Weeha trapped with it. He is going to get the cheese off as you predicted. Eternal Envy gutting them down from the sides. Miracle dead. Moon dead as well. It's a triple dieback, and Secret have pushed through and clutched game number 2. All 5 hit the deck. No happy little trees for Moon this time around.
A great job of splitting OG apart, keeping the pressure on all 3 lanes there at the end, and OG never really got an opportunity to use to initiate. Like, we got this Tide Ravage, this Death Prophet Exorcism we talked about, but they could never engage. Followed up with the Exorcism. DP was forced to deal with the split push bottom. Moon on the Tide was in the top lane. And then eventually, Secret saw that opportunity to jump. They go on the Death Prophet. It's not even about killing the Death Prophet, although they ultimately do. It's just about being the ones who are engaging, not letting OG kind of use their ultis together.
Well, this is an intense series. It's going the distance. Can see Secret. They know they still have some work left to do. And to break it down further and get ready for that deciding game number 3, we're going to come back to the panel.
Thank you so much, LD and Gods. Here we are back at the panel where, well, thank you for joining us once again.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah, you're stuck with us. Sorry.
It's
Condolences.
I wish we could just draw the
Condolences.
line.
I couldn't ask for anyone better to analyze the game or assist us in analyzing the game than someone
Winter's
who's there
out.
in a front row seat.
Look at
Winter,
this. He's
though,
just leaving the panel. He's had enough.
Winter,
I can't
as
be
he
seen here with these clowns.
gets suited up and ready to play our Game 1 series. We anticipate it to be one of our hype matchups. It's living up to the hype already as we're going to be going into the 3-game stretch here. So Ben, Winter, the ones who had to sit on the outside and watch as a spectator here, it looks like, and what Parker was alluding to with their 5-man draft, the 5-man potential was there and they were able to do it. They even claimed 6 of the towers by 13 minutes in while OG had nothing. Was it Secret's game from the get-go? What do you make of it?
No, we're not sure what happened in the laning phase, because me and Ben, we went out for food and we came back. What actually happened in the first 10 minutes?
Yeah, we came back. It was 8-0. Like there were no towers left, but
Puppy got total free farm. They tried to aggressive dual lane with Tiny IO. Didn't really work out that well. OG did actually get a double.
Tiny IO?
Or sorry, Tide IO. It didn't really work out that well. IO kind of wandered around a bit. Crit was a little bit slow at his level 6. They actually did get a double bounty rune at the start, but it didn't really end up making much of a difference.
They got a double bounty rune. They also got a D-ward on the cliff by their tier 1 bottom tower, but they still couldn't pressure the Dro lane.
And Puppy had absolute free farm. So then they started grouping up with the Treants, the Eidolons, the Drow Aura. Envy actually was just kind of jungling a lot of the time, and
I think
they
the big
pushed with
plays
the other
came
4.
from Misery actually TP'd bottom at like level 2 or level. I think maybe he was level 3, but the heroes in the bottom lane were both. There was the 2v2 lane were all level 2, and they got first blood on the IO. I think it was the IO, or was it the Tide? They got the first blood on 1 and 2 heroes.
I think it was
they,
the IO.
They almost got a double kill out of it as well, and that was kind of like the big play, which kind of gave Secret a big laning stage advantage.
I mean, despite that, we were hoping that OD would be played by Envy, but the Drow Ranger pick is actually a pick where it's still fast-paced, so it's much better than what they had in the previous game. And they were able to utilize the pace much better this game. They were controlling the lanes, because they won their lanes heavily, according to you guys, and because of the Enigma free farming, Furion teleporting to help the lanes. This is how you want to use the Furion. You want to use the Furion to win the other lanes.
It's interesting to see, it feels like a total role reversal from Game 1. In Game 1, you had the very high-octane pressure offense coming from OG. In this game, they tried to play the greed game. And on top of it all, they had a Midas Slark and fairly passive supports, the IO and Wyvern. So when they lose the lanes like that, they just put no pressure on the map, basically.
I mean, Ben, what do you think of them trying to do aggro lanes with those heroes? Do you think it was actually very, very risky with their lineup?
I think so, especially with the Slark in the safe lane. I think we've seen him get like a 5 or 6 minute Midas generally, but it just comes online too late. I also think they should have just committed to the Wisp Tiny early on, just because that threat is always really strong and has a decent amount of AoE, and you have a good front line. With Slark, yeah, he might be the front line, but he can't actually do that much damage. He was just trying to go on the Drow, get that marksmanship off, but I think a Tiny would have been much more suitable for that sort of role.
Slug is slower pace,
I think
more or less.
I think there was a tell in the draft when they banned the gyro. It's not like a full tell, but looking back on it, that was probably the point where I imagine the OG War, and they're like, are they going to go for push strat? They have the Prophet Enigma. They could, but Secret normally play greedy, and they were probably debating what the carry was, but in retrospect, Tiny does threaten more early and probably would have been a better choice.
I think it's the first time we've seen Slark lose as well at the Shanghai Major.
Draft, so I think the win rate can be a little deceptive, but in this case, it did not work out.
I also think OD can be a tempo controller. I think that Winter mentioned earlier that you want to see him more on a fighting hero and Ember
On
time.
did also
Archon
lose.
has
Archon
that
played
First
it.
time OG did lose with it, though, yes.
Yeah.
And normally Slark's a very...
Or just needed too much babysitting in the mid lane, but OD, especially with Drow Aura, I think can just get out of control way too quickly.
Yeah, I think it was also because Drow is just much faster pace
Yeah.
compared to what they had in the first game.
So they didn't really have to rely on him to do
it's
stuff.
it's like the composition mesh much better than the previous game.
So who had first picked this game again? It was Secret, right?
Secret, yeah.
They first picked Prophet.
It was a curveball though. I don't think any of us expected them to completely change it up. Because they kind of feigned it too. It was like Nature's Prophet. Oh, they played it a couple of games before, but it was always pretty farmy. Enigma, which they almost always do, especially versus the Wisp. And then the last pick, Drow Ranger, just up in your face. All your towers are.
I definitely don't think they had it in mind from the beginning, but it was more the way the draft played out. Then they thought they could go for it.
As far as OG go, we see Notel as well as Miracle often kind of switch up between the mid and the safe lane. Do you feel like against Secret that you prefer either one, or does it depend on the overall strategy? Do you think they want to have Miracle matched up mid against Wii, or does that not really matter to them?
I think overall strategy is much more important. I think that if they get a good overall plan, it doesn't really matter that much. Even though obviously we know who's the better player, in terms of mechanical skill, 1v1, Miracle is definitely better. But I think for this team, it's really important that they get a really good draft around who is playing what type of hero. The more farm intensive hero would always be on Miracle.
Because Notel definitely struggled. I mean, he struggled because of how fast paced the game was, and he's against OD with Drow Ranger aura. But I don't think it wasn't so much as putting Miracle on.
Did he get ganked early this game?
He got pressured. It wasn't the ganks initially were focused towards the bottom lane, but Nature's Prophet did later come in towards the mid lane as well.
It was less they ganked him and more they just would like 4 or 5 man push, and Death Prophet couldn't really stop it, and no one else was online at that point. There was also some individual misplays with the fight where Moon. There was a point in the game where I think it was 2-0. They had taken the tier 1 bottom. Then they hemorrhaged 4 kills and a tower. Moon TP's in. He's level 5. He needs like 3 or 4 creeps to get level 6. They astral him, and then they just kill him before he hits 6. Then the Wyvern of Fly dies trying to save him.
I think Notel does twice because he TP's back in. Like there was a really long fight around the T1 mid tower where Notel gets ganked, I think, and they lose Winter Wyvern with him, and then Tide TP's in to help, and he's like half a level away from level 6. He dies. The fight draws on, then Notel TP's in and dies again. OD got like 60 inst-stolen.
And he had a triple kill as well. They took a tier 2
He didn't even
right
have max
that.
orb, and he had 60 inst-stolen or something with level 3 orb. I was like, okay. That was probably the game-deciding moment, like the most important fight of the game right there, the T1 mid tower.
So
I think there were a lot of parallels between this and the first game where the draft could have worked for me to OG, but it was like on a razor's edge, the same way the secret one was, that if you make any mistakes against the Lone Druid push, you're just going to get run over.
It's like a one-off, like they had a really bad game this time around. You feel like it's...
it was just a bit of everything. A little bit of a
Strategy
risky
too,
draft,
yeah.
a little bit of individual misplays, great play by Secret. That puppy Enigma, man.
Also,
And on that note, actually, it's funny that you bring that up. Scant had fed me a fun little stat about the puppy Enigma. That's his 105th career Enigma game. The guy sports a 68% win rate. The next closest with Enigma games is actually Fly, but 70. So you're talking about a 30-game difference between Enigmas. Is it safe to say that maybe you go back to banning that hero against Secret?
A lot of it comes down to who was first pick. Remember, they also didn't first pick at this game. They went Prophet first. And OG went for the IO, but then I guess wanted to hedge their bets with some team fights.
It was still a first stage Enigma pick.
That's true.
And I don't, well, like you say, Fly is the second most Enigma games, but that was mostly on his old teams. He hasn't been playing Enigma on this team with OG. I don't think it's something they've been... I'm completely speculating, but I imagine they've been scrimming it because Fly normally plays the 5 position. He plays the very selfless support role, so Enigma doesn't suit what he brings to the team right now. So I think they've got to ban it. Problem was they had second pick, so they had to ban Earth Spirit. So they took out Earth Spirit and Chen, was it?
Earth Spirit and
Probably
Chen.
And game 1, it was Earth Spirit banned by Secret, so they got to ban the Chen Enigma.
I mean, judging by the way you guys described the early game, I feel like there's also another thing that actually made that happen. If they didn't have Prophet offlane, let's say, and they ran the same Enigma jungle and Prophet didn't TP and help the bottom lane, maybe they would have pressured the draw more.
Yep.
So then the Enigma jungling would have been punished more.
You know, we should have totally made up what happened in the early games. They're just like analyzing the game that never happened.
Yeah, so the Dro went off solo off lane and got a triple kill against the trialing guy.
Envy got a dig on. He was just zapping the IO all over the place.
Come
It's
on,
interesting, though.
Dakota, keep
We're
that
not
in-
going to be so nice to you next time, Mr. Chan. You better watch yourself.
But you think that OG might have like learned their lesson because it almost means a bit of a throwback from MDL when they were going against EG. They time and time again went back for the early pick on the Wisp, and EG's response was picking up the Enigma both of those times. How
But
come they didn't put the priority
You
there?
could kind of see they tried to learn from it because they didn't go Tiny IO. They went IO Tide, so they ensured that they had good team fight as well.
So what, the coin toss going on right now. OG won the toss, and this is the first time in this series they chose first pick, not Dire, and I think it's because it lets them ban Chen and Enigma. I think that's...
And then Secret have to blow a ban on
I think
the
if you
Earth
look at
Spirit.
that game, and you can... Giving away Enigma was one of the key reasons they lost. How do you ban Enigma? By having first pick. Because then
think
you don't have to ban Earth.
It was they might have learned from the Wisp, but I think it was some overconfidence from the other games too. They gave away NP again, which I think is a constant mistake by teams. I don't think you should be giving away first pick unless you have a very good game plan versus them. And on top of that, they might overrate the start just because they've had so much success with it. If you're like 4-0 with your hero, you're like, oh, this hero's really good. We're gonna win. We're gonna pick him, even when he's not the optimal pick. He's not the best IO partner. So I think that they probably should learn from that. And it's okay. They finally lose with it. So maybe they'll bring back down to earth and.
So do you like first pick Prophet, you think, this game? Or let's say it's available to OG.
I think they can actually roll with the Enigma and have crit on a more aggressive role. He actually tends to play the more aggressive heroes at Tusk the Bounty
Tusk,
Hunter.
Bounty,
And
or
in this
Spirit,
situation,
yeah.
Fly doesn't have to play like the Dazzle, the Undying, the
think
the
they'll pick the
sacrificial
Enigma?
one. I think it's a possibility for them that they can consider.
If they haven't scrim with, I see them.
I mean, I can see them scrimming with it, though.
Maybe.
Just because crit plays very aggressively sometimes. Not all the
I think it's actually okay if they want to give away the Enigma, if they can get the Prophet. I think that Prophet just made a huge difference in the laning phase, helped them win the lane so much. If they didn't win the lane so much, probably they could have pressured the Enigma more. So I feel like as much as you guys want to bring up how important it is banning the Enigma and getting the first pick, but Prophet is also a hero that they cannot overlook.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, they have first pick, so I feel like to me it's game 3. It's so important. You ban Chen Enigma and then pick Prophet because you're
Yeah,
first pick.
that's-
That to me is the safest draft opening for them right here.
Well, we'll find out if that's going to be the draft opening or not. We actually have a draft for game number 3. We hop into it now, and we talk a lot about the love for Dire. You got to remember, it's Radiant who won game 1 and 2. So here we go. Earth Spirit again going to be banned out. OG, get rid of the Chen. No
10
more
seconds
Puppy and Nigga
remaining.
going to be seen this time. And now we have to see what the secondary ban's going to be here for Secret.
So let's say
5
Secret
seconds
ban
remaining.
Prophet because they expect OG to first pick it and they're afraid of it. Then what do OG take instead? Is it
Radiant
IO
team
first?
pick.
They would have probably first picked Lone
Lone
Druid.
Druid.
I mean,
Okay.
they
Lone
already-
Druid was one of the big
So-
heroes game 1.
So if they take Prophet, what's your play as Secret?
I like Alliance's approach with the Spirit Breaker, actually, pressuring.
Or maybe you open with Witch Doctor at the very least. Like you see, like
I think
especially
you
when
take Tide as well first 2. Oh well, OG takes
I mean
Tide.
OG takes the
Team
Tide, so
Secret.
Never mind. I was about to say Secret would spawn to NP with Tide.
Secret's gonna get the
Yeah,
Prophet.
Tide and NP are the 2 most valued offlaners right now.
And Misery is 3-0 with Tide when it was in the hands of Secret here. OG continued to grab it for themselves and deny it away from them.
It's going to be all 3 games for Moon, likely on the Tide, unless they do something crazy.
Just wants to go around backstroking people.
There were no happy little trees at the end of that game.
Provided you're winning the game, then you can do that.
10 seconds
You got to go
remaining.
with style, even if you're going to lose. Come on now.
A lot at stake for the loser, though.
5
The one who
seconds
loses
remaining.
does go down to those scary best of ones, and it's not an easy opponent awaiting him. It's
Reserve
Virtus Pro,
time.
so.
Do they do the same thing?
IOOD.
Radiant team pick.
Well, that is a big change up. I mean, OD did work out really well for them. And it's also a hero that we were talking about during a panel where they could do this hero in 2 lanes, in the mid or in the safe lane, so it keeps their options open. It doesn't really reveal too much of their overall general strategy, apart from having good lanes with the OD.
I think also OD just generally matches up very well versus Tide.
Yeah,
Because
that too.
generally, like, you
10
just walk in there as
seconds
Tide,
remaining.
and then whenever something bad happens, you just Ravage. But, like, if you can't really do
5
anything about Astro, you're not going to get
seconds
BKB as a Tide Hunter. And if you stay too long in the fight, you get all your int stolen.
I mean,
So,
Radiant team
more
back.
importantly is also the lane, right?
yeah, the lane is also just absolutely terrible for Tide Hunter.
It's like if you're laning against a safe lane OD as a Tide and your jungle gets blocked. I mean, that is absolutely the worst case scenario for the Tide Hunter this game.
10 seconds remaining.
Like in the previous 2 games, did the off lanes cam got blocked?
5
You remember?
seconds.
It wasn't blocked, it was warded, where the first game they put
Oh,
the
yeah.
ward by the Ancients, and the second game they did the same ward on
Reserve
by the
time.
Radiant Tier 1 tower, but the second game it got de-warded.
Yeah, which
So I
is-
think OG kind of aware that they like warding it.
Yeah, we'll see. I guess there might be further evolution. So it's OG
Team
who
Secret,
bans the
turn to ban.
clicks this time around. That's interesting.
They banned it previous game as well.
Yeah, it
When
was
they-
a
or was it
different
game 2 or
Well,
game
they
1?
they
Yeah.
had the IO that time,
Yeah.
and Clinks is really good against him.
Radiant team back.
It seems like a kind of comfort pick for Envy right now. He's one of his more successful heroes, and
Well, just put him in that booth and he'll stay uncomfortable. So I don't think they have to worry too much about Envy getting nice and loose.
He's not too comfortable with. Apparently, his eyes are a bit dry in there. He's actually borrowing my eye drops. So
Perhaps
I'm
next
taking
time-
credit for that win.
5 seconds.
let's say what
All right, Dakota.
what percent
how
of their
much money
prize
do you
winning?
have on Secret now? Let's be serious here.
You need to
Reserve
negotiate here
time.
for a cut.
You know, everyone talked a lot about needing like the masks to protect you from the smog, but they didn't warn us about needing the goggles in the booth. So
Team Secret, sponsored by Dakota.
you know what we need to do actually next time that we have a
Team
major here in
Secret's
Shanghai? We need to
turn
pack
to
survival
bat.
kits before, just so that we're ready to go for anything.
Oh, I already
Then
did.
sell.
Ben does that. Like,
Yeah.
have you seen Ben's suitcase when he goes?
Your survival kit is not complete though. You have ramen and you have quest bars. You need a little more than
I
that.
have a medicinal pack.
What's in your medicinal?
A lot of cough drops,
10
ibuprofen.
seconds
I got some
remaining.
Dayquil. I have a lot of stuff in there.
Ah.
Ben comes prepared.
Yeah.
He's a walking
Can I,
He's
can
a
I room with
serious
him next
business
time?
Dr. Wu. Bans out on the Enchantress now here
Reserve
from
time.
OG. Spawn still there for Secret.
I mean, banning Puppy out.
Yeah. Kind of similar to game 1, we saw the Enchantress second stage banned as well. Just limiting what he can be playing.
So this game he's going to probably be on a very defensive hero. I mean, sometimes he plays really similar, like Fly, like both of them. If Puppy is not on the jungle, he's more on like a Dazzle. Like it's one of his most favorite heroes.
Dude, I'm surprised we haven't seen Omni yet, or like
Well,
more
Omni with OD, yeah?
All,
Yeah,
I
I
hear,
mean,
about, all I
the
hear
OD.
about is Omni OD and how crazy it is in the pub scene.
It's
Yet to
crazy.
see it in the competitive scene because I've been awaiting someone to just finally dissect it and break it down. It could still happen, but
Just pick Doom.
just
You
pick Doom. It's
devour-
something OG have already shown.
I devour the Purge Creep, the Satyr, and then you
Mhm.
have the 3-second cooldown, and then you have Doom.
Yep,
Sounds good.
sounds great.
Well, Secret taking a lot of time on this last ban.
It's also they pick right afterwards, so probably thinking about what they want to be picking. And
Yes, of
Team
course, the Bat
Secret's
Riders got to
turn
go,
to
something that OG played in every single group stage game they had.
Would they really? I guess
No tail. Yeah,
No Tail
if,
plays
if they
it as
pick
well.
the bat, no tail will play it.
I think it's a big comfort.
I mean,
pick for
don't you
them.
feel they have really good heroes against the bat? Like Relocate
Yeah.
plus the Astro.
As playing as an OD player, sometimes you just hate playing against Bat though. Like it's just awful.
Because you just can't run up and just right click.
Let the
Yeah.
record reflect that
10
Ben admitted to
seconds
being an OD
remaining.
player.
I probably played him only a few times this patch, but
It's
most
Mafia. Let's kill him.
5 seconds
it's
remaining.
yeah, you're just short range. You're forced to get a BKB way earlier than you want. Like you have to play defensive sometimes, and
Reserve
like
time.
you know, it's just not good.
I think
They
against this
pump so they
lineup he'll
know
go
it, too.
fast BKB. He'll go like drums, blink BKB anyways. Unless they pick Omni, then he doesn't need BKB.
Wasn't it game one by this time when they had so much hate towards Puppy and all the heroes he likes to play that he just opted to grab up something like the Earthshaker? Is that something they can just go
Yep.
back for again?
It's possible. You have to pick Envy, a very kind of self-sustainable safe lane carry, because you've got Earthshaker with IO. They pick
Yeah.
Dazzle, which suggests they maybe want
Radiant
something for
team.
Envy
Yeah, it's
that's
just
like a
Earthshake-
Spectre or something. I don't
It's
know.
just Earthshaker,
Spectre
where
OD.
Earthshaker plus IO is just not a very good
Yeah.
like combination. I just like Dazzle plus IO.
It
more.
limits Envy's possible heroes that he can play if you pick Earthshaker. But with Dazzle, you can pick anything for him almost, because Dazzle's such
Well,
a good zoning support.
Going back to what you guys brought up of the idea of a safe lane OD to deal with the Tidehunter and really punish him in the off lane, would you consider like a tiny IO mid instead?
10
It's still
seconds
possible. It's
remaining.
just.
Or is that too greedy?
it's not-
Because they ran one IO in their last 10 games coming into this match, and
5
it was with the
seconds
Tide.
I mean,
remaining.
it's still possible, but I just feel like, don't you think that if they were to do it, they would have picked a more greedy
Yeah.
support?
Reserve
Because you
time.
can actually get away with it with an OD safe lane. I'm not.
If
I'm,
it wasn't Secret, I'd totally agree. It's just like Secret, because of how the team functions, are more likely to put Wii on the OD and put Envy on some other carry. Even though I think what you're suggesting makes total. Like, I think most teams would actually put OD against Tide.
and pick like a much greedier support to just get the levels, because you don't really
Yeah.
need the support to zone the Tide.
Have like a Shadow Shaman or something, or I don't know.
Man, look at
Team
that
Secret's
OG
turn
team
to
fight.
And
They
isn't
had
that a,
so
isn't
much
that a
control
swap?
for IO.
Didn't Secret have this this lineup before? Is it game one?
Yep.
They're the Lion and the Shaker.
That's
Oh.
a lot of AoE for an IO lineup.
OG do love their Earthshaker. They are 4-0 with it this patch so far. Typically, we see it on the Moon Shaker, but obviously this time it looks like it'll be the grab up for a crit.
I mean, this is definitely going to
10
help the Tide,
seconds
because
remaining.
when you're having a tough lane, say you're up against OD, you have that Fissure to help you get level
5
2. It's
seconds
extremely
remaining.
important. So like, having the Fissure there is going to help him. I mean, it's on Radiant, so they can't really
Reserve
do, you know, the pull where you do with the Fissure
Oh,
on Dire.
yeah.
You can't really do that on Radiant,
No.
but it's still going to help the Tide.
It's not even easy on the Dire either. That's what Misery was
Radiant
talking about on the
team
counter in the
picked.
group stage. They had flubbed it up a little bit, I believe at MDL, but it is definitely something that's much more plausible on the Dire side. And first time this series, we're going to see the BM come out for Secret.
Big vision advantage right now for Secret. OG don't have anything.
It almost felt like OG wanted
Team
Secret to pick
Secret's
Nature's Prophet again,
turn
because
to
that hero's
bat.
been ignored up until now. It feels like coming to this series, OG said to themselves, Secret don't play well with Misery's Nature's Prophet, just because of the farm distribution, not to say he's bad on the hero, but I think it just doesn't fit Secret's style, and that's why 2 games in a row, they leave it in the pool, they give it to
10
Misery.
seconds
3rd
remaining.
game in a row, even though they just lost to it, again, they're like, take the Nature's Prophet, we feel
5
confident we can
seconds
beat it. That's not
remaining.
why we lost game number 2.
So right now, Secret has vision, like you mentioned, Parker for the
Reserve
Tide,
time.
Tide doing his stacks, and OG responds
10
with a good
seconds
lane
remaining.
opponent against the OD, which is the Razor. I mean, both teams looking like they have a very solid game plan.
Radiant
Beastmaster can
team
also be
back.
used to gank and relocate into, so they have pretty good gank in the early game towards the mid game. And a lot of pressure that can come from the laning phase, because they have really good supports in the laning phase. Compared to Lion and Shaker, I would say Io and Dazzle
10
is much better
seconds
in
remaining.
securing your lane's farm.
So both teams need their hard carry now.
Team
Ursa
Secret's
Bandao.
turn
And
to
Other typical Wisp pairings,
I mean,
Gyrocopter's one
Secret,
that pops up.
Secret
but
is on Dire, so they might want to go for something that can use the Roshan much better.
So what else is available? We saw Drow last game. Doesn't really seem like a Drow draft.
Secret Roche with anything. Envy teams
Yeah,
Roche
who am
with
I?
anything.
Who am I kidding?
They got Beastmaster. It doesn't matter what carry they get. They could do it with
right.
IO
Empress.
partners as well.
Right
Like,
now,
there's-
the hero that I think that if you talk about Roshan, like it's probably
10
Terrorblade.
seconds remaining.
That's
Sven, I think, is
there's
probably better.
Sven too,
There's
yeah.
Sven, there's
Ember Spirit, not a Roche hero, but
Juggernaut.
that's an Envy hero. For like a clutch game 3, Envy's probably saying, pick me Ember right now.
Can
5
OG
seconds
anti-mage
remaining.
troll? Oh, this is the Drow
look at
guy.
that.
So, yeah, it's the same. Like
Well, maybe not now.
Team pick.
I think it's really important that they want to utilize the Roshan when they're on Dire. So just basically any carry that can do the Roshan and play around that would be really nice. And draw would be really good versus the Tide as well in the laning phase. But yeah, I mentioned already
Where's
the
Wisp going?
Earthshaker is gonna be able to help him. What?
Where's
the
Wisp going?
freestyle, like free
Jungle.
lane. Just go wherever he feels that he can help. Like just run around,
10
secure
seconds
runes.
remaining.
Because draw doesn't need much help. Dazzle plus draw is already
5
really good
seconds
versus the
remaining.
Tide. So I expect Whis is going to be moving around, making a difference in the other lanes.
Okay, so what's the
Reserve
Miracle
time.
carried? Gyro's a fairly safe choice against a medium push strat.
He plays the Razor too, right?
Yeah, he plays.
Oh, he does also play the Razor.
Depending on
that's
what the last series.
No-Tail could play the Gyro as well, but I guess like the point is, what's that hero?
Probably
Fast-paced
something
hero.
fast-paced, yeah.
Gyro seems to fit.
Juggernaut, do you like him much? Who else is there?
I actually like Gyro more against the lineup because
Yeah.
it's faster and it's really good versus the relocate. And for the Astro as well, in case they use Astro to save a teammate, you have to call down for that.
You guys mentioned Brood. Is this a
Brood?
crazy Brood game? No.
Don't think so.
Oh!
Whoa!
First time, I believe, at the Shanghai Major. Mr. Terrorblade, and it's
Miracle
not in the
Terrorblade.
hands of Envy.
That is actually very
There's
very
no Zeus,
peculiar.
there's no Elder Titans.
That's very peculiar because like, don't really I have not really seen them run this hero ever, but judging by the situation that he is picked in, the enemy doesn't really have a lot of D push, but they have very strong lanes though and a lot of burst damage, which is typically what Terrorblade doesn't like to deal with because OD is really good versus Terrorblade.
We didn't get to go into it before, but since it's suited for game number 3, why don't we quickly flash out some predictions here? We'll start with Mr. Parker there on the end. Now that we've seen the draft from both sides, how do you think that this series will conclude?
Well, draft-wise, I think I have to go with Secret on this one.
Secret, huh? LD?
10 seconds
I was liking
remaining.
OG up until the Terrorblade pick. Now I'm pretty torn, but I think OG
5
look a little more
seconds
solid as a
remaining.
team. I thought last game was just a series of just a sequence, like the most disastrous sequence of events, and that's why it fell apart. I think the draft's more solid this time, so I'm going to stick with OG.
How about you, Dr. Wu?
As Statsman Merlini, 100% win rate on Terrorblade, 1 out of 1 game. They will continue this awesome streak.
A month ago, though. That was a month ago.
Your stats man is almost as bad as
1
your
out of
doctor.
1, man.
Leaves us with...
I'd rather
That's
have you
so-
as a doctor than a stats man,
I-
let me say that.
Where's Nahaz when we need him?
I have to go with
Debunk.
Parker though. I just think that Secret have a very solid draft around the Roche and they have
Yeah.
really good heroes versus the Terrorblade.
We'll see if that's the case. We'll leave it now to Gods and LD to conclude this rivalry of a series. Gentlemen, take it away.
Oh, over to the casting desk. Thank you very much, Coddle Guy. Here we go. OG already underway. Fly did TP out here early, and it looked like he may have wanted to go for that hill ward in the pit, but he did bypass, I believe it was Misery in the river. So opts to put his ward in a different location, so both teams getting their wards down. I'm not sure if OG actually scouted this one being deployed, but they know there could have been a ward planted. So, Gods, we'll see how the warding games develops, but it was very important last game because it really slowed down Moon in game 1 when his neutrals were warded up. This
30
game
seconds
doesn't
to
seem like they're
battle.
going to get that vision.
Yeah, it's funny how you play a full best of 3 and even just the level 1 warding changes from game to game based on what happened previously. And we're not going to see Secret again go for that Secret Shop Camp ward because it got de-warded the previous game. It becomes too predictable to try and do it again and again.
So, early on, Secret sending 3 heroes scouting down towards the bottom room. They do have that Observer ward, so they know there's only a Terrorblade lurking up the hill. Meanwhile, it looks like
battle
No-Tail
begins.
should get his early bounty uncontested here. So it'll be a bounty run for bounty run. So we'll have a pause here. Gives us a chance to evaluate some of the lane matchups. It looks like it's
Nice.
going to be Razor versus OD. Used to be a matchup where it seemed like Boots really decided the matchup. Is that still the case? How has this matchup evolved with the changes to OD?
No-Tail, in kind of classic fashion, is going for the boots first on his Razor. I think it's early levels pretty good for Razor, but once OD kind of gets his stride, gets past like the first couple of minutes, gets some OKCS, he matches up all right against Razor. So we'll see early on probably some very aggressive play in the lane from Notel. And I imagine Fly Online, he's not just going to be blocking this first creep wave, he's going to be lurking around this mid lane, kind of like he did last game on the Winter Wyvern. They actually were okay leaving Miracle alone, even in a kind of weird matchup. It was Slark versus Nature's Prophet, which doesn't sound great, but Miracle just so good mechanically that he can handle these slightly less favorable matchups, even in the carry role in the safe lane.
No, he'll definitely need to use every ounce of those mechanics, as it is extremely annoying to play against the boar
And the other
when
thing,
you're in melee form.
The other key thing OG is going to be doing is Crit's going to, I believe, fissure block this top lane to try and guarantee that Moon can get level 2 on Tidehunter. Having both Anchor Smash and Kraken Shell makes this lane a lot more manageable for him. So, and also just accelerates his jungle. If he can get level 2 from the lane, then he can kind of swing into that big camp, get his farm going with the Iron Talon, and just farm a whole lot faster. So we'll see that early fissure here at top from Crit.
And overall, Moon's start should be much more like Game 2 than Game 1. Won't have the IO partner, but we'll have his camp unblocked, and we'll have the creep wave pretty far back. It is against the Drow, so he'll definitely need access to the woods. We'll see if Secret make any moves to try and counter that. Pilot Eye with a single sentry here mid, so maybe he tries to sneak up, but it's already lumbering down into the river.
He'll probably throw a fissure. He's got like a free fissure because he's still got his clarity going. One of the nice things about the fissure block at the start is you get the double fissure.
Big static link here early from Notail, plus 28 damage. He'll be very satisfied with that beginning. Gets his first CS of the game. Wanting to hit Pilot Eye, but doesn't have the vision up the hill. So it looks like Miracle will get some help early on with Fly zoning the Beastmaster. He should farm well, and it doesn't seem like Misery will have that easy harass that he was looking for early on. But at the same time, you look at Moon in the offlane, won't be so fun for him either. Neither offlane are going to get the 1v1.
Yeah.
Not the best win rate on the Terrorblade, though, as you can see. Feels like a static laning setup so far from Secret Gods. So
Yeah, both teams.
unlikely to move much early.
OG can look to, I mean, they're helping out the mid lane with the Shaker as much as possible, just wanting to make sure Notel can do okay here. And the fissure combined with the static link can give OD some problems. So we'll see, in theory, both OD and Razor kind of focusing as much on harassing and preventing the other farming as they focus on their own farm.
Moon posting up here on Eternal Envy, but Puppey, he's taking the early point in Poison Touch, so the harassment will be substantial. Envy still only level 1, no Frost Arrows. Moon desperately wanting that level 2. He finally gets it, finally gets the point in Kraken Shell. He's going to have to use burn a teleport scroll, and he has to go back to the base even. So a slow start for the Tide, but finally level 2. Meanwhile, bottom, Misery has been Hex, stunned as well. Crit coming through with the Fissure, likely to be the first blood here, bottom. And it's been 2 Secret first bloods up until now, but this time it's OG who strike. Important kill, and Miracle, first one to get the goal.
And Terrorblade's one of those heroes when it kind of disappears for a while from the meta, which is kind of what's happened. You kind of forget how strong it is as an offlane and how much damage he can do when he's in Metamorph, that you'll make a mistake like that and be like, holy crap, Metamorph does that much damage? The reflection so slow to help set up
Misery
extra
right now.
clicks. Yeah, he TPs in, he's taking 80-ish damage a right click. This is a kind of brutal hero when he's got Metamorph up, but then he has this downtime where effectively Metamorphosis is this hero's ultimate. That's the spell you've got to fight around as a Terrorblade.
Yeah, and it's kind of like when it's daytime and you're against the Night Stalker. You want to take advantage of your windows versus the hero. So this will be one for Misery. He's using the boar here to help jungle Fly. Teamwork here from the opponents. Finally die, meanwhile down on the river. So we are going to see Envy getting free farm to match that of the Terrorblade. The mid laners, though, not farming well at all. Notail, 5 and 2. Even Weeha, only 9 and 3. Neither hero getting much out of this mid lane early on.
From when I've been seeing them, Pi and Wee, even when Wee's lost damage, have been doing a great job just like denying together. They'll attack their own creeps at the same time. And Razor, even when he had plus 20, plus 30 damage from the static link, was still getting denied by these two heroes. So just good laning coming out from Pi and Wee, and Earthshaker doesn't offer that same laning presence as an IO can as far as your actual last hitting goes.
Crit has trying to make efficient use of his time. He has stuck the Ancients, now he's holding the top lane. Looks like Pilot Eye wanted to creep up.
He's going to kind of
backstab.
effectively play a pseudo offlane Earthshaker now with Moon transitioning into the jungle. So it's kind of going to be a greedy, slow-paced tempo from OG for now, because they can't stay that way. That's what happened last game. Is they started off slow-paced, focusing on their farm, trying to be more greedy. But then once the Draw Ranger lineup came online around 10 to 15 minutes, they lost tons of towers, gave up kills, and that can't happen again. So they can play slow-paced for now, but they've got to adapt from last game.
Pilot Eye camping out the 4-minute rune. He grabs an arcane rune. Donnie will spawn bottom. tethering his way in. But it is something OG demonstrated in game 1 is they're very adept at maximizing their efficiency. So we talk about Envy as an individual being great at that, but they've done a really good job at making sure they always get their pulls off, stacking Ancients whenever possible. We saw Puppey do it on the Enigma last game, incredibly efficient in the jungle. And this game, we're seeing it in terms of the lane swaps and rotations as Crit manages at 3.5, held the off lane, still the Tidehunter getting the jungle. So efficiency, a big theme throughout this series.
Absolutely. Puppey's kind of sitting around. No one really to zone out of the top lane for now. And both the secret supports are kind of perhaps a bit more known for not playing quite as greedy as some of the other teams. And if OG are playing kind of the passive farm game, taking their own jungle, at some point Secret are going to have to up the tempo and take the game to OG.
And we'll see if maybe they even look to contest these Ancients. Crit now stacking again. That's going to be a quad stack if it doesn't get blocked. And the Triceratops cooperates. So a whopping pile of gold there now available.
It's got the double Triceratops too. That's the dream.
Sounds kind of painful, potentially. Mid lane, they're making their move. The banish coming through. They should be getting the tether slow here. On to No-Tail. Heal bomb out as well. Moon arrives and tries to turn. He's only level 4. They do manage to stun Weehaw, but he's not quite under tower. And Weehaw might look for a bit more. Hex from Fly. Weehaw chasing forward. They had the Grave available. That was a dangerous moment for OG. Could have hemorrhaged kills, but they will get out safely. And meanwhile, Miracle posting up in the bottom lane, getting aggressive. He uses this time to farm freely. Envy doing the same top, so the safe laners continuing their relatively equal dance.
And next Metamorphosis has been popped at bottom. They're trying to pressure this tier 1 tower, but Puppey's already TP'd in. He's rotating, recognizing that this is tower pressure that's looking and aimed to try and take down this tier 1 tower early. But with Miracle pushing this alone, Secret should be in a position to defend this one.
Yeah, and as mentioned, Envy doing the exact same thing top, albeit a tiny bit slower. So I do want to point out OG, they dropped a sentry up on the hill after stacking the Ancients, so they don't want to get caught out by Secret there again. It's time for a quick eye wash.
Yep.
You wear glasses though, so you're okay, surely.
Even more, I mean, I wear contacts sometimes, but yeah, I don't know. Got to get that LASIK, I guess.
They should sell goggles at the concession stand.
I always want to see players like the lab
Just
goggles,
suit up.
like
Yeah.
the full-on, like
No, what
you're
we
in
should
high
do-
school again.
Yeah, you know, you're in chemistry class, like, and you
Yeah.
accidentally got chemicals in your eyes. They've got the eye wash. We need those set up right outside the booth, so that the second that Envy's eyes start to bother him, just throw them in the eye wash.
Yeah.
Irrigate that. Clean them out.
He needs to create a system so, like, in between CS, he can just like tilt his head, squirt, back
and-
to last hitting.
Oh, we could have an eye wash at the player desk.
Built into the monitors, you know.
It's just, what if that
We
thing
have the-
malfunctions? It just blasts you in the face when you're in the middle of the game. Ugh.
It's skill cap stuff, you know. You got to add to the difficulty skill cap of Dota. People always complaining, oh, you've get rid of the keep the blink dagger,
Well, what do you-
the leash range stuff, like where you
What do
can-
you think we've been doing this major? I mean, the next step is to release wild animals into the arena and see if the players can survive the onslaught.
The glue was just the beginning.
I would put my money on OG in that case. I think Fly is probably the most capable.
Oh yeah, if there's
Moon's
anyone-
intimidating as well.
I don't
in
know
his
about
own
his
way.
survival skills, but yeah.
Or he'll make them laugh. That's what he'll do.
All right, Envy's ready to go. So
We're back into it now.
farm-wise, Terrorblade 600 net worth ahead. Most of that coming because of the first blood. They're actually dead even on CS. 40 CS, 14 denies.
But it does go back to the importance of that early draft and denying Secret any of the Puppey junglers, because you look at experience, already Secret was up like over 1,000 at this point, I think, but this game is actually OG with the experience lead, and that's before the Ancients get cleared out.
Yeah, and it kind of, when I was mentioning how Secret often play like two kind of more defensive, less farming supports, that's when Puppey's not on
That's
those
the
junglers.
exception.
Yeah, yeah.
So
When
they
he's-
deny the exception, and now they're right back where they want them, or at least relatively so.
Moon's back towards top. He's got a lot of XP out of the jungle and just the offlane. 22 CS, level 5.5. Wants to make level 6 when Secret start rotating and looking to apply pressure on towers is going to be key for him.
So Crit continues his stacking shenanigans here top lane, and so too is the Eye of Pylai. Both team
Reasonable time. And being level...
available. So maybe we see a kill opportunity here for Secret, but no relocate online yet. Pylai is going to start his jungling now. But he's doing it alone, it looks like. Building up large amounts of additional golden experience to be claimed later on. Misery, meanwhile, bottom does have a...
I guess looking to... I mean, we talk about how Secret either need to be aggressive or like kind of compete with the farm that OG's getting. OG's getting farm out of 3 of the lanes as well as the jungle with the Tidehunter previously. And I guess this is Pi's way of saying, well, let's just play the greed game rather than go aggressive right now, because they're perhaps not quite ready to make any aggressive plays. Although, I mean, I feel with Beastmaster having level 6, having Raw, he hasn't got the mana right now. He's just sitting in this off lane, trying to keep his tower alive, and that's the problem here. If he goes for a gank, one of the beauties of this Terrorblade pick is secure that can pressure this
Top
bottom lane.
They have Ravage. They're TPing in the Razor. They want to make a move forward here. Moon, though, doesn't have a point in Gush, so they're just going to have to steal damage and slowly walk after Puppey. It's only a level 2 Plasma Field, not enough. So a wasted TP there. Mid lane was not really pushing, so there will be some missed experience in gold. But it seems they may leave the lane for no-tail, send the Tide back into the jungle, and look to start farming some neutral camps. Moon with the Iron Talon, the complete Arcane Boots. So very standard stuff here from your Tide.
See Miracle Bracer picked up, so he may be going for a Treads Drumstill. He's got a lot of just early game, cheap, cost-effective items on Terrorblade. I think recognizing that Secret are going to have a lineup that can take a very early Roshan, that can fight very effectively in the early game, we're likely going to see heavy stats build from him. Drums, SMY,
I don't think
Skadi.
he has to play greedy either, because they have so much team fight, then Terrorblade with enough HP is quite a fearsome, even early to mid-game threat, as long as they can't burst him, and they've got Fissure to back him up, probably a fast mech on the Tidehunter, or relatively fast, or maybe even the Razor, and you've got all the AoE of the Ravage as well.
One of the question marks for me is what build he's gone for. When the hero first got added, we were seeing a bit more of the max reflection build, but then when there was a period where a lot of the Chinese teams were playing him in the carry role, like Sylar, they're going this Helm of the Dominator, max illusion builds for the farming efficiency. But if you want to fight, okay, he's going to go 2 points in images for now. The max reflection early is very strong, but looks like he's going to kind of prioritize at least some farming efficiency with the illusions.
So he's still holding serve here at the bottom lane. Fly, about to get level 6, so a lot of key levels coming online. Relocate also up for Pylai as he makes the long walk back to base. They don't really have the most traditional IO partner for those relocates, but Roar's online, relocates online, Finger's about to be up, Ravage has come up. You gotta figure somebody's gonna make a move soon.
And it feels like one of the big problems right now for Secret is, well, not so much problems, but one of the issues they have is Misery's sitting in this off lane with no mana. There is no kill threat coming out from Beastmaster, and OG have vision of him. They have the lane ward. They have a creep wave pushed up. So they see he's just sitting here. He is the kill threat right now. No one else in this Secret draft is going to kind of lead. Like, a relocate with an OD is not really all that scary. You need the Raw just to get kills, to set up kills. And Misery sitting bottom without mana is just giving OG freedom to farm their jungle, farm all the lanes, and not be scared at all. So I think Misery needs to perhaps spend more time missing from the map, or at least if he's sitting bottom lane, he needs to have mana for Raw, because if he has mana for Raw, he can Raw the Terrorblade as a relocate comes in, and you've got yourself a kill, which is why he brings a clarity to himself, fixes his problem.
Instead, he's the one who's going to get gagged out. Fly comes from the rear. They spring the trap. Crit with a beautiful fissure. Cuts off the retreat. Misery getting pounded by Miracle. The last hit will go the way of the Terrorblade, so another kill for him. Slightly behind here in CS and Envy, but OG can group up, look for a push, and you look at Secret Gods, they have some good pick-off potential, but they don't really have the best tower defense. Light on the AoE, not much creep clear. They will not be stopping that.
Yeah, it just seems a bit too kind of passive coming out from Secret here.
Dire's structures are
And
fortified.
even this mid-tower push, which is kind of reacting to what's happening bottom, OG into the defense.
Ravage coming through, connects on Pylai. Also catch out Envy. OG, a big grab there. No-tail still stealing damage through this. He's already up to 150 and rising. Envy's gonna go down. They're running onto Weehaw. Might get the kill there too. Weehaw survives, lift and tell the grave for Envy, keeping him in fighting shape. They gust it back. Secret with the huge turnaround. Then the Roar committed. Down goes the Tidehunter. No help in sight for Miracle. He's busy pushing out the bottom lane. And after grabbing the tier 1, he'll march onwards to the tier 2, but my god, Secret with the huge saves. They did have to buy back their IO for it, but it was worth it.
Buyback. Yeah, absolutely. That buyback secures the tier 1 mid tower, make sure that fight goes well for them, and OG just didn't quite have the tools to chase down those kills. It was amazing Fissure catching out 2, but they couldn't quite kill Envy before the Dazzle stun wore off, and now they've come in. They found the Ancient stack.
It happens again. Can
There's
OG
no Ravage,
contest?
too.
There's no Ravage. They have an Echo, but good luck walking into that. Secret, if they can grab all these Ancients, it's
They're going to grab some, maybe not all,
Massive
but they've
economic
taken
damage.
a decent enough amount already.
committing everything. And OG are streaming towards those Ancients. They're running past the creep wave in full vision to secure this. Half left, it looks like. Maybe a bit less.
What a big hole for Team Secret.
Or for OG, rather.
Yeah,
And now immediate smoke. So they drag them to the Ancient Secret,
Radiant's bottom tower
straight
is
towards the
under
Roche.
attack.
I mean, this is
Really good shot calling here, and we'll have to see if OG are able to contest the Ravage. Still on cooldown for a minute.
it feels like we're finally seeing Secret, their playstyle, like their individual players' playstyle meshing with the overall team strategy. Because I don't really feel like their individual players are mixing up their playstyle. We're still seeing this kind of hit and run, kind of split push style Dota, but they have much clearer direction. Puppy's kind of put all the pieces together, and they're actually taking objectives, they're stealing Ancients, they're still doing those cheeky early Roches, and Secret right now looking very, very good.
That was a big swing of
Dire's
momentum.
middle
It
tower
had
is
been
under
starting to
attack.
feel like OG were getting the better trades, but still need the Ancients grabbing the
Radiant's
Roche.
bottom tower is
Ball's
under
back
attack.
in Secret's court. So we'll see OG now. Roshan being
Radiant's
denied to them.
structures are fortified.
Backing off a bit. Miracle heading towards the top lane now. Looks like he is going to be building into a Sanjin Yasha here, or at least a Yasha early on.
Radiant's bottom
Getting the
tower
Blade of
has
Alacrity.
fallen.
And again, we kind of see Notel struggling to find the farm, and this is something OG normally prioritize Miracle and Moon's farm. They put Moon, they give Moon the jungle. He goes Iron Talon, and that's where I just feel like having him on this hero like a Razor, who needs a lot of farm. He ran in last fight and just didn't have the items to really stay alive. Is a bit of a weak point in the OG draft. It's not that
Radiant's
Notel's
middle tower
having a
is
bad
under
game. It's that
attack.
OG, as far as their overall strategy, they don't
Dire's
allocate
top
farm to
tower
him.
is under
Notel
attack.
averages insane hero damage per game, but he also has one of the lower like
It
gold
was-
per games as far as carries go.
It was 19% of the team's gold and 31% of their damage.
For a
Most-
mid-carry player, they're all above 20.
Most players we've
absurd.
seen, it's like 25-25. You know, like
Yeah.
the gold is very proportional to the damage they
The
do.
only
But
other
here comes
team-
the backstep. They're making their move here. Envy getting gushed out,
Fallen.
but they're not able to find the initiation. Moon even gusted back, and Crit decides to cut their losses. Drops the Fissure. Weehaw surging forward. He's got the Astro ready. Good stun from Fly, and a nice staggered retreat from OG. But they do give up a tier 2. They will all get away.
Yeah, this is not a good time for OG to try and take fights into the OD Aegis. They're just going to kind of hit and run, trying to get if they can hit it like the perfect initiation from Moon out of that smoke with a Ravage, you can find a good fight, but he doesn't have his blink yet. He's just about to get there, and once that blink comes online, I think maybe a more suitable time for OG to go for that smoke play.
Fissure on the Weehaw. They are nuking him low, but remember, he's the Aegis carrier. I just grab a blink, so not opting to go for the fast mech, and it doesn't look like Razor's going to be picking one up anytime soon. They want the ambush here. They want the surprise initiation, but they
Dire's
probably don't
top
want to do it
tower
into an
is under
Aegis.
attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And they're getting some farm and like, towards the top lane, pseudo trades. Terrorblade got a tier 1 tower, and they're poking around a little bit here. Picks up the Yash after drum, so we will be seeing the kind of the heavy stats build. Either an SMY or a Manta style, both feasible. The Manta can help you get out of the Drow silence to ensure that you get Sunder off. Maybe slightly preferred. I think the Manta
It's
probably
the-
a little bit better than
It's
the
the
SMY.
better late game grab overall as well. Scales better as you get more stats items. And generally, you don't really want to disassemble into a Halberd or
Silver Edge,
Silver
Terrorblade,
Edge, Silver Edge Terrorblade.
You get low from Roche, Silver Edge in, Sunder.
I
easy
miss the
fight.
days when everyone was so bad at Dota that you could get away with the Shadowblade Dagon plays in Dota 1, but I guess it was Lothar's back then. May he rest in peace. But I mean, you mentioned Notel's poor, and it just continues to be the case
Being
here. He is
outfarmed
getting
by a
no
Wisp.
farm.
Yeah.
This is really rough. We've seen this quite a bit. I mean, the one team that consistently gets the Razor farm is Liquid back when they were running a lot, but they also prioritize it more. They give him a lot of space. They stack for him. They protect him. He doesn't come to fights early. They don't really try to gank his lane. They just make sure he doesn't die.
Yeah, to me, it's just not a hero you can pick and then not intend to give it at least like top 2 farm priority. And like even if you're playing him in that secondary carry position, you still need to give him a lot of farm. Like play it like a true dual core lineup, not a tri-core. And this is a problem. This is a big reason why Secret was 2 of the 3 games so far, they've second stage banned the Batrider even when they had tied, because they know Notel likes to play a tempo controller who's less farm dependent because his team don't give him as much farm, but Batrider's not accessible. There's kind of limited options as far as those tempo controllers go, and he ends up on a hero like Razor who can't really shine in a game like this.
They'll try to play catch-up now, slowly but surely grabbing the Ogre Club. Envy, meanwhile, Sanjin Yasha online. So, not trying to go for particularly greedy items, wants to keep the pressure up. The Aegis set to expire soon, though. So, with the Aegis expiring, gods, and with likely a pause or a lull in the action at that point, what's the next round of steps? If you're Puppy right now, what's the plan you're drawing up for the team?
I wonder if they may prioritize Misery getting a Blink Dagger over the Necro 3. That was something we saw Alliance do in, I think, 2 of the games yesterday when he was
With
playing Beastmaster.
Bulldog, that's right.
Yeah. Bulldog went Necro 1 into Blink Dagger before Necro 3. Misery hasn't bought his Necro 2, so as far as the next plan goes, it's similar to the previous game. Having a way to find pickoffs easily. And Raw's reliable, but having a Blink Raw obviously a lot more reliable, so during the phase when you don't have Aegis, you can't group up and just brute force your way through OG as much, so spending some time chewing through smokes, finding pickoffs, looking for kills on the Terrorblade who's often split pushing, is going to be a lot more valuable for Secret, and that's where these blinks come into
for
play.
a smoke. Aegis is expired. Will Pylai reveal this one? Down at the Rune, they're going to get Weehaw, but he blinks out super quick reactions there. And in fact, too quick for his teammate. Pylai even
I thought he was
relocated.
stuffed. He's like, oh god.
You know you're fast when you juke your teammate. But in the end, won't be necessary. So relocate down, but also a smoke blown there. Oh, gee, they did have a deep ward. That could have been huge. With the Aegis just expiring, you get a kill there. You farm up their jungle, maybe push in all the lanes, but he was ready for it.
And for OG's side, they need these secondary Blink Daggers. They've got Shakers. I feel like the Lions in some ways is just as important because like in a situation like that, you really need the Blink Hex. Crit, the only way he can get the insta catch is if he Blink Echoes, which is probably at this stage worth it for an OD kill. We're seeing a very slow-paced farm game. It's only 3 kills apiece, kind of unlike some of the previous games. So any kill means a big deal if it's on a core. It's well worth using a Ravage or an Echo Slam to kill someone like OD at this stage of the game, more so for OG because they are the ones on the back foot.
Smoke here from Secret. They showed Envy mid, but OG knew it. They pinged it out. They are throwing heroes down onto the low ground, but it's a tight-knit ball of 5 behind him. So Secret will break through up the ramp and away. They do have a ward on Puppey. Curious to see where they plant that. Just a sentry for now on the high ground. And it looks like they will be prepping for the last outer tower getting pushed. It's not 6 towers at 11 minutes, but it is still damn fast. And smoke number 2, OG. Chewing through these, they're going to lead with the Terrorblade illusion. Maybe trying to bait something out. Pylai scouting out in front of the tower. Probably calling out that there's something a little bit odd going on here, and they are going to make their move. Miracle, the man in front, immediately metamorphs in vision of Secret, is going to slow down Misery. But again, it looks like, well, they might just have to settle for a simpler kill here. Pylai going for the tether out and Fly says, hell no. Drops the finger, gets the kill, then Crit comes in. Big echo onto 2, but not enough to finish the job just yet. The Ravage as well, follow up from Moon. What they lack in gold, they're making up for a team fight. OG will end up getting 3 kills here, only losing the Razor, barely surviving on just a trickle of HP as Crit. And that is a 2,000 gold sword.
Interesting fight. Wisp was postured very aggressively there behind the tier 2 tower. I think not expecting OG to fight and defend that one. OG though, just great use of what was their last smoke. Notel just kind of runs in, plays that sacrificial lamb roll, and at this stage of the game, like that's the best thing he can do is just soak up spells, be the one who kind of gets gone on, and he's the one who kind of creates the opportunity for Crit to get off that great Blink Echo Slam. Then it's followed up by the Ravage. They unfortunately don't have the ability to also chase down Wii, and he gets the Blink Escape, but a very good fight for OG.
And it does highlight that Secret, not the best team fight lineup. They're more reliant on the counterplays here as top lane. Fly going to get caught out, relocate forward from Pylai. The Hex comes through, but no, does pop the stick. He's going to be heading back fairly soon here. Has the TP. Will he make it on time? Weehaw blinking forward, and he actually blinks past him, but he just
the self-astral.
He self-astrals. He was mid-click on Fly, but he
Well, you talked about being too fast earlier for Wii. Again, a bit too
he
fast.
It was a bit of a guessing game, but yeah, it does end up costing him in the end. That's rough.
Lowest net worth at 20.
That's actually, Fly had 2230 gold. He is going to get his blink now if he wants it. Sometimes those escapes aren't the biggest deal, but this could be a game changer. Double blink now on the supports.
Yeah. Makes a big difference when there's heroes like Dazzle and Io in the game who are always going to try and sit back, position themselves such that they can use their defensive tools to save the secret cores, be it the Tether Relocate or the Grave. Having a Blink Dagger on a Lion, he can try and find and isolate heroes like Dazzle, like the Io. And
bottom lane, they have found Misery here. Miracle moving onto him, has no teleport available for 6 seconds with Crit hunting him down. Relocate offline. It's going to be extremely tough for Misery to make it out of this one, but he puts on his Nikes. He's juking away. Crit gets roared. He might go down to the Necro Bulk here. Misery somehow eking a kill out of a horrible situation. Oh, It's still a costly death on the Beastmaster, but he makes it better than nothing.
Speaking of, I mean, we saw Wee Juke himself, and Crit does the same thing a bit at bottom lane, unfortunately.
Stressful game, a big moment for
so-
both
so
teams.
high
Tower
pressure.
is under
A
attack.
win here, you're guaranteed top 6 at that point. So
Yeah.
a lot at stake.
And this is also, I mean, just looking at this as a rematch from the previous Majors Grand Final. This
Dire's
is
bottom tower
kind of
is
a
under
time
attack.
for Secret to kind of get some vengeance after losing that best of 5. And there's just been a lot of kind of talk between these two teams, and I think a lot at stake just about proving
Dire's
who's the better
bottom
team right now.
tower is
2 of the
under
OG
attack.
players were on the former Team Secret and were basically kicked from the team, so Puppey coming, get a ward down while smoke, something OG are not aware of. This sees all of the OG heroes.
OG has a BKB. Could be a disastrous time to go if OG move in too far. But they're already late. Secret grabbing their Aegis. They do have a relocate available if they want to chase forward and try for a pick-off. Crit dropping the Fissure to cover the path of retreat. They do have a ward scouting him out, but they're going to hold the relocate for now. Pilot died quite far back. Seems Secret aren't going to risk that big jump forward. We'll play it safe. Puppey grabbing more wards. It looks like they already have the vision advantage here, and they want to keep it going. Double BKB.
And unlike last game, it's not as easy for Secret as far as their position they're in, where they can't just try and 5-man down, split push a bit, kind of group up, try and take the high ground. OG have the Blink Daggers. They've got the team fight advantage. They've got Ravage, they've got Echo Slam, having a line to try and deal with the pesky supports who have all their defensive tools. Terrorblade, who's very well farmed. No-Tail's not in the best position to fight until he has his BKB, but Secret, I think, aren't even going to be able to really get much done with this Aegis in some ways, and that's kind of a concern because they've got the Drow strategy where you will see this hero fall off, and they've got to try and look for ways to secure this game, which is going to have to come from kind of key pickoffs on OG core heroes.
And relocating offensively, very risky when you're walking into a Ravage and just all the burst damage that you mentioned.
It feels like
I'll
relocate
take
can
that.
only be used as a defensive tool this game, which is a limitation in itself for Secret as far as moving forward ways for them to find to end this game.
And even defensively, you better not pop those BKBs at the wrong time, or even that won't be available.
I think Misery becomes the key player for Secret. The Hawk Vision for what it provides for the team, as well as the only way they can use the relocate offensively is Misery kind of roaming around finding Blink Roars. And I say Blink Roars, he needs to farm up a Blink Dagger, I feel, desperately, because it creates those pick-off opportunities. You can have 4 Secret heroes like pushing a lane while Misery tries and finds it. Because Terrorblade, if he sees a group up push from Secret, he's going to go split push. And that's where Misery, if he can find him, hunt him down, get him with a Roar, relocate in, you can actually kill off Miracles. So I think Misery, he's got to be the playmaker for Secret. He's the one on a hero that can make stuff happen. The rest of the heroes, like you've got your 2 defensive supports who play reactionary, you've got OD who's gone for this just your classic right clicker. So the playmaking comes down to Misery this game.
OG really hanging back now. The whole team ensconced within their own base.
Hex, he can't really play the initiator type role. And then you've got Dro.
It looks like they don't want to come out to play in Secret. Just intent on farming at this point. There's the Blink Dagger on Beastmaster, so to the extent you mentioned Misery is the big playmaker to watch for Secret, he's got a new tool to help make those plays happen.
And that's the thing with OG's draft, is they've got numerous heroes. They've got 3 heroes who can kind of fulfill the role. 2, which as far as big team fights go, but even Lion in
Top lane,
some ways.
Blink forward banish. Aggressive move here, but that's all.
And
Looks like they
No-Tail's
might
like,
try to
man,
go.
I finally got an item, guys. Let's do this. Let's go fight.
Yeah,
Well, I don't
it's
know
a
if they want to just fight right now, actually. Not in
fairly
the game.
important one to deal with the OD, and at the same time, it's still a Drow lineup with a Beastmaster Roar, so it does not mean he's a tank by any means.
Lots of physical damage. There's Weave as well to help amplify physical damage coming out from Secret.
And on that note, we're not going to see Moon go into the more standard mech or Greaves. He's actually building
Radiant's
straight
top
to
tower
Shivas,
is under
or
attack.
I guess maybe AC from the looks of things.
I think a good Shivers game. OD is not going to have the best attack speed, so the attack speed slow is quite effective against him. And just having the extra armor going to help a lot against the Drow Beastmaster, the Weave as well from Puppey. I think something that OG are recognizing is that because of the nature of Secret's draft, having these 2 defensive supports in Io Dazzle, they're not going to scale well to the late game. Compare that to what the Earthshaker Lion Jaw bring. These heroes have tremendous kill potential and teamfight abilities as you go into the late game. So Secret, their 2 supports may be able to save a core in the late game, but OGs can do that through their disables as well as find kills on key heroes. They can lock down a hero like an OD, a Draw Ranger, catch them before they can get a BKB off with a Blink Echo Slam, with a Blink Hex. So there's just a lot more late game potential out of OG's lineup.
So it really sounds like you feel they're a ticking time bomb and Secret needs to defuse it soon. So to the extent that's true, how long do they got? When is this thing going to blow up?
Probably the Aegis cheese push. The OD will have Hex around that time. So, I mean, I'm talking really like 10 minutes away because we're looking, well, maybe for like 6 to 8 minutes away. They've still got an Aegis now, but this Aegis is not the timing that's good for Secret. They missed their, I mean, they didn't have opportunities early. If they did really well in the early game, they could have perhaps been in a position to take racks, but as things currently stand, it's going to be the next level of items, the Blink Hex from OD, the Aegis and Cheese, where they've got the ability to try and take it to OG despite OG having the better team fight. They'll just have that extra life advantage and that perhaps item or 2 advantage. Like you look at the top net worth heroes, 3 of the 4 are in the Secret cap, yet they still can't push.
And you can tell Secret know it, so they're building towards a Hex here on Weeha, it appears. They'll have the Blink Hex initiation, powerful for pickoffs, that plus the Roar, and the Relocated. You gotta imagine they'll be looking to use those tools to find the power play that they haven't been able to yet. OG holding back in the mid lane, but they are dealing with a big network of wards. They've done an okay job at dewarding, but you can also see all the misfires here as they struggle to maintain any semblance of vision. Could be the difference maker for Secret.
Yeah, and as much as I talk about OG having really good supports and just a pretty good lineup to go into the late game, they need the farm to go into the late game, which is currently what they're kind of struggling to find. They haven't got the items on their core heroes outside of the Terrorblade. Razor's still struggling to really find any semblance of farm, just has this BKB. But it's very much a one team fight game. We haven't really seen that big team fight. If OG win one big team fight on a high ground defense, Secret probably lose the game right then and there. Maybe not, okay, so not right then and there, but at that point, I don't think Secret will be able to go well into the late game. Like with tied, Razor suddenly able to find items through a team fight. Secret very much, I think, recognizing it's that one big team fight they've got to have the best possible, like, just items for. They've got to have Aegis, they want to have Cheese, they want to have everything ready before they take that one team fight, which is just going to decide this entire game.
Yeah, it goes the other way. Moon blows a Ravage on BKBs, and you may just be looking at GG instantly. But OG are going to start to maneuver here towards the top lane. They were just farming the Ancients. Weeha playing it safe, backing up, only about 250, 300 gold away here from a Hex.
You can see just the tension. Neither team looking to go for any risky plays, because when we talk about what the two teams, as far as finding kills go, like it's Misery who can find the solo Roar. So he is kind of lurking around this bottom lane, applying pressure, seeing if any hero comes this way to actually go for a kill.
Hey.
There's a new pickup, the Aghanim Scepter.
I'm curious how many times this has been picked up.
I think like 1 or 2 games with the Aghanim Scepter, maybe. Very, very few.
Is this the Terrorblade illusion counter?
Yes, absolutely.
How good do you think this is going to be against them?
I mean, I can only kind of theory craft here.
Count on Envy to pull this out. The Aghanim Strow at 30 minutes is a crucial Game 3 decider.
This is definitely legit against the Terrorblade, even more so with all the illusions. And he's got enough. He's still got 2k gold. So the one main worry for Envy is if there's suddenly a team fight where Terrorblade has like a evasion, like a butterfly, and he doesn't have an MKB, but he can quickly farm an MKB right now. He's sitting on 2.3k gold. He's well equipped to deal with those illusions. And he's in a pretty good position here.
Let's see. Maybe Secret just planning on using it to shove out the lanes as well. That could be an option. For now, Notel is progressing slowly but surely in terms of his inventory. Razor grabbing the Hyperstone, working towards an AC. So they are gearing up for heavy armor. Versus the Drow Beastmaster, you certainly will need it.
Both teams, it's all about the physical damage in some ways. Envy's got even a Frost Armor creep just following him around a bit.
No, Medallion coming out. Probably this is Game of Armor. I like how complete it's in quotes.
Was a joke going for one?
Yeah.
I mean, Miracle keeps on farming, but he's going to look at this Terrorblade. Like, what point is he going to be equipped to fight into this lineup? And he's going to struggle at a lot of stages of this game. There's so much farm on Dro and OD. His hero doesn't match up well against an OD, even more so when OD has Hex.
They're moving towards top. They want to come in for the catch here.
Not quite there.
Just a few seconds away from getting jumped. Notel rushing in, but Pilot Eye able to sneak away to the river.
No-Tail going straight into AC as well, yeah. I think, a necessity that he goes for that big late game item, just because the pace of this game is very much gearing towards that stage. And here we go. This is like your pub build. Aghanims, Maelstrom.
Envy-chan, look at this. Maelstrom Ags, the Terrorblade counter.
This is beautiful. You can get the procs on the splinter attacks as well, which is what makes
Oh, really?
orbs
Oh, dear.
on like orbs like Maelstrom on the hero when you get Ag Scepter. That's that much more brutal.
Do you think Envy's played this exact matchup and done it before, or do you think this is a theory craft? I'm really curious. I wish he was
not
here right
sure.
now. We just pause the game, ask him real quick. He probably needs to wash his eyes anyway, so, you know. Let's just give him
Yeah,
a
wash
chip.
your eyes, step out your booth. We'll have a bit of a
Benefit
pause.
the production.
And I mean, this is like what pubs do to grief people, is just sit in the jungle with Axe Maelstrom and come out with like triple Maelstrom or something.
They're moving in though, Envy with the BKB dodge there on the Echo. This is going to be a hard fight for OG. He goes on to No Tail, just crushes his way through them. They also lost the lineup. Moon's on the run. Shaker's going to get finished off in one fell swoop. The big team fight that we mentioned, but it goes entirely the way of Secret. 4 down. But they got Terrorblade, but forget about the items. Just the reaction speed there on Envy. We saw it earlier from Weeha on the OD. We see it again here now for him on the Drow. If he doesn't get that BKB off, this is a very different game.
Absolutely. You get that Echo before the BKB. Don't want to say OG win
Also
the
want
fight,
to point
but
out they have a ward here, so
Yeah,
he had
he-
vision the second that broke.
just too fast. Great reactions from Eternal Envy. He's kind of the make or break player for this Secret team, and he has played incredibly well this series. And OG find themselves in position. They're going to lose a lane of racks here, and even when their heroes respawn, Earthshaker does not have Echo Slam for this team fight. Tide, most importantly, does not have buyback, so even though Ravage is available, this is going to be a full lane of racks, and quite likely Roshan.
He actually just bought a Rain of Health. Not sure it would have mattered because I'm Terrorblade and Tide versus all of those heroes. Probably not winning the fight anyway.
They weren't going to defend the bottom lane with Earthshaker dead without Echo Slam, so I think it kind of works out okay as long as they don't lose 2 lanes of racks. OG still in this game, but it's very much in the game, but how do they win this game? And that's a difficult question to answer when Secret have 2 very farm cores that match up well against Terrorblade in the late game, and Terrorblade's really the only farm tier on the OG side.
Equation has changed now, where OG felt like we're comfortably inching towards their late game dominance. Secret now with the map control advantage, a fresh Aegis of Cheese, the Blink Hex online, and the previously unexplored illusion counter here on the Drow Ranger are now in much better shape.
OG, not so much at all in, but they do buy the Butterfly, forego having buyback on Miracle's Terrorblade, which puts them in a pretty risky position. But to me, this is like OG saying we're in kind of a desperate position. We just got to buy anything and everything we can right now.
All right, someone get down to the booth and ask him.
He's not all chatting the eyes.
Quickly, Winter, make yourself
I think
useful.
by now everyone knows it's his eyes. We need the booth cam on Envy. Pronto.
Moon's eyes seem okay. So, yeah, he had just bought the Rain of Health. Looks like he's going towards that refresher.
Yep.
If they can get to that point, then OG will probably stabilize here, but that is a long way off.
Yeah, the Terrorblade Butterfly, and kind of pesky for the OD. Even the Drow's item slot limited right now. You'd have to drop the Helm of the Dominator to be able to get an MKB. Or, I mean, I guess the SMY is probably the item you might replace because you definitely want to have lifesteal.
He has gone for a bunch of like tier 2, tier 3 items, so it's not really the best pure late game itemization, but it got them a lane of rack, so already it's paid for itself.
He's got the money. He can get an MKB in no time at all. It's just how do you slot
what do you
it in,
replace? Yeah. He's already got BKB and Egg, so you don't really need the SMY for survivability.
The movement speed's kind of nice, but again, I don't know. I'm not sure. What Envy will come up with something. He always does. He always does. After CTY, he probably has the most original item builds of any player in this tournament. Nobody's on CTY's level.
He's on he's created his own tier, crafted something very unique. They are grouping up here a bit mid, OG. And they are going to smoke, and it's just out of dire vision, it looks like. Don't think anyone got scouted.
They see him.
Envy's in a great position. They blink Hex from the low ground. Surprise on Envy. Echo there as well. They're going to drop the Plasma Field. Fissures there. Perfect chain stun. OG. Grabbing a big kill. I think the crowd went wild there. I think
they love Jackie. Known for being an artist in China. Absolutely tense stuff here in game number 3.
chance continue. Envy actually no buyback for a minute. Can they punish?
He may have it sooner. He's like 30 gold short, and it's getting smaller and smaller, the margin. So
And the lanes are pushing in here. The IO OD work their magic top lane. They're going to drag them back.
Radiant's top tower
OG though
is
still
under
have the
attack.
Ravage available and will end up safely escaping. So they get a clean kill. They back off to the base. And they waste some precious Aegis time. But mid lane, Weeha's jumped in. He's unloaded the Hex here onto Fly. Sheeva's Guard comes out, trying to mitigate that damage. But Weeha far too big. Already 15 stolen in. They tether forward. They're hunting onto
he
Moon.
can't
The
blink?
Boars have isolated him. The Roar comes through as well. Moon gonna immediately cracking it off. But Axis slicing through and chopping up the watermelon into more bite-sized pieces. They get the kill there as well. So it ends up being an overall 2-for-1. Not so good a trade anymore.
looks like that could set up Secret to force this Tide buyback. Envy will be respawning in 5 seconds, has a completed Mjolnir, and all lanes pushing in, applying pressure. Unfortunately, Secret, it will take some time to get Joe Ranger back to the front lines, but it seems to be the plan here.
He TPs to the tier 3 tower and starts marching down mid. So
Where the
Envy-
career was waiting for him.
Envy really eager to get here. Every second counts for Secret. Plasma Field coming out. They are going to fissure Weeha and lock him in position for now. There's still plenty of time left on the Aegis.
Yeah, and that's
now
the other
a
thing.
completed Shiva's. Weeha, massive in his own right.
It's not just the Drow with this Ags Mjolnir build dealing with the illusions. It's OD who can one-shot illusions, it looks like. Not sure if that applies to all the illusions. The Manta melee illusions maybe a bit tanky, but illusions just are useless against Secret right now. When the Drow and the OD are live, they just instantly take them out.
Stun onto Envy here, but not the hero you really want to be targeting with an IO tethering to him, as well as the Dazzle in position. They are going to try to force heroes forward. Dealing a bit of damage there. Just a lick, though, with the static link. Meanwhile, Blink forward, there could have been a Fissure or Misery. but
Misery
Crit holds
was,
it in reserve.
in classic Secret fashion, he got the tier 3 tower top down to half HP just with his Necro 3. Manages to get out alive as well, so a bit of just pressure and damage applied. Luckily for OG, Tide not having to use his buyback means he can get a little bit closer to that refresher.
OG are still hanging on in the base, though. Only the one lane of Rax down. They are a great high ground lineup.
Tide actually picks up Ghost, I guess deciding that he may not ever get to a point where he can farm a refresher because he's still sitting on that Ring of Health, but just buys a casual Ghost Scepter.
Oh, he's delayed it a lot if he was going to get it.
This is, yeah, very much probably not going to farm it at a time that we may just lose, most likely before we get it. So I want to make sure that I can stay alive against the heavy physical damage and the right clicks of Drow Ranger as well as the OD.
He posted up pretty far here, working on Moon. Weeha having a record-setting game to this point. For him, at least. They haven't closed OG out yet. They keep the lane shoved in. The Aegis timer dropping very low, and it will expire once more. So Secret, they got the 1 Rax, but they won't get a second lane. This game continues.
We're going the distance, LD.
Is there a point where OG get harder to deal with for Secret? Because, you know, at first we opened the game, we had a lot of discussion about how, oh, mid lane, Moon, he's been caught out. This could be disastrous for him. OD ult is available. He's got the Hex ready as well. BKB online too. They blink in though. They look for the counterplay here. They fissure, they ravage, they throw everything out, and then he gets relocated back out by Pylite. OG blows their load and now needs to run away quick, fast, and in a hurry. They manage to banish one, keeping the Razor locked down. They're gonna finish off Fly. They turn back for No Tail, running down the Razor. Weeha in heavy pursuit finishes him off as well. The Tide, meanwhile, top lane, they end up dropping to Misery, just hacking away at him slowly but surely. But Miracle arrives, will finish him off. They have bought back on the line and they hold their own for now.
They have no
They have a
Ravage for this.
Metamorphosis. But
No
this is
Echo
going to be
Slam.
very tough. The
Oh,
OD
he
hammer
drops the
gets
hammer.
dropped. Finishing off Fly. The lane still pushing in, and it's all up to Mr. Miracle without a Ravage to help him out. He slows down Envy. They get the Gush going, but he pops the BKB. He's going to turn. Mjolnir's there. The debuff, or the buff rather, thrown onto him. And meanwhile, top lane getting caved in. OG could be on their last legs here in the upper bracket. Rax dropping. Heroes falling everywhere you look. OG is crumbling. 4 dead. It's going to be all 6 Rax and only Miracle left alive. The team just a bit too heavy in the end. It will end up being a 2-1 for Secret. Some very unorthodox playing picks here, but they pulled it out down the stretch.
I mean, the desk, we spent a lot, well, we didn't have much time. The last pick, Terrorblade, we looked at it and we're like, is this really a Terrorblade game? And definitely not is the final verdict. OD destroying the illusions, one shot at a time. Even Envy itemizing to help deal with them. At no point, I mean, you can kind of talk about Miracle like, man, he had an incredible game, he got so farmed, he just tried to put his team on his back, but realistically, he didn't actually contribute all that much to this game. OG's hopes came from the Tide, the Earthshaker, the big team fight combos, but this draft for OG just didn't work, LD.
Gentlemen, a fantastic series to conclude there at the end. We saw a little bit of everything, a debut for a certain Terrorblade, an interesting new itemization coming out from Envy's Drow Ranger, but man, how appropriate was it for this matchup here back at the panel, of course, with Winter and Merlini. Gentlemen, I would love to hear your take on game number 3.
I mean, like God sums it up, I think nicely that Terrorblade was like not a very good hero in this situation. Given the farm he had, he still struggled to do a lot of like stuff in the team fights because their heroes were just really good at dealing with illusions. And I think it was a really good item build by Envy though. I've seen it work really well against illusion-based heroes, the Aghanims plus Maelstrom, especially against PR.
I think any item build could have worked though. I don't think it was... They
You-
were one-shotting the illusions with OD.
You don't think it was good?
Oh, I think it was fine.
He's saying it didn't matter.
I think he could have gone for like a butterfly MKB and it would have been just as fine as well. The illusions were
It helps push
useless
the lanes
regardless.
out again,
Yeah.
like really quickly. I played against it a couple of times as a PL. You have no chance. Like no matter what item build you go, you just have no chance. So
I agree.
it's it's kind of the least risky build. Like the only way you lose if a Terrorblade manages to clean up in a fight, but if he doesn't have illusions, they can't win any team fights. But I don't know. It's kind of sad to see Terrorblade lose.
So do you guys pin it entirely just on the matchup? Like Terrorblade pick lost them the game, or could they have still won?
I
If
think
so,
there
how?
was also another issue underlying in what happened in this game for OG. I think the Razor he just lost his lane like quite badly because the Wiz was like I mentioned, Wiz doesn't really need to be in one lane in this game. He's gonna be wherever they need him, and he was a really big difference maker in the mid lane. And I think that was really crucial because Lion and Earthshaker, those two supports, cannot really go to mid lane and be like a Witch Doctor or be like a Wiz and just help in the lane. They just can't. Like Earthshaker just dropped a fissure to help Tide secure his level 2. That's just about what he did, and he just went stacking and whatnot. He can't really help the Razor. So I think that was a really big problem in the game for them.
We will soon have an interview with the winner here, so apologies if I cut anyone off, but we do have to make sure we give a lot of credit to Secret support staff, Pi and Puppy, of course, always being there at a moment of need. How many times it looked like they had OG an imminent pickoff, but coming up a bit short, just not happening. And quick reactions, of course, from Weeha helped them get out of a pickle or two. So
I just want to say, you don't need to apologize. You can cut them off anytime. That's fine by me.
okay, no problem.
Don't cut us off.
But, I mean, we look at this. Now this unfortunately means that OG will be heading into the lower bracket in a matchup against Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro, if they're watching this particular series, what are they going to be taking away from it that, something that Secret were able to bring? And, kudos to Secret. They get the revenge from the Frankfurt final.
I still really like the way that OG approached the draft up until the Terrorblade pick. I think denying Puppy, especially when you first pick, is really powerful. I mean, the way VP approaches games is quite different, but I think there was a recipe here to beat Secret, and it just mainly came down to that last pick, Terrorblade, not working out.
maybe VP learned to play more Drow Ranger as well. They were one of the teams who ran more Drow Visage than most. So.
They're a team you would more expect to run it, I think, multiple times in a series, so maybe it's less likely to catch you off guard, but yeah.
I think a couple things. Firstly, you should ban Lone Druid out versus OG. Secondly, I think they've shown two main playstyles based around Miracle. I think he's the most important player on their team. He plays anti-mage or Terrorblade and just kind of AFK farms the whole entire game, in which case you just push him down, and then by the time he's online, everyone is just super poor. Or he's a little bit more involved in the team, but I think if they can identify one of these two playstyles from them and just have a counter for each, they'll be okay.
There's one more though. There's a slug. The more
slug.
split push and go for more late game.
I think the key thing is that you don't have to learn from the two games OG lost is you don't actually have to shut Miracle down. You don't have to worry about him. The two games he played carry, he free farmed his Slack, got like a very early Midas, didn't offer enough. He free farmed his Terrorblade. If you just focus on your own strategies and, like you say, pushing them down, shutting down the other OG plays, that's all you need to do.
It just depends on which one they run, though, because you don't know until the last pick, because they typically save it for last, unless it's an LD, and I think LD is kind of the one in the middle that can carry late and contribute early. So
if anything, taking the fight to Miracle is like where things backfire because he's so skilled. The game where he was Lone Druid, they tried to gank and pressure mid lane, and then he got like 2 kills. He almost got a 3rd kill on the line. If he got an entangle, it's like I think the strategy is to stay away from Miracle.
Avoid him at all
Avoid
costs.
Miracle.
Keep away.
Don't give Miracle kills, and you're good. So avoid Miracle, kill everyone else.
I think the idea for what Ben said was quite solid. I think you make sure you ban Lone Druid. And for me, the key person to focus is No-Tail, because he's the tempo guy. Just make sure he's down.
They didn't
Well,
give
they,
him tempo
they did that
heroes,
in the
though.
draft with the Batrider bans, because that's been his most successful tempo hero this tournament.
They could have given him Beastmaster. I don't know if he can play like mid puck or something. That would be great too. But we haven't seen that much. So yeah,
Yeah.
it seems like if you don't give him Batrider, he's put in this like Razor. What are you gonna do in that game?
Yeah, maybe they should have picked him Beastmaster.
So who do you give credit to for Secret as far as MVP goes? They give a little credit to support, staff for being able to help out, but Envy, great drought play there in Game 3, and a cute way to itemize whether it was necessary or not.
I think
Finding
it
his
was
way through the eye trouble.
It was a team effort. There was a game where I'm having eye trouble. I just stared directly in the light, so I know how it is to be envied out. But yeah, I think it was a team effort. Puppy, immaculate performance on the free farm Enigma. That one game, Envy with the BKB dodge was huge. I'm sure with Secret, the draft involves components from all the players. The itemization was great on the draw this game. Yeah, maybe they didn't need it, but it was still really solid. Pylai Dai had some very clutch relocate saves that one mid just ended the game, because then Ravage or Echo slams down, you just have no chance. So and Ravage actually as well. So I think they all really played well, and I really think it was a team effort this time.
We even mentioned that sometimes Secret don't really look like a team when they're playing. They draft like very speed push. But this game, I agree with Gorman. They really look like they're on sync together.
Like I said, this game, usually you would disagree with me, but this time you have to agree with
They
me.
still had their. They looked like a team even when they were split pushing it. Like there were times Miracle has his Necrobook on the tier 3 tower. I'm sorry, Misery. Misery was often off on his own doing things, and even Envy was. But it was very much like they had a very cohesive strategy.
Yeah, the idea was basically everyone understood, and they were, even though they weren't on the same lanes doing stuff like ganking together, but they were accomplishing the same thing. They knew that they just had to split up the map with the Beastmaster, not allowing the Tide plus their big team fight to come into play and wait for their BKBs to come up, then
I
take the
think
fight.
going back to your other question about how VP handles it, they have to prevent the Roshans. I think that they got way too many Roshans in this entire series, and that's kind of what Eternal Envy does. And Puppy also, like when he was on Secret, they took Roshan at very opportune times, and VP have to shut that down.
But
They
it's-
didn't have a vision hero this game. You mentioned Beastmaster. I mean, that's something that could have helped them in trying to contest.
yeah,
Rush,
but they're on dire.
Yeah.
Isn't it kind of hard to to stop it?
You can't give OD a couple of Roaches in a row, and then once he gets BKB, it's really difficult. You have to stop it at the first one. I don't know how. Beastmaster is a common pick.
But they had Beastmaster.
Yeah.
And even the first game, the Sand King game where they delayed the Roshan, that was like a really close call for crit where he probably should have died. So
Yeah.
the Roche game could have been even
You
worse.
can't
for
concede the Roche, though, to a draw line every single time. I like either draft stronger lanes so you have more presence around the map, or draft more team fight, and they didn't really have either of them. Teams have to prepare for a dire advantage. There's going to be a lot of Ursas, there's going to be a lot of Drow Rangers, maybe even Elder Titan can make a comeback. Like something that just stalls in the pit, I think is good enough. Bat Rider, so on and so forth.
At least in that case, it wasn't always that they were just forced to hand over the Roche. It comes down to a lot of the credit for the shot calling there from Secret. 11 minutes in, it was a big Secret turnaround at that point, which even forced up the buyback from the Wisp. They got that huge turnaround fight, led to at least contention with the Radiant Ancient camp, taking about half of the economy there, and then they got to double back for the Roche on top of it. So
I'm glad you brought that up, because that was huge in the series and in two games, actually. One of the games where they warded it and had vision the whole time. The other, that situation where they just ran in, won a fight, and then took it. I think the economic damage they did through Ancient contest was absolutely crucial, and part of it goes back to Moon playing Tidehunter 3 games in a row. Like, Secret clearly knew the Ancients and the jungle farm was going to be a part of the OG game plan.
sounds like we have an interview ready to go, so let's cut to the stage and hear from the winners.
标赛，刚刚呢由OG 战队和我们的 Secret 战队给大家带来了一场非常精彩的比赛，而我们 Secret 战队也是勇敢的出局了，获得了胜利。现在在我身边的就是他们战队的代表 Puppy， 先跟我们的观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hi, they told me to introduce myself. Hey, I'm Puppy.
好，这种明星般的气质啊！首先有一个问题想要问到 Puppy 说，因为他的谜团是一个公认的 BOSS， 所以想问到他说，是不是他认为这个谜团是非常大的、很厉害的英雄呢？
You're like the king of Enigma. Do you think that is a very strong hero, or do you think it's the most hero whatsoever?
For now, it's I think my most confident hero. It's a very strong hero. I think the buffs are pretty good, and the meta has changed into pushing a lot, so it's very viable right now.
现在来说是他用的最好的英雄吧，因为这个英雄改了以后， 对于推进啊，还有很多一些 buff 什么都非常非常好。
啊，那另外一个问题呢，就是我们看到在中场的时候，队中的EE也是申请说想要点一下眼药水，所以说大家也很关注哈，职业的选手们是不是平时会有一些爱护眼睛的一些特殊的方法呢？
Eternal Envy has requested to pause for a few times for eye drop. So do you have some ways to protect your eyes when you're training?
I mean, he needs those eye drops right now. Only the first time I've ever seen it happen. But the air in the booths is just too dry for his eyes. So he just needs these eye drops, and there's no real protection for it in that sense.
他其实也是第一次看到他这么干，因为可能里面的空气有点干，所以对他眼睛不太好。并不是他们有经常保护眼睛什么的。
啊，好的，经过了2个短暂的问题之后，相信大家对我们的 Secret 战队有更加的了解，也希望在接下来的比赛当中 ，Secret 可以越战越勇啊，有更好的表现。Thank you。另外，把我们的画面交还给分析台吧。
Secret with this win have just secured a top 6 position, and unfortunately for OG, they will now drop down to the bottom and face the very scary Virtus Pro, who were able to pull out, I don't know if it's considered an upset anymore, but they did able to push past Vici Gaming here. We are going to be cutting to a small break before we get a change up here. I just want maybe some early impressions as far as what you think about OG and VP.
I think that OG definitely showed that they were much more consistent overall the games. I'm not sure if you guys think that way, but I feel like they have shown that they make less mistakes overall, and VP looked really shaky in the first few games, but I do agree they did play a lot better yesterday against Vici, but Vici looked really they don't look like a team though. That's like the issue I have. So they just beat the opponent that were lost.
Unanimous agreement here as far as that goes?
Yeah, for the most part. All I know is I don't want to be in the lower bracket right now if I'm one of these teams, because you've got OG, Alliance, and EHOME all in the lower bracket. Like, what happened, guys? These are like most people's top 3, top 4 had those 3 teams with EG. And they're on the lower bracket, so I don't know. This has been a crazy major.
And it's in BO1s, too,
Yeah.
for one more round. So
3 of the predicted top 4 in BO1 lower bracket games right now. What's going on?
Safe to say a lot of compendiums have been shaken up quite a bit, so why don't we go ahead and cut to a break, and when we come back, it's going to be the Boys in Blue debut on the main stage as Evil Geniuses will take on the Young Gunners, Team Fnatic.
刚刚两个队伍的选手这边也是各有特点，这边是 Fnatic 这边的一个盲打。
所向披靡，只为劲敌。
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready to hop into our second series here at the Shanghai Major, and what a doozy it's going to be. Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic. Before I talk to these handsome gentlemen over here, we actually already have a draft, so why don't we go ahead and hop into that because we don't want anyone to miss those precious first picks and first bans. Gentlemen, this should be a good one. The last time these two teams met was back in Star Ladder 13 group stages, where, again, we saw the Fear Enigma, and on the other side, they tried to pull out the Mushi DOTA. So I can't help myself. I got to hand it over to this gentleman to my immediate left, the biggest fan of Fnatic.
I already know what he's going to say.
Now,
don't give Nature's Prophet to an SCA team.
Most people here would say EG are the heavy favorites. Your job now, Winter, sell us all, sell everyone at home at why Fnatic are going to be able to pull out the upset.
I think number one is because I know that they have very good preparation this time. They came to China a lot earlier, like 1 week in advance compared to everyone else, and I know they had a specific amount of help from someone, which I don't want to say who. So they have very good preparation this time, and I believe they have the biggest chance among all the previous tournaments to do well here.
And then he was talking to me, oh, EG's going to get cocky. They're not going to ban Nature's Prophet or Chen, and they're going to give them one of them. And instead, they're going to give them both.
They must be really confident, Winter. I mean, EG get their Darkseer Bounty Hunter as a 1-2 opener, and on the side of Fnatic, they will lead in with Nature's Prophet and a Chen.
Yo, that's actually a sick opener from EG, though.
Yeah.
The Bounty Hunter is something that doesn't make it to the second phase often if you pick a Chen, and he's really good at picking off a Nature's Prophet. Really good.
By the way, on the panel, of course, we're going to have our casters for this one, the incredible Toby Wan and some Danish guy there on the end.
Yep.
Gentlemen, what are your early impressions about EG versus Fnatic?
I think it looks like EG have prepared specifically for this match, whereas Fnatic are still playing their standard picks. So of course, Fnatic are going to be confident. They're here in the winners bracket for a reason. These are the picks that have worked for them. But EG seem very, very targeted. I wouldn't imagine EG doing this 1-2 opener against many other teams at the event. It's because they know Fnatic will go for this kind of style. And they were hoping either they prevent them from picking Chen, they scare them with their bounty, or they go for the Chen anyway. And they're like, okay, fair enough.
Shouldn't EG though be concerned? Like you're picking up a bounty hunter into a Chen and Nature's Prophet. Like bounty
that's
doesn't really
great.
have great D push though. Like if you can screw with the Chen and the jungle, I agree.
That's why they have the Darkseer.
Yeah, the general idea here with their opening, Toby, is like when they have BH and Darkseer, it complements each other because you makes your lane strong. And if you can actually do a lot in the early game with the Iron Shell and the bounty, you can actually annoy the Chen so much that the lane becomes unbearable for the safe laner of Fnatic, and the whole tempo of the game becomes slow. And when you are running Chen, you don't want to be slow, and you want to be fast.
If
So
you're
that's-
Fnatic now, you need to realize that that safe lane needs to be someone who's good at laning against Darkseer, just flat out. And
Oracle?
perhaps a Darkseer and bounty.
I mean, Oracle is pretty good versus both Bounty and Darkseer because you can remove the track, you can remove the Surge, you can remove the Iron Shell. You basically remove everything.
I am personally not that big of a fan of Chen Oracle as
Yeah.
support duo. I feel like it's too much of one thing. Like you have a lot of heal, but you have very little disable. Oracle doesn't really complement Chen very well in terms of just that pushing power that Chen wants to bring. I think that every time I see that duo pick together, they just seem to lose the game.
I guess it's just a juggle between having a duo like that or the potential to take a Darkseer just completely out of the early game.
You can just zone them though. You don't actually need the Oracle to zone them. We've seen heroes like Shadow Demon do very well in one-on-one zoning, but it is difficult because of the setup of the offlane.
Their comfort picks would probably be either Disruptor or Shadow Shaman from the group games. I saw like they mostly put Net on those two heroes. I'm not sure if they might change things up for something else, but those are the two picks that we see commonly for Net in this event. And EG right now have a draft that focuses a lot on their Iron Shell targets. They have heroes that can do really well by clearing Ancients, which we saw in the OG vs Secret series, how important was getting a hero that can actually do the Ancients and take advantage of that.
I like the idea behind this Bane pick a lot. I'm assuming it's because they need some sort of strong lane support to
with
match
the
up
Chen,
against
with
Bounty
the Chen.
Darkseer. Good synergy with Chen, you Nightmare, you give plenty of time for that Chen creep to get in range, whether it's a Centaur or a Hellbear. And you just escort the Chen. I think Bane starts with a Dust, and you kind of play it as a duo right in the start and give Chen a little bit of space, and then you go help the safe lane. So like, once again, the safe lane are still, in my opinion, probably you're looking at a ranged hero to stand down there a bit alone.
They played Clinks a couple of games.
Clinks is okay, I guess. Or something like that.
But this is something like what MVP would do as well with their safe lane. Bane Leshrac makes it very hard for the off-laner. So a lot of it will fall onto the bounty to actually help the Darkseer get into the lane. Like the first wave, whether Darkseer gets level 2 is extremely crucial for their laning phase.
Does feel like Fnatic are playing more of a proactive than a reactive kind of a draft in the sense that they're looking to pick up what they feel is necessary for themselves. We saw that kind of similar trend in MVP series yesterday. And, well, we saw the success that MVP were able to find with it here. We'll see, though, as Evil Geniuses are just no team to scoff at whatsoever. Final ban is going to be on the Razor here from the side of EG. And for Fnatic, we'll have to see what they're going to be looking to rid of here. EG still do need to grab the Sumail hero.
I think Magnus or Ember would be my main.
Do you like Lina? Do you think they need some D push against the Chen? They don't really have very good D push now, though, like clearing the waves. What do you think, Syndron? Do you think that D push will be important for EG, or they just draft for heavy team fight with the vacuum into stun?
I think they actually have enough control right now if they just play an explosive early game. There are multiple ways of doing it. I think Lina is a really nice pick because it's the best of both worlds, kind of. She's strong in lane, she's very easy to gank for the bounty hunter, I feel, and then you also have the deep push. But if you're looking for something else than that, then I think just a lane dominator for Sumail. There's going to be so much chaos that it's going to be difficult for Fnatic to actually help that mid lane. And,
really? I think it's like the opposite. I think you don't necessarily want to pick a hero that's easily ganked in the mid lane because they have NP as well as Chen. Like, you have to worry about threats coming in from both of the side lanes, not just one.
So you rather have a Queen of Pain, for example, or
I think Mag, personally.
Or Mag.
Mag plus Sven plus Darkseer. I think it's good enough base defense that they can rely on it. Oh.
Wait a minute. Sumail's going to be playing something I haven't seen him play very often here.
It's good versus the Lash and good at catching out the Prophet. And, you know, right now their general idea of their lineup is to keep getting kills with the track. So it looks like a pick that could work really well for EG this game.
Ion Shell and Bounty Hunter, Ion Shell and Nyx, and you just run next to someone until he dies. It's the strat.
Seems like a good plan.
Pocket strat right there. Ben has this weird expression in his face.
I don't know where they're gonna lane the Nyx.
Mid?
Yeah, you think it's mid.
Yeah.
Don't you think it's mid?
I don't know. They've done some weird stuff. They did Bounty Hunter mid before. Like, I don't know what's going on with that.
But isn't it clear that Bounty plus Witch Doctor will be the supports and Nyx would be a core? You don't think so?
Maybe. I think they'll see what the matchup mid is first.
Arteezy feels pretty confident as it is right now. This team is riding pretty well. They made their way through the group stage, Group D, 2-1 against Complexity, and then followed up with a 2-0 series against Virtus Pro now.
Yeah, and right now the last pick for Midon, like most of the heroes he plays, like OD, Invoker, and all get countered by Nyx, or they're gonna go for something else, which would help them facilitate the push. And it's good in the lane as well.
The interesting thing here is how good Nyx is against both Prophet and Leshrac. I guess that's what triggered the pick for them. Obviously, you're off the map. It's very difficult for Prophet to split push, but against Leshrac, he just has so much AoE damage. You're always going to hit S-By Carapace on him. And until he has BKB, there's like no way you don't get stunned by the Nyx, and then he can obviously follow through. Mana Burn is great against three.
Yeah, he's going to have a hard time.
His lane
the lane is really difficult. That's the.
Do you think they might change their lanes because of that? Like put Darks, I don't know, like Darkseer.
I really like the Viper pick for that reason. I think
it's very hard for them to lane right now. It's difficult. Maybe they'll just like sack his lane and hopefully they just bounce back with kills with track later on.
Can you put Nyx solo top and do like Sven Witch Doctor mid? With the threat of Bounty rotating in and the Darkseer off lane drawing attention to themselves. And then
Nyx still loses to Prophet though. That's the other issue.
Yeah. The reason I think Nyx is weird is because there's a lot of overlap with Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
Which is it's good versus their heroes, but its strength it weakens their overall.
The composition is not as good. Yeah, it's good versus enemy, like it counters enemy heroes, but not sure about the composition.
It's a nice pose.
It is something new from EG. It is a best of 3, so I suppose they have the one-game flexibility. It almost does feel a bit reminiscent from when we first saw Sumail get his hands on the Timber Saw, and even in that case, he ran him in the safe lane a bit. It's just, I don't know what to expect. I wager this is the first time we'll see Sumail play the hero, so I'm very eager to see what EG do have in store for us. And I wouldn't put past EG that this is something you were alluding to at the start of the draft, something that they have premeditated here, maybe specifically for Fnatic.
It just seems like such a weird opener and such a weird draft to go if it's not 100% prepared. Like there's nothing meta about that opening at all. Like Bounty Hunter, Darkseer, none of these heroes have been first picks. Maybe Darkseer situationally in some of the games we've seen here, but compared to all the other heroes that were in the pool, it's very, very unusual. And it's really interesting because regardless of the outcome of this game, there is no way the second game is going to be remotely close to this from EG's perspective. I think the draft, this is like one of those one-off you just burn. And then if it works, Fnatic are going to start completely revamping their first phase, or if it doesn't work for EG, you just go back to something more stable, I think. So, a little bit of a pocket strat, I guess you could say.
I mean, typically when we look at the numbers for EG coming into this, and of course this might be because they've been favoring a lot of like the Enigma and Jungle Farmers. This is a team that already through the Shanghai Major are #1 on GPN at the 15-minute mark, and also #1 and around #2 for last hits at 25 minutes, #1 net worth at from 5, 15, 25 pretty much throughout the whole game, and #1 in jungle farming. Doesn't really feel like this is going to be a lineup that's going to be able to do the same, but should be an interesting one nonetheless. It sounds like we are going to have a game, so let's send it over to our two fantastic casters over on the other side of the panel. It's Toby and Sin. Gentlemen, enjoy EG versus Fnatic.
Thanks a lot, Dakota, and we definitely will. Syndra, you're fantastic.
You're fantastic too, Toby. Let's hug it out.
It's nice listening to all you guys talking about the draft. Because I'm sitting here and I'm looking at Fnatic's draft and I'm feeling wonderful elements of push, stability in the lanes. The Nature's Prophet, we've seen him time and time again throughout the majors, and even before the majors, he's just everywhere, always supporting, always helping out. And EG, with what almost seems to be like we have to harass and then get instant pickoffs with the effect of the Nyx Assassin and the Bounty Hunter, I feel like EG have set themselves a really difficult task in this game.
It's, in a way, you could say that EG are under pressure to do things, but on the other hand, I also don't think it's that difficult to pull off the kind of chaos that they're looking to make in the early game. You already see they're going to invade the opponent jungle and secure this bottom rune. They might actually try to go for both runes. Oh, they're going to stick around with 5 here, hoping for Fnatic to come contest a bit.
I want to watch where and see where Fear also puts his sentry wards, because they just planted that one observer ward right on top of the Radiant observer ward, and DJ's going to come over and instantly get rid of this. So EG's movement inside the jungle, or to watch DJ's movement inside the jungle, it's going to have to be Bounty Hunter stalking this Chen left, right, and center. And we see which camps also Fear wants to block up. Normally you do just take out this easy hard camp, which is exactly what Fear is moving towards now. And he'll only commit a sentry for it.
Can
but
he
the
make
Chen
it to
doesn't
the
really
top
get
camp?
Hmm?
I'm wondering if he can make it to the top camp before 30. He's going to try to courier snipe. I don't think Fnatic is going to fall for this now.
Well, mid one's not even buying anything. And is he even really forced to? Like, he's up against a Nyx assassin. Like, you don't really need to have like that early salve thrown out to you, because you can just play aggressive in the lane anyway with 2 shared tangos.
Absolutely. This is such an easy lane for the Viper. He doesn't even need to be that scared of the bounty rotation, because I think those two together can't kill him. But if there's any additional hero brought in, obviously PPD would be the main choice, then you have kill potential. But he's busy up top.
Yeah.
Trading with Ohio and not really winning.
At least Ohio didn't have the tree and south, which with the Storm Bolt, they used both their stuns, and Ohio's got his own creep wave coming in. They don't have enough damage. Ohio will survive barely. Gets back into the safety. And he'll buy a TP scroll, but he'll have to walk all the way back to base to regenerate. And Fear, he is stalking DJ. He's not giving this Chen any kind of space. They actually battled for the D ward previously, as we're showing up on the screen. But DJ tried to escape him by going up to that northern camp. And Fear's just keeping with him. And DJ will also have to go back. So this Chen, no early rotations coming out from him. And is that really like the big thing? Like, you've now got like mid one who's still having himself a pretty easy trade lane here with Sumail. Mushi's getting a lot of space on this Latrak on the bottom lane. Obviously, it's never the easiest time because you're going up against Iron Shell Harass. And you can't really do anything about the Darkseer. The lanes almost feel like so passive that Fnatic can't find an opening because the Chen's just taken out of play.
I do think it's good enough so far for EG for sure with what they've done. Just pressuring the Chen out like this. Darkseer got quite a bit out of that bottom lane in terms of levels. He's going to find his level 3 at this hard camp now. And what I think we didn't see on camera was that Fnatic actually tried to kill him in the lane. They use Edict, they just start running him down with Latrak and Bane just hitting him because they want to bait out the Surge and then Nightmare. And then ultimately they take him down to about half health.
Mid one, real trouble. Fear initiating in, and now he's going to have to actually consume up the very fire. The bottle will arrive, but he can't get the charge off in time. EG will take first blood. Ohio was coming down under the cover of that invis room, but if he just went in, actually nothing would have happened. Sumail's completely out of mana. But that's just EG waiting for the right time, and mid one getting caught out.
I really didn't think they would be able to get this kill with those two heroes. It's very impressive how Sumail has managed to play this lane so far. He's played it pretty evenly up against the Viper, and obviously has been able to set up just a little bit of damage before Fear rotates in, and it's good enough to be able to get that kill. And since this was the lane EG were supposed to lose, now that they got the first blood in that lane and Sumail's looking good on levels, honestly, this was the biggest concern for me for EG's draft early on, and they've overcome that part already.
When Sumail actually hits level 6, do you even want him to stay here in the middle lane, or is there someone else that should rotate into the mid? Is that like when PPD, for example, gets some space to get levels? Because it's very difficult to put anyone else in there up against the Viper.
Fear could also get his track that way. Lane in the mid lane, because, you know, him being mid...
Oh, Ohio, top lane, it started again. All the boys in the panel called it. Hits the invis into Iron Shell, and the damage started on Ohio, and all PPD had to do was walk out of the trees. And now that's 2-0 in favor of EG. Sumail falling very low in the mid to the attack from mid one. But not low enough. And mid one going all out aggression too. A 2-2-0 build coming out from this Viper. No points up in Corrosive Skin.
Yeah, that's why they could get the kill, actually. And now he's finally going to get a point. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't get one value point. I mean, sure, you're laning against the Nyx, who generally doesn't pose much of a threat, but it's still just, whenever he hits you a caster spell, just taking that, getting that slow in is really important.
That's just being a pain to Universe. He can't do this too much because he knows Fear was roaming around the mid. Even with his haste rune, he's got to give a little bit of respect to that rotating bounty.
And this is what we need to keep an eye out for Fnatic. So we've talked about
mid one. Oh, is he dead again? It looks like he's dead again.
He really is. There's a Prophet.
Started with a tornado. Prophet comes in too late, and he's so low on levels because he hasn't got that much out of the offlane. PBD's done a really great job of zoning out Ohio that you don't have that Wrath of Nature. You don't have Nature's Prophet rated TP in every single time. And when the attack comes in from EG, it seems to like always catch like mid one by surprise.
And it's just been difficult for Fnatic to seemingly help him. I'm a little bit surprised that the Bane hasn't moved more, because it's very clear that Darkseer is just getting a lot out of the jungle. Mushi can easily stand in this lane on his own. He's already started pushing the tower, and that's what I was getting at. Fnatic, this super early game has not worked out. It's time to put some pressure and force EG to play on your terms, and this is the first step toward it. 3 points in Edict, you go for this tower. EG are probably just going to sack it, actually, but it's a start for Fnatic in this game.
Yeah. They're trying to slow down the wave, but already that tower's been brought down. The Iron Shell creep didn't even get there in time before the tower dropped. So with 3-0 on the board, EG still having a great time. You lose your tier 1 tower on bottom lane, sure. But Arteezy's getting free farm. Like he's almost, he's not double the CS, but he's getting pretty damn close to that once he'll take a couple of stacks up against Mushi. So this Ven's getting more and more and more. EG also have a lineup which it wouldn't be too difficult just to slip inside the Roche pit. Well, they just keep farming, stacking, mid one again. Sumail, this time it's Vendetta attack. Fear will come as well. And we've basically got the Invis Bash brothers just rotating across the map, fighting anyone they want to kill. And Viper, who's normally difficult to kill, is proving to be like paper.
He must be really regretting his skill build right now. I actually think if he had gone for Classic 113, he might not have died a single time. But EG obviously just taking advantage of his confidence in the mid lane. I'm not sure if they read his
They're going to go again.
Build.
Sumail has Illusion Rune, so they're able to go underneath that tower. Arteezy will land the stun as well. But Ohio, he's low, but not low enough. Mushi comes in with the Pulse Nova. The Nightmare from Net actually making it difficult for Mushi to pump out the damage, but they do still have enough. There's Nyx Assassin picked off. Very aggressive play. Like the chance of that really working should be low unless like Fnatic had TPs on cooldown.
But it's not. This is how you confirm that it is Sumail playing on his account. Is that there's some sort of reckless dive that is super high risk. This time it doesn't work, but I think there's a bit of margin for error for him. The lane went so unexpectedly well. At least from my perspective, this might be EG's plan all along. They thought they were going to just crush this lane. There's a little of he can make a mistake like that, and
in a way it does create
space. It did force
space.
Rotation, exactly. Fear is getting some very good levels. He's level 5 now in minute 7 on Bounty. If Bounty has a bad game, sometimes you see him getting level 6 around like minute 15, and that's just...
But EG read it, like they know that Fnatic are going to be pushing in this top lane. Surprisingly though, they leave Arteezy up here. And with the Sprout, they got pretty damn good vision of him. The Treants kind of stopped chasing Arteezy into the trees. He's not TPing out just yet. In fact, he's wrapping around behind. And Sumail surged forward, looking for a target, sitting inside Vendetta. DJ dropping very, very low. The Paralyzing Cask as well. Mushi can't escape from this one. They back him back in again. DJ will drop Ohio. He was sent back by the Genesis, the last-ditch effort. And Ohio, he can't even do that. The body will be sent home to his family as Net. He's also now managed to grab the aggro of the creep wave, and he's got Fear hot in his tail. Janata's off cooldown. All they gotta do is just rip into Net. They may not be able to reach him though. Like the phase boots are there from Fear, but he doesn't want to trigger them.
Oh, he went phase. Yeah, you're right. Then maybe he could have reached, because they have the same base move speed, so he's actually not really catching up to the Bane. Or actually, they don't. But Bane has the arcanes. But anyway. EG get 3 kills. They do lose the tower. Did they deny it? They did not. So that fell to the rain. So at least Fnatic accomplished that, but this early game is looking very, very grim for them. Sven is getting great farm. By the way, super play from Arteezy there. I don't think we highlighted that enough. How he quelled through 2 trees to find a flank angle and get in behind Fnatic. We're not expecting that at all. So very big individual play from him.
And Fnatic were probably expecting they had full control. Like they managed to wrap around the town. They had a creep wave on top of it. They weren't really seeing EG, but like, they're still playing up against double Invis, this Nyx Assassin and Bounty Hunter. And again, here comes the gank. They go after DJ, and they'll find him. There's going to start to be track kills coming the way of EG, and the money will just start to skyrocket, especially as they'll start pushing down buildings as well, because they still haven't taken a tier 1 tower. But you're 8-1 in, and you've already got a 2.5k advantage without taking a tower, and you're actually behind by 2 tier 1 towers. Just shows you just how much EG has gotten out of the landing phase and the following kills.
And when you see this unfolding, it makes you wonder. You know, it's understandable that Fnatic are confident in their own strategy, but they willingly pick Chen into this Bounty Hunter Darkseer opening, which I think both heroes are actually good against Chen. So they really, in a way, set themselves up for disaster when they could have easily just adjusted the draft, kept the Prophet as a good opener, and just taken it in a different direction.
Well,
DJ is a very talented player. He can play so many different heroes and roles in the game. It doesn't have to be this kind of style.
Oh, they're using the tree to scout out Arteezy right now, so they're going to see him, but Arteezy pops the war cry, and the movement speed will allow him to outrun the rest of this Fnatic Smoke gang squad. TP support's coming in as well from PPD in case they go a little bit further. So all Fnatic can do is throw down the ward. But you're right, man. I think actually you said it perfectly during the draft. Fnatic draft exactly what they've been doing previously. And like, if there's one thing we know about EG, as the tournament goes on, they learn more and more and more about their opponents and what they're going to do. Now, the sample size was a lot smaller for a group stage format like what we had for this major, but they seem to like instantly have Fnatic's number. PPD didn't even delay to go for that double opening. Like, he knew what they were going to get into and how they would execute it. And this Nyx Assassin pick is just, it's paid off after the Viper died. That was one thing that probably EG couldn't bank on, like the non-corrosive skin build. Then now DJ, here we go again. Net's in the neighborhood. They need to try and save DJ, but they cannot do it. But they will see Sumail. The dust went out, so they both have a vision on Sumail as well as Fear if they can keep up with them. And Ohio TPs himself in a little bit further forward, but now the Sprout actually blocks off the rest of his teammates. They have to run around the tree line. And this actually helps Sumail to escape. Sumail actually carrying that Quelling Blade, so he's able just to get himself outside of the Sprout. And both Fear and Sumail expend the time of the dust and just walk away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It is so hard to play a lineup like Fnatic's with this early game that they've had. You've got to be terrified with going anywhere, and even inside your own jungle, you don't feel safe. We're 10 minutes in, and you can just tell that they're having a very difficult time making calls because they have no information to go on. There are missing heroes, but they can't even just ward and see their rotations to an extent.
This is what you actually brought to. Ohio with an Observer ward TPs into the Roche pit so he can leech the Ancient experience. This is... You're not able to make any kind of plays. Like, maybe if the Viper actually had a better time in mid and you had a mech, then this 5-man push from Fnatic would be a hell of a lot scarier. Like, you wouldn't even want to go into a team fight if you're EG, let alone have the option to actually find pickoffs. But now they're going to go. Sumail finds a stun over on net, the follow-up from Arteezy. They get another one. Fear, he was trapped inside the Sprout for a short period of time. Again, they go with the dust as Mushi actually isolates Fear up near the Ancient. He's going to find that pickoff himself. As Ohio, DJ, and mid one, they're all chasing after a new target. A double stun from Sumail. I'll actually give space for Arteezy to escape once again. So it ends up just being a 1-for-1 trade-off. At this point in the game, maybe you're actually happy with that as Fnatic.
Oh, you definitely are. You got the kill bounty on the Leshrac, so he almost gets a full Yule Scepter at this point. And maybe they can transition this into a mid tower. And this is the one thing EG needs to be a little bit careful with, is giving them opportunities. If EG lose a fight, they lose an objective. That's just Fnatic's lineup right there. Treants, level 4, Diabolic Edict, Chen creeps. Chen's level 5, by the way.
With no Hand of God, I was talking about how difficult it is without the mech, let alone having a Chen who just cannot find his level 6 13 minutes into a game. And you can thank a lot of that to what Fear was doing. Like that bounty pick straight to the Chen. Who cares about like deep push when you can actually stop him from ever reaching a point where he's got enough strength to push? It's also great for Arteezy the fact he's managed to slip himself past that. Like sometimes that was that danger point with the Sven where you weren't sure with the Helm of the Dominator if you'd be punished. But he's already got the Yasha up and running.
He is super farmed.
Yeah,
No
he's
one's
sitting at
right
6.4k net worth 13 minutes in. He's very happy with his position.
And you're looking at it and you check the relative difference to Mushi, but then you keep in mind Mushi just got a 700 kill bounty for killing that bounty hunter. So just in terms of raw farm, the Sven is doubling him up pretty much. Sven has 119 CS, there's 64 on the Lash. But that's a pretty rare sight nowadays.
The money still goes to good use. Like you get a Yule Scepter now from Mushi. That's something which at least allows him to control up a hero during the team fight, dispel off that track if he's on it, or potentially set up for a Fnatic gank as well. Yule's into that split earth and just find a very quick pick. And there isn't anyone really on the EG that's got a good escape from that.
I would argue Sumail is okay against it. You
Because
get Yuled and then you insta-carapace when you land, and then you at the very least keep yourself safe for a little bit of time and you stun up the Leshrac guaranteed if he tries to combo you at all. But apart from that, yeah, it's a good item on Leshrac in general. The one downside for Mushi though, he is so fragile. If he doesn't get to cast the Yules in the first place, he can just get blown up. Like Nyx's combo on him right now probably deals about like 600 or 700 damage. Leshrac sitting on 6 armor. Vendetta hits pretty hard. You just need a shuriken toss and he's dead.
I kind of want to watch Sumail very closely here. He's managed to pick up a double damage rune, and still hasn't used his Vendetta just yet. Fear's doing the scouting, as Fnatic are moving around in force.
A very good ward.
It's basically a 4-1 at the moment, because you've still got that push going on the top lane. And Fnatic, now they actually dropped down the sentry ward. With the Chen army around the side, they've actually scouted out Fear. So they understand what's going on, but that ward, as you said, from EG, it sees everything. Ned initiated on. Can they find the kill? The Hand of God kicks in. Ned, he's going to Nightmare. Can't deny himself up. Being sent back by the Chen with the Brain Sap. He'll stay alive. The Death Ward not doing enough from PPD. And this is the best fight the Fnatic's had so far until the Vac Wall from Universe. They've still picked up PPD. The double stun from Arteezy. They're not going to follow it through. Mid one and Net, they're chasing over. And EG, they're just legging it out. They've had enough of this.
That looked like a fairly good engage from EG, but the Hand of God, a big save there onto the Bane, and allows them to TP back in the Bane and be fighting ready there. A lot of abilities obviously committed from EG for that opener. I think the one key tool that they were lacking to set up the fight the way they were looking for is a mobility item on the Nyx. There was no Blink Dagger, there was no Force Staff, either of those two, and they just blow up the Bane there and take the fight by storm.
Fnatic just smoked underneath the Dire Observer Ward in mid lane. They had 4 heroes right on top of that Observer Ward and smoke, and now they'll move looking for a kill, but EG is obviously very aware of this, and they're backing out. Fnatic are ready for the fight. A little bit more of an interesting position considering Mushi is the one carrying the dust, and not Net, who I'd assume would be the front liner. Maybe with the Yule Scepter you could understand it more for Leshrac.
It's just, well, they don't really have a good hero to put on. I think they should maybe put it on the Viper, honestly. Like you said, from a frontline perspective, that's the best, but if it comes to solo kill potential, you know that Mushi, if he just dusts the bounty, he will kill him alone. So that's the advantage there. I ran out of...
Yeah.
Oh? Okay. All right, I'm not sure what's going on. We're okay. We're good. I'm just panicking over here. Don't worry
cool.
about it.
Relax, Syndra. We're good.
With that said, though, I probably should switch my batteries. So
Fnatic, they're going on the mid lane. PPT being stunned up. Mushi actually didn't start with the Yule this time around. Used the Lightning to slow down PPD, and this is what we're talking about with Fnatic, where all you got to do is just run yourself in, find yourself a kill, and then instantly take an objective after. Edict's on cooldown for the moment, and they still have to be a little bit cautious. They don't know exactly what Arteezy's managed to pick up. It's an SMY, so there's no Blink Dagger for Arteezy, and in fact, he's getting close. Yeah, now he's actually visible to Fnatic, so they're very aware of it. But with the army of Treants, the Chen army behind him, and Edict coming back off cooldown, Mushi is still very defensive on the back line. He's refusing to show himself. While the tier 2 tower is slowly being whittled away, the fortification will wear off Arteezy. They found Ohio. Sumail, again the double stun with the impel, but Ohio is protected by the Nightmare for a moment, and then back from Universe. Absolutely perfect. At least Split Earth will stop that Death Ward, but Fnatic are going to lose absolutely everyone in the mid lane. It's a double kill for Arteezy, almost a full team wipe, and it probably will be. Nyx Assassin's got the blink so he can catch up to Net, and they will find it. A full team wipe up against Fnatic. EG with a great fight, and Fnatic, they looked good. They looked in a position, or at least a position they wanted to have, but EG just played it out so well.
Yeah, they were about to gain some ground. They almost took 5 towers now against only the 3 of EG. Considering how hard they got shut down early, I still think they're playing their lineup fairly well. But when it comes to these team fights, Universe is incredible on the Darkseer, obviously getting a great back wall there, and the Blink Dagger on Nyx has just paid dividends immediately after he got it. That was the second consecutive fight where he's just landing these just game-winning stuns as the opener. And so it's so easy to just follow off for EG. The moment they get ahead in the fight, you just look at Fnatic's lineup. How are they ever going to team fight if they don't initiate? If they lose a hero in the beginning, what's their response? Their only real damage in team fights right now is Mushi. And he has 900 health on
Oh, Ohio,
okay,
Fear. He found him. Does he have enough damage here? Obviously, you don't have like something like a Dagon on him, but Ohio, he's running. He doesn't start the TP. He sprouts up Fear, who doesn't have a way to get out of the sprout. But Ohio, like, okay, he's holding on to his TP. Actually, will use his TP scroll as opposed to just the teleportation ability.
Yeah, good choice. Now they can try to make a play because they got some information about the bounty hunter. He might teleport top and look for PPD. That's exactly what they're going to do. Very nice here from Fnatic. Should net them a kill. A little bit of layering of stuns here, or disabling, but it's fine. Oh, Courier!
Yeah, that shouldn't be there.
PPD really wanted that 19-minute earn. He's going to have to wait.
Sumail's prepping himself for revenge. He's hiding in the tree line. He doesn't have any help, though. And there is the Radiant Sentry Wall that just got planted down, so they're looking for the Cliff Ward. It doesn't exist, though. It's a little bit further down to the southeast. as well as one sitting in the mid lane. But it's a breathing space for Fnatic. Not a hell of a lot, because you've still got Arteezy freely farming across the map. Like, he picked up the SMY just before that fight began in the middle lane. Now he's already got a Blink Dagger and another 2.1k gold on this Sven. He is a beast. Like, the amount of money he's managed to pull in, right now he's sitting at over 600 gold per minute. And same for the experience.
And this is when we start looking at win condition, right? How can Fnatic actually win this game? And
I can see how they can stall the game.
I'm looking for answers here of how to do it. It's kind of an all-in draft for pushing early, unless if you don't allow the enemy team to farm as much as they have. But when you're this rich on the Sven, you have all of this setup. They have so many stuns. If Fnatic want to win this late, they need to tailor their entire itemization around countering the Sven now. There is no other way. He's just that far ahead. EG are even on the Dire, they have Roshan advantage, and contesting the Roshan for Fnatic is so difficult against all of this invis, they just don't have information.
How could you counter the Sven though? Like right now, Arteezy could just like buy himself up a BKB and jump into the fight. They can't really stop that.
This could be an Axe Viper game, honestly, because there's one hard, like very strong core on the enemy team that you want to shut down. I think in those cases,
Viper will need to stay alive in order to actually get that kind of money mid one.
Dead one. Hey.
He's now died 5 times in the first 20 minutes. And
that's Roche too, I think.
Yeah, should be. But they will have a trade-off. Ohio is pushing up the top lane a long way. I know you said like, talking about win conditions. I'm thinking like maybe if you get like a Blink and Hex over on Nature's Prophet, but like he's staring down the barrel of what? Like he's trying to decide if it's a Maelstrom or a Hand of Midas as he try and play catch-up in this game. Do you bank on the fact that you can split push with the Nature's Prophet hard enough that EG would be forced into a trade position every time they want to push high ground?
I don't see a good alternative right now to split pushing. I think if he goes for something like a Hex build, the same question just poses itself. How are you going to kill Arteezy?
It's an Axe. He just picked up the point booster.
It's good. Go for the split push style. It's your best chance. I still think I still have a hard time seeing them winning the game because of it. But it's if they want to keep themselves have a fighting chance, it is the way to go. Like 5-manning at this point, you're just flat out going to get maybe not 5-0 at every fight, but you saw the tendency that was showing in the last fight. Yep. Now there's an Aegis. Sven almost has.
This is nice for Mushi, or is it? It's nighttime, so the first one's going to be revealed. It's going to be Samel. Throws off the Spire Carapace. The silence will buy him a little bit of time. Mushi, he's just going to Fiend Script and Pulse Nova it down. And that's a nice kill for Leshrac. Another 614 gold injected into him. And that's actually huge for Mushi. Now he's only 400 gold away from completing up the BKB, which gives him the ability to stand during the EG fights. Apart from mid one who's dead again. That didn't take long.
The BKB is the correct item choice, I think, but he can't stand in the middle of the fight. He dies to Death Ward and 3 Sven hits. Sven, that's the problem I was talking about. Sven is just that far. Mushi is...
Is he going to get out of this? He's going to TP out, but Arteezy around the corner, the Stormbolt! Well,
he hit him in base.
He actually got stunned back inside the base. So the stun applied, but the TP completed. And it wasn't even one of those global Stormbolts that flew. Or else that stun wouldn't have been instant.
Yeah, Arteezy already used his blink. That's one of those moments where it would be nice to know if he overshot his blink or timed it perfectly, because that's like the difference between life and death there for the Leshrac if he did overshoot it. Notice
Arteezy's build as well. I was wondering if this Hyperstone would go into an Assault Cuirass to try and go for like... It's actually a Moonshot. The second Hyperstone's flying up the Kur at the moment.
They don't really need the armor from AC right now. I think he just needs to... This is more... I actually don't know the math behind just raw farm, because obviously the minus armor allows you to clean up camps a little bit faster, but I would say this is the better economy and farming build probably is that Moonshard. And from a teamfight perspective right now, again, Fnatic, you either control this Sven constantly or you just lose heroes within a matter of seconds. And we haven't talked about the vacuum combo with Sven either. There are some very famous moments in Dota with vacuum into Sven Cleave, vacuum into Stormhammer. I think the vacuum Sven Cleave that's very famous was the ultra kill that I can't remember who got it at. It was at the Thor Open. It was Fear who got it at Thor Open in 2012, I think. And then there was the vacuum Stormhammer at TI3 from Orange. So it's actually funny that those players are playing in this matchup that have some of the famous vacuum Sven moments. So EG, maybe they're trying to remind Fnatic's players of what went down back then. It's a tough spot to be in. Sven's going to get another tower. Fnatic doing their best to split push, though. And again, it is the approach. But I think this is when you're going to have to try to defend. You're not strong enough to trade.
Well,
And
you're
Arteezy's
not really
just
ready
going
to
in.
defend though. Like Ohio still has his Wrath of Nature down, so you're missing a huge amount of damage to start the fight off. You at least take the mid tier 2. And there's a lot of momentum applied towards the top. It keeps Nature's Prophet now 70 gold away from having his full Aghanim Scepter. So then, actually no, EG doesn't go in. Like, okay. You'd actually consider they would go all the way in. And stop that Prophet from going for the split push. Like, don't they feel stronger at this point in the game? Or is it still, you want to find the pickoffs with the Nyx and the Bounty Hunter? Like, you don't have that much confidence in your Sven without having like a big BKB behind him.
I think they might have gone high ground if the Aegis was on Arteezy. It's actually quite puzzling that it's on Fear. I don't know if that was a misclick when they picked it up, or if it was deliberate. It just seems like a very weird choice to put it on Bounty Hunter, to be honest.
It does.
So I'm going to have to go with that.
Net. Interesting engagement. Net's going to actually dust up Fear, and Fear's going to track up Net. As Net walks back over the rest of his team, Sumail blinks himself forward. They're just chasing after him. With the extra Dagon damage from Sumail, he has enough to find that pickup before Fnatic can really do anything.
Well, they got the track off. I think Jen's dead too.
They may even lose the Chen army on to boot. No, DJ, there's Sumail right behind him. Movement speed. There's just no way to stop EG from chasing you down like this. And again, Ohio, like he's the only one that could potentially relieve the pressure of Fnatic by forcing EG to come back to the top lane.
Oh, this army is going to go down now. Sven actually using the God Strength for this. I think that might be a little bit of an overkill. There's no way of resummoning them for 20 seconds. And now they can't use the God Strength for high ground.
It might have been a misclick as well.
But, I mean, it's not. It doesn't really matter that much. If EG's game plan isn't to push high ground yet, they can just use this to farm another wave. Keep up their efficiency.
They're actually going to battle against the split push. Arteezy gets BTs over on this Sven, so he can come back. Ohio, top lane, Fear of the Sprout, but of course he still had the vision thanks to the track. So Ohio's been doing the best he possibly can to keep that top lane pressured and EG back, but you knew it was going to bite him in the butt at some point. Especially when Mushi as well as Mid One now walk underneath the Dire Observer Ward into the Dire jungle. They're very, very visible. And Fear in Universe, yep, there it is, the Iron Shell over on Fear, surging him in so he can catch up to Mid One. The Iron Shell damage starts over on Mid One, and he realizes he can't get himself away. Universe will come over, they got the double Iron Shell. That's a really good stun though, with a follow-up from Mushi, the lightning damage, but of course, you've already got the Greaves up.
But it was a really good
stun. Mushi has to BKB to get himself out of here.
Yep.
With the TP. That's, it's kind of weird. Like, I don't know what they were trying to achieve, moving those two big cores up into EG's jungle, just after they also lost their Prophet on that top lane.
They're getting desperate. They feel like they need to find something, and they're not wrong. That was probably not the way to do it. You know, the whole map is just so scary to move on. Maybe you want to try to move in pairs just in case EG try to make a play with, say, the Nyx and Bounty together as the only two, because they've done that quite a bit. If those were the only two there, I think Fnatic turn around that and maybe get a kill or two, but they were just outnumbered. Awesome. Male has found Mushi.
Yeah, he's willingly taking the damage from Mushi as Mushi.
Oh, this is not good.
Does he know something? He just used his stun. They're chasing it down, and Mushi can't TP himself out. Like, obviously, there's no BKB. His TP's on cooldown.
All right, Mad
He actually
Jukes.
buys his Void Stone, and wait, did he lose Sumail in the trees? He lost Sumail in the trees. Sumail ran down south and thought he was there. Mushi just needs another 8 seconds, and then he can.
Wow.
Then he can actually TP himself out. Sumail has
Juked.
actually juked himself.
I'm really surprised that worked, but Mushi's going to be very happy with that. Well, I don't know if he's going to be happy with that, because he doesn't even know what was coming, I think. But
He felt something was wrong, though. Like, he threw out the lightning. I don't know if he saw any kind of damage, because he didn't take any damage.
Illusion.
when is next Roche? We're looking at 1 minute until potential spawn time. I didn't notice the pop-up. I think it has been there. I can't even. I've observed so many games, and I still can't remember when it is that shows the Roshan respawn time. If it is when the minimum respawn comes, and then it tells us.
It's easy to miss when you have like a whole bunch of items also coming up around the same time. That's why it'd be really nice if the time actually showed the real time. It would spawn up for all our spectators.
Sven Libby Kibby now. I was going to say, I really like the fact that Arteezy went for Boots of Travel, because it shows that EG identify and prepare for the worst case scenario. They know they're ahead. The only thing they need to secure is that they don't get caught with their pants down and don't have TPs to come back to base and defend against the Prophet. They're way ahead in terms of team fight, both when you look at their farm, but also composition. I would just say they're flat out better and playing to their own strengths right now.
You can see Sumail trying to make an opening there. He blinked himself forward and triggered this by a Carapace, so he got hit by the lightning. Unfortunately for him, the rest of EG aren't really ready to go. Like, this Bounty Hunter isn't like what you'd see is like your classic bounty hunter looking for something like a blink dagger. Instead, it's like this phase boot drum Vlad's into BKB build over on Fear. He's almost playing this as like a one-position bounty hunter.
I think Fear plays one of the best bounty hunters right now. He has a very different approach too. You're saying in this game, but I think in general, Fear just plays the hero fundamentally different from other players. Yeah, like you said, carry type of build this game. I think he's one of the only bounty hunters to go phase boots, if not the only one. Most others get the arcane boots and play more of a utility role. He's looking for more fighting. In this game, it's kind of a no-brainer because it's just better to get the mech on the Darkseer. So perhaps with that in mind, it's a little bit easier for him to make the call. But he's just done so much for his team this game. He's found like solo pickoffs because of his item build. It's not something you generally see a bounty hunter solo killing off Prophet. Maybe that's the game plan for him. That my job this game, shut down Prophet, shut down Chen. I'll do it on my own if I have to.
And even if he doesn't just shut them down all the time, it's the fear of Prophet where he just cannot keep the split push going. And this allows EG to find themselves in a position where they don't have to be forced into a trade-off. Of course, Arteezy has gotten so much farm right now that not a lot's going to stop this. DJ very quickly TP's out. So he's out to safety. So his teammates to pick up... he's trying to get the Vlads. But he's still a while off from getting that. They're waiting for Roshan. EG is so unlucky, though. It's the max, almost the max spawn time for Roshan. So they have to wait a very long time before they can kick in. In the meantime, Mushi, he's still farming up. He's a long way from finishing up his scythe, though.
1400 to go. He might have it for EG's high ground push if they wait for the Roche. Currently, Arteezy's posing in a very aggressive position. Looks like he just wants to go in. Oh, good nightmare.
Can they follow it up, though? Not when Universe has 4-staff and Arteezy's facing the right way. But Fear is also in the neighborhood. They've got the full Chen army in here, but Arteezy, he's forcing the issue. You never know when Roshan's going to spawn up, but the top lane's not pushing in that aggressively. Like, it's on its way, but it's not that bad. So you took out the tier 3 talent. If you get the Aegis Immortal, your next push is going to be pretty good. And in fact, yeah, now they come back. Easy money for Arteezy. He's up to 383 CS, 31 minutes in on this event. He's going at 740 gold per minute on this event.
Please stay under 899, Arteezy.
I
think we can all agree that's the important thing in this game.
Hey, I need him to get more kills. According to my prediction, I had Sven getting the most amount of kills in the game. Obviously wrong.
He just needs to get another 22 this game, then he surpasses OD, so... If Fnatic want to give you a helping hand, they could feed him like 5 times in the fountain.
Fnatic would have to... Like, they would actually have to really fight back and like, kill Arteezy off multiple times in order to get this game back into balance. Because they're still, like, they're 21,000 net worth behind as well as experience behind. Now, Fear scouts out the Roshan's up, and Arteezy quickly jumps in. Samel's going for killer-style build, a level 3 Dagon on this Nyx Assassin. So they really want to keep these pickoffs going. The only concern I'll have is that, like, if EG don't win the fight, the Fnatic could find themselves back in this, and you won't find that Dagon being as effective for Samel. But... it looks like EG is undefeatable right now.
It's a very, 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 very big if they don't win a fight.
Watch the top lane.
I think Fnatic, once again, they need to play dodge for as
they're
long as they can.
They actually broke the smoke. Like, those creeps were just about to die. They could have kept their presence here a secret and maybe caught off Samel when he does exactly this. TP's into the lane with no other help. But because they didn't have anyone and EG was down doing Roshan, maybe just Fnatic didn't believe that's where EG was. Or they thought one person would come back by themselves and be overconfident and get the pick and just move on. Either way, EG take Roshan for no trade-off. In fact, also burned a smoke from Fnatic.
And I think this is about the time when EG start prepping to end the game. You look for Arteezy maybe to finish off his Daedalus. If you want to play it really, really safe, you get him his buyback too. And then you just look to rolling. This time they gave the Aegis over to the Nyx. I think that's a very good choice. Sven, first of all, doesn't really have an inventory slot. And secondly, Samel can now go for these aggressive blink stuns, set up the fight, and know that he has that safety net around him.
I'm interested to see if Arteezy feels concerned enough that he saves for buyback. Because he's got the money for a Daedalus right now, if he wants the whole shebang. And Witch Doctor's getting very close to his Aghanim Scepter, another critical item. They're just rolling in the money. And Ned's just waiting with his Chen army. He's been here for the last minute, hoping for an opportunity. And PPD is it. Ohio jumps in. There goes Shafine's grip. And Ohio, well, there's no damage from the Wrath of Nature, but they have enough physical to get through PPD. Only just though. Like, that's how much effort you have to put into killing off the Witch Doctor. It's still good for Fnatic because they're able to slow down that Aghanim Scepter.
That kill right there really shows the state of the game and how little damage they have. This is a 35-minute Prophet that's struggling to kill a Witch Doctor in a full Fiend script with level 2 heal only. That wasn't even a level 4 Voodoo Restoration, so I guess he has some points and stats, right? But, yeah. But still, that's not what this kill should look like at this state of the game.
No.
There's the Daedalus, there's a Dagon 4. I like the gem pickup from Fnatic. Probably should have gone for it way earlier. I think it's one of the best items to buy if you're controlling the game very well or if you're really far behind. It's all about vision to make the right educated decisions.
I could understand them not picking it up though, considering every single hero and every single lane was done.
Yeah.
So the ability to maintain possession of that would have been very difficult. At least now they have some other things, like it's not just the gem. That Scythe of Vice is now completed. So Mushi will have himself the disable. And they're instantly looking for a target. They ping out this vent and they want to go for him.
He does have buyback.
But there's no blink on Mushi. So even though he's got this Scythe of Vice, he almost requires EG to run at him. And then just use that disable at an opportune time. Where's the rest of EG headed now? Obviously they still want to go through bottom lane. Like there's no tier 3 tower down here, so this is the best place for them to go. And they can leave this event on the top lane if they want to, but Arteezy's he's just legging it.
Yeah, I think it's go time now.
Which means it's Fnatic's defense time. That Scythe has to really play.
I wish them all the luck in the world for this fight.
Well,
they're going to need it, I think.
The only buyback they've got is over on the Nature's Prophet. Actually, that's even worse, because Arteezy, he can just buy back and BT back in if he wants to. Now the attack, Arteezy with the Storm Bolt, only onto mid 1, but he is surged up with the Iron Shell mid 1. The Hand of God cannot keep him alive. Arteezy is stunned up. They forced out from away to safety as PPD lets the Death Ward rip a lot of damage into DJ, but no real killers. Mushi! 1399, he goes down. You got 1453 on that crit. Okay, you cannot repel physical damage of that magnitude. EG take the game 24-7 against Fnatic. And oh my, it took until that last little attack for Fnatic to actually admit this is over.
And realistically, if you look at the over the course of the game, it's felt like since minute 10, you had a good feeling that EG were winning this game, and around minute 20, it's just almost over. Like, Fnatic have to accomplish so much. They got quite a few towers, like we talked about, but they have to sacrifice way, way, way too many kills in the process.
Yeah. Guys, welcome back.
Hello? We didn't even leave.
You didn't. You were dedicated people.
We've been here the whole time.
Yeah.
Hey.
So we watched the important part where Viper somehow died to a Nyx lane, and
3 different times.
3 different times, which
we can really break this down, obviously, and I want to hear your 2 opinion on the match, of course. Obviously, a bit of a struggle right there. Sumail will get his win with his debut in a competitive game as the Nyx assassin. So my initial question has to be for Madwan in the mid lane on the Viper. What was the struggle with it? Is it an unfamiliar matchup he doesn't seem to be too familiar with, or what do you think it was, Winner?
I think he was just way too cocky, like disregarding the lane that went really bad for him. Like after the laning phase, he just died way too many times because he was just so far forward. Like he was just so far up the lane. He was farming, and there's a Nyx missing. You just don't do that. Like I don't know what's wrong. Maybe he felt like, oh, the lane went really bad for me. I have to catch up. I have to somehow take more risks. But it's just not the way the draft works. He needs to be farming and not dying. So play with the team. But then again, the deaths in the lane were like pretty bad too. Like the first death, I think the first bird, it was like he was in the lane and he was waiting for the bottle to come. Yep. And he was still farming when he was like, I think 1/3 of HP. And I think you guys mentioned that he went for a very aggressive build. He didn't even have 1 point in corrosive skin. So he just got impaled by Nyx and he just died because Bounty was waiting nearby.
And Sumail is going to realize that too. Yep. That's the thing. It's super easy to identify that the enemy doesn't have corrosive. You cast, you hit him, anything, and you see, oh, I'm not getting corrosive skin. Come on, Fear, let's kill him mid. It's such Viper is such a hard hero to gank when you max corrosive. When you don't even skill it a single time. He's actually less tanky than I think your average mid hero. So it's
maybe
so
not
easy.
maxing, but at least have
one value point.
Some Nyxes don't like it because you get auto carapace in fights. because Nyx just hits the Viper and then you always get corrosive. So you sometimes don't want to pick it up, and then like, oh, okay, if a Witchstalker comes, it's a super easy impale after the carapace. So I can understand it, but then you have to dial back your play because you don't have the defensive ability that Viper is known for.
Yep. I think the second thing that went wrong was also like DJ on the Chen. He went to like the game started, so he went to the Ancients area to grab the key, but Fear was already there. Like Fear just totally followed him. Like he guessed where he would be, and he just had to walk back to base at level 1, and that was horrible. The Furen had to walk back to base because he got harassed. Witch Doctor stunned, Sven stunned, and went back to base. Chen had to go back to base because of one bounty hunter. So basically, at that point, the game was already really, really bad for them.
What's your read on picking Chen for Fnatic in that game? Is it overconfidence? Do you actually think it's good sometimes against Bounty Hunter, or is it just a red flag? You don't get it at all.
I think they are not really worried because I think we discussed this on a panel before because of the new jungle where it's harder for the bounty to find you because you have a lot more camps and you have a lot more chances to avoid the bounty, which was not the case this game because you just got followed by a bounty from the start to the mid game. So, I mean, it was just something that they would play, you know. They're very comfortable with this sort of play, early aggression. It was just unfortunate that EG were the team that understood how they need to win the game and they did the right moves and they found out the farming patterns of DJ this game.
Got to give a lot of credit to Fear. Cinder was also giving him props for his Bounty Hunter. This was his 15th career performance on the Bounty Hunter, sporting now a nice 13-2 record, so he certainly knows what he's doing with it. On the note of bullying, though, and Scant helped point out this situation, I want to know your guys' take on it. Midwan, as we know, is a new fresh face on the scene. This is his second LAN performance, but it's his first time technically in front of a live audience. His round at Star Ladder was only in the group stage, so there was no live audience there. Do you think we could put it past EG that they could exploit something like that? They really did bully him in the mid lane, maybe trying to get into the psychological kind of a game?
I remember when they had Ketchik, they also put him on Viper sometimes. I just don't think Viper is, because he's supposed to be their like flashy mid player. You'll almost never see Sumail play Viper just because that's not what they want from their mid role. And I think Fnatic, I can understand why they want it. They want someone who's tanky, who can contribute to the push, maybe be on towers, carry a mech, so on and so forth. But like that's just not what they need from him. I think when you have someone with that high of individual skill, you want someone who can do cool stuff.
So what would you rather see them give Midwan for maybe game number 2? Obviously,
his TA was really
flashy,
good.
but
even Invoker, if you want to fit in a push strat, like a core that might work better with push strat like Chen and Furen, probably Invoker. But then again, I just think that his play this game has more to do with his individual attitude, and he was being way too cocky rather than the hero being a big issue this game. I just felt like he died way too many times because of his own fault.
Got to also give a lot of credit to Universe in this one. It's no surprise to see him once again on his Darkseer. This guy has played Darkseer now 162 times. When you compare that to his second most played, it's Clockwork at only 88, so nearly double on top of that. Next closest Darkseer career high is Trixie, ironically, who's from Fnatic, who has 110 games with that. So also, the fun little hidden synergies, it was something you said to me during the game, Winter, that EG were able to pull out. In one particular case, about 15 minutes in, Fnatic did find their first promising fight, but EG, with the benefit of having Track and Warcry, they just sped their way out from that fight, and were able to disengage so well. So PPD, man, he's a man who's kind of looks at the draft on many levels to see those hidden little synergies.
Yeah, it's not only that, like they actually brought the Sven online much earlier because of the Darkseer. Like he's normally very tanky, but it's like, okay, we'll just ignore him. But he have an Ion Shell in your face and you can bring them to the Sven with the vacuum. Like it makes your team fight much stronger. He was able to fight before the Blink came out because of this, and that 1T1 push where they had on top, and he just destroyed them.
Yeah, this was the fight, right?
This was the fight, yeah.
This is such a good individual play, though. Like he quells, then he quells again, and you can tell DJ is not ready for this at all. And at this point, when Arteezy gets this flank and they come in from the bottom, this is just an absolutely beautiful display of decision making from EG. I think this was the coolest play of the game.
Is this also the overconfidence from Fnatic? Like they're pushing down a tier 1 tower when EG seemed to have all the skills ready to fight them. And as before, Fnatic even had Hand of God as well.
It's more desperation.
I think they have to do what they're doing because if you have this lineup and you're not pushing, then just like what seems like 10 minutes in the game, they know they are probably in a really, really bad position if they don't do anything. This is even the point where we thought they were actually GGR after that 5-man wipe against a bounty hunter.
But there was something. Fnatic weren't the easiest team to kind of shove over. Yeah, it's easy to kind of throw out the casual GG when the first 10 minutes seemed so bleak for their lineup especially, but They did kind of hold on for a bit. What was the credit that Fnatic were able to kind of at least force EG to go a little bit the extra mile to finish things out?
I mean, would you guys think that the Prophet was the only one buying time for them?
Yeah, they had split push, but then they bought 2 BOTs, and then it was...
Like, no one else was actually doing anything apart from the Prophet?
I don't know if they could. Like, that's the problem. Like, the map had completely fallen apart at that point in time.
But overall, I think it's like a really big difference in the two teams. Like Fnatic, they kind of continue what they were doing in the group stage. Rely on the Nature's Prophet, rely on the Chen, and EG have a draft specifically tailored to this opener from Fnatic, and something that they haven't done before, and they just walked all over Fnatic because of that.
Yeah, but one thing to add for your previous point where you talk about the Sven becoming really strong this game, I think they picked the Sven into a really good position. I felt like we discussed this before on the panel. When the enemy picks Prophet, one of the better carries to have is the Sven in the lane, because you deal with the Treants really well, and you can help the support because you have the War Cry. Because usually the off-lane Prophet bullies the support so much that it's very hard to zone him out. But this game, because you have the Sven, the lane becomes much better against the Prophet.
So let's talk about how Fnatic should be approaching game number 2 now. Do we recall who had first pick for game number
Fnatic?
1?
Fnatic
did take first pick. I don't know if we saw if that was a coin flip decision on that or not, so we expect possibly EG to take first pick. Maybe we'll see Fnatic find themselves on the Dire side at that point. How do you approach the draft at then?
I think EG take Dire.
You think EG will take Dire?
Yeah, it just seems to favor them in every single matchup that they get it. They play so well around the Roshan, and just the amount of pressure that they can indirectly put by just having that on their side of the map. So I would guess so. If they do choose a pick order, I'm wondering if they would choose second pick over first pick in that case and just look to hard counter that first pick of Fnatic. Like in this game, they give Prophet away, they counter Prophet with 2 picks, and they also countered their expected second pick in one swoop there. I thought that was a really great opener. Maybe they could do something like that again.
We agree, gentlemen?
I think maybe approach a slower game.
Slower game?
You mean for Fnatic?
For Fnatic, just because you mentioned like when we were on the group stage panel, their strength is their early game in their lanes, but I think for EG, they're just not that prone to getting just all their towers swept in the early game, especially with the draft. He'll like always draft team fight, and then if they go greedy, he'll draft more greedy. If they go more push, then he'll draft more team fight. So I think like Peter doesn't really commit too much to the draft, and it's very reactionary. And because of that, I don't think he'll catch him off guard with the push strat. And I think they actually played very well against Alliance in the series, where they had a couple of better scaling cores and were able to farm and not feel pressured.
Aside from seeing just an obvious new pick like the Nyx Assassin for Sumail, is there anything about EG we're seeing that we haven't seen from them before, past MDL or back to Frankfurt, the way they play the game, the way they approach it? Or does this seem like just EG continue to have the best game sense right now, the best way to kind of, use the meta in their favor?
I mean, from the first game, I think we can see quite obvious that EG drafted good lanes. Again, because like I mentioned many times before, Fnatic's strength is in their lane. So if you play against them, you need to have good lanes. When you win them in the lane, you beat them in the lane, it's very hard, usually for their drafts to come back. So I think EG will probably go back to that, and just maybe like what Cinder mentioned, pick Dire as well, so you win your lanes and you have Roshan. I mean, the game should be fairly easy if you are EG in that position.
Just being on Dire doesn't always get you the win, though. I believe it was Nahaz who tweeted out that
that'd be nice.
That Dire's biggest success is also in conjunction with the fact that it had first pick on Dire as well. And we saw a bit of that in the last series where Radiant won the first 2 games and they had the first pick in that case. So that's not always the case. We could see EG decide to opt for the first pick instead.
Does first pick have a higher win rate than Dire, is the question then?
That's a fantastic question, and I'm sure we'll get an answer to that in the near future. But we actually have a draft ready to go for game number 2, so we'll see if Fnatic are going to be able to hold their own and take this to a 3-game stretch, or will the boys in blue be able to breeze past Fnatic and secure themselves into the top 6?
I mean, that's a good adjustment, because Bounty Hunter was definitely a huge problem for them the last time. It affected their lanes, it disallowed them to play the way they want to play, so it's a good adjustment from the first game. What did they actually remove in the first game instead of the Bounty?
Faceless Void.
They removed something else, right, in the first game. Remember what they removed?
Was it Inch?
Ah, yeah. Okay.
Earth Spirit. We're going to see it for the first time today, and we're going to see it on the side of Fnatic now.
It's official. EG don't care. They really don't care.
Now, how would we rate those Fnatic's Earth Spirit? Because, in my opinion, I wouldn't put it up there in the top 3 or 4.
Not so good. But
so it's okay. So maybe EG see it as not as a scary threat as like a Jerix or a Weeha Earth Spirit, but maybe enough that they'll be able to control, and EG will also show us our first faceless Void of the day. EG have found tremendous success with it already in this patch, 7-1.
I think if this is Fear playing the Mirana, there's at least a pattern that he's playing roaming for the team and just looking to pressure mid.
Yeah.
And it might be their approach in general for the series is that they've looked at the games, we've talked about it as well. Mid 1 has been outstanding in the games where he gets to play his lane. What if you just shut him down and don't let him play the game?
Yeah, this was the one of the similar games in the group stage when, I can't remember which game, but it was Mirana versus Earth Spirit, and Mirana actually got the first blood against, because Earth Spirit actually didn't help the mid lane, so it's going to be really interesting to see how the Mirana faces the Earth Spirit, who actually gets to do more for their team. And obviously the synergy with the Chrono, with the Arrow, it's really nice.
I think you have to ban OD now as Fnatic. It's such an easy setup in the mid for an Invoker.
You don't have to worry about that. There's EG.
Oh, never mind. Oh. You know what? Good for them. Now they don't have to ban OD. Yeah, that would have been an obvious go-to pick for EG.
I like Witch Doctor still for EG, because we've seen in one of the group games as well, they used the Witch Doctor heal.
The same game.
Yeah, against the Magnetize. Yeah, it was the same game, so, and it's good with the Chrono. So we'll probably see that there's a chance again from EG. They might use the same thing against the Earth Spirit.
I'm surprised. I figured it'd be something Fnatic would have, gandered at that recent game, but they opted instead to ban out the Bane instead. We know it to be PPD's most picked hero and most successful hero, but can't help but agree with you that Witch Doctor seems to be the prized pick here for EG if they want to go for it. But no, they opt for the Vengeful Spirit instead.
More damage, more Roshan control. But the Bane might be a signal that, because if you ban Bane, it's because of the Bane Mirana combo. Like, you don't want to give them those two supports together, and it might signal that you might want to go Enchantress, because I've seen EG use this combo specifically against Enchantress.
10 seconds.
But I'm not sure whether they want to go for it this game, because Venge is, Venge plus 1 carry can kill the Enchantress really easily.
What's a good mid hero to set up for an Arrow against Invoker? I was thinking OD, that would just be the obvious choice since it's banned.
With the chains.
The Ember could work. I guess change level 1 is a little bit difficult.
But usually they just shoot the arrow, right? They are not going to rely on someone to set it up. Or
very good here against Void in general, actually.
What do you think about Clinks for EG? It's something they have ran alongside the Void in the past. They have found good success with it. 2 games, at least in this tournament so far, only a 1-1 record with it.
I think it's very good. Good for Roche. They should have their safe lane pretty much secured now that they see that support duo. Earth Spirit Disruptor can't really aggressive tri-lane at all or put much pressure on him. So he can just free farm that Clinks. Most likely, because of that, they can leave Mirana to full roam. Won't need to help the safe lane whatsoever. Just Clinks Venge is an incredibly strong lane against most offlaners. I would think that would be a really good pick.
They like Sven a lot more, though.
Yeah, Sven plus Void, we've seen that comment. Even though we talked about how it doesn't synergize very well with the Sven, you want to be right-clicking, but at the same time, it's just you chrono the other heroes that the Sven is not focusing, so they can't save the heroes.
Yeah. And he can still combo with the mid laner as long as there's a good burst here.
And what a lot of people say also is, obviously the direct synergy doesn't seem to be there, but even the setup of the Chrono, if you lock a lot down, allows the Sven to reposition and get a good target for the Stormhammer, and then, be able to kind of do work. Plus, Sven fits the blue theme for EG. But it is going to be the Clinks.
Good.
It's just their standard
call.
pick. Really common for EG. It's just very good lanes, very good carry. Good with the Chronosphere. Good for Roshan, like Syndra mentioned. It's just basically mostly good for everything that revolves around the dire position they're in right now.
I'm wondering how Fnatic actually shut him down. Because if this Clinks is on the safe lane, that you Earth Spirit rotate him, but that means...
They can't shut him down.
It means your offlaner has to have some level of kill potential.
The strongest lane I can think of from the offlane right now is like probably the Ench, but Ench is not even that great of a pick against Clinks because of the Strafe.
Not at all.
Strafe. So, that's the only hero that I can think of right now that can pressure a lot. Okay, this hero doesn't pressure. It's good for teamfight, but it doesn't pressure the Clinks at all.
It's a really bad matchup for Phoenix in lane. Clinks deals so much physical damage against the heroes like no armor.
Good luck with that.
You take like a level 1 Clinks with Searing Arrows deals like 80 or 90 damage to you per hit, and it's difficult for the Phoenix to deal with that. I think this shows a little bit about Fnatic's mentality going into the second game, is that, okay, we need to... Our previous strat obviously didn't work. What if we played that worked in the past? Ohio had an outstanding Phoenix performance in one game. They think even if he doesn't have a good lane matchup, he can probably still shine and feel confident in the game at the very least.
Yeah, going
But-
more team fight composition of Synderen. They have Earth Spirit, they have Magnetize, they have Disruptor
Yes.
Ultimate, they have the Egg, so it's like they are taking a different direction right now. This game we'll go for more team fight. We know that it's very hard to outmaneuver EG in the laning phase, so they're trying another approach.
The downside is the egg is very killable for Klinks with Strafe. It's one of the better heroes at killing off Phoenix early on. I'm just worried for Fnatic that the lanes are that it's gonna be similar to last game. They're just gonna lose too much in the early game, which is weird because we're talking about Fnatic's strength being playing the early game, but
They're
there's a
scared
lot
to
of
play of the early game.
yeah.
They're scared to play of the early game, so it's a really big sign that this is not good.
There's a lot on the shoulders of the
Yeah.
Earth Spirit. I think if he doesn't have a good early game,
Oh, they banned out the Knicks too. Jeez.
Good hero against
10
Phoenix.
seconds remaining.
It's actually a pretty good next game, to be fair.
I think Puck would have been a
Yeah,
lot
good
better,
versus
though.
the Earth Spirit. You don't
remaining.
get gang easy. Good versus the Phoenix.
Yep.
Puck's very good.
But they just
Reserve
got
time.
destroyed by it last game. But still, that's not a good mentality.
Yeah.
Not that much synergy with the Void either.
You're not giving a very positive outlook towards this game. It's like, okay, Fnatic, they've
Yeah.
mentally already
Because
lost this game.
that's what they're reflecting, like what we can see from the picks alone.
Yeah.
Like the way the team is approaching the draft tells a lot about what they're thinking, their state of mind.
It's just very concerning for
Yeah,
Fnatic fans.
it's really
out there.
concerning. But right now, EG finishes up with another initiator. I think generally I always talk about this when you have a Void, you want a second hero that can initiate, so it makes it easy for the Void to land that big chrono. Because if Void is the only one jumping, it's harder for him to get a good chrono.
It feels like EG's got ways to attack on multiple angles. Like if this Klinks comes in from behind with an Orchid, the Disruptors take it out of the fight straight
Yeah.
away.
He's
Like,
going to roam very early, because there's going to be a point where Klinks reach level 6 and he's going to run down the middle lane, bottom
10
lane where
seconds
Disruptor's trying to
remaining.
get his level 6 and he's going to repeatedly try and pressure him.
It's
That is
actually a
gonna
good point.
be
This-
very
5
concerning.
seconds
This
remaining.
could be an Orchid Klinks game, but I think the Deso is still the better choice, especially when you're on Dire. If he has a good start, it's a way more snowbally item from an objective perspective, getting Roche, getting towers, whereas Orchid is more from a kill perspective. But I think they have enough in that department already.
I don't really think they need the Orchid this game.
No,
They already have
I
time
agree.
dilation too. I think it's kind of a fake silence. That's already good enough for Earth Spirit Invoker. And then he has Strafe to deal with Phoenix, so it's not a big
They
deal.
they need a very strong carry though, like a team fight carry. Not sure what Mushi will play. I mean, in the past we've seen Medusa with Phoenix, because I feel like they need some tank. I'm not sure what hero is the best here. It's very hard to pick. They need a very tank hero, a frontliner that can participate in team fights.
At what time though? Like you're thinking the team fight's going to begin? Because they'll kind of dictate the hero.
When Klinks starts roaming around, when Batrider gets his blink, so
you couldn't go something like a
8 to
Spectre. It'll
12.
be too late then.
A Slark, though, will be
Slark.
the grab.
It's not so good
No,
versus
actually, he
the
gets owned by
Void. Like
Void.
Void owns Slark. It's
He's
good
good
versus
versus
the bad.
everything else.
It's good versus bad.
good versus
but-
Mirana.
Yeah, but Void can take care of him, and Klings.
But then again, it's a Void off lane. Like,
The Mirana factor is going to come in for sure. He's going to be roaming and trying to put pressure on the lanes.
Can't help it. It's a lot of pressure on both the Mirana and the Earth Spirit. These heavy, aggressive.
Early game because Kling's tempo is faster than the Slark, so this is a bit concerning.
it at least gives kill potential on that safe lane. Like a glimpse back into a pounce, maybe you can actually punish the
Able to achieve that aggression
Prepare
and dictate
for
the pace for the rest of their team. Let's hop in now. It's game number 2, Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic. We'll send it over to our casters now. It's Toby and Synderen.
Yeah, let's get it underway. EG, with one game in the bag, you could have a lot of confidence, and then you pick a lineup which gives you initiation galore. It gives you huge amounts of team fight and gives you really great rotations early on as well. It feels like EG's in a very comfort zone and in the driving seat as well.
I like their draft a lot this game, and as we already talked about, it seems like Fnatic are a little. I don't know if scrambling is fair to say that because they lost one game. It's not like they're just completely out of it, but EG are definitely looking to take a strong early game once again, and Fnatic need to make plays similar to the last game. They put themselves in a little bit. They put themselves under pressure that they have to do
30
things, and
seconds to battle.
that's not a problem if you execute it very well. But last game that was not really the case.
Yeah. Maybe this game they can find something else. Like starting off with the double bounties would be a nice way to do it, where they can contest for bottom and just Ohio can go for this dive on top. PBD's kind of waiting for it, and Fnatic have very good vision. They've already got the Observer Ward down watching the top rune. And Universe, I don't know if he feels that cocky. He wants to make a play for the bottom, but he won't, and neither will the Phoenix. Ohio isn't even going from like
arrow.
from the dive spot. I think.
That was really, really close to giving Universe the rune, actually, because Invoker had to sidestep away from that rune. And Universe could have maybe sniped it, but it's one apiece.
It is. PPD also no aggressive ward up on this top lane. Kind of want to watch where we actually get our dire Observer wards in this game. Because right now there's one on Universe and there's one on Fear, and both have not been placed. So Fear will throw down the first one, and looks like he's just going to throw it up on the cliff side to start with. So no need to block up the Ancients, but he wants to make sure he understands exactly what's moving up towards this top lane of Fnatic and what's happening with those side camps.
And he can just farm their big camp with arrow. He just killed the big Hellbear.
Feels like Ohio's up a little bit too far here.
It feels like Sumail is in trouble. He's actually really in trouble here. Should be dead. One more hit. Yeah.
They're able to get it. Fnatic, they needed something. That's a good start. But Fear with the point-blank range arrow. He gets an instant rebuttal kill. But it's still a good thing you brought down your Batrider. The Batrider, however, already had bottle, so maybe not really delaying him with that many items. And then you also give solo experience to your roaming Mirana. Like, that'll be of a little bit more of a concern for me.
But they get mid one a full level advantage on Sumail in mid, and that's very big. This is a matchup we've seen played previously where the Batrider just took control of the mid lane. I believe it was S4 against Fata. The game was different the way it started out, but still definitely showcased that Batrider can win this lane, and now it's very difficult for Sumail.
Nice little vision there from PPD. Actually scouted out the fact that Ohio is rotating over to the mid lane. So he's already moving off the top lane, doesn't feel like he can be part of it. He's not level 2 yet, he's short by 4 points. So we can't even actually give like the extra damage from the Fire Spirits. Now Fear's making a break for the 2-minute rune. That looks like exactly what Ohio is trying to capitalize on. Fear comes down too far. He's still got that level 2 member, so Leap is available for Fear, but they get the kickoff, they boulder forward, and Fear, he can't escape from this. The Tornado, he'll die from the fall. And mid one, well, he already had a level advantage. Now he's also got a kill to add to his name. Net might be in a little bit more trouble, though, with Sumail. There's 3 sticky napalms on Net, but the movement speed currently is a little bit ahead of Sumail, so this Firefly is not doing the work. And Fnatic, they're not rotating off the mid lane to help Nat. Universe time walks himself forward, as now they do find that kill, but Ohio, now he's got the Fire Spirits mid one looking to punish up on Sumail. Fear throws out the arrow and hits on Ohio. He's got nowhere to go apart from down. The Fire Spirits made it a little bit more of a slower death, but still a death nonetheless.
And just when I was about to say that this is a very good start for Fnatic in the mid lane. Well, maybe it is after all.
The ball forward from DJ.
Yep.
You wanted good rotations from DJ, and already he's been involved in all 3 of the kills of Fnatic.
He's definitely finding the openings he needs to. I don't think you can get more than a kill per minute in the first 3 minutes as Earth Spirit by being in one lane. So this is about as good as it gets from DJ. And the way he killed Fear before, by the way, if you noticed when they rotated the Phoenix over, great understanding of how to make that kill. You get a very quick stun off and you roll instantly after, and even though Fear gets the leap off, he gets hit by the boulder afterwards. It's very good understanding.
A downside for Fear, he took 3 minutes before he planted that Observer Ward and got instantly dewarded because he was being watched by the Earth Spirit as he ran back out. So the vision of EG is really not that great. They don't understand where this Earth Spirit's coming from. They lost the Observer Ward as well that was watching over the Ancient area. So both of the 2 Observer Wards of EG were very quickly removed, while you've still got the Vision. Mid one, maybe Vision won't help him, however. It's a nice kick from the Earth Spirit, but mid one, Tornado can't buy himself enough space. We're still underneath the Firefly of Sumail. And EG with just a good rotation, and again, Fear showing his presence across the map.
And this is what Winter was talking about in the panel with mid one in the previous game, that he seemed a little bit cocky. He was very far up in that lane, I think. Of course, he wants to go for the farm and try to pressure, but
this is a little. Yep, they actually got the glimpse off. His time walk out won't be working. With they got the kill. Back underneath the tower, faces forward, try to consume up the Fairy Fire as quick as he possibly could, but it just wasn't enough. And that's a big kill. That's Slark getting some momentum. Mushi actually playing something, and he needs it because Arteezy still had free reign of this top lane. Phoenix has had no impact on Arteezy whatsoever.
Arteezy will be going for the Aquila Soul Ring, very standard opener on him. Getting the level 6 in a creep, and like we talked about on the panel, probably looking to rotate fairly early and make some plays with the other heroes. There's so much good setup for him. And they could give the safe lane to PPD at that point and give him level 6. Maybe even give the Void a bit of catch up there if they wanted to. See what they choose, but it's coming up soon, that's for sure.
Waiting for Mushi just to go again on this bottom lane. Universe just wants to keep coming in close and trading hits, but it's like you're also shifting out a little bit of essence every time he does this. It's not just like the life he regens.
Still on the level 1 though, so only 15-second duration.
Yeah, it's not that huge, but it's still keeping in the back of my mind. EG, they're actually putting Fear very visibly in the lane. I thought Fear would actually play a little bit more from the shadows. Like try and come in from behind Ohio and get that arrow in on. Like, even if you're fishing and just doing it from the fog of war during this nighttime phase. Okay, there we go.
Uncharacteristic. Yeah, now he's going to look for the angle. Oh.
That arrow is a little bit more obvious though when he has to angle it deep, like more into the middle part of the lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's already going to leave. Rotates towards the mid. Sumail, he's got himself a haste rune at level 6. He definitely wants to find a kill, but it's also the movement up towards the top lane net. He's got a level 2 glimpse. They do need the vision over on Arteezy with the dust to manage to get it. As they ball up, but straight past Arteezy, he'll still be glimpsed back over towards the fight. So Arteezy no way to survive this one. Maybe with the Dark Pact. Oh, he's actually going to kill him higher before he dies. So even going down with the ship.
That presence of mind, though.
Middle lane, Sumail dragging back mid one into the Arrow of Fear. They need the extra follow-up stun coming in from PP deep with the 1 charges and then into Invis. Mid one will survive.
They actually stacked their stuns way too much there, I think, EG. A little bit of a misplay. Could have maybe resulted in a kill. And he didn't have mana for Firefly, it looked like. Or it was on cooldown for Sumail, so that bit of damage was missing as well. Very important for mid one to stay alive there. Now he needs to be careful not to get... okay. Fear thought he was going to sidestep and respect it. Mid one doesn't care.
No, so he just turns around, throws out with a cold snap. The time to leap away from Fear. DJ continuing with the rolling boulder, and Fear, he's got another arrow in 3 seconds time, but there's no follow-up to this. In fact, right now, PPD looks like he's preparing to go up on Ohio. You've still got Icarus dive away, Arteezy running in, but the Sentry Ward reveals the movement, which means the Magic Missile still will hit Ohio, but it's back underneath its own Tier 1 tower in relative safety.
Now that we're looking at the top lane, I think Arteezy now being level 7. Interesting skill build, by the way. I don't know if this is standard. I feel like it's not.
A 1-2-3-1?
Yeah. Most of the time, at least, the classic build is to max searing arrows. That's 100% sure. I don't know if this is a new trend where you get more points in Skeleton Walk just for the move speed to way easier cross the map and look for picks, give the opposing team less time to react.
Well, it makes sense if EG is then going to move him off that top lane, but currently Arteezy still hasn't left the lane. Like, I know we're only 7.5 minutes in, you want to get more farm on him. Actually moving everyone up. Fnatic going to smoke move with Ned and DJ. Arteezy's onto the tower, but PPD's here with him, so they throw down the Observer Ward. So at least Fnatic have an idea of what's coming in behind the tower, and they see exactly where Arteezy's moving. Ned, a glimpse at this point, get Dragon too far away, and the dust is over on the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, that looked like miscommunication. They have to roll in DJ and use dust there, and then they can set up for a glimpse, but...
Because the Observer Ward's also so shallow, they don't see PPD. Like, we just hit the daytime, but the Observer Ward line is still cuts around, and now PPD will actually reveal himself. But it's all a little bit too late. The Fnatic support's moved off the lane. And EG, like, okay, this time around, like, the last time I saw a fight like this in game 1, it was Fnatic who looked like they had the confidence, and then a great little move from Arteezy did the work. But I'm looking at Universe going to pick up a TP scroll. He's got Chronosphere available. You have a Blink Dagger now over on the Bat Rider, just under 9 minutes into the game. Is this when EG defend and catch Fnatic down?
Well, they need a little bit of time to regen with Sumail, but after that, I do think they're good to go. They will not be conceding this tower. That would surprise me. They can't just TP on the tier 2, smoke up, and look for a play here.
He's actually hunting the mid lane instead. But he also has a TP to come and join the fight. But is okay.
Top lane is definitely the lane to keep an eye on. This is the most important fight of the game so far.
Here they come.
If EG get to engage here,
they're actually going to walk through Fnatic's Observer Ward, so Fnatic may feel a little bit more confident about this as Sumail. Into the Firefly he goes, and he's already found his target. It's going to be Net. Universe can attack into him. Remember that Chronosphere is still available. Tornado's flying in. It's a long one, but a little bit off target. The EMP may do a little bit more work, however, as Universe leaps himself out of it. Net, he can't walk away, or can he? He's still on the run. The flame break, it pushes him back. He'll actually burn down from this, and the Chronosphere kicks off, controlling up mid one. The Invoker's down, but Mushi, he's coming in, the highest net worth carry on the field right now. But Mushi, he's still, all that money cannot let him win this fight. EG will take 4 heroes against Fnatic, and it's happening again. It is full deja vu. They see the vision on DJ, but they cannot get the sun off in time. So not a full team wipe, but still a 4-for-1 trade-off. Klinks being the casualty of EG.
That was so well played by Universe, that fight. He holds his chrono for so long. It's very tempting just to chrono the Disruptor and be like, okay, let's be done with it, get that kill, maybe just reset and get out and be like, okay, we were hoping for something better, but at least we defend our tower and get that pick. He was He waited, and then he waited a little bit longer. And then he manages to chrono the Invoker. The egg is isolated. Very easy kill for Arteezy with the strafe. And they just end up taking that fight by storm. 4 for 1. They don't get a tower, though, but...
The front door, and EG just reject them. But you do have a lot of money over on Slug. For everything that's happened, Mushi has still caught a lot of cash out of that bottom lane, sitting at his 4.5k net worth. He's about to have to use it all over again as EG. Well, there goes your dust. They see Sumail. They may not have noticed in the Invis rune. Now the arrow flies in, hits on DJ. The Magnetize. It's not enough to kill off Sumail. They try and reach him, but he will survive on 53 HP, while the Phoenix and the Earth Spirit get mopped up by Arteezy and Fear.
Very nice from PPD. He could have swapped earlier, I think, but he waited until Fnatic were really committed to that kill, and then he swapped them out, and they just outnumber them again. It's like they're reading Fnatic. Every single step of the way, they're just ready. Maybe that's unfair to say. I don't think they were expecting them to just dust there and go for the bat, but they were prepared in case that the play came out, and that's what's important. They're always ready for the next step, and just playing some really, really solid Dota here.
They understand the rhythm of Fnatic is probably the easy way to say it.
Yeah.
But EG now, like, okay, so you've taken some wonderful engagements. You're now over 2,000 in golden experience in front of the game. Your rotations are working beautifully. Your chronospheres have been perfect. Where do you go from here? Like, do you look at the Roshan? Is Clinkz getting to a point where he can pick that up? I do see the medallion over on Arteezy. Or do you even need to do that? Like, you've still got 3 tier 1 towers up on the field for Fnatic, and you've got a Clinkz on your side. And it looks like it's going to be a gank to start with. Sumail inside the, actually the Moonlight Shadow, so they're not even using the lane. He's the most obvious target, Sumail into Firefly. He has the blink, but that won't actually close up enough distance. In fact, he just blinks over and starts farming. So this movement of EG and the commitment of the Moonlight Shadow doesn't have any smoke at this point. They're trying to get closer. Mushi had his ulti pop off for a moment. That's kind of revealed what's going on, but real rewards. And in fact, Fnatic actually dodge it and then attack into the mid-tier 1.
And they counter ward this high ground ward as well in mid, and or not high ground ward, but just the one at the stairs. Start to put some pressure, and this gives space for Mushi top. So a good dodge from Fnatic. Very curious to see which direction Mushi takes his build this game, by the way. He has the gold for Blink. Hasn't bought anything yet, so assuming it's going to be a Shadow Blade in this case. His solo kill potential is not that great against quite a few of these heroes. He can't kill the Void. I don't think he has what it takes to kill the Clinkz if he has Death Pact running. I'm also not sure he can solo the Bat Rider just yet, but just, you know, just setting up the team fight and allowing his team to follow through is really good. So I do think it's a good item choice here. They just need to set up the fight.
EG are frothing at the mouth looking for this fight. Sumail's waiting for Fnatic to come just a little bit closer, and they refuse to do it every single time. But it's, again, Mushi enjoying that space up on the top lane. And it's also like EG is getting... Actually, then again, they are, because Arteezy was moving through the Radiant jungle, and he's finding his farm there. So they are getting trade-offs. Sphere's having a great time on bottom lane. He's actually finished the full mech now, 14 minutes on this Mirana.
He's farmed.
Yeah, he is. He's taken 5 out of the 11 kills of EG on just Fear's Mirana.
This is what we talk about as good farm on an offlane Tidehunter, you know? I think we pointed that out in a game yesterday. There was a Tide that had exactly Meg Arcane's 14 in. You're like, oh, wow, that's really difficult to fight into. It's a support Mirana that has this. That's got to be worrying for Fnatic. Instant sentry here from PPD. They're already prepping in case.
It's the Shadow Blade. They see him.
Oh, they're
going to dust. There was
kill.
a sentry ward just on the other side of the tree line, and Arteezy wasn't ready for it. So 45 seconds on the sideline, and PPD instantly TPs himself out. But you're noticing the mid one pushes the aggression into mid. The second they get that kill on Arteezy, they need a follow-up. So either it's Roshan or the mid-tier 1 tower. And in this case, it looks to be mid-tier 1 tower. If he goes for the arrow play with Sumail, he's got a lot of life. The Sunray's kicking in, but with a kick onto Fear, the Boulder as well, Mushi coming in from behind as to pounce itself over the kinetic field, but they glimpse Fear back in again. And now Universe, the double chrono, underneath his own tier 1 tower. The Nova is being expended at the moment. Universe coming a little bit closer towards that, but DJ's already down. PPD, they do get the extra stun. Mushi needs to get himself out of here, but it's just not possible. They keep getting hit. The flame break, it doesn't burn him down. Net will actually just be stunned and just has to sit here, gawking at EG, looking to get that kill. Universe leaps himself in to give himself a double. As a stun ray from Ohio, he wants revenge and he just cannot get it. So it's a 3-for-1 trade-off as Fnatic. It looks nice after they got the pick-off over on Arteezy, but things went a little bit haywire after that point.
The synergy between Sumail and Fear in both the games we've seen has been outstanding. I think it's been the defining factor for EG's success. Has been Fear roaming on mid, and Sumail and him, they just keep setting up ganks. There was the same last game. Bounty Hunter and the Knicks just looking to tag team throughout the game. Here, yes, they lose a kill, but that kill gave them information enough that they knew they could jump on Invoker. And yeah, he's
well,
Mushi. He's still dead.
That's a wild pounce, but they still do find the kill. But it means now these TPs are coming in. The Shadow Dance up in 1 second time. Actually, that TP...
He insta-blinked, so he didn't get glimpsed.
It's dangerous doing that kind of stuff on top of a tier 1 tower.
Good play from Fnatic, though. I think it's a bit going their way. And they're not that far behind in this game, actually. Compared to the last game, you feel like they have a way, way better shot. So they have successfully adapted to EG's style based on that first game. They still have to be worried about the Roshan. And now that it's daytime, they don't have their Slark versus Batrider advantage. Slark, obviously, with the superior night vision. I suppose Mirana is on the other team, so it probably evens out in that regard. But it's definitely the better time for them to fight, no matter what. And they're looking at 3 minutes of daytime here, where EG could try to snipe a Roshan. Any sort of reasonable pick-off with Mirana ult should set it up for them.
Well, they're smoked at the moment. Universe with that mum on him. You still don't have the Desolator, though. Like, that's the only kind of downside here I'm seeing for EG, which will take them time. And they're centering, and they've actually find the Dire Observer Ward, too. EG did plant down a fresh one, so they're okay with that. As they move aggressively into the Radiant jungle, Mushi comes in forward, sees Universe, sees Arteezy, Sentry Ward now goes down, but Mushi, net, he's almost down with the Chronosphere, catching out only DJ. Disruptor's still the first one to fall, but Arteezy taking so much damage with the Cold Snap, and PPD swaps him away to safety. They're being split up completely here, Fnatic. They can't focus their big combos, and now Fear, he jumps in with the Starfall. The Nova will be triggered, but they're just bringing it down. 3 heroes all around it. The Phoenix is down for the count. The Arrow will fly forward in mid one. Well, make him a pitcher or a catcher, I don't care. He's down. The Invoker is gone. And Slark, the only one alive. He's got to be careful. The Sentry Ward is right around the corner. Mushi walks in. Sumail saw him. He blinked away, but EG, they want Roshan. They got Sentry Wards down, so there's no way that this Slark can surprise them. They will grab the Aegis as well.
Fear's so good, dude. I don't know. He's been playing one hell of a series so far. I can't really put a finger on his play in both games. It's just absolutely outstanding how much he gets out of relatively few tools, and it's so important for the early game that he lands the arrows that he does and that he's in the right place at the right time. He just reads the game step by step. You can tell how experienced he is, just understands everything he needs to do. And
Mushi.
That doesn't take anything away from the rest of EG. Everyone's just playing a very great game. That pounce needs to land, that's for sure.
I think like Mushi's like old war injury, like the bung knees kicking in again. These pounces just not finding their marks. And Sumail's stuck here, like he doesn't actually have a TP scroll available. So he's just waiting till these Fireflies back off cooldown. And Fnatic, either they didn't see this, or they just didn't feel like they could chase him down.
I think they just assumed he TP'd out. I'm not sure if Mushi checked for it. And regardless, I mean, he's blinked into the middle of the jungle. The only hero who can really find him down there is probably DJ. Oh. Or, well, he could have Sun Rayed over, but...
Mushi realizes he's visible as his Shadow Dance wears off. He already feels like he's being attacked. So now Fnatic, it's just that desperation moment where we saw it, well, we saw it a lot during game number 1. But they don't have the same kind of lineup. Like in game number 1, they're like, we don't know what to do, let's just push. Like we've got a Leshrac and a Chen, like we're meant to force down towers, but as they group up to do that on the bottom lane, Arteezy takes out the mid. Their smoke's going to break. They don't have dust. Actually, yeah, they do have dust, but Ohio was the one who had it. Because at the back line, it did trigger onto Arteezy.
Oh,
so
they
he
got
starts
the
the
glimpse.
Sunray, and they found the vision and the glimpse. The arrow flies in. They'll actually split between all three heroes, and Arteezy will go down. So they burn the Aegis to the Immortal. Meanwhile, while that happened, you lost the Invoker on bottom lane, but they'll go again to Arteezy. Magnetize the trigger. They go for the kick as well. Arteezy maybe not able to get out of this one scot-free because they don't have any reveal. So he just runs back into the tree line. And Fear was waiting this entire time to support his teammate if he had to. Moonlight, Shadow, Mech, whatever.
Fear missed an arrow.
Stop the press.
Just wanted to mention that. Felt like that was really surprising.
Ohio's dead.
Yeah. Oh, he missed again. Arguably not very important.
No when Arteezy can just like kill him off in 2 hits. This Clinks is just doing so much damage. And now you also pick up the gem over on Sumail. He doesn't have it just yet, so Mushi's going to steal the rune, and this time he'll actually get the leash over on Sumail. And he needed that, but Sumail, he won't go down. 41 HP. He actually takes damage. Oh, no, he didn't. He almost took damage from the Ogres. They're not going to find anything more. PPD kicked in the mid as Net. There's no glimpse available. He's got the wall up, and Mushi, he comes in for the free gold. Fear's also here, but Arteezy, well, he's not finding a lot of damage. In fact, he's going to get silenced up as DJ bowls himself in further. But Mushi can't find a target. Fear goes into the tree line. He'll TP himself out. They have no idea he's there. Glimpse is available for Net, but he just needs the vision to use it. It doesn't exist. And Arteezy, he can actually 2-hit DJ if he wants to. But that's very dangerous for the rest of the heroes around. Then again, Disruptor's got no mana.
I don't think he feels confident right now. He's being targeted so hard by Fnatic. Again, in that fight, they looked to find Arteezy, and actually a beautiful play coming out from DJ that entire fight. I think the camera was on Bad Rider at the time, but they stone kick through Arteezy and hit PPD at the backline who was looking to swap him. They identified that they did that, then they pull and get the silence. And with that perfect play from DJ, they still couldn't kill him. Just so tanky with all of his armor. He's currently sitting on 10 armor, 20 armor, and gets a swap eventually out from PPD, surviving with that Death Pact. And, well...
At least they got some other things which might work their way, like a Veil of Discord over on the Earth Spirit, trying to inflict this damage a little bit quicker. I'm still waiting for like a huge Disruptor Storm from Net. Like we've been seeing the Glimpse have its effect, but like that combo of like Storm, Nova, you hold him in position, then Magnetize follow-up, while Mushi just runs around murdering people.
It's just the nature of EG's draft that it doesn't clump up very much, I think. They have all of the damage that they're dealing in the Chronosphere is from 4 different ranged heroes, and the only 2 heroes that will really stand close to each other most likely in the fight will be Bat Rider and the Void.
Mid one, get out.
Mid one, get killed.
He is most definitely killed. They didn't even need last super
nice
for that.
KS though.
Like with the gem, like he can't just ghost walk himself out. Don't you be hating on PPD? Supports the money as well. Supports the people as well, Syndrome.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good for PPD to get a bit of gold. He generally plays like the 6th position for this team, so it's nice getting a little bit extra.
They're looking again towards mid, but it's like, do you kill off Arteezy or do you kill off PPD? You saw him move up because of the Observer Ward on the cliff side. And the tier 2 tower on the top lane is a lot more of an achievable objective.
I think Fnatic are going to start second-guessing themselves going on Arteezy. It's just failed so many times. Yes, sure, they've killed him 3 times, but they've tried 10, I think. That's a pretty bad success ratio, and every time they end up losing heroes, whether they kill him or not, it seems. So maybe the approach is look for other targets in the fight instead. Maybe isolate the Void, but now that he has Diffusal, it's actually very difficult for him to just silence him off and kill him. He can purge off that Earth Spirit silence. More or less have to catch him in the Static Storm.
This is a
maybe this is
sandwich
better
right
Sumail.
Fnatic, well, Sumail is the first one in. PPD,
there's the stone
kick again. He couldn't actually get the swap off. Now he will. Sumail is so low. He went down and he will actually go down by the Chronosphere from Universe. He catches out 3. It's a double kill for him. That's actually just easy when you got Clinks on the side, pumping in more damage. Mushi's looking for something, and he's actually got the gem. He's actually stolen the gem from the Bat Rider. Fusel Blade charge being used. They trigger off the dust as well as Mushi tries to run himself out. He's got Pounce back off cooldown. Universe just dispelling the charges. And again, the arrow from Fear hits the mark. The gem is back in possession of Evil Geniuses. And mid one also getting time locked off and killed off. Fnatic team wiped. They committed so much. They got the great initiation when Sumail walked directly into him. But after that, everything just went south.
They got wrecked. That was really, really good. Universe incredible chrono. But we've come to expect it. Like, it's not really a surprise when Universe lands a good chrono. It's just, oh, Universe is playing his hero again. That 3-hero chrono sets up for an easy team fight. Another fantastic arrow from Fear, as you pointed out. It seemed to me that when it comes to Fnatic approaching these fights, they're not really quick enough in their fights. I think Mushi comes in a little bit late here. Yes, sure, he gets the gem, but he doesn't have an escape strategy afterwards.
They don't really have the pop damage. Like the Invoker doesn't really grant it because he
Yeah,
went for this
good.
cross Wex.
It's good you mentioned. It's good you mentioned Invoker.
It's just control only.
I think he should have had a point next sword a lot earlier in this game. They would have benefited so much from having Ice Wall in some of these fights. Just 1 point in the X sword. Of course, the slow is still really massive with the number of points Quasi has. Deafening Blast against a hero like Clinks when he doesn't have DKB. It's a very long disarm for Wex. Most of the time when I see Invokers go this build, I just feel like, that one value point you can place at, say, level 8 into X sword or maybe level 10. Level 11 is so long. And if you don't find kills, you can just see fight and fight over. It just seems like he wishes, Yep. Oh, if only I had this spell. Like, for the disengage there from Mushi, I think he actually lives if there's an X-Sword point. And Invoker could cast either of those 2 spells, Mushi might get away. But he uses Tornado EMP and Cold Snap, and then he's out of tools. He doesn't have anything else. And now he's level 12. He has skilled Invoke, I think. I'm not a fan of this in this game from mid 1, to be honest.
It almost feels like what Winter was saying before. Like, it's the mentality of Fnatic. Like, you got to look at it. It's like, well, is this just a full defense kind of thing? Like, we put everything into Quast Wex, and just like if I get my EMP Tornado off, the fight stops. Like, and is that it?
Look at it from this perspective. How good is the 3rd point in Invoke when you have 3 spells? Like, it lowers the cooldown, but you use all 3 spells in your opener anyway. The only thing he makes available to himself is Ghost Walk. That's taking a very defensive approach, right? He currently has Tornado EMP. He's going to turn that into Snap immediately after, and then it's like, okay, you can get Ghost Walk 5 seconds faster. How about having another spell at your disposal? I think this would be a lot better here for him. It might just be autopilot. It's a trap you will often fall into if you're stressed in the game, is that when he watches this replay, or a lot of the time after the game, you're just like, you reflect on it, and you're like, yeah, he's going Deso, by the way.
Yeah.
That's probably not autopilot, so this is very deliberate, but it's, yeah. It seems a little weird from him in this game. He's having a hard series, to be fair, though, so it's natural that he gets stressed. He's, as we talked about in the panel, inexperienced player on a big stage, and EG are just targeting him in both games. They're not letting him play Dota.
I guess it's funny because EG were a team that are also very used to having that kind of stuff happen. Sumail is probably the biggest example. Basically a year ago, like if we look at what happened at DAC, where they even have to move into a different lane to try and make it so Sumail can feel comfortable to play his game. Obviously, he's come a long way in that 12 months, but mid 1, I guess at least a nice thing that he can start and he can get this experience. But if Fnatic are going to try and pull this game back and try and force it into a 3rd.
This is their only play.
They need things to work. And yeah, this 4-man smoke move has to do something. And Mushi's a little bit too far away. They're coming over to check Roshan. Now, Roshan's not up yet. He's still another minute roughly away from spawn time. And the rest of EG are just floating around the pit. With the Observer Ward where it is, they can also break this smoke. It will actually break over on DJ. So EG understand it. They instantly go into Moonlight Shadow. But there's an Observer and Sentry down. They will see Universe as well as Sumail moving over. So Fnatic are aware of the attack, but the Chronosphere caught out net 3 hits. Nope, they're with the Tornado. They buy a little bit more space. And Sumail really in the middle of Fnatic, not going the way they thought it would, but the damage is just so much from EG. They've already managed to kill off 2 as DJ balls himself away. Mushi picks up the Skadi after the fight is actually ended. But it's a 2-for-1 trade-off. Maybe not that bad considering how bad it could have gone for Fnatic.
And that's a good bright point here for Fnatic. Mushi's actually keeping up very well in farm. He's I guess, on par with what you would like to see at a Slark minute 29, especially if the game is going this poorly. He's actually doing very well. So there is still hope. And Mushi really has to take this game. He has to take control in this game for his team. He needs to play confident and set them up.
I would feel more hope if I kind of felt like it was the rest of Fnatic also on the field. But when you look at the field and then you look at like what we had from Iran, like we already talked about how much money Fear had on him. Like he went into a hand of Midas as well and now is building a Diffusal Blade after finishing up a full Guardian Greaves. Like your support Mirana of EG actually has more money than Sumail. He actually outstrips him by a full 2,000 net worth. The problem is you're paying up against 4 cores and a support in PPD, which he actually wants to die to give the aura over to Fnatic because you don't actually have an Exort Invoker. There's no real damage coming out from him. The Slark can't really do enough. He's a little bit of control here and there, thanks to Elish as well as Ascadi, but there's no threatening damage that comes out from him, unlike the Klinks, who pumps out a hell of a lot very, very quickly. Even the arrow into a Leap Starfall. It's a lot of control, a lot of quick burst damage, and you've always got the Moonlight Shadow to allow EG to initiate. This is just a really, really hard game for Fnatic. And DJ is going to get 3-hitted down. He's going to magnetize. He's going to throw everything he's got to try and make sure Arteezy doesn't kill him, but it doesn't stop the train. They already find the pickoff. Mushi leaping himself away. The stun will connect once again. Mushi dropping solo, gets the Shadow Dance off, but the Nova again out of position. Arteezy will help kill Optus Sphere to get it, and this is just it is going downhill right now, and very, very quickly. Fnatic have lost 3. They're showing once again they can't fight, and EG, they don't even care about Roshan. They can just keep moving forward. And they're going to go for the Tier 2 and Tier 3 tower, make the most out of this. They force a buyback on the Invoker. This Invoker's going to have absolutely nothing. He's already got pretty much nothing.
Yeah, did you see the stat about Deso Invoker?
I did not.
Mid one has done it once, Super has done it once. They've both lost. And Mid one is looking to continue the stat.
You give confidence to Malaysia.
Oh, I honestly don't blame him for going for a damage item because it feels like they just need some sort of way of killing the heroes, and it is probably the most cost-effective item apart from Rapier in terms of just raw damage output, or at least one of the very, very good ones in this position in the game.
DJ dragged out. You can have the glimpse, but DJ already got repositioned. Faceless Void. He'll find the kill. Oh my, that's 9-1-10 on Universe. Mushi's outside the back lines. He's trying to find the opening. Going up to Smell, goes inside the Shadow Dance, but he can't keep it up. Now they get the vision. At least he got that Dark Pact off, so he's able to get rid of the stun from PPD. And Arteezy, caught by himself in Boca. Well, there's some money. 22 at 1,220 gold. That's a lot. Mushi can't even keep the chase going because once again, Fear hits an arrow. And they escape underneath the cover of Moonlight Shadow. And what was really taken? The Tier 3 tower and the mid-melee racks. You lost to Klinks for it. Trade is always worth it. And of course you took all the other towers in mid.
Klinks really didn't need to die there. That was a little bit of Artur's charity fund helping mid one out. But apart from that, yes, it's still good enough for EG. It was a 1,200 gold kill, so mid one could be looking for his next item fairly soon. And
what does he even go now?
I think, what did Arteezy actually go for? I think he dove to try to kill the Disruptor. That's what it looked like, and just overstayed his welcome. He had BKB, I believe, on cooldown after that fight. His team was already completely disengaged, but I guess he's just a boy having a bit of fun now. I think EG realized they're in a pretty good position.
This Fnatic, if this works, is brilliant. Unfortunately for them, that Sunray is pretty obvious to the Dire Observe wall that's on the hillside. So they throw down their own Ops Ward, PPD. He's got his level 2 swap up. They go for the kick in Universe. Blinks himself in, goes for the Chronosphere. He'll be used up. Samel trying to buy a little bit more space as Net going down. This time the Nova actually doesn't do anything. It's too far away from the rest of the fight. Mushi is chasing over and battling against 4 of the heroes on the eastern front. Mushi will drop. There's 3 heroes down. He's actually lost Ohio as well, thanks to the swap from PPD. And mid one, he tries to go invis, but this will not work. The sentry drops. Fnatic lose everyone. That almost looked like the last roll of the dice. And EG, again, they will not go for Roshan. They're going to come for the GG push straight down mid and try and advance themselves straight into the semifinals.
What a very fitting score when Fear just solo kills the Invoker at the end.
1-3-3-7.
That's so telling of his performance in this series. I think last game he goes like 9-1-8 or something like that on Bounty. This game he's 10-1-7. This is some of the best play I think I've ever seen out of Fear, and he usually plays really, really well. But he's brought his A game more than that in this game, this series rather. Just phenomenal.
And a much-deserved win from EG. Of course, it's not over just yet. As Fnatic are holding on, they've still got their Tier 2 tower on the top lane. And with the creep wave pushing up to the top, it looks like Samel will actually BT himself back out. So EG will be forced to finish this the hard way. Fnatic will make them work for it. So maybe it wasn't the last roll of the dice. It was the fake out. Now they can go for the last roll of the dice. They're getting closer to some other key items. I don't know if it's going to make that much difference, but you're 600-ish gold away from Ohio Shiva's Guard. Mid one just bought a Mystic Staff by itself. Surprised if he was going to go for a Scythe or something like that, he would get the Ultimate Orb, but just because you need the stats. This just feels like such a passive Invoker.
Well,
It's hard to move away from it every time I look at it.
Mid
Then again,
one
at the
did-
same time, his mid lane, like opposite, is not done that.
He did play
Yeah.
Quaswex Invoker against Alliance, and I think he was the standout player of that entire game, or maybe the series even.
Oh, they found Sumail. But this is a trap. It's such a trap. EG's waiting right behind. You got PBD to swap and fear to arrow whoever he wants to. Leap forward. Actually goes into the middle of the fight. But TJ! Oh my! Arteezy with that Daedalus. He already finds 2 kills. Didn't even see the first one pop. But that Earth Spirit didn't last long. Then what do you do as Fnatic? You push up towards the top lane. You try and go for the tier 3 tower. But this won't stop it. Like, the EG push is coming. They will attack tier 4 towers. And they will win this game. It cannot be stopped. Like, you EMP Tornado. Like, Arteezy doesn't care. He's got no mana anyway. He's still got Nagus the Immortal up his sleeve. They trigger off the Greaves, and there you go. Universe goes to the Chronosphere. Ohio almost pushed out of it by Sumail's Flame Break. But they do find the kill nonetheless. The support's coming back up in a moment. Mushi trying to go on Arteezy inside that Shadow Dance. Arteezy dropping low, but then, of course, the Death Pack gives him more life. Nice little storm. Arteezy's going to go down. No, he's not. Of course he's not. It's GG. Fnatic lose everything, including the series. Will end at 13-44 in favor of EG, and they go 2-0 in the series. That felt convincing.
They look really, really good. I think this might be the best individual series out of a team we've seen so far in the tournament. And, you know, I don't know. I don't have much more to say. The question that I'm interested in hearing from the panelists is whether Fnatic just didn't show up and EG look extremely good by comparison, or if EG were just that good.
Well, we are here right now, and the only man I can ask who knows firsthand a lot of experience with Fnatic is the gentleman to my left, Winter. I know this is something that's probably going to be hard for you to watch, and a lot of Fnatic fans out there, after seeing their tremendous group stage run, for them to get crushed so quickly. But, you know, it ain't any normal team. This is EG, one of the most experienced and talented squads out there. Winter, what did you make on game number 2 here for EG versus Fnatic?
I think just after the first game, they sort of changed things. They wanted to change things in the second game, and I felt like their draft this game was really difficult for them to execute. Phoenix had a really tough lane, and it was just the mid lane once more. Like, this game, the Earth Spirit played so well. Like, Chrissy on the Earth Spirit, he played amazing the whole game. He created so many. At 3 minutes, he set up 3 kills for his team. Like, what more can you ask from your Earth Spirit? But it was still not enough. Like, Invoker still got caught like multiple times when Earth Spirit left the lane. He was again once more way too cocky. He stood on the enemy side of the tower, and he was like right clicking, trying to farm, and he got caught by arrow. Like, I don't know how many times Fear just landed arrow after arrow after arrow on the Invoker.
Robin Hood, if you will. Fear, and you mentioned his experience of being able to play all sorts of roles out there. This guy is now on 897 career games. He'll hit his 900 mark here at this tournament. A phenomenal showing from him. What did you make about EG's performances? I mean, with this kind of showing so far, are they slated to be the favorites of the tournament here on out?
I would say Fnatic just didn't match up that well versus them. I would like to see EG go up versus a tougher opponent. Fnatic just did not bring their A game today. They didn't have a decent draft in game number 1, at least tailored to what EG had presented. And in game number 2, like, mid one just did not play as well as he did in the group stage. Overall disappointing, I would say. I would have put the odds like 2-1 before that series, but if they had to play again, it would be like.
He's not like Sumail though. Like, Sumail, even if he gets a really tough laning phase, we saw it at DAC last year when he got ganked and ganked and ganked.
Yeah,
but he still could, you know, get stuff done after he knows how to come back into the game. But even during Star Rider, I think I was talking to Ben, and I was mentioning, you know, once he doesn't get a good early game, it's really hard for him. Like, he's not a player that can come from behind, come back from behind.
It felt like that, like a DAC, like EG gave Sumail the space to come back, where like Fnatic, it didn't really feel like that, that way to me. Like, Mushi was off on his own, doing his own thing. Like, yeah, he had a whole bunch of net worth, but I never really felt it being utilized with the entire team. That's why, like, halfway through the cast, I brought up the fact like how much money Fear has got, and then you realize that like the supports are doing so much more for EG. Like, the whole team actually had a focus and knew when they were going to win the game, but I didn't feel that today from Fnatic.
It's like they couldn't take the team fight that they want to. They drafted Phoenix. That's why I suggested like something like a Medusa, because I felt like they needed someone to stand up. There was like nothing to protect the egg. Like, the egg, every time every fight, Ohio flies in, and then everyone just right clicks the egg because there was nothing.
And then you made it so defensive to try and make sure it got off, and then it did absolutely nothing.
They did need a blast, though. Do you think he should have gone quad sweats instead of exort? Like, with the forward spirit, you can tank the arrow. You have the blast to help with the
Might
disable
be a
for the
team decision that they wanted to play like faster pace because they know that Phoenix is going to have a hard game and then Slug is sort of slower pace. You need to wait for his like one item, either the blink or the shadow blade, before he really comes online to help the team. So I'm not sure, but it could have been better having the forward spirits to scout out. But at the same time, it might also be a team decision that they wanted him to be on the Quaswex Invoker, and it's easier to set up for the Earth Spirit because he just has the Tornado or the Cold Snap to help him. Like, it's much easier to get a kill in the lane.
In this game, if you're playing Quaswex Invoker, when would you skill Exort? Your first point. What do you think? What level? Because I definitely don't think he should put it. I think level 13 he put a point in Exort.
Yeah, if you're having a bad
maybe
game,
3-5-1 Quaswex exort.
So level 10 is that with 2 in Invoke?
yeah, around there.
I agree. Sounds good.
If
8
you're
or 10.
If you're having a good game, maybe you can make the case that you get it later because you're having a good game, you have more levels. But if you have a bad game, you definitely should have considered getting it earlier because I agree with Cinder and like some situations, it felt like they would have benefited a lot having the Deafening Blast, especially for the egg, you know. Like he could have pushed them away. Or
It's so
like
good synergy with
did
Phoenix.
something, at least he could have did something. Yeah.
Well, while we wait the winner's interview here, what's the valuable lesson that Fnatic should learn from this? They go back, they hit into their locker room, if you will, to look over the replay here, and now with this, they're going to be going into the lower bracket to face off, I believe, against Newbee. What lesson could they learn from their matchup against EG here?
I think it's Virtus Pro. Didn't you say that earlier? Or
No, Virtus Pro, I believe, was the loser of the last series, right? So that would mean
oh, you're
OG
right. You're right.
are gonna
I'm
be
mixing
going
it up.
against them.
You're right.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
So they'll be slated to go against
just
Newbee.
testing.
Thanks, man. I don't,
刚刚这
more
场
testing.
由EG 对战 Fnatic 的对战当中呢，EG 也是以2-0的好成绩打败了 Fnatic。在我身边的就是 PPD， 先给我们的观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hey, I'm Fear from Evil Geniuses, support play.
是，也有2个简单的问题想要问到 PPD， 就是想说，比方说从，哇哦，现场好热烈，我想。还能不能够安静地问到问题了？首先啊，从开始这个小组赛到现在，也已经看到很多不同的战队的表现了嘛。想问到我们的 PPD 对于哪一支战队的评价是会对未来的自己的晋级之路产生影响？
You've seen the performance of a lot of teams during group stage. Which team do you think would be a threat to you?
Not exactly sure what team right now is the best, but I think Alliance is very strong for how we like to play. We thought EHOME would be as well. And out of those, all these other teams are kind of like surprises. We weren't sure how we were going to play at all.
我其实很难说哪个队伍会特别难打，但是对于我来说 ，Alliance，他们应该是我们比较有挑战的一个队伍。然后还有就是 EHOME， 然后其他队伍来说，他们的表现都有一点在我们的意料之外，所以这个东西很难说。
好，我终于知道刚刚大家那么热烈的原因了，因为在我身边的是 Fair 是吗？好，第二个问题想要问到的是，因为这一次是我们中国的主场作战嘛，然后发现我们很多中国的队伍好像表现的并不是非常的尽如人意。从你们角度出发的话，觉得这些原因可能是什么？
You came to China for this tournament, and it seemed like all the Chinese teams they weren't so good. What do you think are the reasons?
Not exactly sure why they're doing so poorly, but I can only guess this batch in particular, you're kind of rewarded for doing unexpected and weird plays, where I feel a lot of the Chinese teams are really coordinated and they're easier to read, and the other teams that just kind of sporadically do things are more rewarded in this batch.
这个东西也很难说，可能是这个版本的话，总会有一些很出乎意料的东西。因为中国队打法一般来说都是比较容易看透的，然后呢，像其他的外国队伍打的东西又有点出乎意料，所以可能这就是为什么中国队打得没有这么好的原因吧。
好，感谢菲尔接受我们的采访，也希望接下来你们的晋级之路可以更加的顺畅一些。Thank you。好，接下来把画面交还给我们的分析台。
Cool, calm, and collect. Fear feels very confident about his team EG and doesn't seem too faded about any sort of opponent that could come his way. And I got that impression as well when I was talking with Charlie about it. So after this means that we're now going to be going down into the lower bracket best of ones, our first matchup. One that I never thought I would see two teams in the lower bracket this soon in best of ones, EHOME versus Alliance. Before we cut to a break, actually, I want to ask you guys early impressions about that matchup.
Game is tough, like for both teams meeting in the lower bracket.
Game is hard.
Game is hard. Like no one wants to play Alliance, and no one wants to play EHOME in the lower bracket.
I'm sad to see one of them go, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, even yesterday we talk about Vici versus VP. Like we are sad as well. Like one of the stronger teams that we thought before the tournament would be home this early. I mean, someone has to lose.
Unfortunately, that's how tournaments work. They're winners. So we'll cut to a break. When we come back, it's going to be best of one action now. Alliance versus EHOME.
看到双方的选手都已经进入到各自对战方面的秀。
推翻，重建，新的王朝。
Hello and welcome back to the Shanghai Major presented by Perfect World. And we're back here on the panel as well, and we have reduced the panel. We have kicked someone. We'll leave it up to you to decide who we actually kicked from the panel, who perhaps some might say got fired. I don't know. Sinner and Rascal Gods, welcome back to the panel. And the reason for us missing a panel member, I'm going to spoil it right now. We are going to have the casters casting live from the arena, so a little bit of an upgrade there for them as they don't need to sit with us on the panel anymore. But gentlemen, we have a lot of best of ones to go through because it is time for the lower bracket round 2 matches. And that means we're going to say goodbye to another 4 teams. It's going to be a rough day. Starting off with the roughest.
I mean, it's fine for us. We so far we've had we've had 2-2-0s. Like we're on schedule. Like this is gonna be a smooth day for us.
I'm not surprised that you would say that because you've also said before that you love elimination matches because you get to see teams lose.
Yeah, like watching the tears, the emotions come out. That's when Dota is like at its purest form. Getting knocked to a low bracket, meh, who cares?
And
Getting knocked out of the tournament, that's good.
So you prefer watching teams lose over win?
I mean, that's where the stories are. The only match where it matters who wins is the grand finals.
But you also prefer watching the teams losing there.
Yeah. No.
That's messed up. I'm just saying.
Okay, first of all, Secret OG was 3 games, so not 2
Oh, that's
2 hours.
not like I casted or anything.
And you can say it in a lot and better way than what you did. That you like to see teams lose. You like to see teams fight when they actually have no other option but fight.
You're much more poetic than I am, sir.
They're backed into a corner. You know?
They're backed into a corner.
English is my first language, so I have no excuse here.
I read a lot of fantasy books.
He just likes to see them fight for their life and then see the miserable look in their eyes when they've actually died off. That's what Gods is all about. He says,
Jessica, like
sadistic necrophos
he's like,
picker.
I'm sitting next to this guy. What's going on?
My microphone is giving me difficulties here, boys. There we go.
It's okay. It's also a bit of a shame, perhaps, that we don't get to talk about EHOME and Alliance all too much before their matchup because we are actually already in the draft. We can take a look at these 2 teams. For me, EHOME has had a bit of an easy run, but yesterday they were up against Archon. EHOME is for me a bit of a question mark in this matchup. Alliance, we saw them play 3 matches yesterday. We saw what they did. EHOME saw what Alliance did, but EHOME, I felt like they weren't really put to the test when they were playing up against Archon.
Do you guys feel that works in their favor, though? Like, they have a lot of footage on Alliance, but Alliance have very limited footage on EHOME.
Yeah, they didn't really have to show anything. But at the same time, I think these 2 teams pretty much know what each other are going to do. If anyone is is more difficult to read, it's probably Alliance. They might have more tricks up their sleeve. I feel like EHOME has been pretty defined so far in what they do. And this first pick Lone Druid is no exception to that.
I kind of agree with that. And I mean, it's a best of 1. I don't really think either team thought they were going to be in the situation this early on in the tournament. I mean,
10 seconds.
I think a lot of us had 2 of these 3 teams probably in our top 3 or top 5 maybe.
5 seconds
It's
remaining.
definitely going to be a little bit rough.
Reserve
Any expected picks to see come out from Alliance that you haven't seen before, or are we going to see another Naga pop out from them?
Alliance's turn to pick.
Be a little bit of the Alliance of old, right?
Yeah, Alliance not been favoring the Wisp as much, like yesterday against Liquid, for example, but classic Alliance, this was them. This hero defined them and their play style as well as just them as a team going back to TI3.
Yeah, they haven't been favoring the Phoenix too much, have they? A lot of teams have been running that support capacity.
Enchantress.
But they're just going to go with the Ench.
EHOME's turn to
That
pick.
yesterday was a kind of bread and butter pick for them, putting Ake onto this when he couldn't get the Chen. We're seeing a lot of teams use it as a backup, or use it as the preferred jungler over the Chen in a lot of situations.
Did you feel perhaps that Alliance is giving a lot away by having the IO Enchantress pick up first two? Gives a bit away in terms of how aggressive they might be with their lanes. Gives EHOME time to prepare against
I
that.
think any opening with an Enchantress is fine. Because anytime you could say you're picking potentially a weak laning phase by picking a Wisp, you could easily argue that Enchantress is strong enough to the point where a couple of good rotations and a gankable mid lane or a gankable safe lane, and you're pretty much in good shape. You just need to make sure that the Enchantress can control the tempo, and Ake is very good at that.
But it also suggests, to me, it's kind of interesting to read into because yesterday it was always like, let's get the Beastmaster in the first stage when we don't have the Nature's Prophet, the Lone Druid. So it's a best of one. You've got to imagine Alliance leaving Lone Druid in the pool. You guys kind of mentioned that, I definitely agree. You know what EHOME's going to do. You know they're going to first pick Lone Druid. And the fact Alliance don't respond with Beastmaster makes me think there's a different hero they want for Bulldog. Whether it's something like the Weaver Drow strat we've seen before. For a best of one, Alliance have to have a ideal scenario for their draft to reach. Like, we're going to try and bait EHOME into picking such and such heroes, Lone Druid being the first one, and then we're going to counter it and do this to beat it. So that to me is what this is saying from Alliance's opening.
I think they actually give Bulldog more pick priority, as in they like to pick his hero a little bit later into the draft and seeing the Lone Druid first. It only gives away the fact that they have the potential to push, and Lone Druid can pretty much lane in any situation, right? So I think giving him not necessarily the favorable hero matchup, but something that can deal with potentially 5-man, which a lot of teams have been favoring as of late, is probably the better option. Because we saw what Weaver did earlier against the push strat. It just flops. It doesn't really do that much. So depends on what the other matchups are.
This Darkseer is actually a curveball from EHOME. They've almost always ran the Lone Druid going back to MDL in the offlane for Old 11, but picking up the Darkseer throws the Lone Druid either mid or safe lane and puts Old 11 onto this Darkseer.
They run bounty, right?
They do.
For EHOME?
Yep.
Yeah. Yes.
I think there's probably a bounty ban.
Good
there.
ban.
10 seconds remaining.
We also should disregard the option. This is something that we see very rarely. In the past, it was somewhat popular sometimes. You can put the Darkseer mid. Like, it's not out of the question. That hero stands against pretty much everything and just free farms. Even some of the stronger lane dominators can't completely shut down a DS, but
I think that's a huge if for a best of one.
Yes, absolutely.
Old Chicken doesn't strike me as a player who's going to be like, yeah, put me on the Darkseer mid. Like, I mean, he's the drafter and stuff, so I just don't. I would be shocked if they did that.
I think
how about counter-greeting the Ench and just jungling it?
Jungling the Darkseer?
Yeah, from the start.
You would
That
have
hero
a
is
super
actually-
fast mech if you did that.
He is actually pretty good at it. The problem is it leaves a lot of space for Enchantress to move, but it really depends on what they put in the other lanes. If you have a Lone Druid off lane, that already draws attention to itself. Alliance probably have to keep one support there. And then maybe this is EHOME's way of preparing at least for that possible scenario. I don't think it's out of the question.
I feel like they wanted to they want to play around. Their key timing is going to be the Lone Druid Radiance, and putting him in the offlane, they were worried about some kind of IO aggressive dual lane.
Yes.
Like an IOCK comes out, Lone Druid's not going to have a good Radiance timing unless you really create tons of space for him, and that's not what CTY does. CTY wants to farm and be the carry himself. So if anything, it just suggests they're not going to give Old 11. They weren't willing to give Old 11 a lot of space this game.
I think with the way that EHOME have actually opened this draft up, it feels to me like they could easily go for something like Night Stalker, because in the past, Alliance have a tendency to gravitate towards Batrider in situations where the other team picks Lone Druid, because it's a good way to stop the slow siege, and you can just go for a quick lasso, you get a kill, and then that. I mean, even lasso to relocate is a very potent combination as well, so maybe they could go back for the NS, run it in support, have the Darkseer be greedy like Synderen said. I mean, that's pretty greedy, but so is Wisp Enchantress.
This is one of the first teams we're seeing not like target bans towards S4. Normally you see the Puck and the Bat banned out in that second stage if his hero is not picked up, but
I don't know if Puck is so strong against Lone Druid Darkseer opening, though. I feel like those particular heroes, when you have an early mech buyer, Puck's initiation doesn't quite feel as good unless you have follow-up for it, and they haven't obviously picked much yet, so.
I agree, Puck's not great here.
Leave the Tiny in the pool, one of the common pairs with the IO. They ban out the Sven and the CK. What makes them prioritize those two over the Tiny?
More tempo controllers for Loda. The Tiny probably fits more. Well, they are all three of them kind of fit the carry role, but they're the more kind of early aggression. They dominate the lanes a bit more. They normally give Bulldog more farm as far as the overall strategy for Alliance goes. So to me, it's more like the player and playstyle preference. That's
I also
that's why.
I also think that Tiny is worse against Lone Druid than either of those heroes. Like Sven has much higher sustain damage. I don't think the burst of Tiny is as relevant against a hero like Lone Druid as Sven being able to pop God Strength, get like one lucky crit, and you can like two-shot the bear, or the CK Phantasm, you can instantly kill even like the tankiest of heroes. So I think, like you mentioned, the tempo is really important, but also the fact that I think their scaling against Lone Druid in particular is better. Like also Warcry can't discount that.
10 seconds.
I think the Beastmaster pick for a Bulldog suddenly becomes a lot more appealing because the Tiny benefits a lot from the attack speed, and you generally look at this and think, yeah, lines need some map control as well as something to set up for the relocate ganks, something to be the initiator for the IO Tiny. So while they didn't pick it in the first stage, it still looks like a pretty strong pick for them.
Yesterday, Alliance went for a lot of aggression lanes. They went for the aggression duo lane with an Enchantress also in the enemy jungle, helping out on that off lane. Is that going to be something that we're going to see here too? Is there an option for it?
You'd need to find a good matchup to 1v1 the Darkseer then. Yesterday they were doing that when Bulldog had a Beastmaster versus Nature's Prophet 1v1 matchup, which is like fine for Beastmaster.
I think it's okay because EHOME only have one real dedicated pusher right now. And
Can't EHOME just put Lone Druid mid though, if they're worried about an aggressive lane and just put like a tempo?
Right.
Then they just do like a tempo controller safe lane, like you get, I don't know, or Bane plus some combo stunner like Queen of Pain.
Yeah, even Invoker, like
King,
Exort Invoker safe lane is good.
There's to me like tons of heroes that could just fit into a safe lane role that don't care if they get aggro lanes.
5 seconds remaining.
No, they can't do that.
That's the Beastmaster.
Yeah. I was considering if there was an opening for Alliance to try for something like an Abaddon Weaver again, because Abaddon is so good against Bane, and it's actually decent against Lone too, but I don't think they can fit Abaddon into their draft, and if they pick it, it's a definite Weaver ban in the second, or in the last phase.
And I think the Drow Ranger pick really enabled the Weaver that game as well, like having the bonus damage.
It does a lot, that's for sure.
I think I need that app on my tablet. Looks cool.
10 seconds remaining.
So going into this series, I said that I thought Alliance had more tricks up their sleeve, but it's EHOME that we're seeing bringing some surprising picks. The first phase Darkseer, I think the Bane is also not something we've seen them run that much as of late. It's like a situational pick at best for them. I'm wondering if they're going to go even further with that and get another one of their old heroes, like for example, look towards something like an Undying and then try to push around the Tombstone with their Lone Druid. Decay obviously great against the IO Tiny. There's even a third strength hero on Beastmaster you could use it against and play that kind of game.
How do you feel? Oh, never mind.
Oh boy.
Okay. All right.
This is good though.
Very. Yeah, I agree. I think it's very good.
Answer greed with greed. More greed.
I mean, the thing is, if you like in this situation, you could actually rush Blinker BKB. Like you don't actually have to build mech if you have the Darkseer off lane. So I think with only having one reliable way to stop Black Hole, I suppose you could toss, but it's really hard to do that.
Remaining.
I think it's actually really solid. Like what can they do against Enigma at this point?
Reserve time.
And the Enchantress, you can try and camp the Enchantress in that enemy jungle, but you expose yourself to rotations.
Yeah, it's really hard to pressure though, because now it's like, if Alliance don't have a successful early game with their Ench, the Enigma is getting so much more out of the jungle. Their team fight is also much better now, just because of the addition of Enigma in the first place. And they also have good push because they have Lone Druid. So I think EHOME's draft is actually very solid right now.
Which hero can fix that issue that has like disable, probably S4 hero?
I still think that's okay, just because they have Beastmaster.
How about a Puck?
Puck is okay, but Puck is putting a lot into the Tiny and saying, if you don't carry this game, we got big problems. Because you're going to lack damage if you pick Puck and you can't like end the game at a certain point.
The one thing they sometimes do when they have the Beastmaster is get a bit more of a carry-oriented mid for S4 mid, because it's not like the Beastmaster doesn't do as much with farm as the Lone Druid or the Nature's Prophet. So that's often when you'll see S4 on like a Queen of Pain mid, just because he needs to kind of carry more weight as far as the overall damage output.
Okay.
Alliances turn.
I mean, it is an Alliance thing to do to pick Puck. I think when they showed the Puck Silencer draft yesterday, they say they're not afraid to put a lot on tempo and just say that we need to control the game, or we're kind of going to have a lineup problem. And I feel like Tiny late game is nothing to be underestimated. EHOME don't really have the greatest mobility with their draft, so they have some methods they can play around, like Beastmaster Vision with relocates is always strong. But I still feel like Bat is the best fit now, especially with the Puck being banned.
10 seconds remaining.
They could just go YOLO and Queen like they did yesterday.
Yeah, I think Queen's still quite good, because they they have the initiation from the Beastmaster. If anything, like you go Bat and Beastmaster, you've got these two good initiators, but all your damage, your follow-up damage is tiny. Like if you're doing that, you need to give a lot of farm priority to the Enchantress almost, just so you can scale.
It will be the Batrider.
Turn to pick.
Another one of Alliance go-to picks for S4.
What do EHOME want? Really depends where they're sending the Lone Druid, if he's going to be in the mid lane, or if they're looking for
I think
a mid lane
Quasvex and Volker
Bat.
would be so good for them right now. You can control the tempo of the game so easily.
Yes.
Like
Alacrity on Bear is
yeah,
pretty damn good
Alacrity
too.
or Tornado EMP. Like you can build Book. You have so many options. With
I
the
really
Volker.
like Safe Lane Legion.
10 seconds.
Legion for EHOME, yeah.
I think it's very good. You can purge Lasso, you can purge Roar. It's good with the
5
Bear.
seconds remaining.
Just naturally has a good lane against Beastmaster. All right, never mind. I mean, I have no idea what to call for EHOME because they're just drafting completely different stuff than they have all tournament.
It's so good though. I like it.
It's
I mean, it's very hard to relocate
Decent
Gank and Ember. You have to commit a lot of resources to kill this hero. And I feel, again, like it's another one of those heroes that makes it so Alliance are going to feel a ton of pressure this game. It's like we need to continually kill. We need to push. We need to get Roshan. There's definitely a lot that Alliance need to accomplish in this early game.
I can still see it being a difficult Ember game because you've got Bat Lasso as well as Beastmaster Roar, and those are long enough disables that the relocating can finish off an Ember Spirit.
Yeah,
They don't have good defensive tools for him. They don't have good vision. There's no Night Stalker Beastmaster, so it's going to be hard to see those ganks coming.
Which one of these two teams is gonna move forward to round 3 of the lower brackets and go into the best of 3, Sinrin?
10 seconds remaining.
I think I'm going to go with EHOME. It looks like
seconds
similar to EG against Fnatic, that they've just prepared something against Alliance, and if they're confident, then Alliance are showing standard stuff.
I'm going to agree with Cinderin. I actually like EHOME's lineup a little bit more.
Okay. Then we're going to find out what Capitalist and Blitz think of this draft. It is time to head over to the arena where Cap and Blitz are here for the elimination match between EHOME and Alliance.
Thank you, Shiver. That's right. We're finally here in the stadium ready to cast this matchup between EHOME and Alliance. An interesting one at that, and probably hype is all hell for the fans, as these are two of the teams that going into this tournament were heavily favored, but now find themselves in a best-of-1 against each other for elimination.
You could say that EHOME is a little bit of a crowd favorite here. Like,
Just
I don't
a
know
little
if people
bit.
could hear it on the stream, but I've never heard a team chanted for it that hard in my life. Even at Key Arena, people were just going EHOME, EHOME. Like, this is their hope right now. LGD, whatever. Like, MVP was going to beat those guys, but EHOME, that's where they're laying all their eggs into that one basket.
I mean, they certainly had their strongest showing prior to this tournament, so it's not terribly surprising that the Chinese fans are backing them so hard. It's one of the great hopes for the East to be able to have a good showing in this tournament. Of course, we have a bit of a pause, so there's plenty of time to talk about this draft. Blitz, in this best-of-1 scenario, it seems like Alliance are very definitely in their comfort zone with a Wisp Tiny, an S4 Batrider. You can go on and on. But EHOME were the ones who really switched things up with a draft that none of our analysts expected whatsoever. What did you think?
I think EHOME, they drafted somewhat what I expected. The only hero that I thought was a little bit off was the Darkseer. Like, the Ember plus Darkseer, though, makes a lot of sense. Ember is really good against the IO. Like, they have a lot of combinations to stop the IO.
Yeah.
And short of like a Witch Doctor, things don't really get that much better after that, but sort of think that...
The lone Alliance fanboy
No,
in the crowd.
There's a flag over there by a bunch of Chinese guys. They have like a Alliance flag going too.
I actually saw, some of them hanging down begging for autographs from Alliance while they were trying to get all set up.
I think Alliance is like the favorite crossover team, because they have Loda, who was widely regarded.
He was in Zenith, so there's probably some Eastern fans from the days of old.
And I think S4, when they were doing the player introductions, I think the two loudest ones were Arteezy and S4.
S4.
People went insane for S4.
Well, let's be fair now. The crowd did get very worked up about Sumail.
Yeah.
Every single time he showed up.
He's a
not
polarizing
in the
guy.
most positive way.
I mean, I like that though. Players with personality are always going to be a little bit more fun.
It's much better than the dead silence that comes out for.
I'll say right
the other
now,
players.
I was okay with what Moon did. I feel like that's inside the game. I like that. It's a little bit of flavor. If EHOME just starts dropping items, if they're about to win, what can you do?
Do the little strategy, sell all your items, buy only mangoes.
Yeah. Do whatever you want in the context of the game. It doesn't really matter, but EHOME versus Alliance, if you had told me this was going to be the finals of the entire tournament, I would have been like, yeah, that makes sense. But if you told me they're going to be playing a best of one to just prevent themselves from getting eliminated, I would have been like, you're insane. Every single pro that I talked to, Cap, consistently, no exaggeration, I was like, who's your top 3? You know, just share it. If you can exclude your team.
Yeah.
Number 1 reply, Alliance, EG, EHOME. I think those were the consistent 3.
Yeah, now EHOME going into this tournament looks strong. And what happened in that group stage? Do you think that EHOME are just a little bit behind when it comes to the meta? Is their kind of playstyle just not fitting? What's going wrong?
I think it was 2 things. One, I think the toothache from Old 11 played a pretty big deal, just because he looked really off. That was the worst I've seen him play. And
we know he creates space, but that was something entirely different. He was actually chain feeding rather than just being aggressive.
I had seen him play beforehand, and I was very impressed. He plays like this very high risk, high reward kind of style, but that was just like, I was like, he's mechanically making mistakes. And now that I hear about the 2 thing, it actually just all adds up.
Yeah.
And the second thing is, I think the style that they play is very risky in general. Like they play this dual core, almost triple core, where they play around with a lot of farm. They let you take advantageous team fights, like you saw when they played CDEC, where CDEC was dominating them in fights. And EHOME just ended up winning because they're always just going to have CTY as kind of their trump card. That's kind of where they lay a lot of their hopes.
But don't you think that kind of playstyle is going to be perhaps a little bit questionable against Alliance, who are known for being able to find those kind of openings for their timed pushes?
Yeah, for sure. I think their style is a little bit too volatile for this tournament especially, because teams have just become so stable. But Alliance right now, they're banking a lot, like the draft said, or the panel said about the draft, on this Tiny to be their physical core damage dealer. They're going to need a lot of pickoffs with the Batrider. They do have, in some ways, Alliance's draft just as much as EHOME counters theirs. Alliance can do really well against the Ember Spirit. The Lone Druid is kind of the hero that raises a little bit of difficulties for Alliance in the late game. I'm not 100% sure how they're going to be able to take him out, but I think they deal with the Ember and the rest of them quite decently.
Now, what is kind of the signature hero then for EHOME in this draft? Is it the Ember Spirit? Old Chicken is going to be playing that one. Does he have to be just on a really on-point game? Because it feels like that's going to be their biggest kind of tempo controller that makes sure that Alliance don't spin out of control.
I think the Ember and the Lone Druid, you just have to get safe, stable farm if you're EHOME. They have high ground holding abilities with the Enigma. The Darkseer is incredibly good at that too. If I had to put money where my mouth is, I'd say EHOME have the better late game draft.
Yeah.
And they have the heroes to facilitate going later into the game. Like Vacuum Wall plus Black Hole, those are all really good high ground abilities, but they're also incredibly cooldown reliant. Like even the Bear, if you kill it once and you've got to revive it, then there's a 120-second cooldown, you kill it again, then all of a sudden you've got a useless hero. Whereas Alliance, look at the heroes. What do they really fight around? Roar from the Beastmaster is a really low cooldown, and
Same
even then
goes
you
with
don't.
Lasso.
Exactly. And so that you just have to play like an all-out assault style, and I think that's sort of what favors Alliance's playstyle in general. We saw against their series in Liquid, they were way too willing to play the ultra late game, like play around the Naga, and I almost felt like S4 had to like sacrifice a piece of himself. It's like, okay, what am I supposed to do here? I'm used to 5-manning with the rest of my team, and because it worked in the second game, they're like, let's do it again in the third, but Liquid adjusted. They pushed up the tempo. But Alliance, when they're most dangerous, in my opinion, Cap, is when they're the ones taking the tempo. When they're the ones closing you off. Bulldog's getting map control, and what's going on right now?
Well, nothing inside of the game. I think it's actually just entirely to do with the crowd.
Oh, I think it's because one guy has like a I Love 2009 thing.
Yeah.
And imagine if we could get that kind of love.
And
like
also
somebody-
Sansheng is busting jokes apparently, so
okay,
you know.
okay. Good times. Wait, isn't that Yao?
What? Oh, it is.
That is definitely Yao.
You're right.
There's a
I just
100%.
like glanced up there. The stream didn't know, Blitz.
That guy got third in a TI, man. The most recent one. I'm pretty sure you casted that game.
I did.
Wait, no, it was me and LD.
You're right.
It was me and LD.
I was the first caster out.
Yeah, you were.
Oh, thanks for bringing that up. Good memory. Good
You're the
times.
first fan of the TI 2015.
All right, so talking about some of the rest of our draft then. The Lone Druid matched up against the Tiny Wisp combination in the mid. Is that favorable? That's probably one of the best solo mids that can actually deal with it, right? And it is going to be a mid Lone Druid.
The first few
right?
levels are a little bit weird, but I think after that it becomes okay. I thought it was going to be a mid Lone Druid to begin with.
Yeah.
I don't think Ember can do much in that matchup, and I don't think it should be Ember to begin with. Like, I think the panel was saying that they were a little bit confused why it wasn't like an off-lane Lone Druid, but you just take Lone Druid and then deal with it. Most if you've just been playing pubs, you can run this hero. I think even you can run this hero. Just like play it twice.
That's funny.
Yeah. It's not like a flame. It's
I mean, I don't, but
yeah.
Twice is too much for me to handle.
Right on, right
It's
on.
a little bit too much MMR loss for me.
That hero's so fun though. There's like
really
people
not.
running you, and you press Savage Roar, everybody runs away.
Just roar at them.
Good times.
Because that's what that hero needed. A pseudo escape mechanism. Yeah.
But Alliance, dare say it, this is their major to win. Like this is their patch. Everything's come together. You Fast and the Furious style reunion. You couldn't have built a better storyline than this. It's almost like
Do you think they're playing the song in the background inside their booth right now?
Man, when me and EGM were hanging out at TeamSpeak, we just kept playing that song. You know, the Wiz Khalifa, "See You Again." We just
okay. So if this is Fast and Furious, then who's who?
Loda is definitely Vin Diesel.
Okay, I agree with that. Is S4 Paul Walker then?
No, I think EGM is.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure S4 is one of the stars, the biggest stars of Alliance. And he did come back from Secret.
Yeah,
One last ride.
One last ride.
Is
I'm pretty
EGM
sure,
Luda?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure EGM's Luda then. Luda. No, but he was so happy about being back. I couldn't stop laughing. Like when he first told me, it was, he told me before, and we just couldn't stop laughing. It was so good. I was like, just make it, in contract that you're not going to get kicked again or something.
Shortly before TI.
They're a good group of friends though. That's the one thing is that when I was at Liquid's boot camp, that was the other extreme. Like I feel in some ways EG is like the extreme when it comes to being professional and doing your job, which is very admirable. That 5 guys can just put aside their egos and say this is our job and not a hobby anymore. That's just a baby. Hype.
Baby hype.
Yeah. Man, Arteezy's really grown up.
It's nice that he brought his family here.
Yeah. But, what was I going to say? I just lost my train of thought.
I don't know.
I forgot.
The dumb
and then
joke just...
Alliance is on the other side of things, where they're just
then they're just such a family?
Yeah. It's like they go out together, I saw pictures in
okay, now let me ask, where's Liquid on that scale then?
Where's Liquid?
The EG Alliance scale, where does Liquid fall?
We're probably closer to the Alliance side. Everybody gets along really well. They're good guys. You've got your class clown, Bulba, our coach.
You're not just saying that because your entire job is to actually make sure that they have a good time with each other, right?
No.
Because if they weren't like that, that would be all on you.
I think there's 2 approaches to a team. It's either you have to go you have to lean one way or another from a team. You either have to all like each other, or you have to learn how to treat it like it's your job and not just your hobby. But for those guys, they're all really good guys, and they all get along. They're pretty genial.
Okay. I actually want to go back to the Alliance lanes because I forgot we have a Batrider. So is this Tiny Wisp actually still mid? They put Batrider Soul top?
Man, they have a lot of inside jokes.
They really do.
Yeah, but the
I
game
wish
is
we
about
were
to
that
start.
good.
We're good.
Hype. We don't have to stall anymore.
Who said I was stalling, dude?
Anytime you pull out Fast and Furious, I know you're stalling. See, the audience loved that joke. All right, guys, welcome back. Alliance versus EHOME. We're finally getting into our matchup. This is definitely going to be a very hype match indeed. CTY already starting things off, battling it out with Roshan apparently, as he thought that was going to be a good idea. And he gets bashed up too. So already down to half HP, not a great start. Old 11 is going to be playing the Lone Druid, so they actually swap things around. Old Chicken stays on the Ember Spirit though.
That is, did you see the stat too? This is CTY's first competitive game as Darkseer. And I said it before, they put a lot on this guy, and to kind of trade his role, not make him the kind of like the counter initiation playmaker like we're so used to him seeing.
Yep.
That takes a lot of guts.
It certainly does. Last time I saw that kind of guts was when Fnatic switched up Mushi and had him fall back to that support role for their final elimination game. We saw how that really went for them.
Yeah, I was so surprised. I don't think you should just do that. You change your winning formula, but EHOME, they're going to stick with it as it's a best of one. Anything can happen.
All right, so S4 is going to be in the top lane. We are going to have our dual lane of EGM and Loda mid as the Tiny Whisk combination. Of course, Ake could be roaming around a little bit, but most likely he's going to be spending more time in the bottom lane with Admiral Bulldog. I guess it kind of depends on what the matchup is. They are going to be putting Old Chicken in the mid lane with Kaka, so a dual lane to match up the Tiny Wisp. Lonham is going to be jungling. They have a bottom lane CTY, so safe lane Darkseer matched up against Admiral Bulldog's Beastmaster. This feels pretty favorable. And then Old 11 matched up against S4. I guess this is pretty good as well. Darkseer, how does he do against Batrider? Are they just trying to avoid that matchup?
Yeah, I think so. I think Darkseer does okay against everybody, but he does especially good against melee heroes. This entire tournament, well, it hasn't been very many games, but I've seen Bulldog get favorable matchups, and
the pulls are all happening in this top lane right now as CTY is actually trying to, or excuse me, not CTY, Old 11 is trying to keep this creep wave in favor to him. S4 is doing something similar. Meanwhile, Ake's already smoked up and he's actually made his way. I'm not sure where that smoke was actually leading, but he had a Hellbear Smasher already.
I think he just wanted to avoid this top ward and try to sneak around on this top lane. Maybe they could set up something on Old 11 or even this mid lane, and it's going to be the Ember and Bane mid, which I guess is the alternative, but kind of would have liked to see the other lane here, because I feel like the Ember's going to kind of struggle in this lane, even with help from the Bane.
The wraparound here, Kaka, he is, oh, the Wisp, he's actually going to jump onto the Hellfire Smasher, trying to get it that extra bit of movement speed to land the clap, but it doesn't happen. Kaka will be able to get away, and now Alliance are in deep right now with a whole entire army of Eidolons battling it out. Of course, Enchantress has her own item. That is going to be able to battle it out and actually get all of these Eidolons. That's a lot of free gold there for Alliance as they take heavy control of this tier 1 tower. The whole entire creep wave beating it down. It's already down to half HP.
Oh, Kaka's going to be sent back to base pretty soon. He's going to go for 1 Brain Sap, but the first level of Flame Guard used by Old Chicken, this isn't strong enough for him to repel, but this is a lot of damage done to the mid tower. And as we know, mid tower, most valuable resource in the early game for both teams. That's why you'll see everybody come over to try to contest it. Even the Enigma, who can't really do anything, is just kind of there to state his presence.
Yeah, especially when you have a jungler like the Enigma, right, who does oftentimes spend more time in the jungle than most others, like Shen and Enchantress. You want to be able to have the jungle as a safe resource, and if they can actually take away this middle tier 1, that'll kind of open up ganking opportunities to the jungle a little bit more.
Yeah, and what I thought would have been a really favorable lane.
Oh, okay, he's going to sneak out, go for the paw. He's going to be able to get it too. Old Chicken, he's
going to get double clapped.
Oh my God! He just gets double clapped and bursted down by Ake for the first blood. Old Chicken gets real tilted and goes and suicides Ake.
Yeah, Kaka's going to be the next target, but Ake shouldn't have enough for this as Loda's going to make his way forward, but the main target is this tower. That was so much that Ake just did for Alliances. The courier, okay, that tilts you, but then the first blood, Old Chicken immediately going to pop the Flame Guard as Loda's going to get caught on.
Eidolons are doing a lot of work. They will be able to kill. Oh, Jesus, that crowd is so excited. They get a return kill, manage to take out Loda. Meanwhile, top lane, Old 11's been battling it out with S4. Seems to be going pretty well for him. He's actually 16-4 compared to the 14-2. Of course, he's got to be a bit careful of the Enchantress rotating across. Kaka's going to make sure to actually get some vision, actually gets enough experience to pop his level 3. And the higher level of Brain Sap will help in all this battling out that's going in the mid lane.
Yeah, CTY battling pretty even against this Beastmaster bottom, but even then I feel like Admiral Bulldog has done a really good job.
Kaka is going to have to use the Brain Sap here, but he is going to be dropping quite low. The Dark Troll Summoner holding him in place long enough. Kaka actually uses sleep, but Ake wakes himself up with a Troll and will be able to finish off Kaka for the kill.
They're going to get this top rune too, secured for S4. He's going to pick up the haste, but this Enchantress doing a lot more than it did yesterday. Is they're just abusing the hell out of this mid lane. And meanwhile, at bottom, Old Chicken's going to go for the bounty rune, but doesn't have his boots available. Does pick up the level 5 though, at a pretty decent time. So this mid lane, although they have got a kill on Loda, still sort of even-ish.
And the bottom lane is actually going pretty damn well for Admiral Bulldog. Respectable 25-5 CS against a Darkseer. He's doing a little bit of hard cam pulling in order to increase his CS and just kind of limiting the Darkseer as much as he can.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem is that CTY can't really ferry out more regen to himself, and he's not really willing to trade against the boar plus the inner beast hits. And Bulldog just keeps pushing the wave in with his inner beast and then dragging the side wave and constantly denying creeps from CTY.
Yeah, I really like this choice. No level of Wild Axes, just getting that extra bit of Inner Beast levels early on.
Yeah, and because he's able to actually use his courier, he's got quite a lot of regen. And CTY, you see he's got the bottle and the clarity queued up.
Oh, he's actually going to go for CTY here. The surge is up. Admiral Bulldog is going to wait it out. Then gets the roar, and CTY will end up falling here. Admiral Bulldog didn't even need the help of S4, who had a haste rune, and he's going to look for a secondary kill as he starts heading towards the middle lane.
Yeah, Bulldog's just gone insane in this game so far. 29 CS against the Darkseer, and he picks up what was more or less a solo kill. S4 being there was more for morale, and they're going to converge on this mid lane as S4 immediately going to jump on a Kaka, it looks like.
He starts flying over him nice and early. They do manage to get the stun out. Loda's actually in very deep danger. He ends up going down. Now the sleep onto S4. He actually has no more haste rune. They can wait this one out, perhaps get a secondary chains before S4 gets away. He's flying over the cliffs, trying to get up. Couple more seconds. It will fall to the ground now. And Old Chicken,
go for this.
He's got his level 6. He's going to be able to catch up to S4. EHOME have S4 surrounded. The flame break back, but to get the chains, S4 goes down 3-3 now.
And Alliance thought that was going to be a free setup, but so close to the Flaming Lasso, I almost feel like it would have been worth it for S4 to wait on it and grab it at that bottom lane, but opts not to, and it cost them so much right there as they even lose Loda, and they can't afford to lose cores this early into the game, especially when you've got a control setup and Ake's already done so much for you in this lane.
Kaka refills the bottle, passes over a couple charges for free to Old Chicken, as he was dropping a bit low to the harassment of the Tiny. Old 11 looking to continue his perfect winning spree he's had so far in this tournament. Bottom lane, Bulldog, they're going to go ahead and blow that black hole. Bulldog will fall. That is a lot of hate for a man that it was doing very well for himself in the off lane.
Yeah, and he's the top net worth in the game, but the next 4 follow-up all EHOME, and you can hear the crowd just go insane right now.
It was a bad start for EHOME, but they've managed to kind of claw their way back into a decent laning phase.
Yeah, even with all of the pickups so far, just because of how good the laning stage went, Alliance are still ahead in net worth. But soon that'll all change as at top. S4 gets rooted, but Ake's right here just in case anything goes wrong.
And Old 11 is beginning to build into that Midas too. They would like to be able to slow that down, but S4 by himself can't really deal with it. And the Enchantress rotations haven't worked out just yet, but he's got a Satyr Banisher, and this could be big. The slow of that is going to be pretty intolerable for Old 11. Bounce back by the flame break. He gets a perfect scare. Is that going to be enough for Old 11 to escape? It is.
Here's the
EHOME
turnaround.
now have some reinforcements. Old Chicken's not going to pursue though. Decides not to try and indulge more of that aggressive behavior for EHOME at times. Decides to back away and just make sure that Old 11 stays alive.
Almost felt like it would have been worth it if CTY had a TP. He had the Soul Ring up too, but...
Oh, another haste rune. What is happening? S4. He's going to be able to turn on this fight. This could be great. Loda, he doesn't actually have that much mana, which is a bit concerning. The Spirit Bearer is here. The Savage Roar is coming back, so Alliance can't really pursue.
Nobody really has mana. S4's going to get rooted.
He gets rooted. He's got the haste, but it doesn't matter. Old 11 gets the perfect timings on those roots.
That is so upsetting if you're S4. Like, you can't even believe that that just happened. EHOME weren't even really committing to that. Their Bane didn't even have mana or any levels. Their Enigma was just like, oh, well, I'll just send the Eidolons down here, see what happens, and insta-roots him. That's able to pick up the kill. And how many games have we seen S4 this under-farmed?
Yeah, it's been a rough start for him as he hasn't actually been able to do that well against the Lone Druid. Old 11 has been doing a fantastic job as the LD to push him back time and time again.
They need this gank to work out, Cap, but CTY hiding himself on the map because both the heroes showed mid, and Lanem is on the other side of the map, but CTY might get gone on anyways.
Is still going to be able to come into play, though. CTY, he already blew his surge too, so there's no hope. They bring him back straight into the roar from Admiral Bulldog, and that will complete Necronomicon #1 for him.
Yeah, and I think they're going to push out this bottom lane. This is something that CTY saw coming. He is a safe lane player, so he knows that at some point the safe lane isn't safe anymore. They're going to invade that and try to take control of your jungle and this bottom tower. The next step for Alliance should be to try to get some map control with the Wisp ulti and try to take down that mid one, but EHOME is going to send somebody down here. That means they should send somebody else as well if they want to absolutely secure that this stays.
S4 Up to 1k gold now. He needs another successful gank if he really wants to speed up that Blink Dagger, because he has no stacks to fall back on. We need to talk about that. Loda and EGM were clearing through stacks as the Tiny Wisp earlier, which is great. Speeds up the Tiny's farm, can get that Blink Dagger a bit faster, but it does mean... Are they going to go for it? Ake. It's kind of tough to kill. Oh, the backline's mid! EGM almost dies there. They start threatening Ake at the top lane as well. Ake just puts himself in the jungle, though. EHOME are not going to go for a full dive.
Yeah, EHOME just want to do the same thing as Alliance to take control of this enemy safe lane. CTY is going to get harassed down pretty low, but nowhere near enough for a kill. As S4's rotated up here too, he does have a Flaming Lasso available. And with CTY backing, this might actually be an opportunity if he's patient.
TP's into mid lane. Loda's going to be joined by EGM. Not going to try and go into Lanham, though. They've actually got a mech on him. So he's just not going to be a hero they can easily burst down.
Even going to get the catapult kill, but mid, Loda's just going to throw out the zoning stun, farm a bit of creeps. They're just going to back and forth at each other as Old 11 continues to pick up some farm as he's already got the Midas, but...
Wow, second lowest that it's ever been on Batrider.
Yeah.
That is pretty rough for S4.
I think a lot of people just assume because of the type of role that S4 plays that he's often going to have like low net worth, but that's almost always wrong. S4 is always up there when it comes to net worth. Keeps up really well. That's kind of what makes him strong as an initiator because of his strong lane presence, but in this game he's just been shut out of so many games.
Old Chicken actually rotating from bottom lane to mid now. Are they going to try and take this tower? Seems a little awkward, but maybe just enough to force rotations. The bear at the top lane is going to be resummoned by Old 11 just in time before it goes down. CTY will actually rotate bottom now that Old Chicken is left. Try and stop that push, but Admiral Bulldog, who is going to be able to take the kill. The relocate comes in, but once again, Admiral Bulldog can do it solo.
He's been such a bright spot for them this entire tournament. His Beastmaster, even against Liquid, was quite frequently the top net worth.
That was a relocate, though. They know that nobody's mid. They're going to smoke up from mid, rotate into the jungle. They're going to be able to find Ake. Ake already gets off the heal, though, and they don't have quite enough burst damage. It's really tough for them to eat through these HP points. They use the extra bit of burst damage. Old Chicken uses every single remnant. They use the sleep now, but Ake gets woken up. They will finally be able to surround him and should be able to bring him down. The Fairy Fire won't be enough, but it took so long. Ake just drew so much attention. Look what's happening at the bottom lane. The tier 2 is going to fall.
That is such a good trade for Alliance, and now this opens up the map for them. And this is the vaunted split push that you see. Alliance, what sets this up so well is there's no such thing as a good trade against Alliance. They're always willing to eke out a little bit more than you. If Bulldog goes for the build he did yesterday, this should be the blink before he gets the Necro 3. That'd be such a good setup for them, and that might actually be how they set up onto this Lone Druid. And yeah, it's going to be the Blink Dagger again. At the same time, S4 picks up his. This might be the timing that Alliance were waiting for.
CTY currently circling the Roshan pit, knowing that that is a potential opening for Alliance now that they've taken so much map control of the bottom half of the map.
Weird thing is, the ward vision is almost entirely in EHOME's favor, even with that bottom tower taken out, relying heavily on the Hawk.
Now, it looks like Loda's going to be going straight for that more carry-style build with the Tread, Strongs of Endurance, and I'm presuming an Ags coming up. What is the difference here? Why is a Blink Dagger not really needed? Do you just have so many initiators between Bat and Beast, especially with the way Bulldog plays it, that you don't need it?
They need damage more than initiation at this point, Cap.
Okay.
Like, you've got Bulldog as your setup right now. They're just going to use the Hawk constantly to scout around. His Blink Dagger is enough too. Maybe if you went for the Necro 3, you'd reconsider, but with S4 backing you up too, not really too concerned about how you're going to start these fights.
Bulldog doing a really good job of rotating those Hawks around in the jungle. Does see the rotation from Kaka and will be able to back out. As if he was caught, that was going to be a Fiend's Grip. EGM gets an Invis rune at the top lane. That'll be a nice battle rune for this Swiss to fall back on.
Right now, I'm kind of worried for Alliance just because this Lone Druid is getting really reliable farm. Nobody's really disrupted him too much. Just 1-0-0 so far in this game. And the ace of this game really favors EHOME. Like we talked about, they've got these 2 melee cores. Alliance only has this Tiny to work with. And Loda just doesn't have enough farm really to match those two. Like the Ember is naturally supposed to be behind a little bit.
They see that EHOME are kind of centering up in the bottom lane, so they're going to go for the push at top lane with the Tiny Wisp, but of course they can relocate and fight bottom. But that being said, EHOME maybe actually be one step ahead. They're going to be able to get to sleep onto LOTA. EGM is going to have to provide a save here. Can Kaka actually stop this in time? The Fiend Script being used. Oh no, the relocate! That is what you were afraid of if you were the Bane. Committing those kind of disables and having the relocate completely interrupted. The Spirit Bear in the mid lane is going to be able to survive once again. Relocate back, and they'll take EGM's life. Meanwhile, bottom lane, though, CTY ends up going down to the Beastmaster.
CTY is just getting abused right now by Bulldog. Bulldog is pulling off so much farm right now for his team. That's
So much for a favorable matchup.
I mean, I thought the Darkseer would be okay, but Bulldog has gotten a lot more out of this than they should have. They've opened up so much control in this bottom area. They don't even have a ward down. It's actually EHOME that set up vision here. It's just this Hawk that they're primarily relying on. And Ake, as I say that, just gets that ward down right in front of the Hawk. As they're going to smoke. Or did they? Nope.
No, they just rotate on through. Run to the Boar army.
Mid lane, LOTA just continues to farm, wants to try to close that gap, but really impressed by Bulldog. No Midas on him, but still even ahead of the Lone Druid.
Yeah. Speaking of Lone Druid, he can pick up his Relic right now, as he also gets the Bounty Rune, sneaks it away from the Wisp Tiny.
Absolutely should get his Relic right now, and Blink Dagger actually going to be the pickup choice for Lon-M.
Just, is this, why isn't this a BKB? Just because of the Beastmaster?
I think there's somewhere, but there's no way that the Ember Spirit goes to that play without vision.
And look how many counter wards they have set up in this jungle. EHOME, they're just trying to control their jungle so much, but unfortunately they miss out on this ward from Alliance. They have killed a couple of Hawks, though, because of that vision.
Still, Old 11 using all the space that his team is creating for him, kind of taking the role that CTY normally does for this team.
He's so close to that Radiance, too. He cannot afford to die to the Tiny Wisp combination at this point. Don't think he can, though.
CTY picks up the Blink Dagger, and at bottom, their setup is 4.
Yeah, they will finally be able to take this. Double Blink combo. Vacuum into a black hole. Admiral Bulldog is going to try and jump. Oh, the interruption there from Old Chicken actually stops Admiral Bulldog from getting up the roar. He gets it now into CTY, but Old Chicken comes right on back for some revenge. Almost saves CTY, but it's not quite enough. LOTA and EGM, they're here. They're going to go for EGM first. Bane's going to pop LOTA, but it's still not enough. The Bane will actually get popped now by the Enchantress, and now they pick up Old Chicken. They split themselves a little bit. They send LOTA back, but it doesn't matter. S4 and Ake are going to be more than enough power. Now they're actually going to try and fight at the top lane. Old 11, though, is tanky as all hell. I can't actually see them being able to tank the Lone Druid.
Yeah, if anything, the Lone Druid is going to run at EGM as he's just going to back up, and Alliance are going to be so satisfied for that 4-for-1 trade. It looks so good for EHOME at the start of the fight, but the Beastmaster just gets his roar off in time, and the initiation from LOTA instantly forces EHOME back.
Yeah, and there was no black hole. I really felt like the Enigma kind of jumped the gun there and put himself too far forward. They could have responded to that relocate with an instant black hole if they control Admiral Bulldog and almost took him out like they did. That fight really shouldn't have been a problem.
No, he just committed his positioning. He traded his positioning for trying to burst down Bulldog almost immediately.
Right.
Otherwise, he would have just black holed on the ground, but they popped the Urn on him so that he couldn't get the counter initiation, and S4 stayed right on top of him with the Firefly, making sure that even if he black holes, he dies. And this is Alliance's patented smoke. This is the map control. We can even go for the Roshan if we want. They're immediately going to run in here. EHOME, they're circling the area. They know this is a possibility, but they don't have the wall of replica up. They do have the hole, and Old 11 has the Radiance. This might be a fight that they still want to take even without the wall, but they've got to hurry if they want to do it.
Yeah, 4-man smoke is not going to be there in time. EHOME are just a bit too slow to realize what's going on right now. Right as they're about to realize it, Roshan does end up going down, and the Aegis is picked up by LOTA.
Yeah, EHOME was just a little bit too tentative there, Cap. You notice that they smoked around, thinking that maybe Alliance was waiting for the counter wraparound. They just thought 2 steps ahead. They knew something was afoot, though, because nobody was defending this mid tower from the Bear plus the Eidolons, but suspicion's not confirmed as
no surprise whatsoever that Bulldog is setting up records.
Yeah. He's got the Necro 3-2?
Yeah.
That's insane.
What do you think for next item for him, though? Because the way he's farming, he's going to get something else.
Thinks he picks up a gem at some point. Lotus Orb is pretty good for somebody on his team at least. After you get to this point on Beastmaster, you're pretty set. You probably pick up a Vlad's for your team, just so you have some team fight control. Maybe even AC if you kind of want to build him a little bit more core-like and allow your Tiny to scale other ways.
They will be able to take down the tier 2 at bottom lane. The
That's
whole
so
team of EHOME is... they already have the Midnight Pulse that they laid out earlier to try and see these kind of rotations from S4. S4 has managed to sneak himself into that same position. They start pinging him out. Lanham, they know.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They should most definitely know about this. They're going to start TPing up to the top lane. Loda has been silenced up, but they managed to get the relocate once again out. So it looks like EHOME will be able to get a clean extraction from that bottom lane and should be able to take the Wisp down, and they also get the deny in the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, EHOME. Oh!
Oh,
just instantly, and he gets out 2 with
Oh
Hell Bear.
no, Old Chicken. He's going to be able to chase him down anyway. It was a sneaky play from Alliance.
Taking a lot of die, but... Alright, that was cool.
That was a good play.
Yeah,
Okay, I saw him earlier, and then I saw on the minimap he was like gone. I was like, oh, he just gave up on him, but no. He left the Hellbear Smasher. CTY, he gets caught once again. S4 is able to grab him after the surge has been used, and now CTY stuck him on the cliff. Help, team, help, but no, the vacuum, it doesn't bring in Ake, and they're just going to be able to chip him down slowly but surely until, oh, the Flea Break actually put him closer. Ake finally gets the damage to be able to finish him off, and Ember Spirit just can't make that kind of committal.
Yeah, everybody's going to get out now. Out of the jungle is Alliance. Pick up a free kill on CTY, and I mean, CTY's had a rough 0-6 and 5. You haven't felt his impact this entire game. The mech is completed by the Enigma before he can get it, so you don't even have his utility in that end. I almost feel like he needs some sort of stats. Not sure what a Darkseer gets for that. Almost feel like the Blink first wasn't worth it though.
Loda and EGM looking to be able to chase down Lanham. See if they can catch him. Meanwhile, Kaka's actually been spotted out by S4. They're going to try and rotate and kill Kaka. But then they see Old 11 get scared back. EGM starts committing his Shadow Amulet. Doesn't want to be spotted out here. Slowly but surely he's taken down to the Midnight Pulse. Has to tether himself away, but the Radiance Burn is also there. Now the jump in. Old 11 is going to be stunned up. The Black Hole controlling Loda. Old 11, he's not going to be able to get away from this one. Ake just deals too much damage.
They've got to get out.
He's going to be torn apart. EHOME now on full retreat. Old Chicken realizes it's 2. He comes back from whence he came. While Kaka and CTY trying to stay ahead. CTY relocate forward. They're going to be able to catch up to him. Throwing in EGM. Slowing down CTY as the surge runs out. 4 down for EHOME for nothing of Alliance.
EHOME just have to realize their strength is not in taking these mini engagements because Alliance are almost always going to be there in full force immediately. They've got the Hawk Vision to kind of scout things out for them, so they know the perfect landscape for these fights. Know that the Ember's not going to be there either, who's desperately trying to farm his Battle Fury, and Alliance are just abusing these timings right now. You're really not feeling the net worth of this Lone Druid, whereas on the flip side, Admiral Bulldog is making so much use of this Necro 3 Blink Dagger is Alliance might even decide to poke into the high ground, try to force a buyback, but EHOME, they're going to respawn so soon. Can't really do much about this. They're just going to pop the glyph, and Alliance are going to poke and prod, but ultimately get out.
They forced a glyph. That's probably good enough for Alliance as they have time now to back up and get their next round of items. Boots of Travels completed by S4. Admiral Bulldog could actually do something similar here as he's just rocking the regular old Tranquil boots. We have a Glimmer Cape for EGM, and obviously Loda recently picked up that Hyperstone.
Alliance are just playing at a much faster pace right now than EHOME is. EHOME just doesn't seem like they're prepared to take these engagements that almost immediately turn into 5-mans. They're anticipating Alliance to run these like 2-3-man squads, but the relocate is actually just destroying them.
The Vlad is almost complete for Old 11. That'll be a pretty significant upgrade in damage and a bit of tankiness for these two.
Alliance, they're almost always just pincering around the map as Loda has the Aegis, but for not much longer. And he's got the Hyperstone too. So now you've got a really strong physical damage dealer. And because of how much farm Bulldog's been able to get on this map cap, he's almost turned into like a secondary main core.
Which kind of leads us back to what we were talking about potential avenues of items for the Beastmaster, and you suggested maybe something like an AC. Should be an interesting way to scale the Beastmaster farther into the late game, as while he's great utility, he doesn't provide damage. That's why you were talking about how Loda
have to hurry. Like, they've got to get back. Alliance are just going to poke and prod, and I don't think they commit to this high ground, but they're just seeing if EHOME will respond to this, and they do. Alana's going to commit.
Stun up. They're actually committing here for Admiral Bulldog, who does get the Glimmer Cape. EGM, he's holding off the relocate for now, but Old Chicken is completely out of mana. They finally take down Admiral Bulldog, though. Alliance not even attempting a save there.
I think if S4 was a little bit closer, they would have gone for it. He did have the TP available, but didn't really see a chance to help him out as Ake was on the other side of the map. Still, Ake's also turning himself into a pretty big monster.
The 3 and 4 positions are actually out of control for Alliance. He's going to be able to complete an Aghanim Scepter at just 40 gold.
Kaka wishes he has any part of that. He's just rocking that Ring of Regen. Doesn't even really have the levels to back up this hero anymore. Ake's about to pick up an Aghanim Scepter, and EHOME, they've got to worry about this hero at some point. They don't have the best ways to take him down either. We saw in that one chase. Imagine in a 5v5 fight where you can't really ignore the Enchantress, but she's pumping out so much damage that you have to deal with her. No
Which
AC.
is better at this point in time for, well, the answer is Lotus Orb for CTY, but isn't there something to be considered for Linken's? Just because you bounce back potentially the Primal Roar, wouldn't it be better to completely block it out?
I think it's just better so that the team fight by the top again.
They're going to be able to relocate in, but this is a very dangerous position to be in. Lanham is not actually ready to go. The Blink Dagger isn't up for another 3 seconds. He's going to try and hide himself. Emerald Bulldog doesn't quite see him. Lanham has the opportunity to be able to turn this around and go for the black hole. He goes in, but only catches one. Oh no! This means Alliance will be able to run through this team fight quite easily. They get the double stun. Here comes Old Chicken actually, but immediately controlled up by S4. He takes out the only damage dealer left for EHOME, and once again, Alliance win a huge fight without losing a single member, it seems.
Yeah, and Lanham is just going to take this time to reflect on what went so wrong in this fight as he doesn't have a TP. Everybody this time from EHOME gets wiped out, and again, Cap, they're just not ready for these 5-on-5 fights, and I don't think they should look for them either. EHOME keeps thinking, okay, we'll show 3 as a presence, and maybe Alliance won't be there, but they're right by their tier 2 tower.
Alliance did do a very good job. There had to have been some sort of call that Lanham was going to try and counter-initiate that with the Blink Black Hole, but Alliance kept themselves rather well spread. And even if it was Lanham, only getting 1 in that Black Hole, he probably at max could have only gotten 2.
Yeah. You saw that Alliance for half a second were all grouped up together.
Yeah.
And Lanham saw that and he's like, I'm going to immediately go in. And Alliance was like, guys, we're grouped up. Everybody splits up.
And now Ake's actually, or excuse me, EGM's going to blow his relocate to be able to provide some extra attack speed to Loda and make sure that they take this melee racks before EHOME had the chance to be able to respond. Kaka's already low. They need a couple more hits and we'll be able to get it on the last hit of that relocate out. Beautiful play there from Alliance. Doesn't get any more picture perfect than that.
Yeah, at one point it was just Bulldog at the top of the net worth charts, followed by 3 EHOME heroes, and now it's just all Alliance.
Yeah.
Even the Enchantress is way up there. That's a surprise considering how much she moved around, but Alliance afforded her so much space, and a lot of this just comes down to Bulldog being able to dominate that bottom half of the map so hard. If there's an MVP in this game, almost have to give it to this guy.
Oh, absolutely. The Lotus Sword now complete for the Darkseer. EHOME do have some pretty decent sieging capabilities with now the Battlefield complete on Old Chicken, but the damage just isn't there to truly be able to hold against the Alliance. They're going to need something a bit extra. And, well, a lot of that comes down to Lanham, who's got his Blink BKB, but still needs another 50 seconds for the Black Hole.
Yeah, their item timings right now, Cap, just aren't great on EHOME. You've got the Vlad's completed, the Hyperstone just finished right now, but the Bear is meant to be a lot further ahead than
Alliance
this.
want to take this fight. They just picked up a double damage on Tiny, and they know the Black Hole is still down, or at least should anyway. S4 shows himself for a second, sees a lot of heroes at EHOME and immediately TP's out, so maybe they won't take that fight.
Yeah, they're just not set up in the best position. Ake doesn't have a TP either. Otherwise, he would have TP'd to the mid-tier 2, and maybe they go for the collapse. But with that not available, they're just going to go for the split push at top. As EHOME, they have to jump Old Chicken up there, but he does have the Remnant down. They're trying to get control of this Roshan pit, but EHOME, if they lose this fight, Cap, game kind of just ends if Alliance gets away with more than 3 heroes.
Yeah, that Roshan is just now coming up. Alliance do know about it. EHOME, they should know just based on the fact that it was a rather late Roshan that if Roshan isn't up right now, it'll be 30 seconds.
EHOME is smartly going to go for the smoke before this, maybe try to get one of the initiations off with the Wall of Replica Vacuum into the Black Hole. That's kind of your dream scenario right now. They're not going to get a lot bigger than this as Alliance have way too much map control, and Old Chicken is just too far behind when it comes to item timings, but they're not even going to smoke for this. They're just going to straight up walk and show that they're 5. And Alliance is pinging out. They're all smoked up, and this might have been a bit of a mistake from EHOME, as now they should smoke. But even then, they've showed themselves as 5.
Sitting here on that high ground, they throw down a counter ward, perhaps in preparation of this smoke, wanting to make sure that Alliance don't see them. Alliance are sitting 5 though on the left-hand side.
They're making sure that they're not under a hawk or anything like that first. They're even bringing the gem over. But Alliance, they're grouped up. They're waiting to flank as soon as EHOME checks for the Roshan.
Hawk sees it, and Old Chicken will finally be able to kill it. Alliance, their smoke does run out here. If they could still find that perfect initiation at this point in time, the game may very well end, and Alliance will move themselves a bit farther in a safer position in this lower bracket as you start going into these best of threes.
Yeah, Alliance knocking out one of the tournament favorites in a
Comes the
best of one.
smoke. Smoke pops. Old Levin and Old Chicken. They spot out Ake, but do not manage to get the chains combo.
Lotus sticking close to EGM as EHOME are just dancing around. They've now smoked themselves up with their 3 initiators. They want to make sure that they get the perfect jump. They know that they can't really waste this opportunity. The net worth lead already past 10K. XP in a similar situation. You can only mess up these fights so many times before Alliance just pull ahead too much.
Bottom and top lane are pushing out. Alliance will have to deal with that. Admiral Bulldog is going to go for the bottom lane. They do kill the Hawk.
The weird part is that EHOME can't do Roshan fast enough, and they can't do it reliably enough. So Alliance is just like, okay, you have to stick around that area. We're just going to push in top, force you back, and then as soon as you commit 1 or 2 heroes back, then we'll go for the Roshan instead.
Which is why EHOME then in turn push out the middle lane in order to trade objective for objective, but still be able to maintain close proximity to the Roshan pit.
Yeah, they don't want to give LOTA that free Aegis. Not on a hero that's this big right now. It's just a weird position to be in when you're on Radiant, because you're going to send the Ember Spirit, who's meant to deal with this, but he's not quite strong enough to send them back, and the rest of EHOME have to consistently be on the bottom half of this map. And Alliance can just farm things out repeatedly and get even further ahead.
Do you hold on to buyback at this point as the Ember Spirit, or do you complete, if he gets it, gets this far, a Crystallis for some extra damage? Because damage is certainly lacking.
Pretty sure he needs buyback.
Okay.
Especially if Alliance eventually do get the Roshan.
And if he's able to lay out a Remnant, perhaps in some sort of weird Roshan scenario, he can buy back and instantly jump.
Yeah, you've got the Refresher Orb too on Beastmaster right now. Top tower's going to fall. Alliance, I mean, they just keep pressuring. They're like, you have to commit 2 heroes to defending this. Your Ember Spirit is not enough.
Certainly will not be. S4, he's going to find something here. Kaka is going to be the target. Admiral Bulldog, he's going to be able to pop whatever he wants. He's actually going to blink forward here and look for extra, but EHOME are leaving Kaka behind. They're going to call it a one-off and just let Alliance take the free pick and go for Roshan. EHOME have the opportunity to counter-initiate, but it's going to be a 4 versus 5.
And you got to worry about this top lane pushing out as well, but EGM's just going to TP out, come to the rest of his team. Old Chicken going to leave one of the remnants near the pit. And the Bear's going to scout it out. They're so afraid right now of Alliance just taking this free Roshan that they're devoting so much space to this. But Alliance, again, they're okay with the pace of the game. Like, they have so much map control and vision, they don't have to worry about too much. And because they're dire, they have this inherent advantage in being able to check the Roshan so easily.
Yeah. The BKB is actually complete for LOTA if he wants to buy it right now. That's a pretty game-changing item. Ember Spirit does actually commit for an item here, giving away his buyback, but it's for a Blink Dagger rather than a Crystallis.
That's honestly fine. The positioning is good too. I just kind of fear that they won't have enough damage to kill any of the cores.
Yeah, this Lone Druid still not having a huge impact in team fights. Really needs to be able to complete that full Assault Cuirass before you can kind of feel some of that single target damage he's able to output.
BKB fully committed as S4 is going to get pushed out by the Bear a little bit, but Alliance, again, they're just getting control of the map right now, trying to see who they can force into this top lane, as it's always going to be Old Chicken. He's trying to hold this off, but I think Alliance at some point will just say, we can probably go for the Roshan after we get control of your jungle.
Even the Enchantress Illusions at the top lane, slowing down the push and making sure that Alliance have maximum map control before they go for this Roshan. Bear scouting out inside the Roshan pit to make sure that Alliance aren't doing it just yet. But they have to deal with LOTA and EGM. Slowly but surely, these tier 3 towers are going to start falling.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And the Ember Spirit does have the Sleight of Fist maxed out, so he can spam this out, but that tower is getting dangerously low cap. And they're going to have to do something about this. Like, the pace of the game doesn't favor EHOME that much, as Alliance are just trying to open things up, and Bulldog is now situated inside the pit.
What's the play for EHOME to actually stop this push in top lane? Do you do something like, say, commit? It's so hard. They don't have any heroes to really stop the EGM relocate out.
Yeah, S4's going to get stunned up as there's like 4 heroes from. Oh, he's going to
they
get
actually
rooted
managed to get
too.
the root. This is big. Kaka's going to be able to commit the Fiend Script. They get the kill. That is a BKB charge used as well, but Alliance, they are going to trade this one up. They've already got the tier 3 tower at top lane. They need TPs back, and they need them now. CTY comes in, managed to get the vacuum on top. EGM, oh my god, he's getting away!
He's got it!
Oh, the relocate at the last half seconds. He gets Loda back.
They're instantly going to go for the Roshan now too as Loda makes his way down.
Unbelievable. EGM actually goes right back up
Oh,
to
he's
the
gonna
top
live
lane,
too.
but EHOME, they don't actually even worry about trying to kill the Wisp. It was a free kill, but they want to be able to contest the Roshan pit as fast as possible. Alliance aren't even there for it, though.
Yeah, EGM's just going to push in this wave, TP himself down, has to keep near his tether target, but...
EHOME, I think they're at a breaking point. They know they have to commit to this because they've got 10 seconds for S4 down. You're not going to find a better opportunity to be able to get some sort of advantage in this game.
Alliance, they're smoked up. They don't want to give this away for free. They've got the buyback available too on Loda.
Oh, but they see Lanham. They see the opportunity to go on. He has the blink. He also has BKB ready to go. BKB pops on Loda. They start going ult 11. The Lotus Orb tops them back up. Lanham pops the BKB, goes for the black hole. Controlling up Loda. Gets that.
Oh, this initiation!
EGM has to relocate out. Lanham gets torn apart by the impact shots. Ult 11 in the background. Ake hunting him down, but Loda's already dead. Ult 11 will be able to survive, and Ake, he won't even be able to make it out at this point in time. Kaka's controlled them up with a nightmare. Old Chicken comes forward, and they surround Ake. The poor Bambi dies, and Alliance committing.
Oh, but the relocate at top.
They go the relocate at the top lane. They're gonna go for a second lane of Rex. Old Chicken's here. He tries to stop, and the melee Rex is already down. They've left the Roshan pit entirely. They can't stop this push whatsoever. Alliance will take a lane of Rex, but it cost them a couple of buybacks there.
Yeah, they can't afford to lose Loda again, but still, this is the classic Alliance. They see the opportunity for that top lane because EHOME committed for that Roshan. But EHOME, they want to immediately make their way back there. They can't just give up that top lane of Rax without getting something in return for it. They waited so long for that moment, Cap. That black hole and a vacuum combination. S4 blinks into it at the exact same time he starts it. Couldn't have written that better as EHOME. They finally get the fight they're looking for, but still, Alliance maybe get the better trade out of it as they get a full set of Rax.
It's all going to come down to what EHOME can actually do with this Aegis. They're going to be able to take Roshan. Unfortunately, it's just Roshan number 2. Even though it's 38 minutes into the game, Roshans have been stalled pretty heavily by these two teams having a stalemate. So just the Aegis for Old 11.
That double bear, though, so scary right now. Now you're starting to feel a lot of his farm. As he's got the Assault Curse, too.
That Lotus Orb turnaround was actually one of the better setups there. It actually stalled up Loda's damage so heavily as he was disabled during a BKB.
And they needed Ake to be able to hit consistently throughout that fight, but EHOME just controlled up everybody so well. Ake's almost even got a Shivas.
They've actually got some items to work with. CTY is able to complete his Shivas. We have a 4-staff about to be complete, I believe, on Kaka, though we may hold on to buyback. Scratch that. Lanham, he's got 3K. You think about a refresher on him as well, just so you're not as cooldown dependent. Not to use double black holes, because that's probably never really going to happen, but to be just a little bit less cooldown dependent.
Maybe even a Linken's on him, but EHOME, they're going to go for this right now. They know that the buyback is down on Loda. He doesn't have Aegis or anything like that. Buyback isn't available for the IO either, and they're going to look for this trade. Maybe they just go straight down mid right now as they've got double bear, even Lotus Orbed up.
They're trying to stall up the top lane right now with Old Chicken. Jesus, there goes Spirit Bear number 1. And top and bottom lane are both pushing in heavily enough that I think EHOME have to back out. Again, it comes down to the fact that Old Chicken simply does not have the damage to deal with these pushes by himself. The range Rax is slowly but surely being chicked down by Necronomicons.
Yeah, and Bulldog, he knows that he doesn't have the buyback either, but he's desperately just trying to delay the game as much as he can. Alliance, you realize they're not even farming anymore. They're not risking anything in this game. They realize that one core pickoff probably just means EHOME going straight for the throne.
Yeah, they still need another 4 minutes until the buybacks are up for Loda, Bulldog, as well as EGM.
EHOME don't want to be stuck in a situation where they're pushing in, but Alliance go for the base. They have no reason to trade right now. Like, they've got a lot of the advantages. They've got Aegis available on their Bear. All the buybacks were used on Alliance. It's just this Beastmaster and Tiny Wisp combination that is making things so annoying right now.
What do you think about the completed Mjolnir on Spirit Bear? He's just got that Maelstrom, but we'll probably see a full Mjolnir. I feel like that's a decent response to certain heroes like Batrider.
Yeah. A lot of attack speed too. Finally kind of makes Enchantress killable.
Yeah, that Enchantress definitely become a huge problem as he's not going to be able to fully commit for the Shivas just yet. He's holding on to buyback for now, but he's outputting an absurd amount of damage.
Oh, EHOME's
They
gonna commit for
don't
this.
have another Spirit Bear. They've got to be careful with this. 30 seconds till it's back up.
They want to be able to utilize the Aegis though, and the fact that Alliance don't have buybacks.
They're going to jump in. They're actually going to go for the Spirit Bear, knowing that he doesn't have another one. They're going to be able to kill it. That is a lasso committed, and Lanham, the rest of the team desperately needs to back out at this point. If they don't have that Spirit Bear, they have like 10K net worth less, if not more.
The Aegis is sort of pointless.
Yeah. Old 11's walking around with just a
that
cloak.
courier just dies for almost no reason. That had the Mjolnir on it too for the bear.
Okay.
They're going to resummon it, but I think Alliance have just shown that they're willing to use everything just to take down the Spirit Bear. They know that's where the actual net worth lies, and that's a really cool way of working around the Aegis on the Lone Druid.
They'll get the Shivas now for AK. He's got enough to buy it and have buyout.
He's going to be the frontliner right now for Alliance. He's the only hero right now that matters that has buyback.
Oh, complete whiff there. His old chicken jumps forward for the sleight of fist. This team can sit so far back. They've got the lasso back up, ready to go. Jump in, gets a bit of damage onto S4. That Spirit Bear. Oh, Jesus, they're going to be able to pull it back again. Oh, no. Now the Shivas jumps forward. Old Chicken's trying to posture himself to actually be able to fight this one out, but they're going into a deep fight. And Lotus right in the middle of everything on him. He doesn't have the opportunity to get off a good black hole. He'll take it out by Ake. EHOME have lost 3 and are going to be able to potentially lose more. They want Old 11, and S4's on top of him, too. Old 11 has no way out. This is going to be the Aegis. Burn through. EHOME, they'll drop 4 in this fight. And Alliance, they actually had the perfect opportunity to just go straight for the base.
Oh, they're going to go for the relocate.
And immediately. Admiral Bulldog will take out the range tracks in the mid lane. They're going to start buying out now. CTY trying to catch somebody, but Alliance has already backed out.
They committed way too hard to try to save Old 11's bear right there. Again, Lanham's sacrificing position to try to help his teammates out. They can't afford that to happen. The only reason why the Roshan fight worked so well is because him and CTY were perfectly in tandem. They need that to succeed again, despite the Aegis.
This is going to be a funny position because of the way that Lone Druid was the last to die, and also at the Aegis, the discrepancy between him dying and his team dying is pretty big. And that means there's actually going to be this period of time where Alliance can still try and push a bottom lane fight and force a buyout from their Lone Druid.
Yeah, they've got all their buybacks available now too on the heroes that need it. Like Loda's going to have his in just 26 short seconds. Almost nothing EHOME can do in that time span, but EHOME, they used a lot of buybacks there just to save whatever they could. The Ember Spirit is a little bit short of his. They can't afford to lose this Enigma again. They need Lanham right now to come up huge.
Lanham's got to do something big here. S4 is searching for his opportunity at the same time. Trying to get that initiation. They throw the Lotus Orb over to Old Chicken.
They needed to counter the Batrider's start. Same with Admiral Bulldog.
So Alliance not really committing for that push. Probably just going to wait out, what, the next Roshan?
I think so. Now Alliance are in the driver's seat again. There was a time period where things got really worrisome for them when they give up the Aegis, plus they were getting pushed down after they'd used buybacks on all their cores, but now they've kind of reset. Things look a lot better for them. They're still up 2 racks. At one point it looked like this was going to be one of the sickest comebacks ever as EHOME from 12,000 XP down, bring it back almost to 0, but again it's back to 10K. Net worth is in a similar situation.
So both teams sitting back right now, farming to their heart's content. The advantage always does kind of lie in Alliance's camp, as EHOME are having a hard time maintaining the same kind of vision that a Beastmaster is with his Hawks.
Yeah, Alliance's ability to extend a game is so incredible. Just the fact that
They don't have any buybacks available on their cores. They've given up the Aegis, and they're still able to be the team pressuring, kind of holding EHOME at bay. The decision to just constantly go for the bear instead of any of the core heroes, that's what really won them the fight. Mjolnir is going to be finished now for the bear, though. But I don't even think it's really damage that he lacks.
This is an MKB, right, for LOTA because of the Radiance?
I think so. You could even go for crit.
Yeah.
Go for the YOLO Rapier if things go horribly wrong.
We'll see if that actually happens.
Everybody from EHOME gathered up. They've got a fair amount of farm, and Old Chicken, again, going to kind of play the role of pushing out this top lane. So they don't have to commit too much, but...
They really need that Daedalus completed on him because these super melee creeps, he takes so long to actually clear through them, and they might be able to get the pick off on him. They get the jump. Now the relocate in. Old Chicken is most definitely... Oh, no, he's not! S4 was actually trying to drag him away to get Ake more damage on the impetus shots, but that just meant they didn't have the opportunity to combo with the Avalanche.
That should have been a guaranteed kill. As Alliance, that's one of their first missteps.
What a blunder. As they could have been able to force out the buyback on Ember Spirit, and that would have been a huge advantage for them, knowingly then going into the Roshan pit and either getting Aegis and Cheese for themselves or forcing EHOME to contest without a critical hero having buyback.
Yeah, and Alliance pushing the game later and later, but although we talked about Alliance being at a disadvantage as the game went later, Ake somehow has the most amount of farm I've seen in a really long time.
This is an Enchantress that's pretty off the charts. Moonshard next?
Yeah, he already has an AC, right?
Yeah.
On the Tiny. So it's almost certainly going to be the Moonshard after this. It looks like Bulldog. Go for Ag. Go for an Octarine Core too, just to make the refresher cooldown really low.
Yeah, I'm kind of down with either option at this point.
Yeah.
The initiation range Primal Roar being upped could actually be critical in an upcoming fight. As, yep, LOTA is going to complete that MKB. He's almost got enough surplus gold.
Roshan going to be the next target for both teams, as EHOME played so well around the Roche pit last time. It's kind of their saving grace in this game, but... Again,
how do you set up Roshan fights if you're EHOME? What did they do last time that was so good?
I mean, it was the Lotus Orb into being able to group Alliance into that small window where they couldn't really get anything off to stop LANM or CTY. Like, fighting in that close vacuum helped so much for them. Alliance just kind of got a little bit sloppy there for like half a second, and that's all that cost them. It took so long to get that black hole off.
And the reason I posed that was because, at least I'm looking at it as Alliance having the advantage for the Roshan fight, just because of Bat Rider.
Yeah, Bat Rider makes things incredibly easy for them. Like, if Alliance get the jump, starting with the Bat, if you can get someone on top of the cliff, it's a really strong initiation because they've got one Force Staff available, and if they can split the Bane from the rest of the team, it makes things really awkward.
These Hogs constantly being sacrificed for a glimpse of vision of whatever EHOME are up to.
Yeah, this is so tense right now. But Alliance are the team willing to farm out. They do have buyback on everybody available.
They complete out that Daedalus on the Ember Spirit. It does not have buybacks, so could be an opening for Alliance as Roshan is up now.
If you take this fight, if you're EHOME, you've got to be prepared to kind of lose the game if you lose your Embers. He doesn't have buyback. And Alliance, most of the heroes have it available. Like all of their heroes that need it anyways.
Teleport in, Boots of Travel from S4 will get him into this jungle a bit faster. I wouldn't be surprised if they just contented themselves with a another Spirit Bear kill.
Yeah, it'd be worth it right now.
Yeah. It's like denying the buyback. And sure enough, that Spirit Bear is going to go down. They can just kill it so easily with this Enchantress.
This is going to be Aegis and Cheese. I don't think there's any way that EHOME can test for this. Not without buyback available on the Ember. Everybody from Alliance has buyback. You lose one fight, and one little slip up. Even if Old Chicken, survives, and then everybody from Alliance buybacks and kills him, it's going to be worth it for them as they just win the game right after. So they're just going to give this one up. Smart choice. Alliance knows that it's not going to be like the first time around where you saw the contest.
Yeah. regen rune for EGM. He also has the cheese. He can either pass that one out, or if he's low, use it to heal up a tethered ally.
Yeah, and Alliance, they want to end this game. Gonna go for the Mega Creeps here. EHOME do have ways to deal with Mega Creeps, but you really don't want to be in that situation, because after that, it's sort of do or die.
No split pushing, no games from Alliance here. They seem ready just to 5-man in with this Asians and Cheese advantage.
Yeah, they're all set up. Don't want to stand in the Midnight Pulse, but
it's already bringing Loda down to half HP with the small stuns plus the chains. They're doing a really great job of actually pushing Alliance back. Ake's gotten some chip damage out though.
So you've got to be careful. The Midnight Pulse, it doesn't look that threatening, but the damage per second is, at this phase of the game, quite a lot.
When somebody's rocking 3k HP, over 5% per second is pretty bad. Oh, Lonham, he's going to be caught out here. They're going to try and save him. BKBs are popped, but he's going to buy out. Lonham has an opportunity, a second chance to be able to get a good black hole. Here's the Fiend's Grip in the background holding in Loda. Lonham comes back in, ready to go with this Blink Black Hole. Midnight Pulse laid down first. They're going to try and push back Alliance rather than fully engaging. As CTY did have to back up as that Darkseer. Actually even using healing salves to get himself up to max HP just in case Alliance kept pushing. But Alliance forced what they needed to. Took away a buyback.
And that's a pretty crucial target for them to go on. They know that Lonham is everything to EHOME right now.
Yeah.
That miracle black hole is everything that they look for. It was what enabled them to win and get that small glimmer of hope back into this game. And it's kind of their only way back into this game right now. If they get a 5-man black hole, even like a 4-man that doesn't get canceled, would be ideal at this phase. But EHOME, they've got to back up, push out the lanes once again. Alliance have all the time in the world right now to work.
Yeah, they can wait another 30 seconds for this relocate to back up. They're going to have some illusions from Tiny pushing out the mid lane just for a small bit of extra pressure.
S4's got the lasso back up. I think that was the biggest thing they were waiting for. They know that the next initiation that they get on Lonham, that's going to lead to no buyback. CTY doesn't have the wall available either.
S4 sees an opportunity to grab Old 11. They do manage to get him Alphys, but the pull is complete, and Old 11 is on the wrong side of this one. Will be beaten down by Loda. They have a buyback. Another one used. Alliance pretty happy with this as they manage to take the tier 3 tower as well. They're just slowly but surely limiting the resources that EHOME will have in that final defense.
Yeah, and Lonham tried to look for it, but his blink was on cooldown as he had to kind of hightail it out of there. But at some point, you got to look for something, as Alliance are just going to go for the slow siege. They've already taken down the tower. You don't have Glyph available. EHOME have one clean shot at this.
Alliance, masters of finding an opening, are going to be able to patiently wait for another 2 to 3 minutes while that Aegis takes down. S4 will eventually be able to get that lasso. 10 more seconds. A minute and a half on that Aegis.
Alliance, they can sense their win. S4 is going to go for it one more time. If you can find
S4
Lonham.
on the side, he gets Lonham. That's a big one. They can't afford to let him go down. The sleep, buying him seconds. The vacuum in. Lonham's almost
he's down.
Headed shot. There it comes in. There's going to be no control out from EHOME, and it's all but assured. Oh, the Fiend's Grip onto Loda, but he still has the Aegis as well. Old 11's fighting out with the Spirit Bear right now, but the Spirit Bear starts being targeted, sent back to base. Alliance will complete this, make it megas, and EHOME, the biggest uphill battle of your life, as they now have to deal with Alliance, who are so far ahead with Mega Creeps as well.
I mean, look at Machine Gun Ake just go to work in these team fights.
Peckering at Old Chicken time and time again, almost takes him out with that impetus shot. Old 11 comes in, but it's over. CTY, he calls it for his team. Alliance will move on in this best-of-1 elimination match. And EHOME, this one's for you, Bruno, are going EHOME.
Wow. Can't even believe you went there, but congratulations to Alliances. They're going to advance. Fans might be a little bit disappointed with the result, but EHOME, I mean, that Roche fight, that was pretty insane.
I mean, they managed to hold it for so long. We fully anticipated this to be a very close match, and it's sad to see one of these teams being taken out of the tournament, but That's the way it went. Alliance will move on, have another opportunity to best of 3 in the lower bracket. We'll move on to our next round of matches as well. But first, our analysts have so much to talk about in such an intense game.
Yes, thank you very much, Capitalist and Blitz. And we are here back to discuss what exactly went down in that game. And I think let's just start with the beginning, with one of the core elements of the match. Darkseer. CTY Darkseer.
Why?
Why?
CTY.
I need an answer from you guys. You guys are the analysts.
I think it's one of those things where God said it during the game. They had a plan for the Darkseer, and then it seemed like something kind of scared them into a situation where they wanted to pick something that CTY couldn't play, because apparently he doesn't play Lone Druid or Ember, and then he ends up playing a hero that he probably has even less experience, and then ends up getting solo killed by Bulldog in lane, loses his lane. It was really, really rough.
Yeah. The strategy and the theory behind it is pretty solid. You have this Darkseer against Beastmaster matchup, which seems to be kind of what they wanted. It's like pretty good for Darkseer, at least slightly favorable, but yeah, CTY just couldn't play the Darkseer all too well, so.
I think Alliance, like, all in all, though, had a pretty decent start. The only person who did notably not so well was S4, but I also think that matchup is hard, and especially in that lane where you have the Lone Druid being able to do side pulls. But Alliance get the first blood on mid, they killed the Ember, they killed the Courier at the same time. I think if they weren't playing, like, super aggressive and Loda ended up dying those 2 times early to Lanham's counter ganks, it would have been even harder for EHOME.
Okay, so in the middle of the game, or in mid-game, we had EHOME actually making a bit of a comeback. They fought well. They had a chance to actually go high ground against Alliance as well. Was there a chance they could end this game in a win?
Yes, but I'm not sure where to start in this game, honestly. I think this was a game with 3 times as many misplays as big plays when it comes to these teams and what we expect from them. There were so incredibly many mistakes, and that was one of them. And it's one that's worth highlighting, I guess, for EHOME, because that is actually their one shot, really, until that point at winning the game. They have Aegis. They have a good time in the Aegis, then they go high ground with 1 bear. They could have waited 1 minute, they can go high ground with 2 bears. They have to lasso the first one, the second bear, they get the racks. But they go in with 1 bear, feeling like they just seemed like a team that was so stressed the whole time. Like, they didn't know exactly how to position themselves in relation to each other. The communication wasn't there. Good example, that's probably fresh memory, the bottom fight. Okay, I'm guessing there's an interview.
There is an interview with S4.
So we'll do that.
Let's hear what he has to say.
在我身边是 Alliance 的 S4。首先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello 。
在刚刚面对EHOME的这场中，EHOME其实是拿出了一套他们平时不太常用的阵容。在 Alliance 面对这种不常见阵容时候，是随机应变呢，还是坚持自己心目中的阵容？
In this best-of-1 match against EHOME, they picked a somewhat unusual lineup. So when you face a situation like that, how do you deal with an unusual lineup?
Well, looking at this game, we played unusual as well. The way we set up our lanes were much different how we used to play. Like usually I play solo mid, but now I play the safe lane solo, for example. So we just adapted.
那我们就对线时就跟平时有点不同，就是专门应付他们的体系，所以这次我们发挥的不错，也赢了。
确实是发挥不错，但是EHOME也对他们造成了一些困扰。他们已经打了2轮的，我们已经进行过2轮的败者组，下一轮开始的话是 BO3，他们会以什么样的心情对待下一场比赛呢？
You've won 2 games coming out of the lower bracket, 2 best-of-1s. Next up is best-of-3. So how will you deal with that match?
Sorry, is there one more best-of-1? Oh, okay. So next matchup is a best-of-3, and we're kind of relieved that we got rid of this best-of-1. Because there's a lot of pressure when you play such a good team like EHOME in a best-of-1. You know, like, anything can happen. So we were relieved.
我们这次突破了 BO1，感到很兴奋，因为面对EHOME如此强的对手有很多压力，也很难说这场比赛会有什么结果，所以我们很兴奋能够突破了。
好的，非常感谢 S4 还有 Jack。现在把画面交回分析台。
Yeah, towards the end of that game, it was already looking pretty grim for EHOME, and I'm curious, what would their perfect fight have looked like if they were to actually still have a chance, and how many of those perfect fights would they need to have?
They had one at the Roche pit with the whole vacuum.
The S4 blinked in
S4
too,
blinks in, he gets caught in the hole, and it goes well.
The setup for their team fight itself sounds kind of simple, but towards the end of the game, like there's a Refresher Beastmaster for your BKB Enigma, and so much of the team fight pressure is reliant on him. Like you need to somehow bait out the fight where there's no roars left. I think they needed to be able to do it earlier in the game, and Bulldog also had a phenomenal start, so it puts, again, with Hawk Vision and Bat Rider, Roars, I think Lanham has an extremely hard game, and it's very reliant on CTY, like God said, being able to follow up with the vacuum and make that black hole actually count for something. It just seemed like, also Cinderin was mentioning the lack of coordination that they had during the team fights, like Top, for example. They were getting baited into a team fight, and there was an opportunity for maybe a 3 or 4 man black hole, but the problem is CTY like preemptively uses vacuum, and there was just no opportunity to go for a kill. But we can see kind of the story of the early game. CTY just not really able to have the impact that he needed this game.
What was I going to say? So, yeah, the vacuum into black hole combination is obviously the big play that they're looking for, but I don't even necessarily think it's required. It's a lot more about just using your position, at least when you have the high ground and you have the Bane. Position the Bane in a position somewhere that the enemy team don't see it. I guess that's kind of a tall order when you're playing against Bat Rider and Beastmaster, but at least at nighttime you can try to secure vision inside your base, put sentries against that Hawk so it doesn't get in, and then try to get a Fiend's Grip. And even if the grip gets cancelled, at least you force Alliance into a position where you have a chance of setting that up. It's kind of naive to expect Darkseers just blink in, vacuum 4 heroes, and then black hole on top of that. Like, it doesn't happen at this level of play.
I think this was the fight. Yeah, he vacuumed really early on in the engagement, and then you could see like Alliance are grouping up for the chase, and maybe it's because they saw vacuum used.
Yeah, he's coming in from the bottom left now.
Yeah, Bulldog roars, and I think he wanted to try to roar Lanham, but he wasn't able to
He must have used it to farm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like he used it earlier, but in these types of team fights, granted, like you said, it might not have been necessary if the game were on even terms, but in these situations, the big plays are the way that you get back in. Like, you can't really rely on taking a team fight without having, you know, Alliance make a mistake and expect to be able to come out on top.
I mean, EHOME were meant to, their comeback was meant to be through team fights, and they just didn't find the
This was
necessary team
the
fights.
one where he blinks in the black hole, I believe.
Yeah.
The one where EHOME actually ends
This
up
was like a
taking
perfect
good
fight. Like, they get the vacuum right on top of the black hole as well. And S4, actually, he blinked out of range, and he tried to lasso, I think, and then that's why he walked into it.
One thing I really liked from the S4 interview that we just heard was that he actually used the word that I would be using for Alliance in that situation. They must be relieved. I don't think they're satisfied. Because I feel like none of the teams in this game, relative to how they can play, they just flat out didn't play well. And I think Alliance know it. And I think if you look at it from EHOME's perspective, they obviously are super disappointed with only getting top 12. But it's not just that they're out of the tournament. It's the way they got knocked out. It was just a really weak performance from them. It's a bad loss. And there's a lot of speculation to be made now. Like, you can't just isolate, oh, we played a bad game. You also had the draft. You put CTY in a hero he has never played before, and I don't know. It's kind of worrisome for a team like EHOME that go in with so high expectations to get this kind of placement. I wonder what they're going to do.
Why was Aki allowed to fly under the radar so much? Because he turned into a magnificent carry there. He was at the end. He was like a rocket cannon, just shooting out those impetus hits, and he did so much damage.
It's kind of the dream lineup for an Enchantress, if you think about it. Especially considering the composition that EHOME were running. They don't have a way of closing the gap on you, and they're relying on like black holes and like a bear to kind of carry their team fight. So there's no way for EHOME to really penetrate and get to the back line. Bane is also, even the way that Cinderin said that you have to play it, you have to kind of be on the back to protect your Enigma, to protect your Lone Druid. So they have defensively postured supports. You have an IO and a Tiny who can go on front line, relocate for you, and you also have this Beastmaster who has ridiculous farm. So there's already enough on EHOME's plate already. Like, okay, we got to worry about Hawk Vision, we got to worry about Blink Initiation, you know, Bat Rider, and we can't even worry about the Enchantress because we just don't have the option.
And that, I feel so much just goes back to how well Bulldog did in lane. At about, like, you're looking at the 20-25 minute stage of the game, Bulldog sitting on 10k net worth, he's right up there next to the Lone Druid. He's the most farmed Alliance hero. And I'm just like, what's going on? This should not be the case. He's playing solo off lane. He's in a 1v1 matchup, which, yeah, he should be able to get some farm in, but he's exposed. The ganks come his way. He gets solo black hold. He's meant to be a hero that just doesn't snowball out of control. You don't think Beastmaster, as a hero, that can take control of a game single-handedly from the off lane. Like,
He even got solo black hole by Lanham. Like
Yeah.
he came bottom, and I don't know who said it, but you were like, "Daddy Lanham comes to
Yeah.
gank for CTY because he was getting
It was one of
wrecked
those
in
plays.
lane."
It's like if he didn't get that he does it because of the solo kill. It's like that's like my star player just got solo killed 1v1. I need to like boost his morale and solve this lane. I'm gonna go solo black hole.
Need to help him out.
Yeah,
it worked.
Yeah.
I mean, Lanham
for
was
for a moment.
For the kill.
For the first like 20 minutes of the game, Lanham was like the hero for EHOME. He counter ganked the mid lane. Alliance got too aggressive mid lane. The Ember and with the Enigma help counter killed Loda. Like they killed Loda two times I think when he got too aggressive, and then he helped out get the kill on Bulldog to try help CTY recover. End of the day, they get the kill on Bulldog, and then CTY just goes on to die 3 times in the next 10 minutes. So it's like, man, what does it matter? I don't know.
I think in conclusion, this game, I think the biggest opponents that EHOME had in this game were actually themselves. And that's not taking anything away from Alliance because they're really good, but it seemed like they were fighting themselves too. I think they have all the pressure of the Chinese community on their backs, right? They're the team that China hopes will pull through. Even though they start in the lower bracket, they're still the favorite Chinese team. And then, they get so stressed in that game. It's so clear that it's a bigger problem for them to stay calm than playing their actual heroes. That's just
it's funny.
It's inexperienced players, and we're saying that when they've won LAN events before, but I don't think they've been under this amount of pressure before. These youngsters that Lanham has to hurt, and like you said, Lanham played the best in that game. He's probably the calmest. Yeah.
It was something I talked about with a few of the other casters here coming in, like, oh, it's in China. That could some of them were saying, oh, it's going to be a benefit to the Chinese teams. They'll do better because it's in China. And in my mind, I was kind of thinking the opposite, where it's almost added pressure. There's more expectations playing in front of your home crowd. And that's, if anything, going to go against some of the teams, and even more so in EHOME's case because they are young players.
So looking forward for EHOME, obviously no longer in this tournament. What do you think will happen with the team?
I don't think it's hard because the next roster reshuffle is for the 6-month period. It's for the next major as well as TI. But this to me is a team that can turn it around. They've got an amazing coach in 7-1. I hope they stay together. I don't think this team needs to change anything.
Okay, now for Alliance, they're going to move forward, of course, and be playing best of 3s against the winner of our upcoming match. But for Alliance, specifically this game, you heard S4, he said, we played a bit of an unusual matchup this game, which to me felt really strange because I saw signature heroes all over the place. Yeah, they switched up their lanes a bit, but
I think all he meant was lanes. Yeah.
Okay.
Every single one of those heroes is a comfort zone pick for them.
Okay, because looking forward, what are we going to see from Alliance? How do you think they'll do?
They have to play better than this. Else, I think top 8 is the end station, actually. Well, depending on how the next matchup plays out, like how good they are.
Well, they're going to be versing winner of Complexity and LGD.
Yeah.
Swindles was very confident with their bracket, but with that said, Swindles has been very confident about everything,
yes.
except for the fact they had the hardest group. But even that, he was like, "We have the hardest group, but we're going to get top 2." So
Alliance's play in that game, I think, will not get them further than top 6. But I also think they're a team that can gain momentum and just get over it. You know, now they're through, like you said, relieved through best of 1s, get to play BO3s. The team's probably a bit more calm now, so we'll see how they. It's hard to say how they show up next match.
Okay, then it's time for us to take a short break. And when we come back, we're going to find out who Alliance will face tomorrow, because it is we're going to continue elimination matches, you know, seeing dreams burn and crash. Tournament dreams, in this case.
You love it, God. Stop.
Stop smiling, God.
Dirty
It's serious business. It will be Complexity taken on LGD when we are back from the break.
选手们已经进到各自的对战房去准备自己的设备。我们也是来回顾一下老干爹跟 C 表他们的一个晋级之路。老干爹其实是在胜者组当时也是中国队唯一一支胜者组苗，然后当时在这个第一天的主赛是面对 MVP Phoenix 是0-2不幸落败，跌入了一个败者组。然后 C 表的话呢也是在败者组当中战胜了 Spirit， 然后是成功的挺入了这一轮比赛。我想问一下几位，你们对于这场比赛来说怎么觉得？
其实这场比赛的话，我觉得可能老干爹获胜的希望会大。
Welcome back to the Shanghai Major, and we're back on the panel with a elimination match. Best of ones is still where it's at, and we have LGD taking on Team Complexity. We're joined here by Synerin, Draskell, and Winter, and I'm going to let them speak in a moment, but first we're going to go over to the draft that has already started, as we will find out what these two teams have in store for each other. LGD versus Complexity, gentlemen. Which team do you favor going into this match? Best of one.
I thought I was coming into the Fnatic game, apparently not.
No.
Someone swapped their schedule with me.
We tricked Winter into being on the panel.
Yep. He doesn't even want to be here right now. He wants to be sleeping.
In case you're wondering who did it, it was Gods.
Yes, it was. Who is just having his own laugh.
It's okay now because
he's sitting over there with the biggest smirk on his face.
I'm not the shortest one on the panel anymore, which is great. Because it was
That's
Gods, you, Sheever,
Why did it
and I'm like 6 foot, and you guys are all like giant compared to me.
And also, we're sitting up straight, unlike...
Well, I'm kind of sitting up straight.
Yes, you are.
You're trying.
Okay. Game time. LGD versus Complexity. So the draft's already on its way. We should be able to jump in there real soon. But before we do... I mean, I asked, you didn't answer, but I want to know, who do you favor going into this matchup? Because I believe a lot of people are considering this one of the more even matchups we have today.
I'd say Complexity, but not by a large margin. I mean, obviously a lot of the games in this major are going to be close, but I think this is one where it's like, LGD's style, I think, isn't a good matchup for what Complexity like to do just in the past. And I think that LGD have been showing a little bit of weirdness in their drafts as well, which I'm not really a huge fan of. I mean, yesterday we saw some drafts and it was kind of just like, what are they doing with their hero picks? And then they kind of just lost the game, I think, largely attributed to that. So that's my opinion. But
Okay, and we can still go into the draft because it is on its way, so hopefully we'll jump in there very soon. Synerin, what are your thoughts on this best of one? And on specifically the fact that it is a best of one with these two teams?
I'm with Andy. I think Complexity showed better form in their win, all in all. I guess LGD, who was it LGD lost to?
LGD lost against MVP Phoenix.
MVP Phoenix. Okay, so that's a hard match. So maybe we can't draw too much from that, but I think Complexity is a team that rides on momentum, and they did well yesterday. So I have high hopes for them, but I do think it could be a pretty close game.
Well, Earth Spirit will be the first pick up there for LGD Gaming, so looks like Complexity has something prepared. What we saw yesterday from Complexity, and what I think is their biggest strength, is that they set out a game plan and they execute it. Sometimes the game plan doesn't work, fair enough, but they have a game plan and they execute it. And they can plan what they go up against in most teams if you know what they're going to pick. When you leave certain heroes in the pool, you know that they're going to pick them up. So it seems like they might have something, or I think they would be one of the teams that have something special prepared for LGD and would bait them into picking certain heroes like an Earth Spirit in this case.
They're just going to pick Enigma, man. That's just what Complexity do. If any time they can get their hands on Z-Freak Enigma, they just do it. If it's not too greedy.
Well, they can. Can they do it? As in, too greedy?
Against Earth Spirit, it's kind of rough. Because you have such a long range disable, you can not have to worry about Black Hole so much. But Earth Spirit's also not like... He's not amazing against early 5-man, but he's still pretty good. And his roaming is obviously going to be a huge problem if you pick too greedy.
What do you think of this first few picks and bans, Winter?
Well, I think like if you go Enigma against Earth Spirit, the primary concern is your mid lane, because Earth Spirit is just going to camp him and you have Enigma, so it's more or less certain that you can't really help your mid laner. That's something that you would consider heavily when you're up against Earth Spirit. So until you can be sure that your mid matchup is a matchup that you don't feel can get pressured by the Earth Spirit, then probably you would consider the Enigma pick then. But until that happens, it's kind of still better, I think, to keep it open.
10 seconds remaining.
I was wondering if they would go for this this tiny pick actually, because they've had so much success with playing this on Limp. It was out of control yesterday. I do believe that was with an IO, but or was it even? No, they was Lich Enigma. Yeah, they didn't even have IO.
It was with Lich. It was Lich tiny.
Which LGD are now going to ban. But I think Complexity seem they're very confident with the hero. Against Earth Spirit, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, as it is with Earth Spirit is with most heroes. If you catch him off guard, you can actually almost one-shot him. At the same time, Earth Spirit very good at like kiting Tiny and just being overall annoying. I wonder if Complexity, now that Lich is banned, will even put that Tiny mid, or if they're going to swap their lanes around and put Lone Druid mid. He's way less susceptible to Earth Spirit ganks in a way, just because the bear can always Savage Roar while he gets engaged on by the Earth Spirit.
Okay, Lich already got removed. We saw Complexity indeed having the Lich as combination hero with the Tiny. As Io then was picked up by the Spirit, which they had led through to counter
10 seconds remaining
in the game against Team Spirit. And they ended up winning here too. Which combination would you like to see with Tiny now that both Io and Lich already got removed? Is there any sort of specific combination you would go for, or do you just use it as any typical carry and just go for its own strengths?
I mean, his strength is just getting that early blink, right? I think that obviously they had the Wisp and the Lich previously, just to make sure that you get to that point faster. But you can still do it without those heroes, and depending on your lane matchup, you might still get it at a really good time. Or you can do what Cinere mentioned, just put Lone Druid mid and you can put the Tiny safe lane to get a much more secured farm for the early blink. That's also another option that they have. Since Lone Druid can basically lane anywhere, it doesn't really matter for him.
I think Venge is amazing this game for Complexity.
I was thinking kind of Disruptor too.
Yeah, Disruptor is also good. The reason I'm thinking Venge is that you have swap against Witch Doctor, Death Ward. That's kind of nice. And your percentage-based aura is actually really good for both Tiny and Lone Druid, especially the Tiny who hits really hard. It gives them Roche potential on Dire. Since these classic lane supports with Tiny are ruled out, I'm leaning more toward the mid lane Lone Druid, and then you just... There's a lot of supports you can obviously run if you're running it with Tiny in the safe lane. So there's a lot of good things to be said about Avenge here. Disruptor is great too, though, against Earth Spirit. It's a better counter pick to that hero in particular.
Well, they're going into their bonus time to think about this next pick. How are we looking in terms of teamfight potential for both teams? What do we expect? How heavy are they going to go in on that?
Well, it's kind of hard to say for Complexity. I mean, their team can still fight. We haven't seen a single support pick yet. Or, I mean, potentially Lone Druid could be offlane in this game, I suppose, so that's always something to keep in mind too. But LGD already have Earth Spirit, who is great in team fights. Witch Doctor, if he gets a good ward off, can be the same. Just depends on how heavily Complexity want to go for the actual 5-man. They seem to favor it from what I've seen. They don't like to pick a team composition that can't 5-man. That's why we see so much Tide, we see so much Enigma out of them. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for something like that.
Yeah, and they're on the Dire side as well. So like what Cinere mentioned, picking the Venge would be nice for the Roshan factor. And pretty decent at team fighting. And overall, I think Complexity's strength is when they play as a team, when they play around each other. That's when their strength shines truly. They're going to have the Tusk. This is mostly for Handskin. I think I remember Swindles play the hero as well, but very rare.
Yeah.
it's not really that great anymore nowadays on the offlane. It's more likely we see him as a support. It's a good stuns to actually cancel the Witch Doctor, like you guys mentioned, the Wench with the swap. It's quite similar with Tusk. You have
10
Snowball and the
seconds
punch.
remaining.
LGD is sometimes called the masters of base
5
defense.
seconds remaining.
They were called that a couple of years ago.
Yeah, but they still are in this this
very
patch,
good
or
at
at least they're very good at it. Maybe no longer masters. Maybe they went the rank down, but they're still very good at it. How do you deal with going high ground if you're Complexity? Is the Lone Druid enough, sending the bear up high ground, having 2 bears potentially? Tiny, of course, can pressure very hard, but you do need to go up high ground. You can snowball in if you want.
They could boost it with something like a Legion Commander, which just got a lot more appealing as a pick. Could be an offlane pick for Swindles, and you probably just accept that if the LGD lane is strong, you just jungle with Iron Talon, or they played on Z-Freak jungle as they have done before. Alternatively, Enigma still looks pretty good to me, honestly. It's not so much about the black hole in this game, it's just the push power, take towers, you get fast mech, you take Roche. I'm not sure why they would stray away from that.
10 seconds
now that they have
remaining.
a Tusk, they have a support that can help mid if Earth Spirit comes in. It's a very good
5
counter-initiate
seconds remaining.
for the mid lane.
What I would give to have a look at the book that Swindle has in front of him.
Reserve time.
It's the mystery book.
It is the mystery book.
The draft book, as he says.
What will the draft book say Complexity will pick?
I mean, I think
Enigma
I
here?
think overall Complexity looks much better when they always have a jungling hero. But with the Tusk, it seems like if they run a jungling hero, then they would have to lane Tiny in mid. Otherwise, Tiny safe lane with Tusk, because Tusk is probably going to be roaming. Like, how would you lane them if you actually pick the Enigma? Yeah, the Chen comes out. Because I think it's always better for them that if they have a jungling hero, like I mentioned.
I actually picked it into Witch Doctor and Bad Rider, 2 heroes.
But
that are
it's like the
actually
purpose of the pick, right?
Yeah.
Mostly they want a 5-man and they want to push.
But wouldn't you just say Enigma was better then?
But you get pressured by the Earth Spirit more. I think if you go for Enigma, Chen is like you can still somewhat help the lane. In the first few minutes, you send a creep over. But Enigma is like you're on your own, dude. I'm just gonna farm until I'm level 6. I'm not gonna come out. At least if it's your Chen, you can actually send creeps and maybe smoke gank with the Tusk. You can do something. At least you can have the lanes.
LGD said they already had a bit of a counter towards the Chen, perhaps with that Bat Rider and Witch Doctor there. Anything else they can look to get to maybe match the greediness of the Chen pick?
A lot of teams have been picking Doom against Ench and Chen, but I don't think it's doable here.
I think they might actually just pick dual core, like what they usually do. The way they greed is different from other teams. So other teams greed by getting a jungler or getting a greedy support. But for LGD, when they greed with picking 2 position 1 heroes on their team, on Maybe and Syla.
Is Morph not an option here for Sylar?
Morph's timing is so awkward against Complexity's lineup.
But it's pretty good versus their heroes. They don't have much burst apart from Tiny.
If you can hold on, it's good.
They don't have good lockdown for Morphling.
I just get that feeling that Complexity can control Roshan, and Morphling's not that hero who can just make the impact in the team fights early enough to stop Complexity right now.
Which hero would you think is good enough to do that? A Gyrocopter comes to mind, perhaps?
Gyro's good.
Gyro's good versus Chen. That's true.
Pretty good. It's not amazing, actually, when you look at it. But it's good for fighting against Tusk. If you do an aggressive snowball, it's very telegraphed and it's easy to call down. Great against Chen for obvious reasons, and then it's awkward against Lone Druid, I guess. That's a pretty bad matchup for Gyrocopter in the mid game. The bear just runs in and...
I mean, this is a better matchup, right? For the Lone Druid, the Razor?
Yes. You can still drain the bear. That was never changed. And the good thing about this pick for LGD is regardless of what Complexity put mid, whether it's Lone or Tiny, he should be fine.
5 seconds remaining.
So they safeguard that lane first and foremost. The downside, I guess, Razor perhaps not the best hero at benefiting from Earth Spirit rotations early. In the very first few levels, you generally like a hero that has an additional slow or stun, so you can finish off the kill. But they don't necessarily need to kill, just pressuring is good enough.
Remaining.
How do you feel that Razor changes the timing which LGD needs to hit?
I mean, it gives them a much better way of de-pushing, defending, because before this, Earth Spirit, Witch Doctor, Bat, only Bat has somewhat de-push with Firefly, so it gives them more option to buy time against the Chen. So I think it would help them in terms of defending, so in case they want to go for a last pick where it needs more time to come online like a Morphling, it helps the morphing, because you can buy time for him to farm.
I wouldn't be surprised if LG just go morphling again.
Because they are very stubborn.
Yeah, they did it the other day.
Let's pick it every single time.
Even if it doesn't fit the situation, they just still go for it. Maybe it won't be the morphing, but I would still expect it to be a hero that needs a lot of farm. Like their dual core setup is very, very common in their drafts.
Yeah.
And for complexity, okay, that's the Swindle's hero. So they're going to have a very typical Chen draft. You want to push, and you have a big AoE team fighter that protects your team when you're actually sieging the towers, which is the Tide this game. Type doesn't really to go for the mech, so it's nice you can go for maybe a mech. Maybe a blink early.
How are they gonna lane this? Is there a chance they're gonna put Tidehunter safe lane and Lone Root off lane and just try to get that blink dagger on the Tide up as fast as possible?
I know that Swindles doesn't play the Lone Druid, and sometimes when they draft Lone Druid, they put him on Slada or Blue safe lane. But this game, I think it's probably higher chance that they put the Lone Druid off lane and Chessie will play it. The Tide off lane and Chessie will play the Lone Druid safe lane. And because their supports are Chen and Tuss, so you ideally want a safe laner that doesn't really take too much of your support's time to actually help them zone. And Lone Druid will be perfect for that.
Okay, Sin, lay it down. What's gonna happen?
I'm just curious whether maybe goes safe lane against that Tide or they put the PL there. Because PL can also be played mid, so they're flexible with their lanes, and Salah has played mid quite a bit.
So they'll put Razor versus Tide and PL mid.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best. Well, I guess we'll see. I think Complexity have a very clear game plan, and their lineup peaks, and LGD have to stall. So if Complexity deliver, they're going to win the game, and they look pumped up, so Complexity's going to take it.
Complexity is gonna take it, says Cinderin. Draskell, what say you?
I agree. Again, I just like lineups that have such a strong timing like this, and this is Complexity's comfort zone to a T.
Winter, you want to be the odd one out?
Nah, I think it's just really easy for them. Like I always go for the draft that I feel that it's easier to execute. You have much more room for error. I always favor those factors. I think Complexity, like they mentioned, very simple, very straightforward. You know what you have to do. For LGD, you need to hold for a long time. So I favor Complexity.
Well, I'm gonna call it. LGD is gonna take this one. Come on, guys. We're going to have a Chinese team making it to the best of threes here in the lower bracket round 3, which is what these teams are fighting for. Their tournament lives is on the line. LGD taking on Team Complexity with Capitalist and Blitz.
Thank you, Shiver, passing it over right in time for the pause, but that just leaves a lot of time for Blitz and I to talk about this matchup because it is a best of one. I know both you and I were leaning a little bit more towards Complexity. We heard our analysts were pretty evened out as well, but now that you see the draft, what do you think, Blitz?
I think that Complexity's lineup is a lot easier to handle, and I don't think that LGD was greedy enough in their lanes, for example. Like, they needed something that could one-on-one dominate against the Tide. I've been telling you time and time again, you can't just pick the Tide unless you can get a good lane out of it or there's like a plan behind it. You can't just go to the jungle with that type of hero. Like, you have to abuse. And so LGD, they didn't really do that. Like, they've got an exploitable matchup for them that you just find against the PL when the supports decide to move around the map. And most importantly, like LGD pick Razor again. I don't think this is a maybe hero or a hero that he really wants to play. You saw the Chinese crowd; they reacted incredibly negatively.
Yeah, they're
to the
not
Razor
big
pick.
fans of the Razor, apparently.
You can tell, like, they're all just like super behind LGD, and they're just like, "No, guys, come on, we know better than this."
No.
It's weird because when we're at TI, like nobody questions PvD. It's like everybody, that's like home turf for them. But here, everyone's just like, "Ooh, that Razor pick, I don't know."
All right, well, we're finally getting our pause finished up now, so we can head into the matchup between Complexity and LGD. Again, another best of one elimination match. As LGD definitely have this big dynasty behind them, want to be able to prove that they can move forward at least a bit farther in this tournament, while Complexity, a newer team, obviously they did quite well at TI, but a different roster here with some of the Swedes coming over.
Yeah.
And they want to be able to prove that this roster can actually stand up in the international scene and not just in the North American.
Last time at TI, I believe they got top 12, right? At that one?
Yes, they started an upper bracket.
This is where they
and
got
lost both
eliminated.
games. Yes.
And they'd like to at least one-up that a little bit, especially since they lost two of their players who ended up having enormous success in Fly and Moon Meander, who went on to win a major shortly after. But Complexity still have a lot to prove. LGD have even more to prove. Like, you can feel the weight of the crowd on their shoulders. when I first got here, I thought that the Chinese teams would have a pretty significant advantage, just because they have the crowd behind them, no jet lag or anything like that. But seeing how the crowd reacts and seeing how passionate these fans get, in a lot of ways I feel like this is just a lot of pressure that's being put on them right now. And so far, teams are just dropping off left and right. It's just them and Newbee left over.
All right, so we're starting off determining our laning phase. Some early wards being placed out on both sides. We did have an aggressive ward laid out by Complexity, blocking out the pull camp, while LGD actually holding on to their vision for the time being.
The battle begins.
Looks like a bear. Going to challenge that bottom lane, try and snag that bounty rune. Not going to be picked up, though. Phantom Lancer will grab that one. And our Razor is going to be in the bottom lane. So that is a lane that can definitely deal with the Spirit Bear a bit better than the Phantom Lancer. Phantom Lancer matched up then against Limp in the mid lane.
I really like the way that LGD have laned this overall. Like, they're in a position to win potentially 3 lanes out of this, depending on how the Witch Doctor plays this. And that's a pretty good...
How do you think Witch Doctor should be playing this? Do you think he's actually required in this top lane, the 1v1 matchup with Bat Rider and Tide?
I think he absolutely secures that ROTK, gets a good start.
Oh, the toss back nice and early. Sylar is going to have to use the early level of Doppelganger, but he's already stuck inside the tower. He takes a couple more pot shots there before he's able to get out, but that will burn through a lot of regen.
If Hanskin was just a little bit more precise with the eye shards too, that could have just been our first blood.
Yeah, I think he assumed that one of the illusions that were farther out was the real one.
Yeah, I really like this, by the way, Cap. We mentioned that ROTK kind of felt like the weak spot for LGD in his play so far, but they give him an advantageous matchup, and more importantly than that, they're giving him help. Like, they want to absolutely secure that this guy has a good game. We saw earlier in the games where he played, he just kind of left the lane almost immediately and had no impact. This time around, I feel like they're setting him up for success.
Oh, bottom lane, they actually start going on to Chessie.
Oh, this body block by MMY.
Yeah, MMY can't quite stay ahead of him. He's going to be able to get into the trees and escape, so no first blood just yet until middle lane. Chessie goes down in the mid lane. He ends up dying. MMY may still end up going down to the bottom lane. The block's out from Chessie, bringing him low. Hanskin's trying to catch up. Will be able to get one more right click before the roll away. Now Chessie and Z-Freak combine forces, but maybe it's already been pushed out. Complexity's aggressive situation in that bottom lane doesn't help out Limp, who's easily taken out for first blood.
I do like that this Z-Freak Chen is playing aggressively in this jungle right now because he wants to try to help out Chessie because he knows that he's the true one position, although they left the Tide in the safe lane. They want to make sure that he has an okay game, really relying on the Radiant's timing of the bear, but Limp dying here early on and getting no CS is definitely not doing them any favors.
Z-Freak may need to switch out creeps here. This Hellbear Smasher is pretty low. He's going to be able to find a Centaur that may be an adequate creep to gank mid, but then again, it's still a Sylar or Phantom Lancer. You can just doppelganger away most of the time. So kind of tough. The Avalanche does miss there. Limp just getting a CS out of it.
And one of the strengths of putting the Phantom Lancer mid is he's just so annoying to play against. It's difficult to gank him, especially without like the hard lockdown silence, which is even more useful than the stun in some cases.
Can they actually get this one? It looks like they're going to go for the snowball, pick up the Centaur, and roll. But I don't think the snowball duration stun lasts long enough for the Centaur stun to go out before Doppelganger.
Yeah, I kind of want to... It just sort of feels like a low percentage gank to me, unless he runs out of mana. But
or maybe they combo it up with an Avalanche. Let's see. They're going to lead with the Avalanche toss. Already bring Sylar low. They're actually going to hold on to it. Ice Shard's ready to go. They get the snowball, bring the Centaur close enough to be able to hit that stun. Sylar will end up going down. A well-executed gank by Complexity.
Yeah, and Limp actually got the full combo off, making it incredibly easy for them to pick that one up because Sylar doesn't know that the back flank is coming. Allows himself to get comboed.
Swindle's trying to interrupt a lot of this CS at the top lane. And does manage to get some of the bigger creeps, so that's actually pretty favorable for him.
Yeah, so RTK in a really good position as he's easily racking up the last hits. And this bottom lane has not been favorable to Chessie whatsoever. Complexity, that mid gank was really necessary for them right now.
Yeah, top 3 CS on the board is all to LGD's favor. A roll in from MMY, misses out on Chessie, but we do have a 2-man smoke from Complexity in the top lane. They're going to try and catch out ROTK, who's been playing this really aggressively against Swindles. ROTK is going to be hit by this snowball. They already have the anchor smash on top of him. Swindles is burning, though, underneath this fire. They will be able to slow down ROTK. The Satyr Banisher is going to work. ROTK can go nowhere and will end up dying. Complexity very low as they retreat out, but still, they got the successful gank on the Batrider, slowing down that Blink Dagger.
Perfect creep for that kill as well, Cap. I don't know if they could have done it with anything else.
Maybe a Help Air Smasher, but I think that's pretty much it.
No, they needed more than just that one initial. Like, he had to use that twice for them to get that, and that's going to help Swindle a lot. And this two-man roaming squad by Hanskin and Z-Freak are evening out the lanes quite a bit, but still, as long as things stay static for LGD, they're going to be incredibly satisfied with how the CS game is going for them, as AAB has been mostly unchallenged in this bottom lane. And with both supports sitting behind him, preventing all kind of help.
They do have Swindle about to complete an Arcane Boots, and he's got his level 6, so they could actually get another successful gank on ROTK if they wanted to.
I'd almost like them to rotate bottom with the Arcane Boots level 6 on Swindles, just TP him down and go for the tower push directly thereafter.
Yeah, try and get some sort of snowball initiation.
Yeah, like I don't want him to stay static at this because I think eventually he'll want to swap lanes with Chessie, but Swindle's getting really low at top, already stacked up 3 times, that's a 4th, but creeps are going to come over from Z-Freak and zone this one out.
Swindle, unfortunately, being so low, they can't actually turn and fight in any way. Hanskin's going to try and rotate up to the top lane.
Yeah, they don't have a ward for this.
They're going to gush him.
ROTK doesn't have Firefly anymore.
Yeah,
Hanskin,
he will be able to get some sort of slowdown here. If he gets the Ice Shards over the top, they might be able to kill ROTK, but never mind. Swindle's fully committing. They have the Ravage, but now the lasso goes out. Swindle is going to be able to get this off. It goes down, but it doesn't matter. The 4 heroes of LGD get stunned, but Complexity have no way out. MMY finds the extra kill, slowing down Hanskin. 3-2 now. LGD punished the aggressive move by Complexity up to that top lane.
Huge error by Complexity in communication. They simply just didn't have the damage to burst down ROTK really quickly, and you have to give up on that. As soon as you start going to the tower, the Tidehunter wanted to commit the Ravage, but ROTK with great individual skill drags them for as long as possible, allowing TPs to come in one after another. The downside of this is that Chessie is going to pick up some farm, but
he's going to run into maybe here. That burst damage isn't nearly enough. Limp has only got level 3 in Toss and level 2 in Avalanche, so it's not even close. That being said, he is buying a ton of time for Chessie here. He's pushing out the bottom tier 1 tower at level 6. He picked up his Druid form, immediately went in so he could be able to get that quick battle cry and actually put a lot of pressure there. Unfortunately, not enough to actually take the tower, so there's still a pretty big gold lead for LGD, but maybe this wraparound from Complexity can help offset that. If they get a successful gank here, they can take this tower, and they're coming with the numbers advantage too.
Yeah, and this is what we wanted to see, right? But in an ideal world, you have your Tidehunter here.
Yeah, it's already being used. The snowball comes in. Maybe he's going to be stunned up immediately. Nice 2-man stun. MMY gets a good kick, but it doesn't matter. Maybe as well as the porter down, MMY is just trying to escape. Limp, he's got to toss up in 2 more seconds. He's going to decide not to go for it, and they just turn around for that tier 1 tower.
And LGD, this was a mistake by them because you have to know at some point you're not going to be able to defend this tower, especially with the Chen in the game. They thought with 3 there alone it would be enough to dissuade them, but with PL in the game and Batrider not having a TP, it's almost impossible for them to rotate down there. Like, that idea might have worked if both the cores could have came over instantly, especially since there's no Ravage on the Tidehunter. But without that available, LGD have to communicate that to the rest of the team. Like, ROTK and Sylar have to say, there's no way we're going to help out. At best, that's a 3-on-4 engagement for you.
Right.
We've said it time and time again, in the last cast as well, if you've been listening, the safe lane eventually is no longer safe. You have to rotate out of there. Maybe even just leave a support down there or rotate down to the jungle.
And particularly when you're picking up some of these slower cores, such as the Phantom Lancer in particular. Oh, mid lane, they're going to be able to jump on a Z-Freak. Quick kill there, roll on through.
But Chessie's going to get out of there scot-free. And they're going to be okay with that, as Limp's going to pick up a little bit more farm. And most importantly, the Tidehunter is finally starting to catch up. Last time we saw Swindle, it was slowed down quite a bit of farm, but in this game it feels like he's having a much better go of it, and surprisingly ahead of the Batrider net worth. And this was a Bat who had a lot of advantages afforded to him in the early game.
Yeah, he's got only 36 CS now. Swindles is actually ahead of him, and may actually be able to get the Blink Dagger ahead of him too, depending if we have perhaps another rotation from Hanskin. He's level 4 right now, and RTK is actually going to focus on clearing through some neutrals instead.
Surprised he didn't decide to stack that, but I guess he wants the XP in the lane as well. Just kind of playing the double up game.
They do have a stack, a very small one, just a double stack. DDC is spending some time over there. available deeper into the Radiant jungle. MMY and DDC, maybe thinking about trying to punish the Tidehunter, but it's kind of a bit late for that. The Ravage is already back up, so I don't see him as being a very viable hero to gank.
Yeah, and Swindle looks like he's going to go for the mech. The last time we saw a Tidehunter actually went for drums, which I heavily disagreed with. I feel like the strength of this hero is the ability to counter-initiate with both the mech and the Ravage.
Wasn't there a mech on someone else in that game, though? No?
There's no mech.
Okay.
That was the Team Spirit game.
Yeah.
But Limp is trying to catch up a little bit, picks up his treads. Really like to see the Blink Dagger on him. Although we didn't see it in Loda in the last game. Limp is going to be one of their primary initiators. And you want him to create space for Chessie as well.
10-minute rune. Siler's going to be pushed away from that one. Or he's actually going to go for it. This is very dangerous. Leads with the Avalanche. Hanskin will be able to catch up here. He's going to hold on to the Snowball to try and chase down Siler, but Siler actually gets over the cliff and will be okay. Snowball used defensively, but MMY managed to get a good kick. They have a little bit more damage. Siler's going to be able to finish him off with a lance. Gets it in the end. Good pressure from LGD.
Yeah, Siler made the right rotation there. He waited things out, saw that his team wasn't coming over in time, but then they baited things out. Were able to kill the Tusk for free. That's going to be a blink on the Batrider. Really like to see ROTK pick up the smoke, maybe even set up a kill for Limp mid and take down this mid tower.
Chessie's about to complete his Hand of Midas despite being pushed away by the Razor quite early on. Complexity have managed to draw a lot of attention of LGD to this mid and top lane, which is giving Chessie a good amount of space to be able to come back into this game.
Yeah, and this is why you want to take control of this bottom half. You want Radiant to kind of just center around this side of the map, and you want these 3 camps plus the Ancients, plus your own large camp to farm around. Helps so much if you're the Dire offlaner.
Yeah, if you're a Dire side offlaner that actually can clear through camps relatively easy, his low druid's probably the best. And that's going to be a great opportunity for him to speed up that farm. And you still have Swindlemulls going at it at the top lane. He picked up that Iron Talon, is about to finish the mech. Once they have that, Complexity is actually going to be looking really damn good for a 4-man lineup and just lit the lone druid split push.
Yeah, they immediately go for, like I said, the mid gank, but it's going to be Hanskin that's here instead.
Pick up. That's the first reveal of the Blink Dagger, though. Complexity, I'm sure, is still going to be happy with that. What they may not be happy with, though, is LGD going to be able to turn this into a Tier 1 tower push as well. Looks like Swindle's going to try and put a stop to it. They've already blown the glyph. It's on the side. DDC's going to be able to caught by Z-Freak, and he's got the perfect creeps to be able to pull up a support like this. The cast goes out, but a Gush will finish him off. The Tier 1 tower is going to be saved, at least for now. They can choose to deny it if they want.
Yeah, and you start to realize how important this Tier 1 tower is to both teams, as everybody from Complexity willing to rotate for 100 HP tower. You don't want to get that one down for free. It's a really good positional advantage, but Complexity might just pick up one of their own as LGD. They also don't want to give this up, but fortunately for them, they don't have the Flaming Lasso, and Swindles does have that Ravage to back him up.
It seems all... Oh, it's a dangerous fight, but they're going to try and lead on Swindles, just getting some Firefly damage. ROTK obviously doesn't have that lasso. The Tier 1 tower's still going to go down. They throw out the kick and try and perhaps get the deny. No, they're just going to go for the Spirit Barrier. Nice deny from DDC. Toss in, Swindle flying Ravage. No, the silence immediately goes off, and Swindle will be pushed back.
So well done by MMY, preventing that team fight from starting, but in some ways I kind of think that Complexity are happy about that. I don't know where their damage could have came from.
Yeah, I almost think that Swindles maybe was about to make the call not to Ravage that.
Yeah.
Because he actually started turning before even trying to go for the animation of Ravage. I think that was perhaps just a bit too deep. Still though, MMY, beautiful, quick play there to try and counterplay the Ravage if it came out.
Still, good map control by Complexity as they're the first ones to take the mid tower down, but LGD, they're immediately going to strike back, get control of their jungle again. They want to prevent this bear from just being able to farm around that area, and it looks like they're going to go for the wraparounds. Definitely not going to be a Roshan. Like, this is a clear kill attempt. But everybody from Complexity, they're ready for this, and they've got the mech, the Ravage, and the Chen Heal available. I don't know if this is a fight
that... The Ancients cleared through the 5-man smoke from Complexity, or 4-man smoke, rather, behind the lone druid. This is pretty smart. They're actually assuming that LGD are going to go for that gank and try and counterplay it, but... Or I'm sorry, on Limp, who's pushing out that lane.
Yeah, maybe he's going to show himself mid. Complexity might decide to just make their way over there to cut off any sort of entrance into this bottom lane.
Witch Doctor.
Yeah, they're going to run into DDC here.
They've got the ward to be able to spot some of this, but the smoke has still come through. Hanskin, he's been seen, and Witch Doctor is actually going to be able to get away. DDC Quick enough reactions. Still, though, this is Complexity set up as a 5-man at the bottom lane. Phantom Lancers pushing on top. I'm not sure this is a fight that LGD want to be able to take.
Yeah, they do have the Firefly from ROTK, but he's got to be careful.
Lead in. A little bit of Firefly damage out already. Avalanche slows it down. He managed to get a first hit through.
All right.
But Complexity are not in a position to be able to follow that up. They're just a bit too low, so they actually have to back away. That's perfect. LGD stopped the tier 2 tower push and will be able to get some damage on tier 1 at top. This means Complexity have to rotate.
They also took down the tier 1 mid, which was what they desperately wanted. And this time, Razor just walks in, hits it twice, gets away with it. But Limp does have the Blink Dagger available to him now, and they really needed that to be able to initiate. And all of these fights, Cap, they've really struggled to close the distance. They don't want to just rely on tossing Swindle into 5 heroes. They want to be able to blow somebody up and punish for trying to defend. Like, that's what the point of the Tiny is in this lineup.
Right. And punishing Sylar in particular with the way that he's split pushing with these boots of travels, you can't afford to just give him all this space.
The problem with trying to kill Sylar, though, is it would take 2 heroes. I don't think you could just do it with the Tiny alone.
Oh, for sure.
Batrider just continues to try to farm up. RTK is doing the right thing here, not trying to overextend or force anything. This might be like the most stable game that I've seen him play so far, the Shanghai Majors. Sometimes I almost feel like he focuses a little bit too much on trying to get kills, and he just falls behind in farm to everybody. And even though he is behind the Tiny, he's in a much better position than we see him in most games.
Sylar is going to be running into some Chen creeps here that are rotating around. They just want to ensure that they can get this tier 1 tower. And if LGD continue to go for this bottom lane push, Complexity can probably just keep going. Try and go for a tier 2. They have Jesse here. They have the superior pushing power, that's for sure.
It's really this Batrider that has to TV back with the Earth Spirit if they want to defend this tower.
So MMY and RTK both about to be ready to go to defend this push, but it's already down to half HP.
He's scouting out for the rest of his team.
Maybe finally takes that tier 1 at bottom lane and is ready to go for the TP at any point in time. His team chooses to engage, but again, it's a dangerous proposition. His Limb shows his Blink Dagger, jumps onto RTK. Nice silence from MMY. Actually brings a lot of time. RTK is eventually going to go down here. Oh, there it goes. The bear finally finishes him off. Z-Freak's right in the middle of everything. Does manage to heal up. Swindles is staying forward, though, making sure that if LGD want to be able to fight this one out, they have to go through him first. They've already lost their Chen. Jump in from MMY. What an initiation. He managed to get his silence on the multiple. The Ravage goes out still, and MMY is down. The Snowball will be able to save Hanskin for the time being, but oh my god, what a plasma field from the Razor. Almost able to finish these heroes off. They're going to pursue and see if they can get some more. Sylar's looking for a doppelganger forward. Lance is going to be able to hit on Chen. You turn around from Limp, though, almost popping maybe. They get the root as well. He finishes him off. The plasma field.
Window's still alive.
Window alive. Sylar's trying to finish him off the Lance. He gets the kill at the very minimum. 3-for-3 exchange. A tier 2 does go down. But LGD managed to keep Sylar alive and in some big-time kills.
Yeah, and he needed that XP bonus because he's going to be the one position. Maybe he's struggling a little bit, and he's going to go for the BKB almost off the bat. And Complexity, they need the initiation item on the Tidehunter. That was so awkward for Swindle. He was walking forward trying to create space, but LGD just kept resetting the fight over and over again.
I love the way that Sylar was also playing around that cliff face, being able to attack them on the right-hand side. Got the kill on Z-Freak, for example, and was able to bounce out. It just meant that Swindle never had a good opportunity to catch both maybe as well as Sylar.
Yeah, game's still really close. The advantage is almost negligible. I feel like if you're Complexity, though, the next target is eventually going to be the Roshan. You've got the Dire side, you can do it quite quickly. There's no rush though, Cap. Oftentimes you'll go for it immediately if there's no other objective to go for, or if you think that the Radiant can eventually do it. But if you look at LGD's lineup, there's almost no heroes that can take it.
So big upgrades on both sides here as Sylar completes his Diffusal Blade. That will obviously increase his damage in team fights twofold. But that being said, we do have a Radiance coming in for Chessie in the next few minutes.
Yeah, and you've got the Blink Dagger on Swindles now. So he can start to look for the counter initiations that his team needs instead of just walking slowly forward. But that's a pretty good amount of farm for the Tidehunter. And you know, I was sitting with Bulba yesterday, and he says, Tide is not a hero that you can just sack and use for Ravage. You want to continue to farm with this hero, try to get more and more out of it.
As late game pickups such as Shiva's, maybe a refresher, pretty much a necessity for Complexity, as their late game is not that assured, as Phantom Lancer is going to be a tough hero to deal with. Kind of
Yeah, exactly. They do have Tide plus Lone Druid and Tiny, though. That's a pretty strong way to deal with it, especially the Tiny in the early game can clear most of it.
Grab on a Z-Freak here. They do have Siler coming in, but the Snowball is going to be able to slow down RTK. He gets popped by the Walrus Punch, but Z-Freak will still die, and Siler's surrounding these heroes. He does go for Hanskin up next. The Diffusal Blade is just too much for Complexity to be able to handle. Double kill for Siler.
He's going to get gone on by the bear, but there's no follow-up.
Oh,
He's making his way over.
He's got a doppelganger. Swindles might be able to hit this Ravage setup. Siler's ready to go. Oh my god, they throw everything almost to be able to pop an illusion, and Siler TP's away. See you later, Complexity.
Completely calm as 3 heroes start to run towards him. Even picks off 2 of the supports by himself. Look at the space that he just created with everybody rotating up to try to kill Siler as the bottom tier 2 under pressure during this, and Swindles is going to make his way down. Maybe they get at least 1 kill,
Nice
but MMY with the
kick.
kick.
Once again, MMY shining on this Earth Spirit.
They're just getting run around the map right now.
We say they're kind of running around the map. When does LGD really get to a point? Because it feels like Complexity do have the better like late game. When does LGD's lineup really take control of this game?
I mean, they have the PL, and depends on how well the Tiny is farming. And the Tiny doesn't have an absurd amount of farm because he's gone for this Blink, and his PL is getting really huge after all those engagements.
Right.
So I think LGD right now are okay with the pace of the game. They've got a Bat Rider, so Roshan isn't exactly easy for Complexity to do. And the Tiny is got his Aghanims at some point, but still, they're not winning the engagements behind the Ravage like they wanted to. And they haven't been able to use the double heal because LGD are just splitting them around the map repeatedly. And that's what you want to do against a Tidehunter. You want to abuse the fact that this guy doesn't want to just expend his cooldown, because that'll signal LGD to start taking fights if they don't get completely wiped.
Now, while LGD may be abusing Complexity when it comes to the movement around the map, Complexity are still getting a good amount of farm. Z-Freak is actually almost getting an Aghanim Scepter already, and it's only 21 minutes into this game. Considering how active he's been and how targeted he's been by Siler multiple times, this is a pretty respectable amount of farm for a Chen.
It is, but you also have to look at the fact that he hasn't gone for the mech first, and that's usually what slows him down so much.
Yeah.
The fact that he's gone for the Ags and he's getting it around this timing, I think for a jungler is kind of okay, especially for a Chen who's a little bit more active than, say, an Enigma.
Complexity may be looking to push if they can somehow get Roshan, get the Aegis, and have those Mega Creeps in their hands from the Chen. That'd actually be such insane 5-man power that LGD may actually lose Elena Rax or something like that. Swindle's going to jump forward. They're going to try and pop Siler here. He managed to jump himself away. Oh, no mind games can be used for that one, Siler. Swindles blows the Ravage to obtain that mega kill streak.
And this is now, what do you get if you're LGD? The bottom lane is pushed in, the mid lane is getting pushed in by Chessie. So that Ravage expenditure, I'm okay with. Like, you can't let Siler get away for a second time. And it just doesn't, it's not just a kill cap, it's like a psychological thing to do. Like, you let this guy get away for a second time and you have Ravage and you didn't use it, you're going to be kicking yourself for that. It's a pretty good kill in terms of the gold, the morale, and you're always going to feel good taking out a 1 position.
And Chessie's about to be evened up with Siler because of that death. Net worth at least. Limp with that Aghanim Scepter is pushing out that bottom lane a bit. Complexity are just keeping themselves relatively well spread and farming up, but it looks like they're going to go for a 4-man smoke now.
Yeah. They don't have the Ravage, and so the timing of this is a little bit weird for them to go for, like to fight into a 5-on-5. I don't think Cole decided to go for this. If anything, I feel LGD gets aggressive because of the fact that they know the Ravage is on cooldown. So I'd like to see them smoke, try to get some pressure set up and take down this bottom tier 2 tower, which is exactly what they're going for. And Complexity, they want nothing to do with this.
Even with Siler pushing out that top lane. Of course, he's got bots, but...
No, I think you just give up this tower if you're Complexity. They're reading the situation correctly.
Tier 2 towers are notoriously hard to defend as well.
Yeah. Here, Cole, you just wait for the Ravage to come back up from Swindles and continue to farm out. I like that Swindles is always farming. Like, he just rotates around and around, and he's kept up with the Razor, which I think is pretty impressive.
So you go Shiva's next just because it's a PL. Try and get that as early as possible.
For almost all situations, you would go for the Shiva's next anyways. Give the Watermelon some armor. Chessie has the Vlads now too, and you've got the Ags completed on Z-Freak. Complexity. Just wait for the Ravage to come off cooldown. Again, LGD, they can't really threaten this. Like, Complexity is like, all right, go for Roshan. See how long it takes you.
The Bear will constantly scout it out if need be. They've also got some tiny illusions, so instead LGD going to turn their attention to this tier 2 at bottom lane. And it looks like Complexity are going to try and fight this one out. The Ravage just now coming off cooldown.
Yeah, this is the perfect timing for them, but bottom tier 2 is getting really low. They're getting chased down as LGD full retreat.
They use a Purge on the Bear to make sure that Sylar can get away. Another Doppelganger use. Swindles has his Blink Dagger ready to go. He can actually catch LGD here. Limp's going to be leading this charge. BKB goes off on Maybe. He turns his attention to fight out Limp with MMY hitting a huge kick. Swindles just unable to get off a good Ravage here. He's wandering around looking for it desperately. Still, though, the Bat Rider has gone down from the Lone Druid, and the BKB is now down out from Maybe. MMY jumps in. Ravage gone. Used on Sylar. MMY comes in, trying to pop his full combination. They're all low, but nobody on LGD is high enough to be able to get a single kill. LGD get wiped there, and Complexity keep almost everyone alive. Z-Freak tapping out towards the Bear end.
And the Bear, or the Bat Rider even goes to the buyback here, thinking that his team can hold on for just enough time. LGD does a perfect split there. They lead with the BKB on Maybe, and Swindles is just like, okay, what am I supposed to do here? But he sees the opportunity to kind of single out Sylar, and you're okay with that fight every single time because he's the primary damage dealer on LGD's side. For them to lose the Bat Rider and the PL that quickly in the fight is just disastrous. And now LGD, they're not going to be able to respawn in time to go for this Roshan contest. ROTK is in no position to help out. This is going to be a free Roshan for Complexity, and because LGD don't have the lineup to do this in the first place, Complexity knew that they could leave the first Roshan in the game this late.
So the Aegis now acquired for Limp, who's going for a BKB as his next pickup.
If you look at the fight recap, and that's what the arena's seeing right now, you see everybody from LGD completely split up, trying to avoid the Ravage, and it just never came. Swindle's like, okay, well, you guys are going to take individual fights. We're okay with that.
Yeah, they just surrounded Sylar and so able to easily pick him off.
That's such an odd engagement. Like, LGD, they don't have a mech or anything.
Oh, Complexity. This is indeed a close matchup, and I don't blame them for sweating this one out.
Yeah. Your knees are weak when you're in the pit, you know, arms are heavy.
Come on, Smail's now. 7,500 gold lead for Complexity right now, little over 7,500 experience. Complexity have definitely gained themselves a huge advantage, but how do they swing this Aegis to get themselves more control? They just barrel down mid, take the rest of these tier 2 towers. Can they even consider going high ground this early on to the game?
High ground is a scary proposition cap against that kind of lineup, but LGD don't have any of these like huge game-breaking ultimates that you'll often see other teams draft to kind of hold that. LGD expected to be ahead in this game. This is not. You've got the Bat Rider, who's pretty ideal, and the Earth Spirit is okay, but you don't have anything like a Chrono or a Black Hole to kind of really scare Complexity.
Yeah, the Razor in particular was supposed to be at his peak at this point in time with the BKB, and he's got a Yasha and drums as well.
He's just not farming very well. He's even behind the Tidehunter now. Swindles is 2,600 gold, and he's got an item coming to him. It's just going to be a TP. I imagine it's going to be the Shivas right after. And Complexity's in the driver's seat right now.
A 4-staff, actually, for our Tidehunter.
And they're going to go for the smoke. They want to make use of this this Aegis that they just picked up. 10 seconds to go on Swindles' Ravage. But I sort of think if LGD are split up on the map right now, which is what they're going to do, they should decide to just go for a fight. You don't even need your Tidehunter. They know maybe he's by himself at bottom. DDC being there is a little bit of a surprise, but he won't change anything.
Yeah. If anything, it'll just be an additional pickoff. Or perhaps enough of a warning sign for maybe to be able to get out with a TP. Perhaps even forced to use BKB, but we'll see. Oh, Limp is able to get it to jump onto him first. BKB is popped, TP out, and there really isn't anything to stop him from getting away. They will be able to catch DDC, though.
Now the Bear going to go for the AC. Z-Freak bringing in the Ancient Thunderhide. Is that like, where does that rank in the 3 big creeps?
I mean, in this specific matchup, I think it's actually one of the better ones because of Frenzy, putting it on the Bear.
And the War Drums Aura is not bad either.
Yeah, I mean, it's additional 75 attack speed on a Spirit Bear. That sounds pretty good to me.
Oh, he's got the Ancient Granite Golem too, which is one of the better ones. Especially if you consider how tanky Cole's lineup was and how difficult it was to kill anybody in that fight. This is going to be so hard for LGD to stop. They need to have ROTK ready. Firefly is still on cooldown. Pretty disastrous for them. They're going to pump the glyph, try to buy some time, but Swindles is just running straight forward.
Just trying to chip him. ROTK not even going for the lasso, apparently, as that is just an Aegis Tiny. He's just trying to get damage out. Spirit Bear would be a nice kill, but again, can he fully commit to it? Doesn't look like it. Damage, Maledict will actually finish it off, and Complexity will actually retreat. Sylar split pushing up that top lane will make Swindle Melons come back to base. That tier 3 tower actually went down to half HP, much more than Complexity managed to obtain.
Yeah, unfortunately they weren't able to pressure up that high ground, and LGD made a pretty good showing, saying we're not just going to let you take this Rax. This is what Sylar is going to do if you ever try to threaten up. Sylar is not quite tanky enough though to survive the Ravage, especially if his team isn't ready to fight. Like, he's going to need a BKB minimum on this Batrider before they're going to take any engagements. Like, DDC's been pretty flawless with his ulti positioning. It's just not quite enough because he has no farm to back him up. Like, he's a level 9 Witch Doctor, doesn't even have the level 2 Death Ward. Aghanims is a pipe dream at this point.
Yeah, it feels like his Maledict has actually been more important in this match than the Death Ward.
It is when you consider all these high HP value targets.
Yeah.
LGD's main issue is they only have one reliable damage dealer. The Razor has a BKB, but he only has 1400 HP and 9 armor, which in this phase of the game, when like 4 heroes are right-clicking you, does not last for very long.
They will be able to get the tier 2 at the bottom lane. Sylar's pushing on top. Once again, they're going to try and threaten Complexity back.
No
but
Firefly again.
This time, yeah, Firefly is not going to be able to get Complexity off this tier 3 tower. And maybe this is just a straight trade-off from LGD.
I think you just go bottom if you're Complexity too. Like,
yeah,
okay.
Complexity push for more here. In one fell swoop, they may be able to get 2 lanes of Rax. Limp is caught in a bad position, though. He does have the Aegis as well as BKB. He can afford to die here. And he'll come back with the magic immunity needed to be able to fight this one out. Limp may actually be taken out from the Maledict. At least he's not inside the enemy base, so that's okay. But still, Sylar's taking the lane of Rax. Maybe they should have backed up.
I don't know if they would have had. They wouldn't have had the TP on Limb, and they don't have a TP on Swindle either.
Yeah, I guess they would have been caught kind of split if they tried to TP out. So their only other play then at this point in time is to make it so it's not a straight trade. They'll go for the second lane of Rax still.
This is so much scarier though. They don't have the bear for a full 2 minutes. And the Tiny doesn't have the Aegis, so maybe they just wait for the initiation first on Swindle, who's walking all the way around.
Sylar addresses them a little bit, starts burning through some of that mana. Oh, the 4-man smoke. Complexity are really going to try this one.
They're going to go around from the front.
Yeah, if they can catch Sylar. Is this even worth potentially blowing Ravage just for a kill on the Phantom Lancer?
They only have 1 BKB on LGD. There's a good chance that you clip somebody in the back too, but
yeah,
they're waiting for somebody to defend. They know because nobody's going top that the smoke is most likely happening, and everybody from LGD just backing up inside their base. They know they've traded 1 Rax for 1 Rax.
That was plate mail. He gave it over to Maybe. That Swindle's almost sniped from the courier. So now we have some better armor on Razor. You can deal with 3 or 4 heroes beating on him like you're talking about.
Yeah. And Complexity are still in an advantageous situation despite the pure 1-for-1 trade, but LGD are going to be so happy with what just happened. That's, you know, sigh of relief. They had Aegis plus like 3 massive high ground heroes, and they were able to hold for a straight trade.
You get a big HP upgrade on Sylar as he's trying to complete a heart at this point in time. But oh, RTK is going to be able to grab Hanskin. A pullback, a free pick off on a support, not amazing. They would have loved a core, but
this will only hurt forever.
Still, it's something for LGD to hold on to. And they know it's very likely that they're going to have time to be able to sit back and farm and get those next round of items, such as potentially an AC on Razor and that heart on Phantom Lancer. Because Complexity probably need to wait out next Roshan.
Complexity can wait though. They're farming everywhere right now. Swindles, I really like the way that he's played Tide this entire game. He's kept up in net worth with the Tiny, which I think is really impressive. He's almost got a Shiva's completed, so this is not just a Ravage and done Tiny. On the flip side of things, this Batrider is so poor. He needs BKB really badly. Like, they need somebody to be in the middle of the fights with Sylar. Like, he can't just be alone we're seeing what happens every time. Because then the Tidehunter just expends the solo Ravage on him, and it's almost worth it for Complexity.
Complexity have no reliable stunts go through BKB, so if ROTK can complete this one, that'll actually be a guaranteed complete displacement of one enemy hero.
They're going to deward this, and Sylar picks up a massive item. It is a heart now.
Heart's going to be pretty good, but I'm still concerned about the Ravage being able to control him and then Complexity focusing him down.
I mean, I'm concerned about a lot of things for LGD right now, but you got to sound positive, man. Things are rough, but Sylar could just go insane in a fight.
Yeah, Complexity know that too. Even though they've got about a 8 or 9K lead in both Gold and Experience, it's still a very dangerous proposition trying to end this game right now. They get a Basher now on the lone Druid. Shiva's complete for the Tidehunter. And our Roshan, it's actually going to be coming up here in another 30 seconds.
And this is probably what it's going to take to go for the high ground safely. Like, they don't want to just have Limp force the BKB, especially since the Glyph is up on the side of LGD. But LGD, they know the Roshan's out. They're going to go for this smoke. I would have really liked to see them wait like 10 seconds.
They're going to go straight high ground here. Oh, they're going to be able to grab Sylar immediately. They burst him down a little bit, get him down to about 2/3 HP. The Ravage goes out as well, controlling up these heroes and making sure RTK doesn't get the full pullback. Limp has popped his BKB, and LGD are just trying to kite Swindle Melons and the rest of his boys around. They get the toss forward. MMY gets off a really good ultimate that can keep on going, and Beyondly survives. Finally, he does go down.
Oh,
Limp's going to be
about to
taken
go
out,
down?
though, and maybe a lot of damage, but he's only down. He's fighting up against Chessie. The snowball actually keeps some of the heroes alive, and Sylar almost goes down as well. Doppelganger trying to juke it out.
They're trying to figure out which one it is.
Low, but finally they get him. Ice Shards completes the kill. A 1-for-3 exchange, and Complexity can now try and force some buybacks.
Oh,
Thing is,
none.
LGD don't have any.
They've only got it on the Earth Spirit. The other two cores don't have it available. Complexity don't know that either, but they should at least poke to see. If neither of the cores buy back, then they know for sure. Like, there's no way that LGD just give up a second lane of racks like this if they had it available. Complexity is going to confirm.
And this will be a second lane of racks, it seems, as LGD's supports do not have the damage to be able to push back Complexity. RTK starts jumping forward. He's like feeding himself like there will be buybacks, but there simply won't be. A Walrus Punch, floor snap forward. RTK gets some distance and will be able to just barely survive. The melee racks and the range racks will both still go down. RTK's feint does not successfully dissuade Complexity from pushing in the lane.
I almost thought for half a second that LGD was going to win that fight. Like, they were killing Limp. The Ravage was pretty good, but it was spread out. So nobody from Cole exactly knew who to hit. Sylar did quite a lot in that fight, but they just don't have enough damage.
Here, I thought you were making a joke about that bottom lane RTK initiation.
No, I mean, he had to do what he had to do.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, maybe if I BKB and they think our cores will buy back, and I'll lasso in and we'll get a fight going. It's just like a hopeful thing. So, you know, 2 racks down, and you just lost a massive team fight right in front of your base. Yeah. And Complexity verified that neither of your cores have buyback. I think that's pretty big information in itself. Because now Cole, don't they just go for Roshan right now because they do have buyback on both of their main cores?
Yeah. This Complexity lineup is just so damn tanky. And then they even have the saving mechanisms between the Chen and the Tusk Snowball with the Blink Dagger.
That Granite Golem giving them all Vit boosters too.
Yep.
The spirit of Febby lives on.
Lives on. He's still kicking in the tournament.
That's true. They're top 6 or something, right?
Top 6 guaranteed.
Yeah, that's insane. But
all right, a bit more damage now for the Lone Druid. This will also help deal with the Phantom Lancer Maelstrom into Mjolnir once again.
So they're all smoked up. They want to go for this Roshan. LGD still don't have buyback available on either of these main 2 cores, but they know they can't just give up the Roshan. That'll probably mean Mega Creeps, but Complexity are just running towards top. Like, they might just actually go down mid and take this mid racks, or this top racks, because they know there's no glyph. I think that's actually what's going to happen. Like, LGD, they're not even going to be ready for this.
They got to start TPing back
this
right now
crazy.
if they want to be able to defend this.
They're going to run. And
all right, here comes the TPs.
Yeah, now Complexity should just go for the Roshan, I think.
Yeah, now that they forced
Yeah, they can
LGD
just
back out of position, they're actually going to go for the push here. The jump forward, RTK actually establishes Z-Freak as his first target. They're going to be able to blow him up almost instantly, but the snowball comes in. Z-Freak unable to get off the heel. Ravage goes down, BKB is up, and Siler is still
just going for the racks.
They're actually just going to try and go straight Mega Creeps, and they've got it too. LGD have to win this fight and somehow make a counterplay. They've already taken out 2. They're going to be able to get Swindlemon's TP out. Never mind, they have no stuns to be able to stop him. Oh no, Complexity get a really clean escape from all of that. 3 cores alive. The supports are the only ones who go down. I don't know how LGD can possibly turn this one around. They can't go straight 5-man down mid or something crazy.
Cole read that so well, Cap. But I have vision of everything. And I was like, that's the play. And Complexity's like, yep, they're all going for Roshan right now. Joke's on them. We're not even going to contest it. We'll go straight for your base. We know you don't have Glyph available. I mean, Complexity might have just secured themselves a top 8 berth. As LGD, they're going to go for the desperation push. They know it's all in now or never. They don't have the buyback on Razor. Sylar's going to go for the front line. He does have the boots of travel and buyback, so he wants to die if anybody's going to die on his team. They've got one good shot at this. The lanes are actually pushed in pretty well, so Complexity, LGD still have a win condition.
Complexity do have full buybacks though. So it's definitely going to be the toughest fight of LGD's race through here at the Shanghai Major. Sylar starts jumping forward, immediately going to be targeting Swindlemon's.
He's so tanky though.
He easily survives. They start focusing now on the tier 3 towers, slowly but surely. They just do not have the same kind of great pushers. Jump forward, they're actually going to be able to get Chessie. Saboteur goes out. Limp going to try and counter-initiate, but the BKB's already gone down from LGD. The problem is Complexity are so damn tanky. Chessie, he's finally going to go down. Maybe he's able to kill 1, but LGD, they're just getting cleaned through by Limp as he takes down 2. Both of those heroes going to buy back now. It's a good kick from MMY. He's going to be able to stall things out. They're going to try and boots of travel in mid lane by Sylar, while maybe defends the bottom and top lane pushes of Mega Creeps, but it all but assured that LGD's push has been stymied. And now they're just going to have to play for a late game scenario against Mega Creeps.
They do sort of have the heroes for it because the Phantom Lancer and the Razor are incredibly tanky, but maybe he doesn't even clear these very quickly and he doesn't have lifesteal on anybody, which is why you're going to see the Witch Doctor pick up the Vlads instead of staying for the buyback because he knows his buyback is kind of irrelevant here. Complexity, they did have to use the buyback on Chessie, which is a little bit worrisome, but they've got this guy over here, Roshan, just going to ignore that need.
Pick up a second life for Chessie, and it's guaranteed too. They've got so much vision of LGD fighting back Mega Creeps right now. They know there's no way that LGD can contest.
And with this, they're all going to have buybacks available on the heroes that need it. Chessie's going to pick this one up. The 10's got buyback. I actually think they all do minus Chessie, but he's got Aegis, so that's kind of irrelevant.
Moonshard picked up Jesus. Between the Moonshard, 120 attack speed, and then he's also got this Frenzy being given to him constantly. That's 75 attack speed. That's more than a Hyperstone. It's a Hyperstone and a half.
Z-Freak has a Glimmer Cape too. Does LGD have a gem? Yes, they do on ROTK. But they need to protect their 2 cores right now. LGD, maybe if they can hold this, they've got a small shot.
But we may even see a scenario where Complexity just goes straight for Throne. The tier 4 tower, one of them's already dead. It's got 37 HP only.
Yeah. LGD, they're fighting till the bitter end. They know no more chances after this. And Complexity, they're playing this so safe. This features 2 of the members that were on that NIP squad that were up Mega Creeps against Alliance, but
yeah,
they
hopefully they've learned their lesson. Alliance prevented Niv from being able to go to the Frankfurt Major. These same Swedes now make it to the Shanghai Major in the form of Complexity, cannot afford to lose to another Mega Creeps advantage.
They know their position in this game is so much better than it was against the one back in the Frankfurt Major, and they've learned a lot since then. Tier 4 tower's going to go down. LGD are constantly being pressed back into their fountain.
And here comes Complexity surging forward now. They have the Spirit Bear that's going to be leading the way. Oh, jump in from Limp. They're actually going to be able to identify DDC and pick him off immediately. He does not have buyback. They're playing around the fountain. Oh, what an Ice Shard. That's actually going to prevent the retreat from MMY. He gets the kick, rolls back into the fountain, will be able to survive while Sylar goes for Z-Freak in the back, but he doesn't have the vision. RTK, toss him in the air, bounce back up by the Ravage. They've also controlled up Sylar as well, who they're trying to target down, but they get back to the fountain once again. Hans
dropping low for maybe, but some of these heroes will not survive. RTK has to buy out now. The tier 4 tower going to be the target. Complexity,
might actually
they're
take down
quite low though. RTK almost going to be beaten down
Oh
again.
no,
by
Lift
They're
does
going to be
so
looking
much.
Sylar as well. No buybacks there. Complexity, they've taken 2 tier 4s. They've done it. They've taken out LGD and will move forward to top 8 guaranteed here at the Shanghai Major.
And in the booth, they just immediately rush each other, leaving their keyboards behind.
Going absolutely wild in the booth, hugging each other like mad. Complexity are so excited, going from bottom in their group stage of Group D to now winding up top 8 guaranteed and into the best of 3 part of the lower bracket.
I mean, Swindle's a vocal guy, but you gotta hand it to him. He backs it up.
He does. Absolutely. What a bunch of matches here in the lower bracket. Can't wait for the next 2. Of course, our analysts, another big match to talk about.
Indeed, it is Complexity. They beat LGD, one of the Chinese favorites coming into this tournament, and now there's only one Chinese team left in the whole competition, in front of an audience, their own home crowd. We talked about it a bit before this matchup, that it might have been a bit of extra pressure coming into a home crowd like this and feeling like you are the team that's supposed to be winning it for your country. The pressure ended up showing, I feel. Why are you punching Winter for, Draskell?
He keeps closing my laptop. Like every time I was like, just tilt it down a little bit, keep it on. He just closes it. I'm being BM'd right now on the panel.
You can copy the favor.
Nah.
Go ahead.
Just trying to keep everyone focused.
Do it.
Yes, because
I mean, this game was just basically when you look at the draft, like it's very difficult for LGD to execute what they needed to.
Mhm.
But for Complexity, we all agree that it's just simple. They just need to get Radiance, hit their timings with the mech, then group and push, secure their objectives, get Roshan.
Yeah,
It's
like
very straightforward. It's easy to play.
LGD basically need to split push. They need to find picks with the Bat Rider. They need to have a good early game. They need to take Roshan away from Complexity as well, because their lineup is. There's so many different things they have to do to reach a good win condition.
That was arguably one of the best Earth Spirit performance we've seen in the playoffs. That was so good by MMI, but it wasn't enough to carry his team.
who would you say won the laning stage here? You would say it was indeed Complexity?
I think it broke even, and that speaks for Complexity with their game plan. If Earth Spirit doesn't win your team the laning stage and you have weaker mid-late, I guess not super late game, it could be argued that both teams had strong late game, but when your mid game is weaker and you're Radiant, the game's hard.
The game turned out to be very difficult indeed. And while we wait for our winner's interview, what could LG have done after the laning stage? Is there a way? What you're talking about, it was a very difficult win condition, but what was their win condition?
I think the biggest tipping point of the game was actually the fight bottom, where RTK died without being able to use anything. He ends up buying back. Complexity end up routing LGD off the map, and they get the Aegis off the back of that team fight. So it's like wasted buyback, get team wiped, lose Roshan at the same time, against a lineup that has this mid-game centric kind of push, we can high ground you timing, that automatically just puts an insane amount of pressure on them, as if it wasn't already hard enough to win at that point in the game. I think that was actually kind of the beginning of the end, because by that point, you need to have the PL, like he goes bots, and he goes Yasha to split push the lanes to try to make Complexity not group up, because the best way for Complexity to win is the 5-man, so obviously you want to split up the map as best you can. The problem is they end up committing to a fight where they end up getting caught first, and that fight goes badly for them, and then Complexity's win condition is just already in the bag. They have Aegis, they win a fight right before the Roshan, and then they can just push down a lane, and since no one else on LGD is able to push side lanes during that time, it's just already, that's so difficult to win from.
Was there anything in the draft particular that you said, like, if you would change this hero for this one, it would have been a completely different game and they would actually have definitely a chance to win this out of Complexity?
It's not that their lineup couldn't win, and I think they had a pretty good idea of what Complexity were going to do. They've kind of been running the similar style strategies. They always pick a pushing kind of team fight oriented draft. So I think that they just figured they could outmaneuver them during this, because it's what they had to do.
Yeah.
I mean, taking straight up fights with like a PL and a Bat Rider versus a mass team fight and a Chen is really, they always partner Beastmaster with Bat, and that way they can play the vision game. Yeah. And the vision is really key when you're playing a hero like Bat to avoid the full 5-on-5 confrontation and try to find your picks. I feel like LGD maybe have suffered a little bit from that. And I think maybe something, I don't even know. The problem is,
before the match with LGD was, and I say was, high ground defense masters. Not anymore, I would say, because their high ground defense got broken quite a few times during this tournament. But we're going to talk about that later. It is first time for our winners interview.
Complexity 的 Chassis， 有请 Chassis 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello。
刚刚这场比赛也是非常的精彩，在国外玩家的眼中，老干爹其实是一支非常强大的中国队伍。在你们击败他们的那一刻，感觉如何？
It was a very exciting, intense match. Of course, LGD is viewed as a very strong team by foreigners and foreign teams. How did it feel the moment that you beat them?
It felt incredibly good to beat them, and I'm just really, really happy that we're able to be here now in the top 8, out of the lower bracket, and it feels really good.
我们赢的时候感到非常非常爽，我现在感到很荣幸，我们终于突破了8强，而且终于可以从败者组走出了一步。
就在败者组，随着更多队伍离开我们的舞台，剩下的队伍也是非常强大的。你打算怎么预备你们下一场比赛呢？
As you said, you're into the top 8, and a lot of very strong teams are left in the field. How do you plan to prepare for your next match?
We're gonna do our best to prepare. As soon as we know which team we're playing, we're gonna study them, and we're gonna do what we always do, and we're gonna come in hard, and hopefully we will win.
就是全力以赴吧，努力，然后去学我们对方的阵容和套路，然后就为他们做准备。
然后我现在是知道 Chassis 跟他弟弟是在同一支队伍里面 ，Limp，就我知道过去的10几年当中，你们有自己的相处方式，但是如果在队内有意见不同的时候，有没有想过用哥哥的身份去压他呢？
You're of course teammates with your younger brother Limp. Of course, growing up, I'm sure you have certain ways of dealing with each other and interacting. So sometimes, if you disagree about things, do you still act like the big brother to him?
I think he acts like the big brother to me. We just scream at each other all the time.
那他可能更像大哥一点吧。我们经常会互相吵架，吵来吵去。
好有趣，那也是非常感谢 Chassis， 也感谢 Jack。现在把画面交回分析台。
Yeah, shouting at your brother when in a match. Well, hopefully not when in a match, but overall, I mean, it's quite unique that we have 2 siblings, as in 2 pairs of siblings, in a match, in a top 8. Are we going to see that ever again? Are we going to see the thing that a lot of people talk about? When they grow old, obviously, some people will have kids, and they will have 5 kids, and they will get 1 Dota team.
Someday.
That would be tough, actually. I mean,
to accomplish that, or have them play together.
You could just adopt 5 kids. You know, I could like.
Actually, yes.
Well, I wouldn't adopt winner. I'd adopt a good player.
Hey.
Wow.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey.
Before we went to this interview, I asked you about the high ground defense of LGD, which obviously was a little bit lackluster this game. What made it lackluster?
I think the reason why it seemed lackluster, because I felt like in this type of draft, Bear either had to have a lot of items, like he needs BKB for stuff and blink. I just felt like because RTK, he died way too many times and he didn't really play that well in the early game. It affected his timing. Like against Ravage, there's no other way. Like you need BKB for stuff and blink. Like you need all the items. So for them to be able to defend and take successful team fights, he has to have all those 3 items. Bare minimum, you know. I'm not even talking about Refresher, Shiva, whatever. You know, those 3 are the basic items he needs. Like he didn't even get those items in a really good timing.
So what is LGD gonna do now? Feel like they have the potential to stick together and make it to top 8 TI?
I think it's one of those things where this region already has like 3 teams that are out, right?
Yes.
So
4.
Newbee's. Yeah, you're right. But Newbee's the last one standing. So usually after a big tournament, when you have a lot of teams lose, there's usually a shuffle. So I think that there's a high likelihood that we're going to see at least a couple of people move around.
They need a change of direction. I feel that is their biggest issue. Like their play isn't really something that I would look into too much, because I feel like in a lot of the games they are losing, but they're playing very well. It's just the fact that the way they see the game, the captain, the way he envisions the game, like how they should be playing, how he should be using their players. I just feel like he's not using their players to their full. You know, it's like the way their draft can be a bit stubborn at times, and they're unwilling to change certain ways of playing. I'm not sure if it's the whole team or the captain just being unwilling, but it just seems like every time I see RTK's team, they always seem to have this problem, and he's always the captain.
I think Tron had an interesting point in an interview last night where he said, I believe, that was after Newbee progressed.
Yeah.
he said he was asked why the Chinese teams aren't doing so well right now, and he said one of the problems is that there's not enough young talent that get an opportunity to play in a top team, and that it's still just the old guard that just keep shuffling around and staying together. That could be something that the teams could look into. I think if he's saying there's not enough young talent, you just need to look. You need to look more, because in the Chinese pub scene, there are a lot of young talents, right? And what you can do then is you could grab 1 or 2 talents for some of the teams that need to shuffle, and you actually have room to spawn another team in addition to that. So it's not like the old guard need to retire. They just need to mix and match and get some new energy in. I think that's possibly a healthy approach. It's worked great for some of the Western teams.
I mean, Newbee has tried to do that. You've got yourself 3 TI winners and 2 players from former Energy Pacemaker, and they have been doing okay. They're a fairly young team still.
They got their captain from the second team, Newbee Youth. Like their drafter right now was the captain from their youth team, their academy team. So maybe something like that has to happen more, because I feel like they don't really have any new captains coming. Like no new up and coming captains. Like they might have some like core players, like the newer ones, like maybe and whatnot. But I think like they need like more new captains that see the game differently. Maybe see the game like a Western team, how the Western team plays, and put new ideas into the team.
But the Western teams also don't really have that many specifically new captains. They have new blood, but not specifically in the captaincy.
Wouldn't you consider Swindles like a new?
I don't know. He's been playing on for a very long time.
Yeah,
and
but not in Dota.
He's been in Dota
like
around
1 year. It's like I would consider 1 year or 2 years like fairly new.
I guess as a captain, perhaps that is something to be said for that. But I mean, he did the same in Han. He was a professional player for a long time.
I think oh yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it seems to be the standard though in Dota that it's always the Western teams who innovate, and then it was always like Chinese teams who ended up doing the strategy better, like finding out a way to execute, get more out of the early game or whatever. But now since the patches are rolling out, it's just that they don't feel like they have enough time to adjust before a new meta is formed. So I think that I totally agree with Winner that you just need some people in the scene who are going to mix things up a bit for them.
Okay, well, this tournament is not going to be the place for them to mix it up in, because they're out, and complexity moves forward. That's how I mean, it's best of ones. It's like you're gone. You don't perform. You're out. We don't want you. We want complexity, and complexity is going up against Alliance, but that won't happen until tomorrow. And tomorrow we're going to continue with the round 3 lower bracket. And Complexity Alliance is only one of the 2 matches that we're going to have. And the other match, the other best of 3, is going to be between either OG and Virtus Pro, best of 1 that's coming up, or we see Newbee, yes, one of the remaining Chinese teams, the only one remaining Chinese teams, and they'll go up against Fnatic later tonight as well. So 2 more best of 1s coming up here. OG versus Virtus Pro will be our next best of 1. So we're going to take a short break, and when we're back, it is time to eliminate more teams.
Shanghai Major is this.
The gloves come off, or well, in Virtus.pro's case, the masks come off. It is time for elimination match. OG taking on Virtus.pro. Best of one, and with me a brand new panel. We've got Capitalist, Scant, and a Blitz. Welcome, gentlemen, and welcome to well, to the hopes and dreams of burned teams, and for us the chance to feast on them, if we can, if we want.
You're so hungry, Shiver.
Yes,
Like you just
I don't
enjoy
know.
watching teams
Okay,
lose so
so
much.
I'm hosting all the lower bracket matches,
Uh-huh.
and Colo Guy's hosting the upper bracket matches, which is, you know, it's fine. But somewhere in there yesterday, it's like, I think it was Merlini sitting next to me, and he just said, yeah, you know, when there's best of ones and when it's in a lower bracket, there's just so much more on the line. People fight harder. He said it a bit more harsh, but that is just so true. This is best of ones. There's do it or die, and I get really anxious for the team. So it's kind of it fuels my fire, if you will. But we have still got 2 teams left to say goodbye to tonight. So happy times for the teams that win.
Yeah, I thought EHOME versus Alliance was really up in the feels. I really felt that match could have been part of like a semi-final, grand final. It was huge. One of those teams has to go home. EHOME it was. I'm wondering if we might feel that way about this match by the time it's over, because these are also 2 very big teams.
Because you say it was huge, but in the end, the best of one was very one-sided, or at least it felt more one-sided than it should have been. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think Alliance kind of just like left no doubt in that match.
Yeah.
Even though EHOME had a pretty decent showing, I think that Alliance were, for the most part, in control of that game. Like there were 1 or 2 hiccups, but Bulldog got huge. They had outstanding individual plays. Like EHOME had that one moment with that black hole, but
and then the 7 minutes after that, where we were
it was
like,
all Alliance.
Right. Yeah.
They pretty much had to continue to have that one moment
Yeah,
over and over and over again in order to keep that game going for EHOME.
Well,
so.
it was just tense because there were 3 Alliance players with no buyback for 7 minutes, and it was like, if EHOME gets something done, then maybe they could do something, but they didn't.
But I agree. I think there is going to be kind of the feeling that this best of one matchup is one of those matches that just as easily could have happened in a quarterfinals or semifinals scenario, just because of the fact that VP and OG are such strong teams, and it is unfortunate that it's going to come down to a best of one to see who's actually eliminated from this tournament.
Yeah, when I did an interview earlier during the group stages, it was actually said that OG was looked at by the Chinese community. It was not just one team, but just in general, OG was considered one of the stronger teams, if not the strongest team, coming out from the Western scene. So seeing them in a best-of-one lower bracket match, I mean, that's a tough pill to take for them as well, because you saw them walking into those booths, and they just come off a loss. While Virtus.pro, of course, they just come off a win. How is that going to affect them? Do you feel like it is going to affect them at all?
I think
Can they shake it
OG, they've been in this position before. Like they've had to fight their way back just to get back to the top, and they were able to do it. Like OG knows what it's like. They've had previous experience being 1 game away from being eliminated time and time again, and I think that definitely plays a factor in this because they know it's possible. They're like, done this before. We had to fight our way through the Frankfurt major. That was absolutely brutal. We can do it again. Whereas for VP, things are a little bit closer.
That being said, we did also see the look on them on stage. I mean, every player has their own kind of concentration face, but it kind of looked like that OG was a bit out of it, that the spirits weren't real high, it seemed like. And I know they're also, like, some of them are sick as well, and that could be playing a factor. But
If you look at their recent matches also, I honestly think Virtus.pro looks like the more stable team. I think, and it's a strange thing, I mean, going to the event, I probably wouldn't have expected myself to end up saying that when this is the matchup, but OG in their match against Secret earlier, especially in the second game, where they went far behind in that game was in a very strange fight when Moon TP'd into a tower, tied on to level 5, not quite level 6, can't get the Ravage off, dies straight away, 3 other people die, and suddenly 4 of them had gone down in like no time, and they went far behind. And I went back and watched the replay actually. That sequence lasts really long, and Miracle and Crits are at the top lane. Crits got a TP, Miracle could go for one, they kind of don't. But the whole time, like, Fly's coming in to help, Notel respawns, comes back in, and to me that's like, maybe that says a little bit more about, it's like, there's some players on the team who are going back into the fight over and over, and other players not considering at all. Like, maybe that says something about being on the same page or stability. I mean, I don't want to read too much into it, but Virtus.pro certainly, people on the panel have been criticizing the fact that they don't make plays all the time in this tournament, but we can't criticize their stability. They look perfectly stable to me.
We can see how stable they are in terms of their bans, if we're going to see the same things as we would expect from them. Virtus.pro taking on OG. The draft is on the way, and Virtus.pro's first ban is the Lone Druid, and I don't think that that comes as a big surprise, Blitz.
No, not at all. I don't think it's a hero that you want to give up, especially in a best of one. Because that's the scariest thing about a best of one is the way that captains think is they want to see the draft develop in a best of 3 and kind of see what happens in the internal meta of the best of 3 alone. But you don't get that opportunity in a match like this. You have to kind of immediately feel it out and execute your strategy pretty much blind.
Virtus.pro's turn.
Enchantress as well as the Earth Spirit, obviously they want to be able to keep that Earth Spirit out of the hands of Lil, though we did see the way that VP actually didn't immediately prioritize that Earth Spirit the last time they had the opportunity. They will be able to get the Wisp first pick. I do kind of want to go back to what Scan said though about VP. I was surprised if I originally placed some of my predictions. I would have had OG top 6 at least, and VP maybe making top 8, possibly top 6 run, but I actually felt pretty I didn't feel all that good about their run, where their performance here at this tournament has surprised me. They've actually been really stable with Silent, and I think that this is actually a potential new strength for VP.
We actually talked a little bit about this matchup yesterday when Virtus.pro was able to beat Vici Gaming in their first round of the lower bracket. Less forgivable, or rather more forgivable for mistakes, and OG would be the one that would punish them harder. Now, we've seen OG today, and I want to just hear from you if that same sentiment is still standing, or if we're... And during that conversation it was said that it would probably be preferable for Virtus.pro to go up against Team Secret because we're looking at OG as a whole different game here, whole different team.
I mean, OG was so on fire in the first game against Secret that Moon felt confident enough to just like do some trolling at the enemy fountain, planting some trees before the game. But then that same kind of confidence, I think, maybe led to some of the problems in the second game. So in terms of that kind of stability, it's different. If we look at this current draft, though, I think the opening 2 picks from OG is maybe like the most stable opener there is at the moment. And we've seen teams like EG and Secret running these drafts for years now. Enigma, Tidehunter, your move. And the enemy team, they make mistakes in any kind of team fight situation. They just get so punished for it. So from the start of the draft, I feel like OG have a safer and stabler looking position, and that's kind of scary if you're Virtus.pro for me. I don't know, Blitz, do you have like ideas about this Enigma Tide thing that most teams seem unable to beat? Like, what are you meant to do to beat this sort of setup?
I think the setup right now is pretty strong just because Enigma's really hard to punish in the jungle. Like, even Naha said, teams have to punish junglers, and I think PPD fired off a kind of sarcastic tweet where he's like, how? Like, tell me how then? And, you know, what do you say? You're going to get abusive. If you pick a carry that can go one-on-one against them, you take a carry that, like the PL in the other game, where it's a lot more difficult when the Tidehunter just goes up against them. It was like, you can't really play active past the map. You risk a lot trying to invade. But I think Tidehunters, like what is it, LGD versus MVP, where they had the safe lane OD, then eventually the 2 supports from MVP rotated, and then ROTK had a matchup where he was tied against OD. What are you meant to do against that? And then you're looking in a pretty good position, because Tidehunter can't really go anywhere. You force him into the jungle, then your 2 supports get a lot of positioning. I think IO OD is a really stable opener as well.
Now, looking beyond the laning stage, you have got the teamfight potential with Tidehunter and Enigma, and it is very strong. You also have the OD on the side of Virtus.pro, but you'd need a bit of extra kick in order to feel confident enough to actually take a 5-on-5 teamfight, I would imagine, if you're Virtus.pro. Which hero would you feel like that would fit with them, or would you suggest for them to basically skip teamfights altogether? Or rather, not draft as heavily for that and just go for pickoffs and split push, perhaps?
I think you just play the MVP hit and run style where it looks like you're 5-manning repeatedly, but it's more just an illusion. Like, you take these little fights, you force OG to blow individual cooldowns, and then you just keep playing around the map and making it hectic and difficult for the Tide or the Enigma to set up. If you run into that lineup, like the Tide plus Enigma, it's really hard to teamfight into, especially since most Enigmas just go for the same build, right? They're going to go for the early mech. Like, one of those 2 will guaranteed get a mech, and that alone makes it really difficult to fight into, because then VP has to decide, okay, do we get a mech carry of our own to battle into this? But I think the better solution is just avoid it altogether.
And you also got to try and make sure that even if you lose the fights when they cast their spells, try to minimize what the casualties are, so that in between their big cooldowns, you can get a lot of value off the map, take down objectives, move around when they don't feel confident to actually close you out.
Funny thing is, I would have said that that if I hadn't seen VP
Radiant
the other
team
day, that I would have said that this kind of opening from OG is actually really good versus VP because of the way that they're naturally aggressive, but you have so much potential team fight as well as high ground that OG always have that out, essentially, to be able to, if the game does go disastrous in the beginning, VP still have to go high ground. And I felt the same thing. It was the matchup. I was trying to find it. It was the matchup MVP Phoenix versus LGD. I thought that the playstyle that MVP showed us, the way LGD opened their matchup was Tidehunter and Disruptor. Wasn't really a big fan of the Disruptor, but it was that same kind of idea that the Enigma brings you, right? Which is a hard hero to push high ground against that gives you a lot of team fight potential. The problem is that both MVP Phoenix, they already showed they switched up their playstyle in that specific game, and then also in just this tournament, VP have shown themselves to actually potentially go much more mid to late game, where they used to be a lot more aggressive with Illidan.
OG's draft to me just looks like an EG draft at this point. I mean,
Yeah,
which is not too bad considering they usually beat Virtus Pro EG. I mean, they've had a bunch of close series in recent times, but it's been a match that EG has usually been favored in. And these three heroes together is something that EG did at Starlight. It's something that I think they did in this tournament as well. I remember at Starlight there were some nice plays where they were swapping. They kept killing Puck by swapping it into Black Hole, like sticky heroes you can go for that way.
Well, now the Void pickup for Virtus Pro. What do you make of that hero lately?
I think it's like you have OD. You want something that will either save him, or you want something that'll set up for him. Almost always. Like I think OD, you need a hero like Oracle or something that has AOE, just a control factor, because you want to get as many free hits as you can before you pop the ulti. I think Faceless Void as well is one of the better high ground potential heroes in general. It's really difficult just to push into the Void, and I think for VP, this is pretty stable. It kind of tells OG, okay, no matter what happens, like maybe we get mid-game control with OD plus Faceless Void plus IO, but if we don't, we can backpedal, go for the late game, hold our high ground, because these three heroes independently are very good in the late game.
There's something interesting to me about these heroes, the IO, the OD, and the Void, which maybe doesn't stand out immediately, but they all have these interesting defensive capabilities. You know, the Void can obviously jump away and heal itself, the IO is going to heal people, but the OD, which I think has been understated in this tournament, and I've seen time and time again, teams losing out when they try to kill an OD or try to kill a hero that's near an OD, and the defense of Astral being used, and then your team assembles, gets there, because it's such a long duration. It actually happened against OG earlier in the day in that secret game, where I believe it was an OD defensive Astral on Eternal Envy, and then the IO brought back TB'd into Hill, the Dazzle came in with the Grave, and suddenly you've prolonged the life of the Draw Ranger that was like on red HP for another 10 seconds. So I think, I don't know if you agree with me, I think that it's something that's maybe overlooked sometimes when people initiate into a team with an OD, that's actually a very powerful defensive tool.
I mean, everybody knows about it. It's just, what are you going to do about it? Like, a lot of ODs just... Yeah, it's the issue with playing with this hero. You saw when Alliance played against Liquid, Fada got gone on in the mid-fight. It was like 15 minutes or something like that. Then they try to blow him up. And he just astrals himself, blinks out, resets the fight. Then the Tidehunter comes in and ravages. It's just a hard hero to kill, but most importantly, you want to take him out because you don't want him to get a lot of stacks and then ulti your entire team.
Or even just ulting straight up, and that huge loss of mana can be pretty disruptive as well. I like this follow-up from OG, the fourth pick. Death Prophet gives them a lot of good high ground potential. It's a hero that can go against the OD in the laning phase, and in general, I think Death Prophet is still one of the strongest mids that you can get in this patch that allows you to be able to go high ground pretty quickly, and all that AoE disables just makes her even better.
Yeah.
Seemed a bit like No-Tail's Death Prophet struggled a bit against Weeha's OD early on, although there was a Draw Aura involved there as well, and they killed him once or twice.
I mean, it's an OD. A hero's going to struggle against it, you know.
I think DP does okay-ish, but yeah, the Draw Ranger makes things pretty hard. I like the Lina pickup a lot, though. They need something that can burst in the Chrono, because otherwise the turnaround potential from Tide, Enigma, Venge, DP is a little bit too high. They just needed a hero that can instantly burst somebody down, but...
By the way, the history on this match I was checking before. These teams played each other at the MLG LAN, which is quite a long time ago now, and OG won, I think 2-0, pretty convincingly. They played again at Frankfurt. It was a very close match. OG beat them 2-1 and actually picked Miracle Anti-Mage in the deciding game. And then at the Summit, Virtus Pro just dumpstered them. 2-0, complete stomps, 2 in a row. So nothing this patch, as far as I know, but...
No, but in the summit, it's something to be said that OG at that point hadn't been home for like 1.5 months, and they did also say already that they felt a bit burned out. I think we're looking at two teams that are in different shape as what they were in now. OG perhaps a bit stronger shape than they were at the summit, or at least on paper. Virtus Pro, I would say a little bit lackluster compared to the dominating Virtus Pro they were around the time of the summit. But for this match, I would consider it an even matchup. But does the draft look like it's going to be an even matchup?
I don't know. OG's 5-man potential is so strong.
Yeah.
They have a lot of things covered. The one exploitable thing for me, if I look at this draft, is I think it's a little bit immobile, and at the same time, you're very cooldown reliant. Whereas VP, once they get like Ags on Void, they can pretty much fight anywhere. OD ult is just kind of icing on the cake.
Cap, who's going to take it?
I really like OG's draft as well. I feel like the Sven was, I think it was a really obvious pickup. I didn't actually like the Spectre so much. I think that OG just play for the mid game at this point in time. When you've committed to a Death Prophet, Sven is one of the perfect safe lane carries to work with DP. It's an initiator. It gives you Warcry, the big boost in armor. Even if there wasn't any big physical damage heroes just yet for VP, you knew it was going to come up eventually in their carries. So I think that OG just outdrafted VP a bit, and because I already felt like OG was slightly the better team, I'm gonna say OG will take it.
I think OG's draft is a lot easier to execute and a lot harder to make mistakes with. But I think VP's draft, if they play very well, could definitely be the stronger draft. And I suspect they are going to. I think they're going to bring the A game. So I'm going to call VP.
Okay, we're going to find out who is going to be keeping their tournament lives alive. It is OG taking on Virtus Pro with OD Pixel and Draskell.
Prepare for battle.
Here indeed it is, myself OD here with Andy, and we're here with another best of one. VP going up against OG here in the lower bracket. The crowd, they look to have calmed down because whatever happens, a Chinese team isn't losing this game.
That's definitely true. I think that they really cheered for VP when they came out, right?
They did. There was more cheering for VP. They love VP. Maybe they were getting them confused with VG. I mean,
it's possible.
It's possible.
It has a V in the name. It's close enough. But as the panel was saying, I definitely have to favor OG's draft. The ease of execution is going to be there for sure. This is a lineup where Death Ball is the name of the game, and I also really like the fact of how they picked the Venge and when, because it shows that they understand. Obviously, VP picked Void into Venge, which I also thought was a little bit strange, but they knew that they were going to be picking Death Prophet no matter what, and it's just a very nice defensive mechanism because VP don't really have a counterplay to that. You can just sit so far away and prevent it, but we're going to see some dewarding very early on. VP managed to get that offlane ward down, which obviously is going to be beneficial to them. It's going to make Moon's life a little bit harder. But I got to say, man, OG's 5-man is probably about the most terrifying thing that I've seen all day.
Yeah, so once they get it online, once they've got this level 6 on the Enigma and the Tide, it's going to be terrifying for VP. And talking about VP, we've got some very VP-ish stuff that's going on. It is G on his core Lina. They're bringing FNG in that classic Winter Wyvern, a hero that some teams have kind of meddled with this patch, but obviously not as much as it has been with it in the past. Is this the key to winning a best of one if you're VP?
Well, I think that G is always good when he can play explosive heroes. So picking up the Lina, I think, is a step in the right direction. OD's a solid hero. Like, you can always have a good performance, but it's not that kind of hero that you can make the flashy plays with, hit the big stuns, make sure you're targeting the right heroes in the fight, and just kind of blowing them up. So I do think that it's very good for VP to put G on a hero like this because he can actually shine.
Looking at the lanes and appreciating the fact that OG obviously have Fly on the Enigma in the jungle, do VP have the tools to do anything about this Enigma, or is Fly going to have a grand old time at the beginning?
They're not really going to be able to pressure him at all. I mean, you have an IO and a Winter Wyvern. Neither of these heroes by nature are going to be playing too aggressive, as we can see FNG just trading a little bit here with Moon. But as far as trying to punish, it's not really about the punish for VP. It's more about the fact that we have Winter's Curse, so we have BKB, Interrupt on Black Hole. We have Chronosphere, which we can kill the Titan. So we have natural counters to the two biggest teamfight contributors in terms of control on the side of OG. So I do think that VP have the tools. It's just about if the execution is there.
Okay, and well, we'll talk about the fact that in terms of both of the drafts, you've got a core Sven and VP with the core Lina. In terms of timings this game, OG, as you said, if they get the 5-man going, it's going to be hard for VP to stop. But they do have a decent amount of wave clear with the Wyvern, with the Lina. They have got ways to deal with OG if they start coming in hard at the start.
Yeah, I mean, the timing is going to be all up to when you hit level 6, when you have the mech going on the Enigma, that's when OG are going to be feeling the most confident and starting to try to pressure and take towers. I think VP's timing, if you can get a Laguna on somebody and get a couple of hits from the OD, you can kill a hero extremely fast. It's just a matter of, can you actually get the Sphere out in time? I think the timings for OG are going to be a little bit faster, and because of the fact that Enigma is free farming, it is a tiny bit of a concern here for VP, but as long as G doesn't get ganked, which I doubt he will, given OG's lineup, I think it's going to be all right.
FNG heading over towards this mid lane here. See if he's able to achieve anything for the side. I don't know if he's going to look for the courier snap. The courier is actually coming down on the lane here. FNG, he comes around. This could be great timing. He flies over here. No-Tail, he'll start to move it away. FNG just gets the one hit in. So good job No-Tail was on top of that, because OG just on the verge of potentially losing that courier at 2.5 minutes in.
Especially when you have these very static laning phases, it can always be huge to snipe the mid's courier. Both heroes have a pretty equal amount of wave spam. Obviously, Lina has Dragon Slave, and then No-Tail's got the Crypt Swarm. So if you can kill the enemy mid's bottle, that really tips the lane in your favor, which would be great to stop the DP from getting early game farm. And then, of course, that hero becomes squishier, and you can try to blow her up inside of the Chronosphere once you actually get that going. But little cheeky stuff coming in here from FNG, just leaving some experience. This is actually really annoying for Moon.
He just so can try and find his level 2 here on the Wyvern. The mid lane matchup still fairly even, 17 for 4, 16 for 2 between the respective Lina and Death Prophet. So nothing too outstanding there in terms of lane dominance. Other than that, across the map, is there any lanes that you're kind of surprised with the outcome at the moment, or is this pretty much what we expected from the draft?
Well, the Tide's not really getting much, but I suppose we could expect that. Like safe lane OD, you can orb walk the hero down. I mean, Kraken doesn't really do a whole lot for you in that offlane position, and I suppose you could say the same for DK Phobos. He's also kind of struggling, but this is a double stun lane. You can't really undo the harass.
They really want to try and do something about No-Tail mid. They're moving forward. They've got the help of the IO, and No-Tail just a little bit too speedy. Flies there to back him up if they were going to continue. And as we can see, in terms of ganking the mid lane, it's hard for VP's lineup.
Well, it's difficult, but they're at least pressuring. I mean, sometimes you could say that not getting the kill is a bad thing, but at the same time, No-Tail's not able to spend the entirety of his time just sitting mid, even though he will be able to secure bottom room with relative ease. He does have a lot of members nearby in the bottom lane, so the only concern that I have for VP is that the execution is hard for them.
Top lane Moon, where he was just one hit away from dying there. You talked about the all-balking OD, and he keeps going in. No mercy at all here from the OD. So Moon's got to be ever so careful on this top lane, because Silent, he's ready to go in every time and smack him hard with the Arcane Orbs.
You can't really do anything as Tide in this matchup. You get hit. I mean, he doesn't have any mana. The guy's got minus 24, 27 intelligence.
That's brutal.
He can't even use a spell. So, yeah,
he doesn't even know how to say the name of a spell.
Yeah, it's true. He is not the smartest Tide Hunter I've ever seen.
G in the mid lane there, just with the combo, pushing No-Tail back. And now maintaining a little bit of a lead here, but it's still incredibly close here between G and No-Tail. And the two safe laners, 32 for 5 on the Sven at the moment for Miracle, and 32-16. So just the kind of the added bonus there with the denies, the fact that they are being able to shut down the leveling of this Tide. So you got to remember, OG, they're going to be fine with that, with the fact that they have got Fly. He's level 6 now in the jungle, and as expected, total uninterrupted farm here for Fly.
Yeah, it's a really good point you bring up in regards to the Enigma being level 6 already, because if you compare that to the support levels on the side of VP, FNG just hit level 2 and it's 5 minutes in. Of course, the position 5 sometimes has a really hard time getting the early levels before the cores start to rotate around, but this is going to be an example of if OG want to try to go for the super early game pressure. Like you see the Soul Ring completed on Fly. If he's going to be going for the early mech or if he's going to leave it to the Tide Hunter, we have yet to see. But that's basically the difference between their lineups, because OG's offlane is doing significantly worse than VP's, but because they have a jungler, all that difference is pretty much negated.
Oh, mid lane. Let's see if they can step it up at Crit and Fly, moving into position behind No-Tail. Let's see if they can get some sort of a reach around. They've also got Moon on the Tide ready for this fight. They want to contest the 6-minute rune, and they'll start to move in. Crit with a magic missile onto G. Fly coming around as well. No-Tail from the high ground. They get the gush. The silence on to do, and there's your black hole. Dragging in G and Lil as she taps across into the black hole. He says, "Take me with you." And No-Tail says, "Yo, certainly will." Double kill there for the Death Prophet. And I'm not quite sure what the plan was there from the IO.
Well, I think he wanted to save his mid. I think that was the original intended plan, but as we saw, talk about your all-time backfires. Interesting part about that is they even had a ward. That's a little bit strange, the fact that he decided to tether into that. But this is going to be fantastic for OG. They get the exorcism going. They're going to be pressuring the mid-tier 1. And the teamfight ultimates, they are up on VP. If they want to try to go for Chronosphere, they can. But as it stands right now, the OD is not skilling his ultimate, so there's not going to be any Sanity's Eclipse. OG in the end, they only get a little bit of chip damage on the tower, but First Blood does indeed go their way.
Absolutely, and it's got to be scary. If OG do start to continue to gain this early momentum, the lineup's going to become very, very hard for the side of VP to fight into. And the fact that the double kill credited to Notel on his Death Prophet, that's going to give him a huge boost now. Bottom lane, moving in onto Phobos. Miracle with the hard hits and his God Strength. He's the 3rd kill for OG. And they're certainly not slowing down the pace in any of these lanes.
And that's one of the biggest problems I think that Void suffers from is stun lock is much better than it was in the current version of the hero than it was the previous one, because you could just get a random backtrack and stop a kill like that from happening. But nowadays, if you get stun locked, you are going to die every single time.
Off the back of that, doing a significant amount to this tier 1 on the bottom lane. Got 1100 in now on Miracle. I mean, does he finish off the full Helm of the Dom here, or are we going to see him go? Yeah, okay, yes.
I mean, if you look at his skill build, he's maxing Cleave. So if you're maxing Cleave, Helm of the Dominator is pretty much the go-to, just to ensure that you can get the most out of your Helm of the Dominator in general. But we're talking about stacking. VP did clear out 2 stacks. That puts G at level 8 right now. The Wisp is about halfway to level 6. And I think with the Chronosphere available, Sanity's Eclipse now skilled up on Silent with max points into Orb, this is actually the stage in the game where VP can start to fight themselves.
And again, top lane Silent, moving in onto Moon. He does the maths as Silent. Mathematical genius, knew the damage was there with the ultimate. And his sanity was eclipsed there, Moon.
This might be one of the roughest off lanes that I've seen Moon have. I mean, he's only got 16 CS, and to be honest, the majority of this lane was actually a 1 versus 1. So the IO was rotating around, stacking the jungle. FNG was trying to snipe the couriers, sitting mid. It was pretty much just a Tide versus an OD, obviously going to be favored to Silent in that regard, but even with having the Iron Talon and being able to kill the jungle creeps, he is still not 6, and it's about 8 minutes in. You compare that to Void, who's almost 7. Even with the death, I would still say, all in all, that's a little bit better for VP. But one of the biggest issues with offlane Void is if you don't have damage outside of the sphere, your ultimate doesn't really shine. They do have Laguna Blade, they do have OD, so I think that they have a lot of ways of killing inside of that sphere, and also having FNG eventually getting up that ultimate and being able to counterplay things like Black Hole and Ravage from a very long distance. These are going to be, I think, the biggest tools for VP to deal with just the mass team fight that OG are going to be bringing.
Yeah, one thing I really like about VP's lineup as well, you look at the fact that they've got the Void and the Wyvern. That's 2 ults, and obviously with the Wyvern ult, regardless, you're not doing damage, but you're still stealing intelligence. So that's going to give OD a lot of time in these team fights to make sure that the Sanity's Eclipse comes absolutely smacking down on OG's heads.
I mean, he got 20 damage and killed a Tide Hunter 1v1. Like, he didn't even skill Astral. That's the crazy part. Like, a lot of the time when you get solo kills, you have at least 1 point because you auto-attack like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah,
you Astral to catch back up, and then you keep hitting. But the fact that he's able to just get that kill straight up just is owed to the damage that that hero actually does. But I do feel like VP still have a solid chance. They're still waiting on the Wisp level 6. FNG is the struggling guy in this game. He's only 3. But with the kind of team fight that VP have, with the Chronosphere available and being able to pop somebody with a Laguna Blade, you can get level 6 relatively quick, especially if you're timing your pushes around things like Moon not having Ravage yet because he's only level 5, or the Death Prophet's ultimate's going to be up in about 20 seconds, and obviously they'd used Black Hole a little bit ago to kill those 2 heroes from VP mid. So if you can hit that timing and use your ultimates in a similar fashion as OG, I could see this game very easily being very even.
Well, it certainly has the potential to end up going that way, but we're still early days, 8 minutes in here. OG with the advantage in terms of kills. The fact that they've got that Fly Enigma is certainly putting them in the driver's seat as such at the moment. But as you said, we're yet to really kind of see the full potential of VP once their ultimates all come online. Looking at Silent on the OD, he's got 1,400 gold now, thanks to that kill onto the Tide. What's he going to be thinking about as his first item? Is it going to be a straight-up Rod of Atos here for the man, or anything else that he needs against OG's lineup?
I think Atos is a really solid item in this game. Oftentimes, it's very timing-oriented, right? Because if you get an Atos and people have BKB, the item is obviously worthless. And that's just like the prime example of some games that we've seen so far here at the Major, is people buying an item and then BKB comes out and that item is suddenly just, it doesn't even matter anymore. But the nice thing about buying it on OD is that not only does it give you the damage with your orb, but your ultimate also hits harder, which means that you're not necessarily relying on focusing that BKB target as much. And say you get like a 2 or a 3-man sphere, you're going to have your Venge basically deciding who lives and who dies, because whoever doesn't get swapped is pretty much going to be a goner inside of that sphere if you don't have a nice defensive play coming out from your teammates. So I think Atos is nice. Not really any escape mechanisms either on the side of OG. So if you want to go for chasing potential as well, that's also a really nice item to have for that too.
In terms of the side of OG, we've got to look at the fact that Fly, he's very close to that mechanism, has the headdress, has the buckler, halfway towards that recipe. So it is going to be around a 10-minute mech, which we've come to kind of expect from an Enigma that does have as free as time as Fly has in the jungle, and the fact that he was able to make 2 kills happen there with the first use of the black hole. But we are back underway here, ladies and gentlemen. The pause is over, and we will continue. VP smoked up on the mid lane. They've got their eyes on NOTAL, and G sets it up with a line strike. Phobos jumps straight in. They'll drop the Chrono, the Laguna. There's no messing around here from the boys in Virtus Pro. They'll take themselves the kill onto NOTAL, and a bit of money then to the piggy bank of G.
And there is no issue dropping that many ults on the Death Prophet, because with that hero dead, the pushing potential from OG just disappears. I mean, sure, you still have conversions and whatnot, and Venjor is nice, but you're not going to be trying to pressure any towers coming out of VP if you have that hero in particular dead. So if they can make that trade, 2 ultimates for a Death Prophet, I think VP do that every single day of the week.
And now Moon, he's managed to find his arcanes. Obviously a bit of a slow start here for the Tide. He's just about to hit level 6 though with the next creep. And in terms of the build on Tide, it feels like we've seen a lot of different Tide builds this game. This tournament. We've seen Tides goes first for the drums, obviously the more common one for the mech. I don't think we've ever seen a Tide go straight blink in any of the games. It's normally the mechanism that they opt for. But is there any reason why Moon would go for the drums over the mech, as we did see in a previous game here in the playoffs?
I think usually when you buy drums, it's when you have a team that's going to be 5-manning a lot and you already have a dedicated mech carrier. Yeah. So obviously Fly is going to be the mech buyer this game.
Oh, of course, yes.
Yeah, so
we could see Moon getting the drums?
Yeah, I think drums are a possibility. It's just having the movement speed aura is really nice. Especially when you have heroes like Death Prophet who are pretty reliant on being able to chase out. You just let the ghost follow them. You throw out a couple of spirit siphons on people and you can just get kill after kill if you have the momentum going in your favor.
Top lane, NOTAL. Using the Exorcism here to take the tower. So Virtus Pro won't be doing anything about this one. They'll have to let this one drop. They do have 3 heroes around here in the jungle. It doesn't look like they want to try and make a move. But they're just going to use this time to allow DK Phobos to pick up a bit of farm on the bottom lane. He's getting a bit of space. Miracle. And it looks like he's going to be going for the armlet this game on the spell. Not something that we see all the time.
Huh, this is actually very interesting. It's pretty good because they only really have one thing that does instance damage, and that's the Frostburn from Winter Wyvern. So I guess you could technically say that Spirits hit often enough to where it could almost be considered something like that. That's very hard to toggle against. But it is also an extremely stat-efficient item in terms of what it gives you for the cost. Not very expensive at all, 2,500 gold. And it lets you hit extremely hard in conjunction with things like God Strength. So a little bit of a different choice, but it does also make you extremely tanky. Is the only other person on the team who really wants the front line besides the Tidehunter, because NOTAL's, if he's get focused on fight, he's going to be swapped for sure. I think they're more okay letting a Miracle die in team fights than they are the Death Prophet.
And OG, just the pressure they're putting on there within a minute, taking the top tier 1, the mid tier 1, and now they're hammering on the mid tier 2. They've got everything apart from the Exorcism up and available if VP do want to try and fight into it. At the moment, VP, they're just trying to make the most of the fact that OG are all grouped up mid. They've still got a Void on the bottom lane picking up some of the XP, and they're smoked up. They won't try and wrap around onto this, but they are fighting into pretty much the full force of OG. Exorcism still offline for 40 seconds. Maybe that's the opening that they want to try and abuse. FNG leading forward. He's going to find Crit on the back lines here, and well, at the same time, Silent trying to move it onto NOTAL. They get a light strike onto Moon. Miracle running around, looking for the perfect stun. He gets onto FNG. Ravage coming through from Moon, catching out Silent and FNG at the same time. They're looking to try and find the Wyvern. FNG will be the first to fall. Black Hole from Fly, holding Silent in place. They need the rest of OG's coming, but Phobos, he drops the Chrono to the Enigma. They'll take down Fly here. One more slap there from the IO. Lil finding the kill there onto Enigma, making it a 1-for-1. And off the back of what was nothing really more than just an awkward engagement between those two sides, there's only one death for each team.
I think that VP are going to be super happy with that exchange. Like the Ravage only ended up, actually didn't even get the kill, did it?
Just called Silent and FNG.
Yeah, and then they solo Black Hole as well and get nothing from it. And VP are going to take this opportunity to just head straight into Roshan. By the way, I misspoke. Armlet's 2320, not 2500. I think they changed the cost again at some point. But either way, when you use 2 huge cooldown ultimates like that, you don't get a tower. You don't even really get like you got nothing from that engagement if you're OG, and your team is completely reliant on your ultimate. So now giving away this Roshan, this is a gigantic swing momentum in VP's favor.
They're going to be very happy. Very happy indeed. Big objectives being hit there for the side of VP. OG still feeling confident with their movement. They're in the dire jungle at this point. Maybe seeing if they can get something going on to the top tier 2, but the ward is down there from VP, so they will know the whereabouts of OG if they do come around the northern bit of the jungle. G still picking up his farm, working towards the Yule Scepter, very close to it. And some big things happening here for VP. They're keeping the game close. 4 for 3 at the moment, 13 minutes in. It's a best of one. We can expect both teams just to fight to their bare teeth, and we're getting nothing less at the moment. 1.5k favored in XP for OG, but it's at this point very small things. 4k in terms of gold. That's obviously thanks to the fact that OG have a little bit more map control thanks to the towers they've taken.
Yeah, I mean, their lineup, again, they talked about it on the panel. Their 5-man is just ridiculous. You don't want to fight into Exorcism, Ravage, Black Hole. Those are some of the 3 biggest ultimates that you can ever put on the same team. And the fact that they're even able to lane it successfully kind of is just spoken of how this patch is played. It's just you either go 5-man Dota or you have insane early game tempo. Those seem to be the 2 extremes of what we've seen so far here at the Shanghai Major. But like you were saying, people just kind of going a little bit more passive right now. They've taken all the tier 1s on the side of OG, whereas VP still have the middle and the top tier tower to go. But I think that VP, I don't know if they're necessarily super comfortable going towards the late game, but they have some options. Like you have a lot of Wisp plays that you can do. You can relocate with even the Void, the Lina, or the OD, the 3 decent targets. You can start team fights that way. If you get the aggressive vision going, you can definitely pick apart OG much more than they can do to you. Like their initiation potential is basically just, we're going to walk up to your tower, pop Death Prophet ultimate, and hope that you run into us. That's the way that they start fights.
I mean, I'm looking at, of course, Miracle's Fen at this point. He's got the Yasha, the Armlet, and the Helm, the Dominator. I mean, against VP's lineup, does he need to think about picking up a BKB anytime soon? I'm looking at them, and the fact there's obviously the Atos on Silent Sodi as well. They've got the kite potential VP pretty heavily.
Yeah, he's going to need BKB. It's one of those games where you feel really bad buying the item because you still have to worry about, Winter Wyvern ulti being focused on you, which goes through BKB. You have to worry about Chronosphere, eventually Ags, Lina as well. Like, all these things penetrate BKB, but like you were saying, there's just way too much ability to kite to not buy the item. And the other part, too, is you have to think to yourself how much extra damage he's going to take if he doesn't have it. He's going to get blown up by Silent or G. And I mean, obviously G is going to eventually be able to kill him anyway, but as it stands right now, VP going for a smoke here.
We have it, eyes onto the mid lane. No tail. He's there at the moment, and he doesn't have any friends around in the nearby neighborhood. They'll set this one up. The stun a little bit off the mark, but it doesn't matter. The Laguna comes through. Look at the kill on No Tail. Phobos moving forward, looking for more. Chronosphere out to crit, and there's Silent. 1-2, give it a third one. They'll take down crit as well there on the Vengeful Spirit. 2 kills for the side of VP off the back of a very smart smoke.
Yeah, abusing the fact that they have the Aegis advantage, just smoking right past, getting through undetected. I'm really surprised that OG didn't see that coming because they have a lot of wards up right now, and there was no one showing. Like, that smoke was almost obvious, and the Venge was a little bit too far away.
Oh, there's a relocate coming in. They're looking for Miracle here, and they'll set it up at FNG with the ultimate. Silent starting to steal the intel. Miracle, he gets the stop. He's looking for the TP out, but the light strikes there. He's not going to make it. Miracle down for 50 seconds. Great play there from VP, and another kill off the back of it. They do end up losing the Eye in the mid lane as No Tail bursts down Lil. But they'll take that trade anytime, shutting down Miracle. And Moon, he could be in trouble as well. He pulls the Ravage, he's a 3-man Silent. Fly coming in, he has got the Black Hole here, but they don't even need it at the moment. They'll take down Gia on the Lina, they'll turn towards Silent, they'll pop the Aegis. Phobos coming back in, pops the time dilation, but it looks like it is going to be Silent going down again. He's surrounded by 4. Spirit Siphon for No Tail, they're beginning to suck and they'll find him. No, Astral keeping him alive for the time being. He's trying his best to keep himself in the game, but he'll still go down. Double kill for crit. And off the back of a few very successful pickoffs for VP, they just take a really bad fight mid lane, and suddenly OG, they regain most of the momentum that they just lost.
A lot of misplays there. Like, taking the fight in the first place, I understand you want to abuse the fact that you have the Aegis advantage, but you're missing Chronosphere, which is your best teamfight utility. Like, you have damage, but you don't have any control if that ability's not up. And FNG, oh man, that Cold Embrace was actually so fight losing. He stops Silent for being able to retreat and put himself in a better position. So basically, he uses Cold Embrace, and he realizes the team fight's already lost as soon as the Ravage was used. And then he's like, Oh, well, actually, we just have to run because we don't have any teamfight potential because Phobos doesn't have Sphere. So we're basically just sacrificing ROD by using an ability that's meant to save him. It's definite misplay there from VP.
And you can see as well in that fight, Fly, he was trying to find an opening to use the black hole, but was very scared of VP's potential to cancel it. And obviously the fact that he didn't use it, even without it, they're still able to take those kind of engagements. So VP, they're just got to be very careful when they fight like that, as you said, into a lineup when they don't have all the tools online they need to take a fight against OG. Like
it's cooldown driven, both teams. Like they need their ultimates up. That is when they are at their peak. And VP are the kind of team where if they take an inch, they want to just keep going. You know, they want to go for the mile. They want to take everything away from their opponent. So I can understand in that situation in particular why they want to go for everything. Because if they do walk away from that team fight with a win, it pretty much secures the tier 1, puts them in a really good position after securing the Roshan a little bit earlier on. But at the end of the day, the decision to take the fight in the first place, I feel, was just not the right call.
And we've got to really give credit to Miracle at the moment. You can see on that net worth, 10.8k. He is over 2,000 ahead of Silence OD. SNY now done on top of the arm. With 1k gold in the bank, this could be the point where he just goes for that BKB to fight. We'll see if he opts for anything else, but as we talked about, that is the sensible option, the one that allows him to run around VP and just cause absolute havoc in these fights, albeit, of course, we've got to keep an eye out for VP's ults that will pierce the Magic community. It's OG, though. Here's their timing. They're smoked up, and they're ready to rock and roll. Moon, of course, the only one without the ultimate, but it's back online in 5 seconds. And make a move into the jungle here. Maybe see if they can get a wraparound onto the top lane, where they will find Phobos hiding in the trees. You can see a TP out for Silent on his OD. Lil as well leaving the place, so does Phobos. They're aware that something's going down, and they're not going to get risk being caught out. Ooh. They were on point there, but Phobos was already gone, and VP avoiding what could have been a very painful smoke.
It was really nice awareness, just getting themselves out of a really bad position. And the other thing, too, if we look at the vision right now, VP have the definite advantage. So there's no reason for them to take a team fight in a situation where they can't see anything. They obviously look at the side of the map of OG and say, okay, well, they're all gone, probably smoked. All the lanes are being pushed in. We can just play around our own vision and make sure that we take the favorable engagement, or we can just go for a push, make OG react to us. Because as was also stated on the panel, OG's lineup is relatively immobile. Like, they have to walk as 5 to a lane, use ultimates to push towers. They don't have the ability really to split push that well. They don't have any heroes who have escape mechanisms really, unless you're going to be buying a Blink Dagger on a hero like the Enigma or the Tidehunter. But it's getting to that stage where VP are going to have at least one more option than OG in terms of playing the game.
Initiation's coming online for OG. There's a blink on Miracle and also Moon at this point. And you've got to give credit to Moon. 20 minutes in, he was a Tide that really didn't have the best of starts, but we're seeing him with a high net worth than DK Phobos' Void, and with the blinking drums online.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest strengths of OG is their ability to use the map when they're not actually in a team fight. Like, they always understand when they need to pressure, but if they're not pressuring, they have the utmost efficiency in the way they farm. So if you look at the net worth, it's kind of reflected in that. Like the Death Prophet, the Enigma, the Tide, they all have a decent amount. Whereas only the Lina and the OD on the side of Virtus Pro have a good amount of farm on their side. So it's kind of a dual core as well.
Moon with a wraparound blink onto G with the Ravage. Goodbye, Lina. 50 seconds on the sideline thanks to Miracle with the power of the armlet. Absolutely destroying VP's mid. And now here comes the push into the base. Exorcism's there as well. The fortification coming out straight away from Virtus Pro, but still 40 seconds they've got to hold on with some sort of a defense without G's Lina. Silent coming forward. Astraling up, trying to do his best to slow this one down. FNG's going to move in with the Arctic Bat, but Moon, he moves it deeper, straight in onto the Wyvern. There's your ultimate onto Moon. Moon's incredibly tanky though, doesn't care. There's the Chrono to follow up, but the Yules just in time holding back the Void here. They can't quite kill anyone on the side of OG. They've got the mech as well. And OG, they'll take the tower, and they're still in fighting shape here.
I think that Silence actually won them the team fight. Like, I think Silent was about to cast his ultimate, but the Death Prophet silenced him right away, and at that point, you really just can't do anything about it. So the Sphere being wasted here. OG still sieging high ground. G's up, though.
Oh, Moon, look at this, man. He just jumps straight in every time. Lina is back in, so they've got to be aware of G. Jumping forward, the Atos onto Moon. Silence coming forward, but Fly turns around with the Malefice. He'll Astral himself here, but OG maybe trying to get themselves in position for the fight here. Fly, oh no! Oh, the black hole, it doesn't quite catch anyone here, but it might not matter. OG going to continue this one. Miracle got strength up. G's going to be kept fine by the cold embrace there. He's moving back in. 1, 2. Goodbye, G. And Miracle, he's starting to try and do work. Has he got the control? The Astral actually going to keep him alive over the time being. Silent is going to fall. He does get a double kill. He gets a triple kill as the burst there from the Astral brings down Miracle. Phobos starts to help clean up, and in fact, it's VP taking this one. Moon, the last one left alive here. They've got the vision with the spirits. Phobos jumping forward. They're looking to try and clean up OG. They might just be able to do it. Moon, he's falling low. He's falling fast. Phobos jumps forward, gives it a 1 swipe, gives it a 2 swipe. He's going to need to give it a 3rd one. Moon's got the blink. Can he get himself out? He's going for the jukes. He blinks to the north here. Moon, I think he's going to get away with this one as well. Are they going to find him? He doesn't have a TP. He's going to have to hold on for dear life, pray that they don't come looking for him. And it looks like he is going to be okay, but the rest of his team, absolutely not. VP there with a huge fight. Silent with a massive triple kill. And OG, they've got to be careful. They don't get the racks.
Honestly, that blink out of Astral, I don't know if he didn't know he had blink or what, but that black hole was like super late. If you're going to go for a black hole out of Astral, you always like cast it a half a second before it ends just to make sure that stuff like that, you know, it doesn't happen. But unfortunately, that black hole whiff kind of just lost them the fight straight up. That's one of your biggest teamfight ultimates. Obviously, prior to that, they had committed the exorcism, it was down, so they didn't have that residual damage. It's just being dealt nonstop. Imagine if Miracle's just beating on somebody and they have Ghost going at the same time, or they have the black hole to just lock somebody down for a couple of seconds. That's just a difference between execution and, you know, VP just having the better team fights.
And we're seeing as well for the next team fight some very, very big items coming out for VP. Phobos, he's about 1600 away from the Aghanims. Silent on his OD, I think he's a recipe away from the BKB.
Miracle
mid lane jumping in here. Might have a bit of action. FNG, he's going to be brought to the side here by a little, but Moon jumps up. Miracle tries to fight. He'll get held back here by the ult of the Winter Wyvern. Moon coming in, hitting against his own team. Miracle doesn't care. Moves on to the side of the Ravage. Do they have vision though? It doesn't look like they do. Silent actually pops the BKB, turns around, Astrals at Miracle. The rest of OG going down to the south. They've left Miracle. Are they going to come back and save him? Miracle doesn't need saving. He turns around. They've killed 2. Now he's looking for Lil. Tapping across, but the stun flies through here. Miracle moves in the Glimmer Cape, and the TP out here. Looks like he's going to be fine, and he will. Lil is able to escape, but Silent and G not as lucky. And we're seeing Miracle with this build, with the armlet, with the S and Y. This defender just does so much damage.
He does do an insane amount of damage, and prior to this, OG were going to go for Roche, but now, realizing that there's 2 cores dead, no buybacks, they're dealing a little bit of damage to the base here. I don't know if they want to fully commit to this. Moon and Miracle are about half HP. It's a really tense situation for VP. Looks like they will be able to respawn in time. It's going to be enough to make OG fall back. Roshan, see, this is a little bit tricky now because they don't have Exorcism for 90 seconds, and Ravage is pretty much on the same cooldown, whereas VP have everything. So now they could just go straight for Roche, and I think OG are going to have a really hard time contesting this. The only teamfight utility they're going to have is Black Hole and the God Strength of Sven.
Now, Sven, Miracle just 500 away from the BKB. Full pipe now on fly here for this next one. 12 to 10, 25 minutes in. It's still very close, but you've just got to look at that net worth, and you've got to look at Miracle's Sven, and that's going to be a huge issue for VP. They need to do something about the Sven in these fights, and at the moment, he's just been doing something about them. They'll go for Roshan here, VP. We saw them get away with it before. Looks like they should be able to do so as well again here, as OG not really in the neighborhood, so VP will be able to get this objective under their belt.
Yeah, that timing was just unfortunate for OG. They see an opportunity to take a team fight, and every team, when they see a chance to kill, you know, here like Silent, OD, okay, let's take him out. You know, he pops BKB, and honestly, popping the BKB in this situation wasn't really like necessary because he was already glimmered anyway, and they had no detection. He could have just walked away. But in the end, him dying actually ends up giving VP Roshan because of how many ultimates OG had to commit to making sure that they actually were going to win that fight. And again, because of the fact that NoTail wanted to take the Roche before the team fight anyway, so maybe it was just a little bit of miscommunication and Miracle wanting to go for something a little bit too greedy.
And talking about, well, Tide Hunter, we are going to see Moon going for their Aghanims this game.
Is this the first Aghanims tie that we've seen?
Are
we sure he's not just going for like Octarine
here at the major
or
at least? Well, I wouldn't write it off, it's Moon. But I think Aghs is more likely here if he goes Point Vista first. Or would you say?
I'm actually... I'm kind of torn.
Okay.
I mean, I know that Aghanims has its use, but I think that Octarine is like... Octarine's kind of weird in this game. I would imagine if you were going to buy Octarine, you would just buy Refresher. We'll have to see.
VP smoked up here, and they are looking for the wraparound behind OG. both teams have every single ultimate online, though. It's going to be a huge clash if it does kick off. OG still hanging around here in between the tier 1 and the tier 2 pings coming out. So who's going to make the first jump? VP. Being very apprehensive about this one. Things are coming out in the mid. They see that no one is holding back that mid push, so they're the side of OG aware that VP are up to something sneaky. And indeed, that is why they're keeping themselves incredibly clumped up here. And maybe a little bit too clumped up for VP to do anything off the back of that smoke.
It's understandable. It's such a big risk, especially when they have tier 1 still. Like, there's so many things to hide behind if you're OG.
Regeneration.
They're basically smoking into no vision. They did drop 1 ward a little while ago by the bottom rune. But only having a limited amount of vision when you know that team fights are going to be so insane, like dealing with Exorcism, Ravage, Black Hole, all these things, it's just too much of a risk. Especially considering they just got a big objective and OG are not going to feel as much incentive to try to do anything crazy in the next couple of minutes. I think it's a safer play to just try to push out lanes. If you go for a tower like tier 1 mid or tier 1 in the off lane, it's going to make OG want to contest you less, because fighting over a tier 1 at this point seems a little bit too risky for them.
Dire's top tower is under
And I
attack.
do feel like VP still have a pretty good chance in this game. It's just the longer the game goes, the more far Miracle gets. Like, good God, man, he has 5,000 more net worth than the next highest hero in the game.
This is classic Miracle. This is some really, really crazy stuff coming out from on this fan. But as you said, VP, they're very close to the big items now. I think G pretty much has got the Aghanims done. And Phobos is less than 400 away from his own. So we're going to see 2 pretty big Ags coming out for the side of VP. It's going to make the team fights that a little bit easier for them. And that is, of course, if they can find them. We've seen with a few smokes, VP just unable to find a great jump in onto the side of OG. As OG, they've been playing very carefully. Is in to not get caught out by the rotations of Virtus Pro. Motel, of course, with the Shivas complete. 1k on top of that one. And Miracle, the man of the moment. He's got 2.2k gold in the bank. Lots of options for him here. Do you think we're going to see the AC here, or is he going to go straight for kind of greedy damage for himself with the Crystallis into Daedalus?
I think going for damage is probably the best thing.
When they go for this here, they'll set it up. Phobos is jumping forward. He pops down the Chrono to try and stop OG from saving it, but Crit, he still gets the swap off there. So it's only Crit caught in the Chrono. Crit, he might even just live through this one. So this is some big ults expended from VP, and they can't quite get the kill. Ravage from Moon catches 2, and now Miracle 1-2. FNG disintegrates there to the power of Sven's sword. They'll get Phobos as well. And VP, they saw the opportunity onto Miracle. I mean, if you can even call it an opportunity, because it just wasn't going to happen. They had Crit on the Venge right behind him, ready for the save, and 2 heroes down on VP. OG, they're ready to try and use the rest of this Exorcism to get pushing. They did, of course, have to use the Ravage for that one, but
they're more than okay
they do not care about that.
Yeah. I mean, the irony of that swap is Crit has more health than No Tail, so that Venge is tanky.
They're going to try and fire VP onto Moon. Silent starting to stack up the stolen intel. Silent's got the Siphon. They'll pop the ult here. Will bring down Moon, and that is going to be the gem going over to the side of Virtus Pro. The rest of OG on the way out. They've got the Atos onto No Tail. In fact, Silent could try and find more. Sets this up with the Astral G. He's going to look for the Light Strike to follow through. And it's a bit early on the timing there. Looks like it doesn't matter because Silent, well, he's OD. A couple of punches with the Arcane Orb. They'll get themselves the kill. So another one there off the back of that defense from VP. And still this game proving to be very close in these fights. But Miracle Sven lives on. 6-2-1. And 300 CS at the moment, 31 minutes into the game.
Seems like a standard Miracle game to me. I don't know about you. This guy just always gets farmed, no matter what the circumstance. He dies like 5 times in the first 20 minutes. Doesn't matter.
What did he end up picking up as well? He's on the courier at the moment.
What did he buy?
Oh, he's got a Reaver.
Maybe he's going for Satanic? Could be the item. It's pretty nice, I guess, but hard to use in these kind of games when you know you're probably going to get sphered a bunch. There's also imprisonment. Your BKB is still pretty long, 9 seconds, so maybe the best to utilize it. He could also buy Heart, I suppose. The Heart Armlet combo is something that you used to see like way back in the day. Gives you a lot of health. The Armlet degen is offset by the Heart regen, and etc. Can be a pretty nice combination. Makes you insanely hard to burst, which I think is one of VP's best utilities in fighting, is the amount of damage that they can do in a short period of time. Like, it's perfect for synergizing with things like Chronosphere, because you can just kill a hero in the time that the sphere is put down. But VP, even when they take like the most awkward engagements, like fighting uphill into no vision, dropping a Winter's Curse and a Sphere on a hero with 2,500 health. Well, I guess 2,800 when he has Armlet toggled on, but it just seems like they can take a fight like that and then still defend. I don't know if that's a good thing for OG.
In terms of, as the game goes later, Silent on the OD. I mean, if he does start to get stacked, he can certainly kite and try and fight around the Sven, and they're going to be able to kill quite easily the other members of OG if they can find the positioning. But Sven's still going to be the issue, and well, there's a smoke up from OG here on the mid lane. VP is keeping themselves to each other on the high ground by the secret shop, and OG looks like they're even ready to just try and head into the base. There's no tower, of course, in the mid lane, and half the rack's gone. VP, they're keeping themselves well out of it at the moment. It looks like once they get one of these smokes where nothing's really going to be found in terms of kills, in terms of objectives, OG, they reveal themselves up in the top lane, and they'll just try and take down a second tier 2 here, which looks like they'll have no trouble doing here with the power of Miracle.
VP just want to fight, man. They got Sanity's Eclipse up. Shiva's almost done on the OD. They will lose their tier 2 in the meantime, as you were talking about. Honestly, this game can still go either way. Like, OG have a bit of an advantage in the sense that their Sven has an enormous amount of farm, but he can still die. That's the scary part. And I don't know if relying on a Sven ultra late game against like potentially a Hex on the OD at one point, the amount of burst that Alina has.
Phobos, you can tell he wants to find a Chrono. And he's going to look for Notel. Moves him with the time dilation. Set up there with the Eel Scepter. Notel turns around, gets the silence, and down Crit with the swap out. Miracle on the back lines. Going on to FNG. Now turning for Phobos. The Ravage from Moon. Catching 2 as a double kill for Miracle. Now Silent just one hit. A third of his health gone. He'll Astral himself here. And will get the blink off. He's in the sidelines, but they should. Oh, they're just the Exorcism Ghost. Slowly killing Silent in the tree line. OG and now Lil as well. Relocating back into the side of the fight. And OG, they'll be able to find this one as well. Taking 4 heroes from the side of VP. Only losing Crit on the Venge. And at this point, I think that could be a fight too far. And as OG, they're getting way out of hand.
That was just very nicely executed by OG. They had fantastic positioning, they had the high ground ward, they saw everything that VP were doing in terms of positioning. So the Void doesn't want to throw out Chronosphere on No-Tail because if he does, the hero's just going to get swapped. And then pretty much the same thing is going to happen. Moon's going to counter-initiate, you're going to get Ravaged, they blow up the Void before he's even able to throw out his ability in the first place. And as soon as they get rid of Chronosphere, that's one of the biggest threats on VP. As soon as that hero dies, I think that OG feel confident in just walking in. Like, they didn't even have to burn Black Hole. They're going to get double racks here. There's still a tier 2 bottom. Miracle's going to eat a curse, but I don't think there's much to kill him.
Phobos has got a Chrono here, but No-Tail holding him with the Yules. Miracle pops the BKB, chucks onto G. He'll voluntarily walk back into the Chronosphere. He's not scared of the side of VP. G pops a Laguna out, but that's going to be G. Almost certainly going down. The Corner Brace buying him some time, but the Spirit Cypher for No-Tail bites through the Lina. G is now dead, now Silent. Maybe he can look for the Chrono recovery kills. Gets the Atos out, now with the right click, it's going to take down No-Tail. Fly, he's going to be held in place there by the Astral. No TP away here for the Enigma. Now, looks like they could just find something else off the back of this one, VP. They'll take the Enigma kill, double kill for Silent. So again, we see them finding some kills on the defense, but they're 2 full sets of racks down now, Andy.
It's looking a little bit grim right now if you're a VP fan. And I still really think that their draft had an opportunity to do very well this game. I really like the way that FNG thought about it and just realized that if we have an equal amount of control and just 2 cores that deal ridiculous single target damage.
Oh, Miracle, please have mercy. Please have some mercy. There's no mercy.
There's no mercy.
There's absolutely no mercy.
No mercy at all.
He wants to find some more. Looks like Little's going to be fine. Phobos, on the other hand, if he comes down around the corner, Miracle. He's just a one-man army. Straight in. Hello, Phobos. How do you like my sword? Crit swapping himself in so he can get the magic missile through. Looks like Phobos is going to be fine. In fact, Phobos jumping up, looking for the kill onto Crit here. Crit has the backup of Moon and Miracle, and Phobos
God.
he pops the Chrono. He's running around. He's just trying to keep himself alive here. Bless him, the Void. But I don't even know if that's going to be possible. Moon jumps in, and Moon! Oh, that was BM Moon. Now we're firing that kid.
Yeah.
That was
rude.
Moon, come on. Oh dear.
Yeah, it's obviously OG's game to lose at this point. They're going to go for Roche, like we talked about earlier. The tier 2 in the bottom lane is still up, but man, VP, they were actually pretty close this game. There were a lot of opportunities for them to do well. They even got the first 2 Roche. I want to say this is number 3, right? So this is Cheese. And this should give OG enough, I think, to just go ahead and go for the Mega.
Oh, Miracle's got DD as well. And with the Eaton Moon shards, 2.5k, what was it, 26,000 net worth.
is under attack.
It's the Sven man. The armlet build, perfect timing, kind of just transitioned into this kind of mid-game beast that VP were unable to do anything about. And now Miracle, 37 minutes into the game, he's three-shotting most of the heroes on the map for the side of VP. Let's see if they can pull it together for one final defense. Phobos is going to be back up in a few seconds. They've got the ults online. It hasn't quite been enough before, but maybe if they can find the perfect catch, they can hold on still. But it's going to be hard here. OG, of course, one of the teams that I think a lot of people wouldn't have expected to see in the lower bracket this early on in the tournament. And they're certainly showing why arguably they are going to be ready for the long run here and to ride themselves way back up to the finals potentially if they can keep up the play like this.
Yeah, you got to give credit to them, especially the way that they draft. I mean, it is so hard to play against the style that they play. I mean, they opened up with the Tide Enigma, which you could also say is, I think Secret running in the group stage is kind of EG-esque as well. A lot of the top teams are just running these lineups where it's just like mass 5-man Dota.
I think
really
Secret's done it twice this tournament at least. EG certainly pulled out the Tide Enigma once. It's got a lot of popularity to the teams. I think Complexity as well, obviously, they've got very good Z-Freak, Enigma and Swindles with the decent Tide.
Yeah.
But I mean, quite interesting enough, I was speaking to Swindles, he does not like running the heroes together.
Really?
He says he finds it boring.
Well,
it's a very Swindle-esque comment.
Yeah, but I mean,
I don't like that.
I understand where he's
says.
coming from, but at the same time, it's very good. So if it wins you games, I think you can deal with it being a little bit boring, right?
I think so as well.
Yeah.
This game, it's certainly working out for OG. They're going to move in onto the bottom set of Tier 3 and Rax, and let's see what VP's answer is. They've got to do something big.
They're going to need a mistake or two at this point. Like, having an Aegis on a hero is one thing, but also having the cheese, because VP's lineup is so reliant on burst damage, if you pop a cheese through burst and you don't die, and VP are kind of out of ammunition at that point, so it's going to be really rough for them to try to hold this.
Miracle, look at him. He's just sitting there. He is ready for blood. OG leading in, Moon with the axe, throwing back the gush, and FNG down in 2. There'll be a buyback here from the Wi-Fi, but Miracle running around, Phobos, looking for a Chrono, only catch up to No-Tail. Time dilation onto Miracle, down with the rod of Atos. Maybe Sonic can do enough. The BKB coming out just in time. Moon gets the Ravage out here, but Silent, he's stacking up the intel. Can he do enough to bring this fire up? And then Fly coming in with a black hole, bringing Silent. His Silent gets relocated out to the side. He's still trying to fight this one through, but 4 are dead, 5 are dead as Lil's going to go down as well. There'll be a buyback from Silent on the OD, but he's the last man standing. VP, they needed a miracle, but they ended up getting destroyed by it. 28-15, GG is called an OG. That final fight there, nearly a 7k gold swing, even more so in the advantage of the Radiant. And Miracle Sven, it's not something that we see every day, not one of his most played heroes, but it's showing us there that he knows what to do with it.
Yeah, absolutely. He had a fantastic game, and the amount of farm that he got is pretty disgusting. Most of the time, OG prioritized him pretty heavily. Any hero that gets farm priority, Miracle is going to be on that. And just showcasing the strength of the Sven, I really think the biggest turning point in the game actually was quite a bit later on. Because when VP get the first 2 Roshans, they're not really able to pressure the base in a big way. They never really put OG on the back foot, and I think that's also owed to the fact that OG drafted a lineup that is very hard to play against in a 5 versus 5 scenario. But when they were fighting top, and OG had that ward, and they fight, and they don't drop Sphere, and all of a sudden your Void just dies that close to the base when all teamfight ultimates are available from OG. This is the kind of game where there's so much firepower on one team that you can just lose the game or have it ended against you in a matter of minutes, and that's kind of what happened here for VP.
Yeah, some crazy stuff, and of course that is VP going home. Best of 1 situations here again in the round 2, and OG. They may have been knocked down by Secret, but they're certainly not broken. They're still playing at the best of their ability, and we'll see more of them as they move on. But now, of course, back to the panel tier, what they have to say there about that victory for OG against VP.
Yes, OG. Ooh, there we go. Yes, OG. They can breathe there out of their best of 1s. They are now back into the best of 3s. As tomorrow they will continue in the lower bracket. Round 3, they will not have an opponent yet. The opponent is to be decided by the game that we're going to see after this. But let's first talk about this game. Virtus.pro, I thought they started off fairly strong on Blitz. At some point, Jima said, you know, even though it doesn't really look quite good right now with Virtus.pro, they're going to win this. What happened?
They just got out team fought. The biggest thing is that they wasted more spells than they should have. Like, when they initiated into fights, it's like, okay, we'll use the Winter Wyvern ulti, but then we won't catch the heroes that we need to in it. Then we'll use the Chrono. There's like not a whole lot of follow-up to it. Just felt like they were complete disarray.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, I think I said this during the draft at some point, the team that has the Enigma and the Tidehunter usually has an easier job to do winning team fights, and I thought that Virtus.pro might sort of up their game and outplay OG in some of those fights. It didn't really happen very much, and from there, I mean, it's not just about having the Tide and the Enigma. There's also the super farm Sven, which is really strong in that context too.
Yeah, Miracle did such a great job farming really efficiently across the map. He was so far ahead of everyone else that his right clicks just looked like crits every single time. It was insane with the God Strength how much damage he was able to do. I think that as a whole, OG definitely proved that, it would be nicer to see it at a best of 3, but I felt like they were the stronger team coming in, and I think that, in a way, VP, not necessarily that OG, shined that much, VP just showed that they aren't quite ready to take that next step like OG is.
Yeah, Winter Wyvern last pick, perhaps, for some people, the question mark in the draft of Virtus.pro. How do you feel about that last pick?
I thought it was pretty good. I think that it's one of the stronger supports you can get versus Fen. I think that it is actually pretty viable. Just teams have a tendency to stay away from it just because of the change. It's hard. You have to have really good coordination. Is one of the big things.
But the Sven wasn't picked yet by the time they picked the Winter Wyvern.
Oh, it's true. It was
the Enigma was though, right?
It was the Enigma.
It's good against Enigma as well, and it's also, we've seen other teams pick it with the Void. I remember particularly one game from Starlighter where EG picked that setup with the Wyvern, the Void, the Bat Rider, and one other support plus the OD. And they did have the OD and the Void here, and kind of the idea there was to use the Winter Wyvern ulti to set up for good Void ulti, and then OD just does all the damage. We didn't really see fights like that this game because what they were dealing with was even better team fights.
If you could change one thing in the draft of Virtus.pro that would allow them to win the game.
Your other players.
Okay.
No. Serious answer. You need... I think Lina's not the best core right now. Because you saw how Complexity tried to run her too.
Yeah. What would you do? And would it be possible at all?
You try to get Miracle on your team. And you swap any of you. I'm running this through my head right now. The strength of Lina is she's pretty good in lane. And she's almost always going to do above average in the mid lane. The problem with her is that ganking with her is really scary. Because if you get counter-initiated on, there's almost nothing you can do to survive. The build-up in items, think about it. It's Aether Lens, then you go for the Yule Scepter, then you go for Ags because the Sven has a BKB. Then you have no Blink. Yule's is not that great anymore. Essentially what happens is you Yules yourself, you stay in place. You have an Aether Lens instead of a Blink, so you get gone on and blown up really quickly. So you need to almost always play aggressively with that hero.
Yep.
If you get initiated on, it doesn't matter how much they blow. You saw in one fight, Moon was going high ground. He saw the Lina on the low ground. He instantly just ravaged her, and they blew everything because they know that's a 10k net worth hero that has spent 20 minutes farming, and it has 900 HP and can't sustain itself. So you blow up one hero, you get rid of the second highest net worth hero in the game, and it's that easy. Whereas with other cores, there are more stable ones. Like DP, you can never do that with because she can get silence on the ground. Her teammates can come in time. Well, with Lina, it's a little bit more unstable.
I agree. I feel like the nerf to Yule Scepter, and then the introduction of Aether Lens, and then actually they find out this build if you go Aether Lens, it's kind of like the old Lina, except it's just too slow. I agree with Blitz in the regard that the item build-up just isn't fast enough, and you also don't do enough in the mid to late game at that point in time. You look at some of these other mids like Death Prophet, they just have a higher impact.
Is there a hero that does what you pick Lina for, which doesn't have that kind of weakness?
Maybe Quap would have been okay, but even then, Queen of Pain was a little bit slow. In a lot of ways, I think the two supports were, I don't know, their lineup was a little bit scattered.
For me, it was the Wisp, actually. If I had to answer that question, I think I would actually change out the Wisp. As awkward as that sounds, right, because it's such a high-priority hero, and I just don't think that they really had a good lineup to work around with Wisp.
Which one would you replace it for? Which support?
I think just another controlling hero. I don't know. I mean, the draft changes so dramatically if you have a different 1-2, right? But I would probably just replace it with a better controlling hero versus Miracle. Maybe something like Bane. I don't know.
Okay, and while we wait for the winner's interview to be ready, we had a bit of a discussion/talk here about the Aghanims on the Tidehunter, and Blitz, why is Aghanims Tidehunter? Why was that the right pick here?
I think it's a fun item. Sometimes you're just like.
So it's important for Moon, right?
Yeah,
Specifically.
It's like you have no, but seriously, like you feel good about an item, you use it, and then all of a sudden you're like, wow, that's pretty cool. Like Kuro convinced me of this. Like, you feel good about using an item, then it's usually going to be okay. I think about it. Somebody already took Mech, the Enigma.
Yeah.
Somebody took Shiva's, the DP. Those are both like core Tide items. Then I guess you could go Blink Force, but then you're still a heavy farmer on Tidehunter, so you need another item. You could go for the Refresher, but I think at that phase of the game, the Ags just works well. Once BKB start to slow down, the Gush is actually really annoying. It makes the Sven like a heavy right clicker. It gives you some chase ability. I like it a lot.
And it gives you that instant damage on OD when he imprisons himself.
Exactly.
Tries to blink away. They didn't actually have something to stop that.
Yeah. It's kind of like the Lina stun in that regard.
Octarine Core also was brought up as the itemization item for the Tidehunter in that regard. Thoughts?
Way too expensive.
Way too expensive.
That's the biggest thing.
Okay.
It's so expensive to build Octarine.
I really like this feel good about an item metric. I mean,
Yeah.
you're a professional player. If you
Yeah.
feel good about an item, it's because you're winning with it. You're probably playing difficult games.
Yeah.
So
I want to just point out that this is not an invitation to play a hero and just build Dagon on everything, because it might make you feel good
about it. Yeah.
I mean,
Don't
if
do
you're
it.
playing high-level games and you're feeling good doing a certain thing, the chances are it's a good thing to do.
Yeah. You trust your instincts.
You know what? The next time you say, like, I don't think that's the item, I'm just going to respawn, but he feels good about it.
I'm down with that as an excuse, though.
You didn't like Armlet on Miracle, but he feels good about it.
I'm sure that's probably the reason. He just played it a few times. The one thing I will say, though, that Drums Tidehunter, when there was no mech carrier, that one is like, I don't care how good you felt doing that one.
But the bongo drums.
Yeah. No, there was...
No excuse for that. Okay, so laning stage of Virtus Pro, is there anything they could have done better to maybe come out of the laning stage more even than they did? Because basically Sven just had a field day. Miracle could just farm to his heart's desire. Is there anything Virtus Pro could have done to get more out of it?
Lane stage. Well, maybe we go back to the discussion about if they could have had a different hero. I'm thinking in terms of the Wisp, especially with what Cap said. Because Wisp is an interesting hero. There's certain ways in which you can get a lot of value from it in lane stage. There's also ways you can try and like win the game by doing the split push thing, the gank thing. I feel like none of the like hardcore Wisp orientated things were actually done by Virtus Pro, both in the lane stage or in the sort of mid game. So I don't know if they could have done those things better, or if they had a different hero, they maybe could have
Go
done
for
different things.
a rotation smoke gank with the OD relatively early on. Obviously, it's probably easier to do with just relocate. But
Yeah.
the thing about Faceless Void OD is that it's a guaranteed kill in the early laning phase. Like in fact, even like no matter what
This is the
point in the
blink.
game, most of the time it's a guaranteed kill on someone, right? And maybe they just put too much attention addressing no-tail. That's the thing about OG, is that you can address no-tail as much as you want. Miracle will absolutely carry this team if he's allowed to free farm.
And they actually targeted No-Till a lot, but Crit was there every time with the swap to make sure that No-Till could just reset and just come back into the fight and basically win the fight for them, which you don't do in this fight. This was one of the defenses that Virtus Pro did that worked out really well. Part of that was the Black Hole, of course, not hitting anybody.
Another thing about this draft, I feel like, especially looking at this again, OD is a hero that really struggles to DPS against BKBs, and Sven's a hero that just wants a BKB anyway. So I feel like that's like a natural advantage if your carries a Sven and their carries an OD.
This was the biggest like mistake of the fight, where they blew almost everything, but they didn't. Like, if you're gonna go for Miracle there, you had to just blow them up instantly. Like, everything had to be dropped, but because you have the Winter Wyvern ult as a setup, you can't deal damage. Like, you just have to wait, and then Crit gets in position, and then swaps out. The fight becomes near impossible. Almost nobody from OG was able to just get bursted, and Crit actually did so much in this game. He was there every single fight.
Even when No-Tail was out of position, like one or two times, Crit was always
Yeah,
there
like this
in
fight.
between him and his team.
Yeah.
He made this game really frustrating for VP. And the weird thing is, they could have banned out the Venge in the second phase too. They had time there.
Yeah. It was surprising that the Venge actually got into the 3-4 position.
Yeah.
Yeah, they banned out Zeus and Puck instead on the side of Virtus Pro.
I don't even think VP, though, could have gotten a lot out of the lanes. Like, the Enigma was always going to be pretty abusive, because it's not like OG got punished for running dual lanes or anything like that.
It was a third pick, right, by OG,
What?
the Venge immediately
Yes,
after
it
the
was.
banning phase.
Yes.
Maybe VP thought they were actually going to be able to get their hands on it. Maybe that was their plan, third pick. but
OG had
was
a
faster.
first pick after the banning phase.
Yeah.
So they
Yeah.
could have seen it coming potentially. If OG is not going to ban it out, then you kind of know that they want to pick it up. A hero that I missed in this one, in case you're talking about which heroes you want to replace IO with, is a Rubik perhaps. I mean, if you're not going to assume you're going to get the Venge, is Rubik not a hero that you could do a lot better on perhaps than the IO? Less mobile for sure, but...
Against Tide and Enigma, it's a pretty classic go-to hero. So, I mean, I think certainly when we get to the fighting stage of the game, Rubik could have presented a bit of a threat, maybe even more than the IO. I mean, the IO had some relocate saves, but nothing to the extent of I cast Ravage on you or I cast Black Hole on you.
I think right now you have to be really comfortable with Rubik, though, to pick him up. He's just, like, I think a lot of teams really don't like that hero. It just doesn't offer any damage solo. It doesn't necessarily guarantee you strong team fights. Like, it's one of those kind of, like, it's not a very reliable support, I would say.
You don't think Lil's comfortable with Rubik?
No, I just think that some teams aren't comfortable
I don't
with
think it's the
running
place.
Rubik
I
right
don't
now.
think it's VP's wheelhouse to begin with, because if Lil plays it, I think it's a lot better as a 5, which is how most teams are running it. You saw when CDEC ran it, they were running as a 5. Liquid ran it as a 5. They had Jarex play it. Usually it's flipped around where Jarex will play the 4, but for that game specifically, they had Night Stalker with it. So I think if anything, you give Lil something just greedier in general. I feel like he's one of the supports that does the most with the amount of farm that he gets.
They had the opportunity to go greedy as well,
Yeah, they
knowing
did.
that there's an Enigma on the other team.
You either outgreed there or you punish really hard. Like, you need something that I think just
To
rushes at all the lanes.
put it in the words of PPD, which you apparently tweeted in the house, which you told me before the game, how are they going to punish that?
I don't know. Enigma's kind of hard to punish right now in this meta, because you can protect your own jungle
Yeah.
so safely.
Is Bounty Hunter not an option? I mean, we don't see him that often. We see him ban out against some teams that are known for picking it, but it's kind of a gimmicky pick in that sense, that only some teams dare pick him up. Won't he have enough impact?
Maybe not against an Enigma draft, right?
I mean, I need to double check the stats, but there was a stat that I put up in one of the earlier matches actually about how Enigma, Darkseer, Titans all have really good win rates in this tournament. They're like the big AoE kind of team fight heroes, and I think before that EHOME Alliance game, I think 2 of them together just hadn't lost yet. I think if you know that your opponents are going to start Enigma Tide, you really just either need a plan of how are you going to deal with that, or ban one of those heroes, because it's a really strong combination right now.
Or look at how MVP Phoenix beat it in the group stages, because they did that when Enigma, or rather when the Secret picked those 2 heroes first.
No, MVP banned Enigma first against Secret in both games, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were just ready for it. They're like, nope.
And Tide on its own is not a threat enough to be worried about that?
No. I think Tide is a lot easier to deal with as an individual hero.
Okay, so looking forward, one of these 2 teams that we're going to see next is going to go up against OG tomorrow in a best of 3 lower bracket. It's going to be either Newbee or Fnatic. Will be a best of 1. Quick sneak peek, what are we thinking in terms of how this game is going to go? Because you know, yesterday, Newbee, they were able to drag the game out real long, which for Fnatic, they normally have their moment, their prime in the early stages of the game.
Newbee? I think, honestly, this matchup is kind of questionable for me. I still am not convinced about Fnatic. I know a lot of people were pretty hyped about them in their group stage performance, and they did surprise me, but I don't think they looked nearly in the same shape as a team like MVP. I don't know. I could see Newbee actually being able to pull out the win here, but honestly, best of ones are tough to call. Either way, I'm going to go ahead and say that OG is going to beat the winner.
I think Fnatic will give OG a more interesting match, but I sort of expect Newbee to beat Fnatic. Newbee actually played against OG at MDL, and it was an interesting situation where in the group stage, the first 3 opponents Newbee played, they went 1-1, and they were very close matches. And then they played OG and they got 2-0'd in like 30 minutes, and it was the worst I've seen Newbee lose pretty much ever. So I think OG have, at that stage at least, totally figured them out. So yeah, I think Newbee beat Fnatic, but I kind of rather Fnatic win just to make the next match interesting.
What do you say, Blitz?
Well, I'm kind of sad that Group D, somebody finally fell.
Yeah.
3 out of 8 is still pretty good, right?
That is very good.
Yeah, and losing to a team like OG is not a big deal, but
I don't know. Like none of the Chinese teams have impressed me. I know Gods and Ben were saying that, oh well, CDC looked pretty good even in their loss. Well, all right.
You know, you take the
every
silver
Chinese
linings.
team. Yeah, it's like every Chinese team. Yeah, well, maybe they'll play at their peak potential. You know, Vici versus
thing is-
VP. Maybe they'll show up.
The thing is, there's never been a Valve event like a TI or a major where Chinese teams weren't like pretty much most of them in the top 8. And
There is a chance that we won't have any Chinese team in the top 8.
I
That would
think
be
that's
the
what's
first.
going to happen. In all
Okay.
honesty, I think Fnatic is. They just look a lot better. Like the games that they look bad in were against EG, and I would wager that like all but like 4 of the teams in this tournament would look bad.
Yeah,
against
EG
all but
makes
EG.
everybody look bad
Yeah,
in,
they
in
just
one way or another.
They kind of just make you look silly. And Fnatic ran the drafts that they were running the entire tournament. You know, the PPD staying up all night, like, yeah, I got that one. They knew what to do, like, start to finish.
I'll say one thing in favor of Newbee, which is that even though they're maybe lesser known, lesser followed, supposedly weaker than other Chinese teams in the tournament, something people have been talking about is how maybe some of the Chinese teams have been slacking, not training enough, and Newbee's the one that's been playing the most, definitely. In terms of the local tournaments, the domestic events, they were very, very busy in the last month or two. So I think that might present something slightly different to what the other teams have ended up doing.
Okay. I fear that we might not have a winner's interview for OG, so unfortunately
I was
we're
wondering
gonna
what was happening. I was just like, is OG just like, no.
I think they just you know,
No
exited
interview.
the building. They're going to take a well-deserved rest to prepare for tomorrow's games. We are going to continue with one more best of one, the last best of one, the last team that gets knocked out today. And we will have a short break before then, though. But stick around, because when we are back, we'll be here with Fnatic taking on Team Newbee.
所向披靡，只为劲敌。
Welcome back to the Shanghai Major, and we are here for our last best of one, our last match to see hopes go to waste. We are going to go straight into the draft as well, as the game is already on its way. If you're wondering why we're in such a hurry, I can tell you, as you probably would have realized that yesterday we had to unfortunately have the audience leave the hall, and that's not the case today, and that's why we're making a bit of extra haste to please certain officials that we are putting some pressure behind it. And we already have the first two picks as well. We have Nature's Prophet, Adventurous Spirit for Team Newbee, who will be playing from the Dire side with first pick Radiant for Fnatic, who picked up a Chen. Gentlemen, discuss.
It's interesting because Chen and Nature's Prophet are definitely Fnatic's two favorite picks at the moment. And I guess Newbee decided they'll just let both through and see which one they take and take the other. I'm not sure if Newbee would have actually taken the Chen, but I think Newbee are happy the way it turned out, getting the Nature's Prophet. And I actually think that it's interesting to me that Fnatic went for the Chen and not the Nature's Prophet, because I think the Nature's Prophet is better than the Chen. I mean, it's hard to say. DJ is a great Chen.
Really?
DJ is a great Chen, but Ohio is, like, for me, the second best Nature's Prophet in the world.
I was actually just gonna. I was literally planning it out. I was like, it's really sad to me in my head. Like, it's just nostalgia-wise, it's sad. Because Ohio used to be such an amazing Nature's Prophet, and yet I feel like Ohio hasn't actually been like performing the way he used to, and it's actually DJ because of some of the heroes like his Chen that I think actually stands out all the more. And I think that Fnatic put their priority correctly. I feel like the Chen is more valuable to them just because DJ looks so comfortable on it.
I think that's fair. Ohio's actually, he shifted his Nature's Prophet playstyle quite a lot in this tournament. He used to play almost exactly how Bulldog did. And in this tournament, I actually noticed because while I was starting, I looked at his skill build a lot, and he's been maxing teleportation first, almost always, with just like 2 points in summons. So trying to get involved all the time, which sets up a totally different kind of game. And a lot of those games, they've ended up looking weak because then he's underfarmed because they're not even winning the fights that he keeps going to. But I just don't know if that's necessarily on Ohio. But anyway, Newbee end up getting the Nature's Prophet themselves, so that'll be the 2-lane off-lane Nature's Prophet, I'm pretty sure. Although I think that Hal has also played it.
I'm trying to think right now. I'm still like, I think Ohio's good too, but I was like thinking of offlaners, because I think you. So Bulldog's #1 in your head, and then Ohio.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it.
Whoa, for Furion, so.
I would put
Nature's Prophet.
I would put Bulldog, Ice, Universe.
For
Friend.
You know what my reason is?
Yeah.
Maybe
even for
you don't put Moon up there?
Oh, Moon and Frev, yeah.
Moon
and
Moon
Frev.
You know what my reason is? If you ask Ohio, the way Ohio learned to play Furion is he literally just watched Bulldog and copied exactly what he does. And I think that Bulldog is the best Furion, and Ohio... I guess this is where Cap's point comes in. He hasn't been doing the Bulldog Furion in this tournament. But before this tournament, he replicated Bulldog very, very closely. It was like, not as good, but doing all the right things. And
Okay, but there's no Ohio Nature's Prophet in this game. So let's focus on the game at hand. Newbee has been known to pick Doom, which is been banned out. They have also picked Pugna this tournament. Are we going to see pocket strat like that? They didn't win with that, but they were very close to winning with it earlier on against LGD.
10 seconds remaining.
It's kind of cute. I think it pigeonholes your strategy a little bit too much.
5 seconds remaining.
And it's not bad versus Sven, and I think the kind of lineup that Chen usually facilitates, I guess Pugna could be good against because of the ward. Thinking like the stationary nature of Chen team fight and pushes, Pugna can help to offset that. But I don't know. It's definitely not something that you're gonna pick now.
I'm pretty sure they picked it last time they used it.
Yeah.
This tournament.
So Ohio indeed not playing Nature's Prophet, a Tidehunter, Darkseer, all removed. Which hero would you like to see him on?
Well, he had
this
that
game.
amazing Phoenix game this tournament. He had a slightly
did.
less amazing one today.
Indeed,
but
he did as well.
I like Beastmaster.
Fanatics.
I think
Turn
BM
to
is
pick.
good against Sven too. You need some sort of lockdown that goes through BKB. I think Phoenix only worked because he was in a one-on-one matchup, right?
Oh, but he's got the Sven on his team.
But I still think Beastmaster works out with Fnatic's lineup.
If Newbee decided to just run safe try, I feel like it's hard to run Phoenix. You get zoned out too hard, and you can't jungle. Like the game that he played, he was Phoenix against, I can't remember, was it some kind of offlaner?
The one where he owned was actually a 1v1, yeah.
Yeah, that's the scenarios that I think Phoenix works out in, where you can give him an advantageous matchup.
You have to have him either matched up against a weak dual lane or some sort of solo position.
Fnatic is gonna run at you. They have Chen, Disruptor, Sven.
Yeah.
How are you gonna stop them running at you?
I mean, what's really interesting here to me is that I'm pretty sure this is the support pairing they had when they went against EG's Nature's Prophet. And I remember watching the panel when Winter said that Disruptor and Chen are not the right supports to have to deal with off-lane Nature's Prophet, and the Prophet ended up bullying the Disruptor, and the Disruptor couldn't handle it. So I don't know if that necessarily needs to happen, but I think that did happen to Fnatic in this tournament.
That was, wait, I know Farev played it against a Disruptor.
Yeah.
Oh, was it against MVP? No, but Fnatic wouldn't have played MVP, right?
Yeah, but it was MVP that had the Nature's Prophet. Cap knows what game it's,
Okay,
it was against LGD.
Oh, so it's LGD, not Fnatic?
Yeah, it was LGD.
But it's the same combination of heroes, right?
Yes.
So do you, what are they going to do to deal with the Nature's Prophet if that's the case, that Disruptor struggles to control him?
I think it was a little different though, because they had a Morph as the safe lane carry, and I think Morph isn't doesn't have as much presence, just because Sven can actually stun, he can follow up. Cleave does really well against the treants at some point, whereas Morphling can't really clear it very easily.
Yeah, I think that's the big difference here is that because the Sven is actually pretty damn decent versus Nature's Prophet one-on-one, it may not necessarily be about shutting out the Nature's Prophet and preventing him from getting level 2 or level 3. I think it's going to be more likely that Disruptor may actually do perhaps like a little bit of pulling, just to facilitate levels for himself, and then look for the potential kills on Nature's Prophet with level 2 Glimpse early on. And if they can get those kills, they can actually start rotating the Disruptor with the Chen. He's not a good rotating hero, but Sven is able to farm against it. The Broodmother was a smart pickup, though. I like this from Fnatic.
That's a decent Ohio hero. And Newbee needed to pick the Mu hero, and I don't feel like that's something they'd usually do, pick a Mu hero to solo against a Brood, but...
Oh god, every Brood counter, they self-banned.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Ember Spirit is the only hero that's left, I think.
Alright, last pick Axe, because you don't want to get one-offed by a Brood.
Yeah.
I've seen Chinese teams solo Quap first Brood before, kind of successfully. I don't know if that's the pick here. I mean, there's
Sand
already
King comes to mind.
Oh yeah, Sand King's kind of cool.
Bristleback it is.
I think Bristle's okay, but now you have no space creators. This is that's the thing that Brood does to you. It's because they were going to leave this last hero, probably pick something like a Puck, then have a lot of team fight. Then, you have Puck plus Spectre, they can't run away.
Talking about pigeonholing yourself.
Yeah, they're just like, okay, well, they Broodmothered us and we banned two best anti-Brood heroes.
Okay, what kind of completes Fnatic's lineup in this one?
10 seconds remaining.
A mid that doesn't lose.
What's a mid one here?
Yeah, you want to...
We're looking for mid one, yes. Templar Assassin has been a hero that he has been playing.
Oh, TA would be pretty sick.
And it will be the Puck instead.
Gonna say Puck.
Yeah.
Puck works really well with Sven.
I'm excited to see a mid one Puck because the thing that stands out a lot to me is these really small plays. He's really good with Fairy Fires and Magic Wands and baiting people in with aggression and turning things around, so Puck can really facilitate that.
Fnatic.
Yeah,
Fnatic. You think of Fnatic?
I changed my mind. Yeah.
It's
Brood Mama.
It's Brood.
You got Brood.
Is this gonna be the Brood game?
Mother comes, Newbee.
Well, Newbee, they gotta put up a hell of a fight here in order to take down the Brood. Come on, Shimmer of Light. What needs to happen for them to beat Brood? Any moment in time where they need to be ahead.
How's
really good support play?
Really good support play.
You need dust. You need counters. You actually need both in order to beat a Broodmother in this
Rich
sort of
supports.
They have to fight 4v5.
Both. they have to commit both supports to shutting down a Broodmother, and they have to have counters, and they have to have.
They gotta get Spectre farm somehow.
Yeah, if Hao gets big and they can play 4v5 with Nature's Prophet, these two supports and Spec, it's actually doable. You can't underestimate what Brood does.
Yeah, you just have to start out
well
really well with those supports.
Can Newbee do it? Can they make sure that they are still going to be alive at the end of today and still have that Chinese team in the top 8? We're going to find out with OD Pixel and Draskell as Newbee will take on Team Fnatic.
Indeed, thank you very much. And here we are, Andy, the final best of one of the day. Newbee going up against Fnatic. It's China's last hope here. The crowd, obviously, as we heard them in the draft, they're right behind Newbee. They were very happy with the Spectre pick, and there was also quite an applause there for the Bristleback that finished off the draft. And as the panel were discussing, is Bristleback the hero here to help deal with heroes like Fnatic's Brood?
I mean, I think this is something that just allows you to dictate tempo a little bit more. Like having that hero, Bristle, he can fight pretty much at any level. You know, he's not ultimate reliant. He can help create space in the sense that he doesn't need to wait for anything in particular. Just getting some levels out of his lane can be enough. We are seeing a little bit of aggressive movement here coming out of Newbee. Not sure if they're going to catch anything.
On to DJ, and you see me going in with a level 1 Nasal Goo, but Kinetic Field will hold back Tule here on the Nature's Prophet. Looks like to be enough. Look at a very nice ward down here towards the mid lane, the side of Newbee. And they did also manage to get that one up by the Radiant Ancient. So they're going to have some good vision here. And it looks like they're going to kick it off here for a fight at the top. Rune bounces there between mid 1 and DJ. Move. They'll look for it, but they will find it here. Mushi could be in a bit of trouble now. 3 stacks of Nasal Goo here. Mushi's going to go down. I think the crowd's happy about that one. And Moo giving him a right proper bashing.
Well, he did get the rune, so even though Newbee secured the first blood, he does get the 100 experience, and obviously the gold from the rune on top of that. But he had to skill level 1 Warcry to make sure that his Chen got away. That was really the biggest issue that they ran into there. So now you got a kinetic field on net, which is definitely not the thing that you want to be able to zone against a Nature's Prophet, and Winter was talking about this the other day as well. This support in particular, Disruptor can't do anything against Furion in lane, and we are seeing a 2-2-1 or... yeah, a 2-2-1 in regards to not wanting to commit both of the supports to stopping the Brood, because in reality, Venge and Witch Doctor aren't really the answer. So they're just going to put Moo in the top lane with the Venge nearby, because that hero is much harder to kill in a 1 versus 1 setting. And then obviously Puck versus Spectre, it's one of those lanes where Spectre is going to be able to farm just fine, has full tangos, has Poor Man's Shield, and of course the backup of Chuan on that Witch Doctor.
Oh, right, you said with the lanes in this kind of situation, you think how he's going to have an all right time farming here up against the Puck with the backup of Chua?
It shouldn't be too bad. I mean, it's going to be better than laning against a Brood. Because what happens is a Brood eventually gets to like level 3, 4, 5. Your supports start getting dove. You don't have really good way of clearing the wave. And you're just going to get pressured nonstop. So I think this is a better early game solution. Although we say that, and How is getting wrecked right now.
Oh, man, this man needs to be careful. Mid 1 coming forward. Chuan is there to force him back, and in fact, the Satire Tormentor just allowing the bounces of the caster.
That thing is actually the MVP. Like, that Satyr cast, like, what, 4 shockwaves before it died, just completely decimated Hao's health.
That's not nice here for the man on the Spectre. 5 CS at this point, mid 1 7 for 3. He is having the favorable time in lane, thanks, as you said, to this Enchantress's, the Chen's micro.
Yeah, but Chuan's got Voodoo Restoration now. They're level 2. I mean, you're going to have to continually get creeps like that and keep pressuring. And keep in mind, when you do this, you can't gank another lane. So that means that Zhao Tule bottom is going to be able to continue to get some experience, get some farm. There's no Chen pressure on that lane. And that means that you're going to have a Furion to deal with at some point.
How? He is certainly going to need some help coming from somewhere. That's for sure. Bristleback's farm 11 for 1. Brood 9 for 1. Fairly even on the top. Well, this Puck could cause issues here for the side of Newbee as he continues to get the space that he is on it. Ohio. So working towards obviously just having that soaring alive for the spam, and you can see bottom lane Mushi trying to make sure he can get some of this jungle creep camp as Furion does contest it, and Mushi back to the lane. He's getting on to level 4. Farm for Mushi going fine. Tule not really doing anything in terms of slowing down Mushi's farm at the moment.
Well, it's pretty tough. I mean, the Disruptor is not really a big issue for him. He can just walk in and right-click sentries at him, and Disruptor doesn't really have a counterplay to that. So I don't think that he's going to be able to stop Mushi's farm, but at the same time, Mushi's not going to be able to stop the Furion's farm either.
Indeed, it's going to be pretty much even stuff here. It's pretty much just the mid lane where we're seeing the most action. Each time mid 1 was going in there,
he is
spamming
doing
out the orbs.
So well. 15-4 versus 8-1.
I mean, a grand old time.
I did say that the Satyr was MVP of the lane, but still, this guy is a monster. Like, he is CSing incredibly well.
There's a lot of people have been saying mid-1, one of the kind of the talents that people should look out for, and in some of the performances from Fnatic, we've certainly seen why, and not really seen a lot of the puck from this man, and here this game we could, well, we're beginning to see what could be the start of quite a spectacle if the first kind of 3 minutes of laning is anything to go by here on his performance.
Yeah, and it's good for Fnatic too, because their kind of lineup needs to control the tempo. So, I mean, you don't pick heroes like Broodmother and Puck, for example, to lose the laning phase.
Smart stuff there. Just gets the silence out, no magic missile possible from Lei, and he's out. Well, get the top rune, and in fact, it's Chuan with the haste. Looks like he doesn't want to try and go for DJ. Ellie not close enough for them with the magic missile.
He's stuck because of the troll. That's pretty funny. I think if they had noticed that, they might have even used Nature's Prophet at TP in. With phase, it might have even been a kill. So, still pretty early on here. Newbee definitely not getting the better of the laning phase. I mean, look at how much farm everyone in Fnatic has. Like Mushi, totally free farming right now, tied for highest CS. Brood's doing well. The Puck is doing well against a dual lane. And this is definitely the start that Fnatic we're looking for.
I guess the nice thing here with how Spectre is, as long as he is getting levels, which he is now that he's had the lane left to himself, once he hits that 6 online and you've got these heroes like the Venge and the Witch Doctor looking for pickoffs across the map, as long as he can start to get himself involved in the action, he can recover as this Spectre.
Yeah, that's the one benefit of playing the hero is you can often sit, you know, in the jungle, farm a free lane. You know, you don't have to follow your team around to make sure that you're contributing to the fights. It's more just whenever you're needed, your team is going to call for your haunt, and you're going to go in and you're going to take the fight after that point. So that is one of the biggest benefits of playing Spectre. And obviously, her late game is ridiculously good, especially against a team like Fnatic, where Brood kind of teeters off. You're not really a hard carry style of hero. You're more just, I want to apply pressure in the lane. I want to force the enemy team to react in a big way to my pressure. And that way I make room for the other heroes on my team to cure their farms. So I'm still thinking that Fnatic, this is the laning phase that they were looking for, without a doubt. They just need to keep it up.
Yeah, there's no denying that How is suffering here in the mid. Top lane. Ohio, halfway through 5, 28 CS. He's right up there. He's level with the same as the Puck. And just out of it there. So Ellie couldn't connect with the magic missile.
Yeah, no vision. Very unfortunate. Chuan and enemy territory over here.
Looks like DJ can't quite get the Dark Troll summoner in space for the net, but it doesn't matter because mid-1, he's there with the Dream Coil and now with the Waning Rift onto 2. Howard Chuan caught in position, Net's there as well, dropped down the kinetic field, they'll trap up Chuan. Witch Doctor falling out, the glimpse, bringing Hao back and missed the 3 of Fnatic. Mid-1, he jaunts himself out, keeping himself alive. They won't be able to get themselves another kill there, but Fnatic, they do get themselves something on the board as they take down Chuan.
Very nice reaction, just making sure that you're in the area to throw out the coil. Would have been nice if they could have killed the Spectre, but he's a little bit tanky. He's got the double gauntlet build, so 800 health, and obviously has that value point into Dispersion, so pretty hard to take down. And speaking of tankiness, Mu now finishing up his Vanguard. This item pretty much makes him invincible against Fnatic's lineup, at least for the early game.
Yes, especially lane against Ohio. He can just continue to hit creeps and certainly not worry that much about the Brood ever getting to a point where Ohio's going to be in a position to solo take down the Bristle.
Yeah,
but at the same time, Ohio, he's still going to have the space to farm.
There's no way that you're going to be able to kill Ohio without 3 heroes. No. Like, you need a stun, you need a Fury and TP, and you need Dust with the Bristle. That's how you kill him.
And I think the same applies for Mill on the Bristle. Yeah. They are going to need rotations. The main roll in the mid lane, mid-1, starting to fight it off. The dagger coming through. He's got to get himself out of this one, and he will. How? He won't be able to dive that far, and hasn't quite got the level 6. Maybe with the Haunt could have gone for a little bit of a play. Could have been a risky one, though. And no one will go down there. At the same time, Mushi just continued to get endless space on the bottom lane. 59 CS, 7.5 minutes in, and a tier 1 as well.
I feel like these teleports from Zhao are a little bit strange. Like, why are you committing to a Puck kill? You could very easily just buy some Dust yourself or have the Venge smoke up and rotate towards top. Killing Ohio is not impossible. All it requires is you just dusting, getting 1 Quill on him. It stops his free pathing so he can't hide, and then you can just TP on him.
Eyes on the mid lane. DJ smoked up with the Centaur, Mushi behind the tower. Now and Chuan, they're just going to look to secure themselves the 8-minute rune, which is going to be the bounty. They've got the Dream Coil back online here for mid-1 if they do want to try and jump. And DJ's position, they really want to try and make something happen here on the mid. But how he has got the Haunt, unless they can burst him down kind of through the Waning Rift's duration, it's going to be a hard one. Looks like they'll lay off the mid lane for the time being, Fnatic.
A little bit of a failed smoke there, but Newbee pretty much did the same thing. They sent 2 supports bottom a little while ago with the smoke and didn't find much. Mid-1 is just like I'm just going to punch you, man. I don't care if you're a high ground or not. Mischance, be darned. I'm just going in.
Again, Hao just coming in, trading hits with mid one, but on this puck, more than happy to do so. It's 1-1 at the moment, 9 minutes in, and can't help but feel that overall, the laning stage just slightly favoring Fnatic.
It's still very static, though. Like, the only real attention that we're seeing in movement is towards mid. Just seems like both teams either want to get that tower down or they want to pressure one of the cores of the opposition at this point. And Hao actually carrying his own dust at this point. That's another thing that I didn't mention, but Spectre is amazing against Brood because you can just go to the Brood instantly, unlike most other heroes who have to actually scout him out. The way the Haunt works is you just drop it on the hero and it chases him down. So that's pretty much a free dust, and Dagger goes through pretty much everything. So you can stop him from running away and just go for the kill. So I wouldn't be surprised after having seen that dust for Ohio to play a little bit more passive here. You can see he's just been cutting the wave. And I think that Newbee need to start trying to deal with him because the Bristle can't move from the lane if the Brood's here. That's the other problem. Your safe lane tower pretty much dies if for whatever reason Moo leaves the lane and Ohio isn't pressured.
Absolutely. Well, there's going to be a Haunt coming out, and in fact, jumping straight onto Ohio, and this is what you were talking about. Coming in with the dust, Tule there as well. It's going to be nice if they get it. Hao's got to be careful, but they will find it. They'll get themselves the kill, and that's the involvement we're talking about, having this Hao Spectre just getting himself in on the action and in on the high priority kills.
Yeah, it's a really nice rotation. They should be able to save mid too. It's going to take a little bit of damage. They did end up forcing out a glyph, but at the end of the day, I don't think this tower is going to be going down. Moo's just making the rotation over there. I think at this point, after having killed the Brood once, they'll probably just let Hao farm the easier lane. So I guess since he has a bottle, he's probably just going to be staying mid. And then they can just keep doing that. You know, every time Han is off cooldown, they can just kill Ohio for free. The Spectre and the Nature's Prophet together are probably enough to go for the kill just by themselves. Although Ohio is carrying a Quelling Blade, probably realizing full well that Japtule wants to try to target him. And if they can keep the Brood down, it kind of becomes really difficult for Fnatic to really apply any pressure unless mid one and Mushi just go completely out of control.
Mid one in terms of the Rose, the Blink, 1,300 gold here. Out. Maybe a misclick there. Actually, just that was
he meant to earn himself for sure, and then he just accidentally does this.
Yeah, some dust. I mean, you never know. A rookie might have wandered in from another server.
He needs to buy another one, though, or have a support buy one for him. He can't just not have dust. He's the literal best counter to Brood on the team in terms of hunting him down.
Mid lane, a lot of pressure being looked to head on to Hao. He's got to be careful, 20 seconds before he has that Haunt back available. Net and Mushi actually looking for action in the jungle. They're going to find too late. He's in a lot of trouble here. God Strength being popped by Mushi. They'll move straight in with a Brood Mother Spiderling surrounding him as well. Easy one there for the Sven. And they'll get themselves a tier 1 in the middle lane as well. So Fnatic get themselves a kill and an objective. Top lane, Ohio could be in trouble. Ellie and Moo moving in. Here's the slow. Hand of God coming through, and Ohio's going to be fine. Net trapping up Ellie and Moo in the kinetic field, the static storm as well. And mid one's there with a rotation. They've found themselves the Venge. I don't think they can quite find themselves Moo here with that Vanguard. Just a little bit too tanky. Ohio's going to be careful. He's coming back in. Now with the Horn, he needs to get himself out of there. They'll lose the Gen as Hao was able to pick that one off there. So Newbee able to find a kill, keeping it even on the board 3 for 3, but Fnatic, they are still hanging around here on this top lane.
They are playing so risky right now. Ohio's got no health. They don't have coil. Mid one's at like 20% mana, 50% HP. Just being very, very ballsy, sticking in the area for so long. And I think the going on that would have been very difficult. If Hao had dust, maybe he would have tried to go all in to just take down the Brood. But still, 3 to 3. Fnatic, they still have their early game advantage. Their laning phase went very well for them. Now,
I was talking about coming out of the laning phase. What do you think about the Brood Mother's option here? Going for the Vlads. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to build the Brood. We see like sometimes go kind of a fighting Brood, like a split pushing Brood. This is very much a Brood that wants to stick with his team.
I think it's perfectly fine. Like you said, if he's going to be going 5-man and running into towers, then having the Vladzora against heroes like Bristleback, Venge, having the Wave of Terror, stuff like that, having it to offset the minus armor, giving your team that lifesteal too, also opens up the possibility of doing Roshan with your team. Like normally Brood just pops ulti and attacks Roshan and can try to solo it, but it's very slow. So if you have other heroes around who benefit from that lifesteal, or like the Sven, you can just have the two of them sneak in there at one point and take it down.
Newbee looking for the plays here, Tule and Ellie. They're going for the Roche. And it looks like, at this rate, it's not the quickest of Roshans. But
No, but
Fnatic,
it's safe.
Yeah, I think they're not going to be in the neighborhood anytime soon. Oh, now with the orb though, this could be trouble for Newbee.
Oh, they have to make a decision. Oh man, I don't know if the Bristle has enough mana to team fight. That's going to be a problem. He doesn't have any 6 charges either.
Suntor coming in, looking for a stun. Won't find it here, Moo. Just chasing back the minions.
This is pretty much a 4v5 because the Brute's top.
Just a little bit of a glimpse there. Elliot being brought back there by Net. Newbee are going to go back into the pit. They don't seem too phased by this. They really want to finish this one off. But as you said, it's going to be hard for Fnatic. I think mid one jump forward there. And now with the Dream Coil onto 3. The Magic Missile will hit onto mid one. How? He's going to come in with a Haunt. They're looking for the puck kill. And he's going to find it here. Mid one, he's going to go down. Big kill there for Newbee. And with the puck gone and out of the fight, they'll go straight back into the pit. They've got the sustain thanks to Chuan with the Voodoo Restoration. Still, though, they don't really have the damage to bring this Roshan down that quickly. Mushi! Oh, with the Gold Stripe coming in! But now the paralyzing cast and the Death One! They're doing it! Chuan's doing it! He turns around and he takes down Mushi! Those bounces in that Death Ward from Chuan. Huge stuff there from the Witch Doctor. At the same time, though, Newbee, they're feeling a lot of pressure on the top lane. Ohio comes in, takes down the tier 2. They've got a spider problem. Looks like they'll be able to try and finish off Roshan, and they will. They'll get it. Hao's going to get himself the Aegis. So it does take them a fair bit of time, but they get Roshan, they get the Aegis, and they also get that very, very high priority kill onto Mushi Sven.
Oh my god, the Cask and the Sprout were so clutch there. One more hit is all he needed. And unfortunately, they're not going to find it. This is just Newbee exploiting the weakness of a Brood. You can't go into the Roshan pit as Fnatic's lineup against a team where the carry can always hunt into the fight 100% of the time. You don't actually have the damage on Fnatic to go through the Bristleback. Like, say for instance they want to go for the supports right away, you have to walk through Mu in order to get to Chuan and Leia at this point. They just can't do it. The only person who has the reach is the Puck. I suppose the Sven does have a Blink Dagger as well, but if you put yourself in that position, you're not really getting any support. So I think at this stage, it's very difficult for Fnatic to find a real engagement, and since Roshan went the way of Newbee, they should have a decent amount of map control for at least the next couple of minutes.
5 for 3 at the moment, 16 minutes in. A very careful game from both sides. But I think at the moment, yeah, with this 5k lead, Fnatic are still the ones in the more comfortable seat. The fact that they have got this Sven, but Newbee, they're certainly giving them a fight, and again, it's going to be one of these best of ones that it's going to be very, very close. I mean, are there any kind of big item pickups that you feel either side's waiting for before they kind of fully commit for a 5-on-5?
Well, Hao is saving for Radiance,
Yeah,
so
he's on the Radiance track.
As soon as that team fight went his way and they got Roche, I think he just opted to save for the Relic because he already had like over 2,000 gold. I think that's definitely a good call. So that's going to be a huge item for them, without a doubt. Not only just annoyance to stop blinks, but just the amount of damage you can do in a team fight. We are seeing Fnatic go for the smoke, fighting into an Aegis, but they could find a pick.
Oh, if they can find Tule here, and they will, jumping straight forward. Hao's coming through as well. They'll glimpse back Tule here to the high ground. Hao trying to make a beeline for Net, but in fact it's the Net from DJ holding him back. Net goes for the TP out, DJ as well, but he's going to get cancelled. Magic Missile coming in from Ellie on the fence. They'll chase down DJ, pops the mech. It won't be enough, and they will get themselves that kill. Mid one with the S4 rune just running around the back lines of Newbee. He'll be fine, so it is just the Chen going down here on this one. The rest of Fnatic will be fine. But Newbee there, finding a kill off the back of what was Fnatic's attempt to look for an initiation. In fact, this could be the initiation. Mushi is going to jump in onto Hao here with the Godstrike, bringing down the Spectre. He has got the Aegis, he's ready for round 2. Is Mushi going to stick around? It certainly looks like he wants to. Tron's coming through as well, and now it could be Mushi that needs to maybe be a little bit careful. Tron's coming down, Mu as well. Looks like they can't quite close the gap though. Mushi a little bit too speedy with the war cry. Will be able to make sure that Newbee can't close the gap. But Newbee dealing very well with Fnatic's aggression there around their Ancients.
I'm really happy that they didn't chase that. It's very easy to get tempted into a situation where you're like, oh, we can definitely get this kill. But, I mean, Brood's pushing top right now. There's always an opportunity for a Chen heal to come out. And DJ, I think, he died and then he TP'd somewhere. But, or maybe he tried it. No, he tried to TP and then he died. So he probably couldn't. Yeah, he couldn't have TP'd bottom. I suppose maybe they could have gotten the kill on Mushi, but it's still them understanding the position that they're in. They say, we don't need to end the game right now. We know that our late game is definitely better. Like, we have Furion, we have Spectre, we have a Bristleback who's getting an insane amount of farm. We don't need to pressure ourselves so much that we need to end the game. And Ohio
There we go, Strain. He's got an SNY. This Bristleback packing a punch. Net trying for the
One more
TP.
hit.
How could he do it? No. He needed another one. Couldn't quite get it in time. But that is the Brood down, and Moo picking up a lot of bonus gold here thanks to these Broodlings. Ka-ching, ka-ching. Moo, the rich man, 1,400 gold, and he is starting to close that gap between himself and Mushi Sven.
Now, Fnatic are starting to slowly lose their grip on this game. It's rolling to about the 20-minute mark, and by now, you kind of want to have the tier 2s at least a little bit damaged or almost dead. The only tier 2 that's down in favor of Fnatic and is in the top lane, obviously a good tower, but man, like losing the Roshan so early, Newbee exploiting the fact that Brood can't come to the fight, I really think that they are poised to take control of this game.
How now, just only a few hundred away from that full-on Radiance. Well, the fights are certainly going to get a lot harder for Fnatic off the back of that pickup. It'll be reasonable timing as well. Just post 20-minute mark, we can expect at this rate. And Ohio at the same time, he will probably be picking up his BKB, so the Spider is going to be able to stick around in these fights. It's just a question really if the rest of the Fnatic are built and ready to deal with a Radiant Spectre at this point of the game.
They do have Chen Heal and Meg, so they have the damage offset for now. But as soon as the Radiance is built on the Spectre, you're kind of starting a timer. After the next 10 to 15 minutes, if you haven't dealt significant damage, here we go.
How he is in trouble. Straight in, Mushi goes How. He's going to try and dagger her out, but Mushi.
The damage, man.
Slicing into the Spectre. And that, of course, is going to put
huge kill.
Yep, the recipe on a bit of a back foot there for How. He's going to have to wait a little bit longer before getting that Radiance on.
The Fnatic just realized they need to always be pressuring. And Mushi, understanding that more than anyone, very, very important kill. And they're looking for the Chen, possibly bottom, but I think DJ is going to be A-okay. They need to be able to buy time for the next Roche. I think that's probably the strongest thing about Newbee's lineup, is knowing that Ohio, maybe once he buys BKB, he might actually come to a fight. I think if you pop BKB and you're just chasing the Venge or chasing the Witch Doctor around, like there's no Glimmer Capes or anything on the side of Newbee, so the supports don't have any save mechanism. The only person who has an escape is Zhao Tulei. He bought the Force Staff, so whoever gets Sven stunned, he can pretty much just try to get out of harm's way or maybe force himself out of a kinetic field before it sets up. But it's still a very risky situation here for Newbee. They need more time.
Ohio is under the sentry here. So if the Venge can quite get in range there for a potential swap. I'm looking at Moon now on the Bristleback. He's got a few different ways to go here with his item build. He's saving up the money. Are we going to see AC? Are we going to see Basher coming out? What does he need this game?
The usual build that we used to see Chinese teams do is like the SNY Basher, and they would eventually buy BKB. I think with the position that they're in now, oh, we bought a Blink.
Oh, Blink Bristleback.
All right.
All right.
I'll be honest, I didn't see that one coming, but I like it.
I don't think his team did either.
Well, the nice thing about Blink is that he knows that it's really hard for Fnatic to kill him. The only way he dies is if he gets focused by the Sven. Like, Mushi has to kill him. That's how he gets dropped in a team fight. So if you want to just blink in, have your Spectre haunt, you are instantly on the back line. Like, you're going to have to get defensively disrupted. You're going to have to, or glimpsed rather, and you're going to have to get, like, Sven stunned. The Brood's going to have to focus you. You're going to have to get coiled. Like, he's going to basically force them to use spells on him, which they don't want to do. And that also allows How inside of the team fights to have more freedom to be able to do what he wants. So a very unconventional choice, but one that I think will suit his needs just fine.
Mushi is still working towards his AC on the Sven. Another man walking around with a lot of gold is this mid-one Puck. He has got 3.6k saved up here. I could only imagine he's just saving up to buy a couple of the big components of the Cypher Vice, do you reckon, on the Puck, or anything else that mid-one might get before that this game?
I mean, we've seen some Pucks by Aghanims. I think it's okay.
That's true.
I mean, Aghanims is nice if you want to keep people in, like, static
Oh,
spot.
Mushi. Oh! Oh, no! Oh, no, Mushi!
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
You know what it happens. Misfire.
Oh, dear.
We've seen a misfire in the last game as well.
Did we?
Yeah, the Chronosphere.
He wasn't playing in the last game.
No. I mean, like, the Chronosphere that was dropped by Phobos.
He's going to... Nice. You can't get that wrong, really. Just cleaving down the Ancients, Mushi. That's pretty much going to be his AC done.
Yeah.
I think, to be fair, even if you got the stun, do you think he would have had the damage still to take down the Spectre, or with the Radiance miss chance? I don't know if Mushi can necessarily just go for the kill on his own, can he?
It would have been close.
Yeah.
I mean, if he doesn't get any misses, maybe. He did it once when he was hot.
Here comes the blink. Bristleback DJ didn't expect that one. House there as well. Jumping straight in onto the chair. Now finding the swap back onto high with the death one for Tron. Look at it go, but the send back. Ohio, he's safe. He's safe and sound. And DJ, he may have been DEAD, but he saves Ohio. He won't save the tier 1 though. Newbee will get out. It's the little things. And Chen, he loves his spiders.
That was so close. That was so close. Fnatic got to be thanking their stars about that send back. But Roshan up again. Newbee. They seem to have very strong timing. Like they understand that they need to be pressuring around the time that it's going to be respawning. Wait, they're not checking it? They're not checking it. Do they not want to kill it? I think they could.
Oh, here we go. The little spider higher. Don't. Oh! His duty was over, so.
Spider down.
He was offered up. Poor old Timmy.
Yeah. Well, Fnatic have everything up. Newbee looking to just dodge the fight, I suppose, until Haunt is back off cooldown and they have the Nature's Wrath. Just wanting to defend the tower instead.
Oh, Mushi's got a DD. Here we go. DD time on to move, but Ellie there with the swap out. Mid-one's on the high ground. He gets the Dream Coil out onto the Bristleback. Mid-one now jumping forward, looking for the Venge. The Venge getting pulled up high ground. Moo, take it down. This DD on Mushi with the Godstrike doing absolute work against Newbee. And Mushi, he's chasing this down. Blink onto How. Where's Uranium's mischance now, son? Mid-one, he's moving in for more, and this double damage rune. Spelling absolute disaster there for Newbee. The cleave nearly bringing down the Venge as the boys have to head back to base. And my goodness, this DD room for Mushi. This could be the swing that Fnatic need to really bring themselves back out on top.
Oh man, they wasted their buyback too. This is really bad for Newbee. That double damage rune, pretty game-winning. Game-winning stuff coming in here from Fnatic. So they did the bottle swap thing, just made sure they had it on Mushi, the obvious best carrier for it. And I think Moo wanted to buy back because he knows he needs to try to go for Roshan, but it's going to be dead before the Spectre's alive.
There's no way he can contest this.
Man, is he going to go for the Blink Steal?
No, don't do it, Moo.
There's no way.
Don't do it, Moo.
Oh, there's no coil?
Oh, Moo, he's in trouble here. The statics on the kinetic field will trap him. Mushi is going to stop any backup coming through. Zed Venge, you want to swap? Swap this. He's gone. Moo now in trouble as well. There's going to be a dieback on the Bristleback. He gets glimpsed back in. Fnatic, they drop down the Dream Core. They catch him out. Mid-one keeps himself alive. Backs out. Now how? They're just throwing heroes at Fnatic. And oh no, it's going to be a third one down. They will lose the Disruptor. But Fnatic taking this fight with Storm. Tron says, the Death Ward worked before. Is it going to work this time? 4 dead. Mushi moving in now onto Tule. He wants to clean up the side of Newbee, and he's going to be able to do it. One more if he can get himself in. The spider attacks. Bam! Newbee are all dead, and Fnatic off the back of that fight just cleaning them up. And suddenly it feels like the crowd is empty because they're not happy with that one here, the home fans.
We can definitely tell that there are Newbee fans in the audience, without a doubt. And it was just a really, really good rune into a strong team fight into Roshan. And Fnatic just going down middle lane, absolutely decimating the mid-set of racks. They probably get 2 here, to be honest. Mushi just does a ridiculous amount of damage at this point, hitting for well over 500 with the AC. That's double racks for sure. They get both the melee. They did leave the range racks alive in mid, but not really the big deal. They get the thing that they came for. They walk away from Newbee's base with the Aegis intact. Daedalus going to be done soon on Mushi as well. At this game, it's a lineup where Newbee, I think, would have been heavily favored going into the late game, but it's only like 27 minutes in. And that was only Roshan number 2. If Newbee had been able to secure that, I think they would have been in a very good position to take this game. But Mushi's Sven. Like, you got to give this guy and mid one of those two gets MVP.
I mean, we've seen 2 amazing Sven performances in the amount of 2 BO1s. Miracle and the one beforehand. And again here.
Yeah.
Mushi just bringing the Sven A game. And all one. Oh, hello. Mid one playing around with him. Tron. Again, the Death Ward just getting cancelled straight away by the Yules. And he will swap in Moo, but he's going to get brought back on the Venge. Ohio turns around, chomps on him. They've taken down Twan at the top. They want to try and find mid one on the puck. They're not going to get it. He blinks himself down south. And with this orb, he can get himself out. It looks like he can. He's got the Yules to hold back Moo. Moo trapped up in the party ring. Newbee just being played with at this point, and they just can't. They can't catch out Fnatic.
Yeah, mid one's kind of just having himself a grand old time right now. phase shifts, orbs, blink daggers, Yules.
Oh, Mushi, look at him revving up with the God Strafe. Oh! Oh, God. And the silence has hit the stadium pretty hard.
You know, I'm seeing a constant theme today. It seems as if every single team who wants to run like the early game tempo controlling, like team fight lineup, just ends up getting one really big fight.
Let's see if Blink can do it. Jumps into the middle of them here. They're going to Magic Missile onto Mushi. Mushi's trying to do the best,
no
but
damage.
Mushi just turns around. He'll slice away at the Bristleback. He heads just back for the racks here. Mushi is falling low, but he's of course got this Aegis. He clears out the racks. They will be able to pop him once. Can they kill him again? The Dream Coil onto no one there, and Newbee, maybe they can try and clear this one off, but Hyo there eats away at the Venge. Mushi still on the base. He's playing around with Chuan. You've got a Hyo chasing down Hao. Hao desperately trying to find a kill onto one of the weaker heroes on the side of Fnatic. Might just get DJ. No! Oh, could he get it? The Glimmer can't keep it. DJ alive. DJ's still living through this one. How? He can't even kill the Chen here. He's being baited around by Net. Ohio clears up the Bristleback, and Mid1 jumps in onto Hao. Net and DJ end up living, and GG well played is called. This is the Shanghai Major. Disclaimer, Chinese teams not included.
Yep.
18-9, Newbee get knocked out, and Fnatic, they just turned up. They did just turn up.
Well, I think everyone in the panel kind of said the same thing. It's just Fnatic's team, they had the way of controlling the tempo. They had the way of ending the game at an early stage. It was less than a 30-minute game, and Mushi, Sven, Mid1 Puck, I said very early on, these two guys got to go wild, and they certainly did.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and again, just another wild performance of the Sven. And there we have it. Newbee, unfortunately, knocked out in this lower bracket. It's been absolutely brutal for some of the home teams, but hopefully they can take something away from this major, and we'll see the Chinese sides hit back hard in Manila, Andy. Because that's going to be what they're going to look to now after this.
If they weren't hungry before, they're going to be hungry now. Yeah. And I think that's one thing, too, that we've been talking about time and time again here at the Shanghai Major is how bad do you want it? Because it really seems this time like the Chinese teams, obviously they want to win, but I think the hunger from the Western teams is just on another level right now.
Absolutely. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The final game of today in the best of ones. Fnatic will take the victory over Newbee. That's it from me and Andy, and we'll head you straight back over to the panel.
With that, there are no more Chinese teams in the top 8 of the Shanghai Major. Smooth. Bless you. And I mean, okay. Everybody said Fnatic is going to take it, and you were all very adamant about it, and it was going to be an uphill battle for Newbee. But at some point, it looked like they were doing okay.
They were.
They were.
You know what actually cost them the game? It's at some point in time they employed the strategy to try and block Sven's sword with their faces.
Yeah.
That didn't work out very well.
That does not sound like a smart plan.
The face shield plan is a bad one. I can tell you that straight up.
Because we were all saying they got brooded, and Mid1's going to be Puck, he's going to do well. And then there was, on top of all of that, Sven was just clobbering people. I mean, that's just too much.
So we said...
People can't hear me?
Yeah, we said... I'm not sure if we said that off camera or on camera, but we said Mushi had been looking a little bit not really the way that he used to. And this game, he definitely showed up to play.
Apparently I wasn't working, so...
Oh well, say it again.
Damn,
go
it
again.
You can't do it again.
You can't do it again.
Was your mic off?
Something about Newbee's plan to block Sven's sword with their face.
It was better in original, guys. Don't worry.
It made Blitz go. That's how I know it was good.
It was good. It was a good one. I can't full on laugh at it.
Normally, if I ever make any sort of joke, it's just Blitz like.
Nice try.
Yeah. Sorry. Let me get the full impression.
No, you know what I thought of? I thought of like the Chinese teams as like Homer Simpson, and then they're just like punching him in the face repeatedly, and he doesn't get knocked down. That was not what happened here.
No, China got knocked down.
Yeah,
in the Shanghai Major.
So how do you feel now if you're ISSIS or Mushi or Chuan, who are like, oh, not Mushi, sorry, if you're ISSIS or Chuan, because Mushi is actually playing in Malaysia, but these are like meant to be top Southeast Asia players playing in China. Mushi was before, he's not anymore. Like, are they going to go home or are they going to stick it out in China?
I think it's... A lot was said about the whole Chinese New Year thing and where your priorities lie is the biggest thing. I think this major especially, and the ones after that, will prove that motivation is such a powerful determining factor. Everybody plays pubs, everybody gets better individually, sure, but what matters even more is like the drive and the desire to win. It's like if you want it more, then you're gonna put in more hours. Then you're gonna. It's not even just about playing more. It's like about swallowing your pride and your ego and saying, okay, maybe you're right. I want to win more than I want to be right in this situation. And I feel like somewhere along the lines, Chinese teams we're just like, well, we're good enough to get by. You know, EHOME did okay at the last major, but this one they're just getting like shellacked right now, like from every side.
Especially as our tournament scene continues to become more and more frequently international, everybody's got exposure to everybody, right? And so it comes more about what you're actually willing to lay down on the line, what you're willing to spend the time watching other players play, watching other teams play, and actually figuring out and copying their strategies and improving upon them, than having essentially your own skill and your own plans.
This is actually, I remember going into TI5, PPD said something along these lines, that he could sense that people just didn't want it as much as them, and they did end up winning. And Swindle talks similarly. Swindle talks that way all the time, and look how they're doing. So I guess you do have some North American players who really do want it really badly. And
Yeah,
that's
you
showing.
have to have 4 peaks a year, if not more, preferably more, of course, if you want to get direct invites, as opposed to only 1 or 2 if you are playing for TI. So a lot of requirements here for the teams to do well, and it is turning out to be going quite well for Team Fnatic. We can actually take a look at the brackets and see how they look, because that was our last solo elimination match. As in best of 1 elimination match, we are going to continue tomorrow with even more, but we're in the best of 3s. And I think for the teams that are still in the lower bracket, I mean, that's a weight off their shoulders, because best of 1, no matter how prepared you feel, no matter how confident you are that you are able to take down your opponent, it's always a bit of a, I don't know, it's a bit of a risky feeling, thinking like maybe they have a pocket strat for us that we are not prepared for. So Alliance made it through. They beat EHOME, and they will go up against Complexity tomorrow, and OG against Fnatic in the last matchup tomorrow. But tomorrow is going to start off with the winners bracket. We have Liquid versus MVP Phoenix, Team Secret versus EG. Those are matches that, I mean...
Can we get our top 4,
our
4 predictions real quick?
Go for it.
All right. I'm going to say Liquid, EG, Alliance, OG.
I'm going to say, sorry Blitz, MVP, EG, Alliance, OG.
I'll say Liquid, EG, Alliance, OG. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think those are the 4 favorites.
The only thing, you all agree on most of the teams? You agree on EG beating Secret?
Yeah, I think our predictions were the same. I just said MVP will beat Liquid.
that's actually literally the only difference.
Actually the same.
The thing is, the Complexity are doing great, but Alliance is still like one of the strongest teams in this tournament. Fnatic, they beat Newbee, but they're going to face a much tougher team in OG. And then I think just like EG Secret, I think that's probably a close match. I do give it to EG 2-1, but I feel like they are the superior team. But then again, I had a negative outlook on Secret going into this tournament in the first place. Negative in that I didn't think they were going to place like bottom 8 or something, but I don't think that they're going to be top 3 at this tournament.
And you were not expecting them to beat OG this morning, I would then assume?
No, I wasn't. I actually expected it 2-1. So